Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food, is so nourishing and so easily digested, so useful in 100 appetizing ways, you'll find it a wonderful help in menu planning. For a tempting main dish, blend Pabstet's mellow cheddar cheese flavor into nourishing and economical macaroni and au gratin dishes. Or melt Pabstet into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce for vegetables, hard-cooked eggs, chicken, or fish. For lunchbox sandwiches or quick company treats, spread delicious Pabstet on crackers or between layers of enriched bread. Yes, there are 100 different ways Pabstet can please your family and guests. And, especially important these days, Pabstet helps supply important food elements, muscle-building milk protein, food energy, milk minerals, and important vitamin A. So, for delightful menu surprises, buy wholesome, nourishing Pabstet. Whenever you can, serve this delicious golden cheese food, Pabstet. Now, let's see how things are going with the great Gildersleeve. Like all candidates for public office, he finds it expedient now and then to retire from the strain of campaigning and spend a day quietly in the bosom of his family, denying himself to all but photographers. Today is Saturday, and Gildersleeve has planned such a day. No photographers are clamoring at his door, but if one happened by now, he'd find the great man standing on the front porch with his niece Marjorie, surveying his acres and sampling the morning air.
Just breathe that air, Marjorie. Go on, breathe some of it.
It's wonderful.
Where else can you get air like that? You know, I wouldn't live anywhere else for $1 million.
Neither would I.
You take where Judge Hooker lives even. Of course, it's only 3 blocks from here. But somehow the air isn't the same. I notice the difference the minute I turn the corner.
I think it's spring that's turned the corner.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, see how green everything is. Why, in another week the lilacs will be out. It's really here, Uncle Mort. It's spring.
Yes, it's spring. What is it the fellow says? Spring with its eternal promise? I don't know. Spring, spring, thou lovely thing.
Why, Uncle Mort.
I'm a poet and I don't know it.
You know, you get awfully silly in the spring.
Well, who doesn't? Come on, let's sit down here on the swing and be comfortable, my dear. You got to remember to put some oil on that. Remind me next spring.
Oh, I love spring. And I love this place. I love every tree and every bush and every little thing about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't take $1 million for it.
And the grass. See how green it is. You can almost see it growing.
I can almost see me mowing. Oh, well, Leroy's a big boy now. Where is Leroy?
He ducked out right after breakfast. Do you want him?
No, let him go. What's he up to?
I don't know. He borrowed a quarter from Bertie before he left. She'll probably never see it again.
I've told him time and again he's not... Bertie, is that you?
Where are you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Out on the porch. Come on out.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you going downtown today?
I wasn't planning to, Bertie. I doubt if I even stir off this porch today. It's so comfortable here.
Oh, shucks, I should have asked Leroy. He was going anyway.
By the way, Bertie, I understand you lent Leroy some money this morning.
Yes, sir. Well,
I've told Leroy he's not to ask you for money, and I've asked you not to lend him any.
Well, I wouldn't say I lent it to him exactly, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You wouldn't?
No, sir, I just advanced it to him.
The distinction is a highly technical one, Bertie.
Is what?
Lending and advancing. The distinction is scarcely perceptible from where I sit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You ain't coming through so good this morning.
I say, what's the difference between lending money to Leroy and advancing it?
Well, advancing money is where you're going to get it back come payday. Lending it is where you kiss it goodbye. Leroy's going to pay it back.
Well, see that he does. What did he want it for, anyway?
Oh, he made me promise not to tell.
No, Bertie.
Here comes Leroy on his bicycle.
Yes, you better ask him.
Hands! Look, no hands!
Leroy! Oh, my goodness, don't do that. One of these days, he'll break his fool neck.
No such luck.
Yep.
I got it, Bertie. Hi, Unc.
Leroy, where have you been?
Shopping?
Stick in your shirt tail. What were you shopping for?
Present?
And who, may I ask, were you buying a present for with money which you borrowed from Bertie when I told you repeatedly you're not to do so? Well?
Could you give me that again?
What's the matter with everybody around here? I speak English, don't I?
Excuse me, I got to look in the oven.
Leroy, who was the present for?
Miss Goodwin?
Miss Goodwin, eh? Leroy, what's back of all this?
Nothing, Unc. Nothing at all. He just wants to get promoted, that's all. June is coming. I do not. I do so. Tell her to keep out of this, Unc. If you didn't wait till the last minute every day to do your homework.
Now, Marjorie, I'll handle this. Leroy?
Yes, Unc?
How do you account for this sudden burst of generosity?
Well, gosh, I don't see why everybody has to get so suspicious all of a sudden.
Answer me. What prompts the giving of this rich gift?
Don't you know? Tomorrow's Mother's Day.
Mother's Day? And you're planning to give Miss Goodwin...
Yeah, you want to see it? It's super. I got it right here.
What?
Paid $1.50 for it at the Doris May knit shop. Saw it in the window. $1.50. There. How do you like it?
What is it?
It's a pincushion. What do you think?
Oh.
Genuine silk. It's blue.
So I see.
It's got pins in it, too, and they're hard to find, aren't they, Marge? You see, they're stuck into it so they spell mother.
Well, that's very clever.
$1.50. You think she'll like it, Unc?
Well, it's a very pretty pincushion, my boy. The only thing
Oh,
is...
I'm going to wrap it up nice. I thought maybe you'd probably be going over there today and you could take it with you and give it to her so she'd get it in time for... Don't you think she'll like it, Unc?
Oh, it's very pretty, Leroy. Very.
It ought to be. It cost $1.50.
It's very generous of you to want to give it to her, Leroy. The only thing is... Well, my boy, women are funny in some way.
Now, Miss Goodwin, she's swell.
That's not what you used to say about her.
I think she's swell. You want to make something out of it?
So do I. So there.
Now, children, what I'm trying to say, Leroy, is I think that's a very fine pincushion.
$1.50.
However, I also think it may be rushing things just a little to give Miss Goodwin a present for Mother's Day when she's not your mother. Not yet.
She won't be our mother anyway. She'll be our aunt.
Oh, gosh, I thought she'd like it. I went and spent $1.50.
I'm sure she'd like it, my boy, but as I say, women are apt to be touchy about these little matters. They don't like to think of themselves as Whistler's mother.
Uncle Mort's right.
But I'll tell you what you do. Now, why don't you save it and give it to her for a wedding present?
When?
Well, when we get married.
When is that?
Yes, when are you going to get married?
Well, that's a little indefinite.
You mean she ain't saying?
No, we have a definite understanding about it, Leroy. We have a definite understanding.
All right, when is it?
Well, we decided, your Auntie Eve and I, that it would be too complicated to try to get married at the same time I'm running for mayor.
Well, then why run for mayor?
You have a point there, my boy. But Eve is very anxious to have me do it. She wants me to be the mayor. In fact, she promised that if I win the primaries in June, that same day she'll name the date of our wedding.
And if you don't win, what then?
Of course he's going to win, Leroy.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't?
We haven't really gone into that, my boy.
Well, you better go into it. I don't want to get stuck with a pincushion that cost $1.50.
Yes.
Will there be anything else, Dr. Needham?
No, that's all, I think, Mr. Peavy. You'll be sure and thank Mrs. Peavy, won't you? I don't know how we could run a church supper without her.
Well, she enjoyed it.
Well, Peavy, you old son of a gun, how... Oh, hello, Dr. Needham.
Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I didn't see you when I first came in.
That will be 25 cents, Dr. Needham.
25 cents.
And the penny tax, of course.
Of course. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Eh, Mr. Gildersleeve?
That's right. By the way, Doctor, I may be requiring your services before long.
Oh, so? In what capacity?
Well, you may not have heard. I'm engaged to be married.
Well, that will be a pleasure, Mr. Gildersleeve. A real pleasure. Good day. Good day, Mr. Peavy.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Good day. By George, he's a pretty good fellow. I wonder if he heard me say son of a gun, Peavy.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about the doctor. He has a great sense of humor.
Oh?
Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. He says that every time he pays the penny tax.
Yes, I know.
Well, what can I do for you this afternoon?
Not a thing, Peavy. I just dropped in to chew the fat for a while, if you're not busy.
Not at all. Is the happy day really drawing nigh for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right after the election, I'll be the happiest man in the world. She's the finest woman I've ever known.
Woman is a noble sex, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd say it was the nobler of the two sexes.
You're right, Peavy.
Now, you take Mother's Day. Only a woman can be a mother.
Yeah, that's true. Probably a good thing, too.
Well, Judge Hooker.
Hello, Peavy. Well, Gildersleeve, busy campaigning, I see.
And I'm just resting for the moment, Judge. Peavy and I are talking about the nobility of woman.
Women. Give me a pack of razor blades, Peavy, and a bottle of those liver pills.
Sour grapes, Judge?
All right, laugh, Gildy. You're no better off than I am.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. Mr. Gildersleeve is engaged to be married, you know.
Yeah, I know, but there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. And Gildersleeve ought to know.
Now, see here, Hooker.
You better get it in writing, Gildy. Just a year ago, you were waltzing up the aisle with Leela Ransom.
This is different.
No, I don't think Mr. Gildersleeve has anything to worry about.
Now, you don't know, Peavy. Women are tricky.
No, not tricky, Judge. Just cautious.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, I can remember Mrs. Peavy when she was getting ready to name the day. I was with a wholesale drug firm at the time, Dunninger and Holtz it was. And I can remember the day she said she'd marry me just as plain as if it was yesterday.
Well, how could any man forget it?
Yes, sir. I called on her one Sunday afternoon. I used to call on her every Sunday afternoon, as a matter of fact. And I'd always take along some little token, a bouquet of flowers or a box of taffy. We were both very fond of taffy in those days.
Come on, Peavy. What happened?
I'm coming to it, Judge. I used to ask her to name the day every couple of months or so, and on this particular afternoon, I asked her again. I'll never forget her answer.
What did she say, Peavy?
She said, Richard, I'll marry you just as soon as you open your own drugstore. So, here I am in my own drugstore.
Yeah. But what if you hadn't opened your own store?
She would have married him just the same.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy has a mind of her own.
See, Gildy? That's women for you. They'll only marry you for what they can get out of you.
Judge, that is a disgusting statement. That may be true of some women, but not Eve. Eve is different. Eve will marry me whether I'm elected or not.
Are you sure, Gildy?
I'm positive. What's more, I'm going right over and find out.
Well, in the middle of the morning?
Sure. What's the matter with the morning?
Nothing, Throckmorton, except that I was just going out. Would you like to come in just for a minute?
I'll come in for a minute and stay the rest of the day.
Throckmorton,
I'm taking the day off.
Oh, is Mayor Terwilliger taking the day off?
Now, Eve, a man can only campaign so much.
That's no way to win an election.
Let's forget the election. Wouldn't you like to take the day off and have a little fun?
I can't. And I don't think you should either.
Oh, come on, Eve. Besides, I've got something I'd like to ask you about.
You can ask me about it tonight. I have a teachers' meeting in a few minutes.
Eve, don't I mean anything to you?
Of course you do, only the thing...
Eve, there's something I got to know right away.
What's that, Throckmorton?
Well, I got to thinking. I'm just wondering. We get married in June, huh?
Maybe.
Right after the election?
It all depends.
Depends on what?
Throckmorton, that reminds me. I wrote my mother about you. I never do a thing without consulting Mother. Would you like to hear what she said?
What did you write her about me?
Oh, I told her I'd met you and how kind you'd been to me and what an important man you were getting to be.
Is that all?
Just about. Would you like to hear what she said about you?
Well, some other time. But right now, Eve, I've got to know where I stand. Suppose I don't get elected.
I refuse
what?
to consider that possibility. So should you.
Well, of course, I'm going to keep right on plugging away, Eve. I'll do my best.
And you'll win. I'm sure you will.
What if I don't?
Let me show you what Mother said. I've got a letter right here.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Let's see. The weather has been rather chilly, so and so and so and so. Nancy Grant had a baby last week, so and so and so and so. Oh, here. Mr. Gildersleeve, from your description, sounds very forceful and dynamic. I'm sure he has a real future in politics. There.
Politics? What about my other future? Haven't you said anything to your mother about us?
Maybe I have.
What did she say about that?
I don't have to tell you everything, do I, darling?
Well, I want to know where I stand.
Well, our engagement's been announced, hasn't it?
I've been engaged before. What I want to know is, if I don't get elected...
Throckmorton, you're being a defeatist. I won't consider that possibility. In fact... Oh, dear, they're blowing for me. I've got to go.
But, Eve, can't you answer a simple question?
Later. See you tonight, darling.
Now, where am I? By George, if I didn't know her so well, I'd say she was tricky.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now, more tempting ways to serve Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Children simply love the wholesome, nourishing cheese goodness of Pabstet, so here are some special treats for the youngsters. Before serving vegetable soup, crumble Pabstet and let its mellow cheddar cheese flavor blend extra richness into this tempting soup. Creamed potatoes and creamed spinach made with Pabstet are sure to be greeted with ahs and ohs of delight. And between meals, crackers spread with Pabstet are treats that hungry youngsters will light into with lip-smacking satisfaction. There's just no end to the tempting ways of serving nourishing Pabstet. So whenever your dealer has a supply on hand, ask for the familiar round, flat package and buy this delicious golden cheese food, Pabstet. Delight the whole family. Remember, it's the original whole milk cheese food, so be sure to ask for Pabstet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He's been at loose ends ever since his inconclusive talk with Eve Goodwin, so he's spending the afternoon alone at home, moodily trying to read, to listen to the radio, and to keep Leroy's dog out of his chair. Now, however, comes an interruption.
Oh, now what? Shut up, Jeep. Well, good afternoon, Leela.
Hello, Throckmorton. I hope you don't mind my dropping over, but it's such a lovely day.
No, glad to see you. Come in. Get out of here, Jeep.
Oh, I just couldn't stand being cooped up over there another minute, and I just thought, well, now, I'll just go have a nice, friendly visit with Throckmorton.
Oh, fine. I've just been sitting around not doing a thing. Come in and sit down.
Thank you. It's nice in here. I've always liked this room.
You have?
I've always liked this couch, too. Seems like old times, just the two of us here, doesn't it, Throckmorton?
Yeah, just like old times.
I'm terribly happy for you, darling. About Eve, I mean.
That's good.
She's a fine woman. One of the finest women I ever met. Really.
She is a fine woman.
When is the happy day to be, Throckmorton?
We have a sort of a flexible arrangement. Probably in June.
Oh, June's a lovely month for a wedding. Just think, a year ago...
You're being awfully nice about this whole thing, Leela.
Oh, but I think Eve is so perfect for you. You're almost as tall as she is. I'm sure most people will never notice.
When she wears low heels, I'm taller than she is.
Well, of course, I don't suppose she'd want to wear low heels very often, but honestly, I don't think those are the things that matter at all. It's the understanding between two people that matters.
Well, Eve understands me perfectly.
I just wish I could get to know her better. I'm certain she must be terribly interesting.
Oh, she is. Fine talker, very well informed, but she's never boring. You know, some well-informed women are boring.
I suppose so. I don't suppose you ever think about us anymore, do you, Throckmorton?
Us?
We had some happy moments. A few. I like to remember them sometimes.
We had a lot of fun, Leela.
Do you remember the time we got caught in the rain and had to spend all afternoon in that funny little country store?
And we played checkers for 2 hours.
And I didn't win one game. You always were too smart for me, Throckmorton.
You weren't trying.
Oh, yes, I was. Do you remember that afternoon we went out on the picnic, just the two of us? And we just lay on the grass and looked up at the clouds.
Yeah, I remember.
We didn't talk sensibly or think about anything. We just acted like two silly people who were in love all afternoon. Wasn't it silly?
No, What was silly about it?
Oh, we did such silly things. Are you still ticklish, Throckmorton?
Now, Leela. Leela? Cut it out, Leela. Leela.
I shouldn't have done that, I know.
You can if you want to.
No, I mustn't.
Go ahead and tickle me, Leela.
Oh, no.
Leela?
Oh, Throckmorton, you mustn't. Oh, Throckmorton, what are we doing? I can't imagine how we ever...
We were swept away.
Oh, Throckmorton, how can I ever face Eve?
How can you face her? What about me?
You mustn't worry about it, darling. Eve is so understanding. I'm sure she would realize it was just a slip.
Oh, she'd never forgive me.
Oh, of course she would, Throckmorton. I only hope she can forgive me.
It was my fault, Leela. It was all my fault.
Well, I'll forgive you, you poor boy.
I'm not worthy of her. I'm not worthy to touch the ground she walks on. I'm not worthy to kiss the hem of her garment. How could I do a thing like that? I must be no good.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Dr. Needham.
We meet again.
Yes, we meet again. I suppose you're out for a little stroll?
Yes, I usually take a little constitutional after supper Saturday evening. Sets me up for Sunday. Will I be seeing you in church tomorrow?
Oh, yes, you certainly will.
Good.
I felt the need of church lately.
The world needs the church, Mr. Gildersleeve. If the world but knew it.
You're right, Doctor. You're absolutely right. Goodbye. It's the only thing to do. I'll just throw myself on her mercy. I'll just say to her, Eve, I've been a bad boy. Please forgive me. I'll just say to her, I don't know how it happened, Eve. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. I'll say...
Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
Well, come in, silly.
Oh, thanks.
I wasn't expecting you quite so early, but...
Oh, am I too early? Well, I could go away and come back again.
Oh, nonsense. I'm glad you came early. Now we can have a nice long evening together. Well, aren't you going to take your hat off?
Oh, forgot.
I'll take it.
Thanks.
There. Now come in the living room.
Thanks.
Well, darling, aren't you going to kiss me? It's quite proper, you know. We're engaged.
Eve.
Yes?
Nothing.
There's something troubling you, Throckmorton. What is it?
It's nothing. Not a thing.
Oh, you're tired then, poor dear. Why don't you lie down here and stretch out on the sofa? Come on.
Well, where will you?
I'll just kneel here beside you.
I'm the one who should be kneeling.
Oh, no. No, just stretch out and relax. That's it. You've had a hard day, haven't you?
Well, it has been rather strenuous.
What have you been up to since I saw you?
Huh? Guess who I saw on the way over here? Dr. Needham.
Oh, really? He's such a fine man, Dr. Needham.
Yeah, only he always gives you the feeling that he can see right through you. We must go to church tomorrow, Eve.
I'd love to go with you.
Yeah, we must do that. Eve?
Yes, Throckmorton?
Nothing.
Darling, you're troubled about something, I can tell. There's something you want to tell me.
No.
Sit up a moment.
Huh? What for?
So I can sit down. There. Now lean back and just let me hold your head in my lap. Your forehead feels hot.
It is.
Let me stroke it for you.
Your fingers are so cool, Eve. So cool and sweet.
This will take all the pain and all the worry and all the weariness away.
Oh, Eve, you're wonderful. So sweet and understanding.
There's not much a woman can give a man, Throckmorton, if she can't give him understanding.
And you do. You understand so well. Eve.
Yes, darling?
Nothing.
All right. Just lie quietly. Don't tell me if you don't want to.
Oh, but I do. I mean, there's nothing to tell, really. Nothing much.
Then it can't be anything to worry about.
No, it isn't. The whole thing is silly. Completely silly. Didn't amount to a row of beans. It was just... Eve,
Yes?
do you believe that a kiss means anything?
Do I believe that a kiss means anything? Well, that's hard to say. It all depends. No, I don't think the kiss itself means anything. It's the thought behind it.
Exactly. That's the way I feel.
I mean, after all, there are kisses that you just... And then there are other kisses.
That's it. Sometimes you kiss somebody and it means no more than a slap on the back.
Well, I've never thought of it that way.
And then there are other kisses that are special. Like this. Bend down, Eve.
Oh, gracious, I'm losing my hairpin.
Oh, Eve, you're wonderful. That's what I like about you. You understand?
Well, a girl can only try.
I should have known. You're not like the others. You're wonderful. And I'm a dope.
Oh, now, Throckmorton.
Yes, I am. I'm a dope. Would you believe it? I've been worried to death all afternoon.
Oh, what about?
Silliest thing in the world. Leela Ransom came over this afternoon, and we were sitting around talking, and one thing led to another, and before I knew it, I slipped her a quick kiss. And all the rest of the day, I worried about it. Can you beat it? Eve is something...
How could you, Throckmorton? How could you? You leave that woman and come over here?
But, Eve, it didn't mean anything. You said so yourself. Gosh, it didn't mean anything more than a slap on the back.
It may have been a slap on the back to Mrs. Ransom, but it's a slap in the face to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm very tired. I'm very tired of a number of things.
I give up. I give up. She's right. I was a bad boy.
Here's a strange situation. While other foods are being rationed, we're urged now to cut loose and fill up on eggs. It seems this country has more eggs right now than it knows what to do with, and a very good thing to do with them is to eat them. There are good reasons for this sudden surplus. The hens have been going all out for victory, and at the same time, we're hard up for storage facilities and crates to pack the eggs in. We have to keep them moving direct from hen to consumer. It's a good thing, really, because doctors tell us that eggs have what it takes. They say we'd all be healthier if we ate them at least once a day. Well, not only do eggs supply many of the things we miss with those steaks we're not getting, but they have a specialty of their own. They help prevent pellagra. And right now, because of the surplus, eggs are cheaper than they're likely to be for some time. So it's a good chance to lay up a little extra health against hard times to come.
Personally, Mr. Carpenter, I make a practice of eating 2 eggs for breakfast every morning, rain or shine.
Yeah, I was just about to remark, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've never seen you looking better.
Oh, I never felt better.
Well, you heard what the man said, folks. Let's eat all the eggs we can get while this surplus lasts, because if we don't, the farmers are going to start laying off hens, and when the lean season comes around again, we'll be right back where we were before.
Yeah, and that would be ridiculous. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. For between meal lunching, for quick company treats, for all sorts of delightful menu surprises, serve Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food that's so good in 100 appetizing ways. Pabstet spreads easily, so you can whip up a marvelous tray of sandwiches in less time than it takes to sit out a hand of bridge. Pabstet slices neatly when chilled, and that's a grand way to serve it with fruit salad or apple pie. And for main dish treats, Pabstet blends ever so smoothly into tempting Welsh rabbits, light fluffy omelets, and cheese-flavored macaroni, egg, and chicken dishes. They're all so wonderfully satisfying when you add Pabstet's mellow cheddar cheese flavor. Remember, Pabstet is a fine energy food, wholesome and nourishing. So look for Pabstet in the familiar round, flat package, and always buy Pabstet when you can. Tomorrow, treat the whole family to Pabstet. Now let's join our friend the great Gildersleeve, who is still suffering the pangs of conscience for his momentary lapse into the arms of Leela Ransom a few days ago. He's also suffering because Eve Goodwin hasn't spoken to him since he confessed his slip. We find him now at home trying to gather courage to telephone her.
Let's see. I could just pretend there's nothing wrong at all. Pretend the whole thing was a bad dream. Well, Eve, I can say. How have you been? Where have you been keeping yourself? No good. Maybe I could ask her some kind of a question about my campaign. Ask her how to get the women's vote. Oh, no, that wouldn't do. Maybe if I...
Don't be ridiculous, Leroy. This costume is just right.
I don't care if it's right or wrong. I won't wear it.
You'll have to wear it.
Oh, make me.
Leroy, what is all this, Marjorie?
Leroy has to be in a maypole dance.
Stop it, one at a time. What is this?
Leroy has to take part in the maypole dance at Mayor Terwilliger's picnic, and he
Just a minute. Let's get one thing straight around here. It's not Mayor Terwilliger's picnic. It's the annual outing of Summerfield City employees. The city pays for it.
The invitation says that the mayor is paying for the ice cream.
Well, the city pays the mayor. What's this about a maypole dance?
The school kids have to do it. Some idea of Miss Goodwin.
If it's Miss Goodwin's idea, it's all right. I want you to cooperate 100%, Leroy, at least.
A maypole dance? That's kid stuff, Unc.
It's not kid stuff at all. Why, a few hundred years ago, the maypole dance was a universal custom. The peasants used to dance around the maypole every spring. Grown-up peasants, too.
Well, I ain't a peasant.
We needn't go into that. If Miss Goodwin's putting on a maypole dance, you'll take part, Leroy, just like the rest of the children.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that so much, but I got a special part.
Oh? What is it?
I have to present the crown to the Queen of the May. They want me to wear this little old Fauntleroy suit and to walk up there with a crown on a pillow. And then I have to kneel down and present it to the Queen of the May.
Well, I think that's a very...
And who do you suppose is Queen of the May?
Who?
Ethel Hammerschlag. Oh, Leroy, you make me sick. Ethel Hammerschlag is a very nice little girl. Oh, yeah? The new crowner. I not only have to crown her, but then I have to sit beside her on her throne. I don't even want to go to Terwilliger's old picnic.
It's not Terwilliger's picnic, and you'll go. And by George, you'll wear that costume.
But these pants are too tight. This suit is 2 years old.
It's as good as new. You've never worn it. And today you will. Now go upstairs and put it on.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Go, Leroy.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. What about lunch for the mayor's picnic? You want hard-boiled eggs?
Ye gods, Bertie, this picnic is not the personal property of Mayor Terwilliger. The city is paying for an outing for its employees.
Yes, sir. You want hard-boiled eggs?
I'm not going. Give the children whatever you have.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I think you ought to go.
And watch Terwilliger swelling around as if he owned the park? No, thank you.
I fixed some fried chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And some nice cucumber sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Little mayonnaise on them, Bertie?
Just a touch. Then I could put in some of them little baby tomatoes.
Delicious.
I thought I might just whip up a quick devil's food cake, Mr. Gildersleeve, but if you ain't going to the picnic, maybe I shouldn't bother.
Well, the children will enjoy it. Besides, it never does any harm to have a cake around the house, Bertie.
No, sir. Well, I better get with it.
Well, I should think you'd want to go to the picnic, Uncle Mort. I should think you'd want to see Leroy as King of the May.
I'd rather imagine it.
I thought you'd be taking Miss Goodwin to the picnic.
By George, maybe I should, eh? I might call her up and ask her.
Why not?
I think I will.
What's the matter?
Marjorie, I wonder if you'd mind going out on the porch or something just for a minute.
All right, Unky. I'll leave you alone.
Yeah, great. Now.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but have
Bertie, I'm trying to telephone if you don't mind.
Oh, pardon me.
Must be some price.
Like trying to phone from a cigar store. What if she says no? But if I don't call her, how can she say yes? I don't know how I get into these things.
All right, Unc, I'll leave it to you. Is this a costume?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to telephone, Leroy.
Go ahead.
Leave the room, Leroy.
Hey, there goes Mrs. Ransom. Are you going to take her to the picnic?
Certainly not.
Well, she seems to be heading this way.
Oh, my goodness.
Unc, what's the matter?
Nothing. Is she coming here, Leroy?
How do I know? Hey, what are you doing behind the sofa?
Where is she?
Coming up the front walk?
Tell her I'm out, Leroy.
But you're right here. You wouldn't want me to tell a lie, would you, Unc?
You won't be telling any lie, my boy. Tell her I'm out. You don't know when I'll be back.
What a character.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Peavy.
Be right with you. I'm just measuring out some mothballs here.
Right ahead with whatever you're doing. I just dropped in.
Oh, just paying a little visit, eh? That's nice.
No, I'm avoiding a little visit.
What's that you say?
A little difficulty at home, Peavy. I came down here to avoid it.
Oh, well, I know how it is. There are times when Mrs. Peavy and I have our little fallings out. She says it is, and I say it isn't. She says it is, and I say it isn't. And she says it is.
And you say it isn't.
That's right. It goes on like that, and by she gets impatient. And she says to me, Richard, you're a stubborn old fool. But I fix her.
Oh, how?
I just say to her, well, now, I wouldn't say that. And then I go take a walk.
Peavy, you're right. You're a stubborn old fool.
Well, now, you're joshing, Mr. Gildersleeve. But you know, it works. It's the only way to handle them. When the wife and I have one of our little tussles, I know just as sure as I walk out that door, if I just hold out long enough, she'll give in.
Well, that's a good system.
There's only one trouble.
What's that?
I never can seem to hold out long enough.
Well, you're no different from the rest of us.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
If you don't mind my asking, who was the party you came down here to avoid?
I'm not mentioning the lady's name, Peavy. I'm withholding that information as a gentleman should.
Well, I only ask because I'm afraid I see her coming in the shop now. Miss Goodwin.
Miss Goodwin? I'm not avoiding her. Or am I? Well, anyway, I guess I'm trapped. Well, hello, Eve.
Good morning, Throckmorton.
Long time no see.
Good morning, Miss Peavy.
Good morning, Miss Goodwin. Nice day.
Yes, it is. I'd like
It was a little foggy this morning, though, but about 9:30 the sun broke through, so it turned out nice after all.
I'd like a bottle of cologne, Mr. Peavy, if you have it.
Cologne? Well, now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you, Miss Goodwin. Cologne is very hard to get these days.
Cologne is very hard to get, yeah.
I put in an order back about Christmas time, but all they were able to send me was a grocer razor blades, which I, of course, was glad to get, but it wasn't quite...
Like that all over. I heard of a fellow in the hardware business who excuse me.
Have you anything else, Mr. Peavy? Any toilet water?
Oh, yes, I have. I just get my glasses on here. Yeah, I have two here. Now, this one is called Parlement d'Amour. Same as the perfume. Has a very nice smell.
Oh, that's very nice. I know that one. I used to buy that for... Oh, it's very nice.
I think perhaps I'd prefer the other one. What's that?
Yes, you'd probably prefer the other one, Peavy. Let's have a look at that.
Well, let's see. This one is called Moment of Passion.
May I smell it?
Yeah, let her smell it, Peavy.
Certainly. I can get the stuffer out. They stick a little sometimes.
Here, I'm strong. Let me do it, Peavy.
I got it. There you are, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, that is nice.
Care to smell it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, no. Whatever's all right with Eve is all right with me.
A lot of the ladies seem to like this one.
I think I'll take it. How much is that?
That'll be, let's see, it's written on the bottom here. $1.75 and 20% tax, $2.10.
It's all paid for, Eve. Here you are, Peavy.
Oh, no, please, I don't want you to. Here, Mr. Peavy.
It's all paid for.
But I couldn't think of
it's
having
no
it...
use, Eve. Keep your money.
Throckmorton, if you don't mind.
Well, Okay. Gosh.
210 and 5 is 215, 225, 250, and 50 is $3. Thank you. Here's your parcel.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Peavy.
Goodbye.
Oh, Eve, just a minute.
Yes?
I mean, speaking of the weather, Eve, are you going to the picnic today, Eve?
I expect to, yes. Some of the children from the school are giving a little performance.
Yeah, I know. Leroy, he can hardly wait. Are you going with anybody in particular?
I'm going with a group of the teachers.
Oh. Well, perhaps I'll see you around.
Perhaps. Goodbye, Mr. Peavy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eve. See you around.
Little trouble there, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What do you think?
Well, so it goes. Are you going to the mayor's picnic?
I don't know. Whole thing is just a political scheme to get votes anyway. And she won't go with me.
Well, a lot of things can happen at a picnic. I went to a picnic once. That's when I was a young fellow. I was working for a wholesale drug firm at the time. Dunninger and Holtz it was. Well, sir, I went to this picnic, and who do you suppose I met there?
Your future wife.
Somebody told you.
You did.
Oh, did I? Well, it's a fact. That's the way I met her. Now, who knows? If you go to this picnic today...
I've already met my future wife, Peavy. Only she won't speak to me. For all I know, she won't be my wife either.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, no? You just saw her, didn't you? Saw the way she treated me.
Yes, I did.
As if I were a skunk.
Well, she wasn't very neighborly. What I always say is actions speak louder than words.
Oh? What do you mean?
Let me ask you something, Mr. Gildersleeve. Has she given you back your ring?
I know. No, she hasn't.
What are you worrying about then? She'll come around.
Peavy, by George. Maybe I will go to that picnic.
I would if I were you.
After all, what's a picnic without a skunk?
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Ready, set, let's go, ladies, for more of those tempting ways to serve Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. First course, cream soup. Just before serving, add a generous amount of Pabstet cut into small cubes and watch that cream soup hit a new high in appetizing goodness. Next, a main dish. And our suggestion is eggs golden sauce. Hard-cooked eggs drenched with the mellow cheddar cheese goodness of Pabstet. Now, a grand salad. Press 2 halves of a pear together with a tasty center filling of Pabstet and serve with lettuce and mayonnaise. And for dessert, apple pie served with Pabstet wedges. There you have it, menu magic from soup to dessert with Pabstet. And you'll find dozens of other exciting ways to surprise your family with this nourishing, wholesome cheese food. So tomorrow, look for, ask for, and buy Pabstet. Remember the name, Pabstet. Now back to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. The city employees' picnic is well underway with games for the children, tests of strength and skill for the gentlemen, and special events for the ladies, all to the strains of the Sanitation Department Band.
One moment, folks. Just a minute, please.
Terwilliger's going to talk some more.
When you've finished your lunches, you'll find ice cream is being served at that table under the tree there. All absolutely free with the compliments of your old friend and our next mayor, Cyrus L. Terwilliger. Oh, that's me.
The big ham.
Eat hearty, folks.
Yeah, sure. Eat hearty, folks. It'll all come out of your taxes.
Well, how about it, Uncle Mort? Shall we have lunch? We better grab some places.
Now, Leroy, you'll not grab anything. I wonder if Miss Goodwin's around.
Oh, let's invite her to have lunch with us. Yeah. Oh, I see her. Hey, Miss Goodwin! Hey!
Leroy, that's no way.
Well, here she comes.
Oh, yoo-hoo, Eve.
Will you sit here with us, Miss Goodwin?
I'd love to, Marjorie.
Great. I'll tell you what you do, children. Why don't you go over and eat at that table over there where all the children are and leave Miss Goodwin and me.
But, Unc, I want to eat with Miss Goodwin.
Do as I tell you, Leroy. Take your lunch and go over there. There's a nice place right at the end of the table.
Oh, Throckmorton, I don't think you ought to send them off.
Run along, Leroy. You too, Marjorie.
Uncle Mort, I'm not a child.
And you're old enough to realize that I have things to say to Miss Goodwin. Now, will you run along?
Well, put it that way.
I don't know that I have anything to say to you, Throckmorton. I came over because Leroy asked me.
Eve, please, you don't have to say anything. Just sit here and share my lunch with me.
Really, I'm not hungry. Or I'd have brought my own lunch.
Oh, come on, Eve. I've got plenty. I've got loads here. You see, fried chicken. Here are 2 drumsticks. One for you and one for me.
Boo.
Oh. Judge Hooker, how you startle me. Won't you join us, Judge?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I'd be delighted. But I seem to have mislaid my lunch. I can't imagine.
Oh, Throckmorton has lots of lunch.
Oh, we're full of lunch.
Do sit down. Throckmorton would be only too glad to have you share his lunch, wouldn't you, Throckmorton?
Sure, old goat.
In that case, I'll be only too glad to accept the invitation. Well, this is cozy, isn't it, Gildy?
3's the crowd, Judge.
Oh, now, don't say that. Have a drumstick, Judge?
Oh, thank you. I seem to be a little hungry today for some reason.
You're always hungry.
Well, I want to tell you, that's the finest fried chicken I've ever put in my mouth.
Wipe your chin.
Oh.
Throckmorton, a drumstick for you?
No, thanks.
What?
I'm not hungry.
Oh, come now, that's nonsense. There's all this chicken here.
Go ahead and try it, Gildy. It's marvelous.
Thank you, Judge. That's very generous of you. But I seem to have lost my appetite.
Oh, well, all right. But you're missing something. Finest fried chicken I ever tasted. I'm glad now they couldn't find my lunch.
You never had a lunch, and you know it. You old goat, why don't you eat the paper plate, too?
Oh, here's Mayor Terwilliger.
Oh, what does he want?
Well, this is a merry little group. Miss Goodwin.
How do you do?
Judge.
Have some fried chicken?
No, thank you. Ah, there, Gildersleeve. I'm going to have to ask you gentlemen if I can borrow this lady for a little while.
What?
We're having a pie-eating contest after lunch. I'm going to require some assistance from the fair section judging it, and if Miss Goodwin here will do me the honor.
I'd be delighted.
Splendid. Oh, but finish your lunch first.
I've finished, thank you.
Oh, let me assist you to your feet, then.
But, Eve, you haven't eaten a thing. Eve, you're not going.
Sorry, Gildersleeve, but duty calls.
You said yourself, Throckmorton, 3's a crowd. So I'll leave you 2 together. Excuse me.
This way to the arena.
Well, Gildy.
And I wind up with you.
Like to hold hands, Gildy?
Oh, shut up. I've got a good mind to go home, but I'm not going to. I'll show her, and I'll show him, too. I'll show people who's the best man around here. I'm going to enter that pie-eating contest, and I'm going to win it.
You do that, Gildy. You just do that.
I'm going to.
You just show her.
You bet I will.
You get into that contest and prove to her that there isn't a man in Summerfield who can make a bigger pig of himself than you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention for a moment, please?
Yeah, what'd I tell you, Judge? He's going to make another speech.
Just keep your shirt on, Gildy. All you can do is be a good sport.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Summerfield, I only hope you've all had as pleasant a time so far as I've had myself. Thank you. I know some of you have had a good time. There's a certain politician, for instance, who enjoyed winning the pie-eating contest.
Why, you...
I won't mention his name because he's my political opponent. But I can tell you he's a little on the stout side. I wouldn't say he's exactly fat, but I understand one time he had the mumps for 2 weeks before he found it out.
Be a good sport, Gildy. Laugh.
Now, we're not going to have any speeches today, folks. This is just a social occasion. At the same time, if I may take a moment, I would like to call your attention to 1 or 2 facts about the political situation at this time. Now, in the year 1776, what was Summerfield?
1776.
In the year 1776, Summerfield was just a tiny village. But in that tiny village were all the seeds of the Summerfield that was to grow into the great and prosperous city of today.
This could go on for days.
The glorious tradition of Summerfield began to grow and expand. In the year 1812, what do we find?
This isn't a speech, it's a filibuster, Judge.
The year 1812 saw the establishment of Summerfield's first manufacturing concern. That concern, my friends, was the Summerfield Iron Works, whose sleds and washboards have since made the name of our city famous throughout the country.
Is he going to tell about every business in town?
We come to the year 1813, and what do we find?
We want Gildersleeve!
The banner year of 1813.
We want Gildersleeve!
Hey, Gildersleeve, how about a song? Yeah, give us a song.
Well, now, that's an idea. Yes. We've all heard your reputation as a singer, Mr. Gildersleeve. Would you like to croon something for our friends?
Well, I'm no professional.
So I've heard. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that as a singer, Mr. Gildersleeve is a howling success. He will now oblige us with a ditty, assisted by the street cleaning department band.
You're trying to put me on the spot, Terwilliger.
Well, sing and get off of it.
Why, George, Well, Mr. Leader, do the fellows know Shine on Harvest Moon?
We can try it, Commissioner. Key of C only.
Oh, fine.
Harvest Moon, fellas, and do the best you can. 1, 2...
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. It's no time, ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may resume.
We want another song.
If I may resume my...
song, Commissioner. Yeah, give us another song.
Well, I'll do my best, folks. Go ahead and play something, Mr. Leader. If I know it, I'll join in.
How about without a song?
Oh, yeah, that's very good. Great. Without a song, the day would never end. Without a song, the road would never bend. When things go wrong, a man ain't got a friend. Without a passion girl with heart so true, one who loves nobody else but you. I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. Thank you.
All right, Gildersleeve, now get off.
Don't you wish I would?
If I may continue from the point at which I was interrupted, friends.
We want another song!
Yeah, give us another song.
Really, friends, Mr. Gildersleeve has sung 8 songs already. I'm afraid his voice is tired.
Are you kidding? I'm as fresh as a daisy, folks. How about a song just for the ladies? Yeah, all right, ladies. Your wish is my very command. Mr. Leader.
Oh, sure, we know that one. Number 18, boys.
Oh. Love is just a game that two are playing. Love is nothing but a game of chance. For the one who chooses very often loses. Love is never sure to be romance. Danger always lurks in Cupid's arrows, but he hasn't aimed at you and me. If you are thinking of some other boy to love, you may always know but you are free. Thank you, ladies.
That's all, Gildersleeve.
So, Williger, I'll sing just as long as there's a demand for this stuff.
You can sing all night for my dough, Commissioner.
Well, thank you.
Well, you can't sing all night for mine.
Well, you can't stop it.
Oh, yes, I can. Quiet, quiet. You there, leader.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take that bunch of straight cleaners home, or you'll all lose your brooms in the morning.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you were wonderful. Wasn't he wonderful, Miss Goodwin?
He certainly was, Marjorie.
Did you hear the way that crowd cheered? Well, I think he could run for president. Yeah, Uncle's a regular Sinatra.
Yes. Run along, little boy, run along.
I suppose you'd like me to run along, too, huh?
Well, the sidewalk isn't wide enough for all of us, my dear. Why don't you and Leroy just walk ahead, huh?
Run along, Leroy. Give him a break. How much is there in it for me?
Leroy.
Okay.
That's a boy.
Well, shall we start home, Throckmorton?
Oh, if you'd like.
I was very proud of you this afternoon, Throckmorton.
Oh, that's so?
Yes. I thought you handled a difficult situation very well.
Nothing much.
It could have been very embarrassing. You know, when Terwilliger got you up there to sing, he was trying to make you ridiculous.
That was his mistake.
I think he found that out. Throckmorton.
Yes?
Nothing.
Eve, what's the use of bluffing? I can't be mad at you.
Well, I can't stay mad at you. When you sing the way you did just now, I don't know, something happens to me.
Oh, well, that's because I was singing to you, Eve. Just you.
Were you?
You think I could sing that way to anybody else?
Oh, darling, it's been so long.
Eve. Yeah. By George, that's pretty nice. Listen to this, Marjorie.
Huh? What is it?
It's a letter from Mattie Parsons. She's Frank Parsons' wife. You know, the fellow that reads the meters for us.
Oh, yes. What's she writing you about?
Well, she just wanted to thank me for keeping him on the payroll those weeks when he was out sick. You remember? Mm-hmm. But listen to this, my dear. She says, by the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, I want to tell you how thankful we both are that Frank went in on the payroll savings plan at the water department. We've always tried to save money, but with one thing and another, it always seemed to slip away somehow. But now we've laid away a war bond every month for 17 months. It'll be a nice little nest egg. Luckily, we didn't have to cash in any of the bonds to pay for Frank's illness. But it was sure nice to know that the money was there in case we did need it.
Well, is everybody down at the water department in on the payroll savings plan?
All the smart ones are, my dear, because there isn't a better investment in this whole world or an easier way to save money. Think it over, folks. Good night.
Music on this program was selected by Bob Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. If you're taking the family on a picnic this Memorial Day, surprise them with a variety of tempting treats made with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Pabstet goes a long way toward satisfying hearty appetites because Pabstet is so delicious in so many appetizing ways. For example, blend a smooth, luscious Pabstet cheese sauce into a macaroni loaf or a molded cheese loaf or a molded vegetable ring. They're easy to prepare and delicious on an outing. Dates or prunes stuffed with Pabstet make another grand picnic treat. And, of course, it goes without saying that Pabstet is wonderful as a sandwich spread, rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor. Remember, too, that Pabstet adds nourishing goodness, muscle-building proteins, food energy, milk minerals, and vitamin A. So head up your shopping list with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Don't forget, the name is Pabstet. Now let's follow once more the ups and downs in the career of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Last week he had one of his ups. At the annual outing given for the city employees, he stole the show with his fruity baritone and forced Mayor Terwilliger to retire in confusion. And today we find him still riding the crest of that wave as he strolls down Main Street with his campaign manager, Judge Hooker, about to enter Floyd Munson's barber shop.
After you, Gildy.
No, after you, Judge.
I insist, after you.
No, after you.
Well then.
Well, make up your mind.
I'll make up yours.
All right, after me.
Close the door, gents. You're letting in flies.
Oh, hello, Floyd. How's business? How's the wife? That's fine.
Hi, Commissioner. Thought it was about time you were coming around.
Oh, I'm overdue, Floyd, overdue. But I haven't had time. Well, I haven't one for a real haircut today. Just a little trim.
Okay, climb right up in the chair there. Hi, Judge.
Good day, Floyd.
Make yourself at home with the magazines there. It's a new Esquire that's worth looking at.
I'm not interested in Esquire, Floyd. Where is it?
Well, it's there somewhere. Don't miss the Varga girl. Brother, that girl telephones in the darndest positions. Well, how you been, Commissioner?
Well, I can't complain, Floyd. Can't complain.
I hear where you knocked him dead at the mayor's picnic the other day.
Oh, hardly that, Floyd. Did you see what the indicator said about me?
Yeah, I saw that.
Judge, you've got the newspaper clipping there. Read it to Floyd.
But I told you I read it.
That's all right. Read it again, Judge. I like to hear it. Judge.
Huh? What's that?
Put down the Esquire and read us that clipping from the indicator again, will you?
Oh, certainly. I got it right here.
Read us the part about the ovation.
This is from the indicator, Floyd. It's an editorial.
I know. I read it.
It says, at the recent annual outing of the city employees of Summerfield, Mr. Gildersleeve received an impressive ovation.
How do you like that? An impressive ovation?
Head down a little, Commissioner, please.
Oh, yes.
Listen, do you want me to read this or don't you?
Oh, go ahead, Judge. Read it. Quiet, Floyd, quiet.
Mr. Gildersleeve received an impressive ovation and proved himself a real vote-getter with a golden voice and a knack of swaying crowds.
Not bad, eh, Floyd? A real vote-getter.
Wait a minute. Listen to this. Behind this smart campaigning may be seen the guiding hand of his astute campaign manager, Judge Horace Hooker.
Yeah, astute.
We predict that between them, they'll give Mayor Terwilliger a real run for his money.
Pretty swell write-up, eh, Floyd?
Yes, it is, Commissioner. I only hope you're not going to forget your friends when you get up there in the mayor's office.
Oh, don't worry, Floyd.
Mayor Gildersleeve will know who his real friends are, Floyd. I'll see to that.
What do you mean, Judge?
I think you know what I mean.
Why, I've been for Mr. Gildersleeve right along. You know that.
Floyd, don't add perjury to your other sins.
What?
They're numerous enough already.
Now, Judge.
You got me all wrong, Judge. Why, only the other
You're
day...
a Terwilliger man, and you know it.
Floyd, is this true?
Commissioner, I hope I may die tomorrow if I... Why, only the other day.
Floyd.
Well, sure, I cut the mayor's hair, sure. Business is business. I got to be polite to him, don't I?
Perhaps. But you don't have to run his political errands for him. You don't have to be his stooge.
Now, Judge, I think that's going a little far.
Easy, Horace. Let's not be calling any harsh names.
You can't blame a man just because he cut somebody's hair. Cutting hair is my business.
Yeah, and you'd cut a throat just as quickly.
Now, Horace. Put down that razor, Floyd. Let's straighten this out.
Well, I think the judge owes me an apology.
Apology for what?
Now, I think Floyd sees which way the political wind is blowing, Judge.
You're darn right I do.
I feel sure he's going to vote the way his conscience tells him to. Aren't you, Floyd?
You're darn right I am.
Then why, may I ask, has he consistently refused to lend your campaign any assistance whatsoever?
Judge, how can you say that? I've been for the commissioner here right along. Why, only the other day I
we
could...
need office space for our headquarters. The floor above this shop is empty, and it would be ideal.
No,
but every time that I've asked you to let us use it, you've hemmed and hawed and stalled around. Now, how about it?
Yes, Floyd. How about it?
Well, gosh, fellas, you put me in kind of a difficult position.
How about it, Floyd?
Well, voting for Mr. Gildersleeve is one thing, but having his headquarters right here in the shop... Gosh, I'm liable to lose some trade that way.
Only the undesirable trade, Floyd.
The time has come, Floyd, for every man to make his choice and declare himself. Is it yes or no?
Well, all right.
Fine, I knew you would, Floyd. Now, Judge, you get busy and see if you can rustle up some office furniture. I don't suppose there's any up there, Floyd.
Oh, nothing but an old piano.
Well, we need a couple of desks and some chairs and, and some files.
Yeah, I'll get right on it, Gildy. I think I even know where I can borrow an electric fan.
Great. I'll run home and see if I can round up some volunteer workers. Hey, let me up, Floyd.
But the haircut, I haven't finished, Commissioner.
We'll call it done. Finish it some other time. Here, keep the change.
Say, you don't let any moss grow, do you?
Not me.
Uh-oh, telephone.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh.
Gildersleeve headquarters.
She and I had a nice, quiet little business here.
Who left that right inside the door?
Is that you, Uncle Mort?
Certainly it's me. Look at this hallway. Baseball gloves, comic books. It's lucky I didn't break my neck. Where's Leroy?
He's up in his room. He's got his commando gang up there.
Well, they better stay there. I've got some telephoning to do.
Well, I won't bother you. I'm going to the movies.
Oh, not this afternoon, my dear. I need your help.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, where's Bertie? I need you both this afternoon. Oh, Bertie! Bertie!
Oh, gosh, this always happens.
You calling me, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yeah, Bertie?
I thought I heard your golden voice.
No, Bertie.
That's what it said in the paper, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, never mind that. I wonder if you'd like to do a little political work this afternoon, Bertie.
What kind of political work, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, we're opening up our new headquarters downtown, and there's quite a few things to be done.
Yes, sir. Political work, you say?
Well, it'll be a definite contribution to my campaign, but it's not anything like making speeches.
No, sir. Is there anything like sweeping and dusting out the office?
That's it, Bertie. But Marjorie will help you, won't you, my dear?
Well...
What's that? Oh, darn those kids. How about it, Marjorie? Will you help Bertie get the new headquarters ready?
Well, I don't see why it has to be cleaned on the one afternoon the Cary Grant pictures at the Majestic.
Marjorie, Cary Grant will be back again someday.
Yes, but by that time I'll be an old woman.
Oh, my goodness. Ye God, what are those kids doing up there? If that racket starts again, I'm going up there myself. And you, young lady, you're going to help me this afternoon.
All right.
Don't feel bad, honey. We all got to help your uncle. We all got to give up something. I'm going to have to give up doing the laundry this afternoon.
Yes, there you are, my dear. Bertie gives up her laundry. You give up Cary Grant. Cheer up. It'll all be over on June the 20th.
To use it because I'm head of the commandos.
Well, the whole thing was my idea, so naturally I get first
Oh,
shot.
for corn's sake, the commandos will please come to order.
What's that mean?
Peggy, don't you know anything? Everybody knows what come to order means.
Well, I don't. What does it mean, Leroy?
It means shut up. Now come to order.
Well, I don't see why you always have to be the boss. Who said you were the boss anyway?
Do we have to go all over that again? Come to order.
Okay. I bet there's a catch to it.
There's no catch, Whitey. Gosh, don't you understand? We gotta be systematic. We gotta vote and decide this question.
What question?
What have we been arguing about for half an hour? If we just take a vote on it, the majority can decide.
Well, for corn's sake, why didn't you say so? Okay, let's vote.
Wait a minute. First, everybody gets a chance to speak. Me first.
Why do you have to be first?
What difference does it make? It doesn't make any difference who goes first. I'm offering to go first just to give you the idea.
Okay, go ahead. Gosh.
Okay. Fellow commandos, I believe I should be the first one to use the new flamethrower because I am head of the commandos, and so naturally I should go first.
Who said you were the head?
Piggy, that's all settled. Go ahead and make your speech.
Why does he go next? What difference does it make? Leroy just told you it doesn't make any difference. Fellow commandos, I believe I should be the first to use the new flamethrower because it was my idea. I thought of the whole thing. I thank you.
Very good, Piggy. Okay, Whitey, you're next.
Well, I think I should get first shot because my father owns the blowtorch, and if I don't, I'll take it home.
Hey, that's no fair! If you do that, you're a poor sport, Whitey.
Besides, who thought of it in the first place?
I don't care.
Well, let's get this over with. Let's have the vote. Who do you vote for, Whitey?
I vote for me.
You're not supposed to vote for yourself, you dope. Who do you vote for, Pig?
Me.
Then I'll vote for myself, too. Only I forgot to tell you, in case of a tie, the chairman wins.
Hey, that's over.
Now look what you did. Is that you, Unc?
You know who it is. Open the door.
Okay.
Now, what's going on in here, young man?
Oh, nothing, Unc.
Oh, not a thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
We were just playing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I never heard such yelling and screaming in my life. Now, what's it all about?
Oh, nothing. We were just having a little discussion, and then we took a vote, just like in Congress.
I don't believe even Congress could make that much noise. Now, what were you discussing?
Oh, we were talking about who gets first shot with our new flamethrower.
Oh, flamethrower. What are you boys using for a flamethrower?
Here it is, Mr. Gildersleeve. It isn't a flamethrower, really. It's just my father's blowtorch.
Oh, well, blowtorch? Leroy, Piggy, all of you stand back. Get away from that thing.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Unc. We carried it over here.
We'll carry it right back. Is it loaded?
Yes, he's all ready to squirt. You want to take a shot, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you. Now, I'll speak to whoever lets you have it. I can promise you that. Turn a bunch of kids loose with a red-hot blowtorch. Who told you could have it? Who let you have it?
Well, Whitey's father wasn't using it, so, well, we didn't think he'd mind.
Leroy, that is stealing. Boys, I'm surprised at you. This is the kind of thing that leads to gangsterism.
Oh, it couldn't, Unc. We're just commandos.
When you start stealing blowtorches, you're gangsters, Leroy. Now, why can't you boys find some wholesome occupation for your time?
There ain't any.
There aren't any.
Oh.
Well, I'll provide one for you. I'll give you boys an assignment much more important than playing commando. I'll give you a chance to help the whole community.
Does it work, Unc?
Let me explain it my own way, Leroy. As you boys probably know, I'm running for mayor of Summerfield.
Yeah, I saw you win the pie-eating contest at the picnic.
Cute. Well, Mayor Terwilliger has got posters up all over town with his picture on them, telling people to vote for him. Now, I want to put some posters around with my picture on them. And if you boys will distribute my posters, you'll be doing the city of Summerfield a big favor. Now, doesn't that appeal to your patriotism? Perhaps I haven't made that quite clear.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty clear.
I'm offering you, commandos, a chance to fight the forces of corruption in this town. Give Summerfield a good, honest government. What do you say? I forgot to mention, each commando gets 50 cents when the job is done.
Oh,
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Of course, no one's wasting important leftovers these days. But do you know the trick of making leftovers not seem like leftovers at all? Well, it's easy with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. First, you make a smooth, luscious cheese sauce with Pabstet and a little milk. And then pour this appetizing Pabstet cheese sauce over leftovers of meat, fish, vegetables, or rice, fixed any way you like. And presto, Pabstet has helped provide you with a brand new main dish, rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor. You can serve Pabstet in a variety of other ways, too. Melted with macaroni for a tempting casserole dish, toasted in sandwiches, or sliced for serving with dessert. And remember, Pabstet is wholesome and nourishing, a real favorite with children. So watch your dealer's stocks, and whenever you can, buy Pabstet. Ask for the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses, Pabstet. Now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. An afternoon of hard work by everyone but the candidate himself has put his headquarters in pretty good shape. But there's just one difficulty. Nobody has come near the place. Gildersleeve, however, is leaving no stone unturned. He's keeping open in the evening, too. And we find him now coming back from supper to relieve his friend, Mr. Peavy.
Well, Peavy, anything happen while I was out?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, nothing happened. At least nothing worth mentioning.
In politics, Peavy, anything may be significant. Now, what happened and when?
Well, about 5 minutes past 7, a mouse ran across the floor.
A mouse, Peavy. I thought you might be passing up something important.
Well, that's all that happened. I can show you his hole if you think it's worth following up.
Let it go, Peavy, let it go. I can't understand why more people don't drop in here. Aren't there any politicians in this town? Don't the voters want to be informed?
Well, here comes somebody. Maybe a voter.
Good evening, candidate. Hi, Peavy.
It's only Hooker. Darn it, Judge, we haven't had a customer here all day.
Yeah, things have been pretty quiet.
Well, give yourself a little time, boys. Takes a while to get things rolling. Did you get the posters out, Gildy?
Yeah, Leroy and some of his little friends took them out this afternoon. They were very enthusiastic.
Fine. Oh, I had a call from Mrs. Pettibone at the Women's Club. She wanted you to sing for them next week.
I'm too busy to be going around singing, Judge.
That's what I told her. It must be terrible to be so popular, Gildy, especially with the women.
Anyway, those women aren't women. No women are women when you get a bunch of them together.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I saw a group of young ladies in the trolley car this afternoon. Lovely.
Peavy, what's come over you?
I don't know, but I rode 2 blocks past my store.
Well, here comes somebody.
Don't worry, it won't be anybody.
Hi, Floyd.
Yeah, what did I tell you?
Well, boys, how's the campaign coming on?
Nobody even knows we're here, Floyd. We might as well go home.
Home? What's the use of going there? If you got a headquarters, you might as well get some use of it.
What do you mean, Floyd?
I told the wife I was coming down here to help get you fellas organized. She didn't believe it for a while, but I convinced her.
So what?
Well, brought a deck of cards with me.
Oh, that's a good idea, Floyd. Why should we sit here all night and just worry?
Well, we might play just a few hands.
Sure, nobody wants to play poker all night.
No.
Pull up a chair, Judge. Pull up a chair, Peavy.
Oh, I don't think I'd better, Floyd. I think I'll just be running along.
Oh, no, you don't, Peavy. Your wife's out, and we need at least 4 players.
But I don't really understand the game, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. We'll teach you, Peavy. Eh, Floyd?
Well, I'll call. What do you got this time, Peavy?
Well, it really doesn't amount to much. All I've got is 3 queens. And then these 2 8s.
Well, I'm licked.
Telephone.
You take it, Judge. Another hand, boys?
Yeah, deal faster. I'll never get even.
Gildersleeve headquarters. I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve is very busy right now. This is campaign manager. Could I give him a message?
Must be long distance the way the judge is shouting.
Yeah? Yes? In just a minute, I'll ask him. It's the president of the Kiwanis Club, Gildy. They're giving a smoker Friday night, and they want to know if you'll be the guest of honor.
Oh, tell them I'd be only too happy. I suppose they'll want me to say a few words.
Mr. Gildersleeve says that he'd be only too happy to say a few words.
Ask him what topic they'd like me to speak on, Judge.
Oh? Oh, I see. Oh, just a minute. They don't want you to speak, Gildy. They want you to sing.
Sing? What is this? I'm a busy man, Judge. I'm trying to run a campaign. Tell him certainly not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve is extremely busy with his campaigning these days, and he... What's that? $800.
Dollars?
Hold the wire. He says if you'll do it, he can practically guarantee you 800 votes. You better grab it, Gildy.
Say, for 800 votes, I'd sing all night.
Mr. Gildersleeve would be delighted. He'll be there with his music.
Well, what do you know about that?
You're getting to be a regular thrush, Commissioner.
Gildy, I've got it. I've got it. By golly, I've got it.
You've got what?
The old fox has done it again.
The old goat.
Look, now, how did Pappy O'Daniel get to be governor of Texas?
O'Daniel? Ain't he the guy that used to sing Pass the Biscuits, Pappy?
That's right. He toured the state with a band, and he sang his way right into office. There's the keynote of your campaign.
By George, Horace, maybe you've stumbled onto something there.
Stumbled my eye.
Yeah, you know, all you need is a good campaign song, Commissioner. Look, like this one.
Oh, brother. Floyd, where'd you get that piano?
I don't know. It came with the joint. Now listen.
All vote for Gildy, Gildy. Gildersleeve's a grand old name.
No. I've got it. Oh, what a pal is Gildy. Oh, what a pal is Gildy.
No, boys. That's no good. Wait a minute. Oh, here's one. Oh, Gildersleeve, sweet Gildersleeve. Oh, mayors come and mayors may go.
Now what?
We still have him, so do not grieve, but vote for him on June the 20th. Hey, fellas, this is kind of fun.
Yeah, let's take it again.
Hey, Peavy, how's to run down the block and bring up a couple of bottles of Coca-Cola? What do you say? Huh?
Ready?
Oh, Gildersleeve, oh, Gildersleeve.
For the million things she gave me. Oh, it's only that she's growing old. It's for the dear she said to save me.
Telephone. Well, I'll take it. Gildersleeve headquarters, Gildersleeve speaking. What? Leroy? What's he done? Now, see here, you can't do that. You hold on, I'll be right down there.
What's wrong, Gildy?
Leroy, they got him down at police headquarters.
What for?
Darned if I know. I thought he was home in bed, Judge. Anyway, it's persecution, that's what it is. By George, if Terwilliger's back of this, I'll have the law on him. Come on, fellas. Come on, Floyd. Come on, Peavy. Yes, sir. I'll tell this two-for-a-nickel stooge of Mayor Terwilliger.
That's right. You tell him, Commissioner.
You fellas had better let me handle this.
Terwilliger can't push me around, and he can't push my family around either.
Gildy, for heaven's sake, be tactful.
Tactful. You're an appeaser, you old goat.
Quiet. Now, I think that we should leave Floyd and Peavy outside here.
Okay. If you need any help, Commissioner, just holler.
Don't worry, Leroy. Now, see here, Chief. I'm not going to stand for this.
Gildy, please.
You can't push me around just because Terwilliger is mayor. And if I...
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. Nobody's pushing anybody around yet. So let's not start anything, shall we?
That's what I've been telling him, Chief. Shut up, Gildersleeve, and let me represent Leroy.
Well, he's my nephew, and
Shut up. Give me a cigar.
Cigar? Here.
Thank you. Have a cigar, Chief.
Much obliged, Judge.
Now, what's my young friend here charged with?
Well, I haven't been able to figure out the law on it, Judge. It might be a 92A, and then on the other hand, it might be a 316.
What have you been doing, Leroy?
Nothing, Unc.
Will you kindly let me handle this, Gildersleeve? Forget the law, Chief. What is it the boy's done?
Well, he went around town, and all the Terwilliger posters he could find, he put Hitler mustaches on them.
How could you do such a thing, Leroy?
I was just trying to help you out, Unc. Don't let him put me in jail.
Now, don't you worry, Leroy. Look, Chief, can't we just forget this whole thing?
Well, I'd like to, Judge, but Mayor Terwilliger's pretty sore about this. He wants the guilty party punished.
Yeah, Terwilliger, eh? This is political persecution. That's what it is.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. You're his chief of police, and he wants you to hamstring my campaign. I know. Any charge is good enough to throw at Gildersleeve.
Gildy, please.
Now, you're all wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why, if you want to know, I had a complaint an hour ago about a terrible racket going on down at your headquarters. But did I do anything about it? I didn't even bother to call you.
Racket, you say?
Well, that was the complaint. Disturbing the neighbors.
Yeah, but, Chief, we weren't making any racket. We were just singing.
That's right, Chief. A little close harmony, that's all.
Well, I figured it was something like that. But you know how these nuts are. They call up all the time, always talking about some little thing.
Yeah, I know.
You were harmonizing, huh?
Yes. Too bad we didn't have the chief there, Gildy. He sings a wonderful bass.
He does?
Yeah.
Well, that's just what we needed.
Well, I'm no Caruso.
Well, the judge is no Lily Pons either. Why don't we just run through it once, Judge, while we've got the chief here? Go get the boys, Judge.
Well, this is very irregular, but if...
Boyd, Peavy, come in here.
M is for the million things she gave me. Come on, Chief. O means only that she's growing old. Oh, you're great, Chief. T is for the tears she shed to save me. H is for her heart of purest gold, of purest gold.
I don't want to stay in jail.
Quietly, Ronnie.
E is for her eyes with love light shining. R is right, and right she'll always be, she'll always be.
Take it, Peavy.
Put them all together, they spell more.
The word that means the world to me. The world to me.
Hey, that was wonderful, Chief. You were great.
Well, we were all good.
I think we could do even better.
Hey, Unc.
Leroy, what are you doing up? It's way past your bedtime. We better send the boy home, eh, Chief?
Well, it would be a little irregular, but if the judge is willing to close one eye, I'll close the other.
Run along home, Leroy. I'll close the judge's eye. All right, fellas, all together.
M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's growing old, she's growing old.
M is for the many things she gave me. O means up. Oh, it's awfully late. Better look in and see if Leroy got home all right. Look at him lying there, sleeping so peacefully. Cute little fella. All the cares of the day forgotten. Never a thought for the morrow. Fine boy. I holler at him a lot. But if you only knew, I love every hair on his cunning little head. Sweet dreams, Leroy.
What a character. Oh, good night, everybody.
This program is directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
When warm weather sends your family's appetite into a slump, liven up interest in foods with the taste-tingling flavored tang of Kraft Salad Mustard. Yes, you can get Kraft quality in mustard, too, and this light golden, creamy, smooth salad mustard is spiced just right for most everyone's taste. You can serve Kraft Salad Mustard in dozens of appetite-rousing ways. Blended into tasty relishes and sandwich fillings, spread on sausage and cold meat cuts, or added to salad dressings for extra flavor zest. What's more, Kraft Salad Mustard is grand to use in cooking, blended into a golden sauce for hot-cooked vegetables, or added to a tempting cheese fondue or Welsh rabbit. Then there's another Kraft quality mustard you'll want to try, a sharper variety with horseradish added. Buy them both for variety. Kraft mustard with horseradish and that popular favorite, tangy golden Kraft Salad Mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Naturally, husbands who work hard in the Victory Garden expect you to serve vegetables at their delicious best. And with the help of Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food, you can do any vegetable up proud, make it better tasting and even more nourishing, too. Melted into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce, Pabstet adds rich, mellow cheddar cheese flavor to hot-cooked vegetables. Pabstet also gives salads an extra tasty touch, for it's equally delicious sliced and served with tomatoes or fruit. Pabstet spreads smoothly, too, and toasts to perfection for serving in many other delightful ways. And Pabstet is wholesome and nourishing. It's an excellent energy food rich in protein and milk minerals. Contains important vitamin A. So buy Pabstet as often as you can. Tomorrow, treat the whole family to this delicious golden cheese food. Don't forget, the name is Pabstet. Now let's see how things are going with the great Gildersleeve in his campaign for mayor. He's really hit his stride this week. He's made personal appearances at smokers, rallies, bridge luncheons, on street corners, and even at the fire that broke out in Frank Crutch's ice house. And for every occasion, he's had a ready song. Today, we find him with his niece and nephew in the honor box at the ballpark, leading a little singing before tossing out the first ball.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Find me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back, so it's root for the home team. If they don't finish the game, oh, it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Oh, thank you. I'd just like to say, ladies and gentlemen, that nothing is closer to my heart than the great American game of baseball. Yes, sir, I'd like nothing better than to be right out there on that field with you boys today, knocking that old horsehide around. Why, I grew up in sandlot baseball.
What position did you play, Commissioner?
Well, they always made me catcher, friend. Maybe because Mother Nature gave me my own chest protector.
That ain't all she gave you.
Well, seriously, folks, baseball is a great institution. I haven't much use for any man who isn't a baseball fan. In fact, I wouldn't even trust a man who doesn't like baseball. By the way, where's my opponent, Mayor Terwilliger? I don't seem to see him here today.
Let's tell them what.
I don't mean to imply that His Honor doesn't know how to play baseball. He'll play ball with anybody, ladies and gentlemen. He's proved that. And he's stolen plenty of bases when the taxpayers weren't looking either. However...
Well, let's get on with the game.
Yes, you're right, my friend. Let's have the ball, Leroy.
Here, let's see how far you can heave it.
Don't you worry about that, my boy. Ready out there?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, brother, what a wind-up.
Play ball.
Hey! The ball!
And look, Doc Lady got...
Oh, he almost hit a woman.
Sorry, madam. A little out of training, I'm afraid. Toss it out in the field, somebody.
You must have been some pitcher, Unc.
I told you, Leroy, I was a catcher.
How'd you ever throw the second?
I always put him out at first. Now shut up and let's watch the game.
Unc, can I buy a hot dog?
It's too early in the game to start that.
Well, if I buy it with my own money, can I, huh, Unc? Can I, huh? You haven't got any money and you know it. Oh, yeah? You want to see it? I got 15 cents left over from... Hey, I did have it. I had it right in my pocket. Somebody stole it. I had 15 cents right here in my pants.
Now, don't get excited, Leroy. Empty your pocket first.
But you didn't carry so much junk around.
Yes. Ye gods, Leroy.
Well, I need it. That's all valuable stuff.
A knife, skate key, pebbles, rusty nail, rubber band, eraser, old hinge, marble, Wilkie button. What's this envelope, Leroy?
Oh, that?
Yes, that. It's addressed to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a note. From Miss Goodwin. I forgot to give it to you.
When did she give you this, young man?
I guess it must have been yesterday.
Huh?
Maybe it was the day before.
Oh, my goodness.
It's all right, Unc. I found it.
It's not all right, Leroy. When you're asked to deliver a note, you should deliver it.
But I found the 15 cents
Yep.
in the other pocket. Now can I buy a hot dog, can I?
I don't care what you do.
Oh, boy, one side, Marge. Careful. Well, pulling your big feet.
Yes.
What does the note say, Uncle Marge?
I don't know. I'm just reading it, Marjorie. Marjorie?
I wasn't reading it.
Gosh, if this note is 2 days old, I don't know what she must be thinking. I better get over there right now.
Oh, look, they're going to start the game. Who gets the bat first, Uncle Marge? Uncle Marge? Uncle Marge! Where did he go?
Dear Throckmorton, it seems as if I'd hardly seen you for weeks. I know you've been busy with your campaign, and I'm very proud of you. I've been busy, too, working late every afternoon. But couldn't we play a little hooky together just once? She misses me. Besides, I have some good news for you. So let's try to get together real soon. Your loving Eve. Well, I'm not the man to keep her waiting.
Come in.
My name is Throckmorton. I was told to come to the principal's office.
Oh, Throckmorton, you silly.
Miss Benson sent me down here because I was a bad boy. I'm the worst boy in 6A.
Oh, really? Well, what did you do that was naughty?
I kissed every girl in the room except Miss Benson.
Oh, well, that's terrible. Stand in the corner and recite the multiplication table 100 times.
Oh, Eve, we can think of something that's more fun than that, can't we? Are you through with your work?
Well, not quite.
Now, be fair, Eve. As soon as Leroy gave me your note, I dropped my work.
What were you doing?
Watching a ball game. Come on, Eve. It's a beautiful day. Let me take you home. I'll carry your books.
Well...
Come on. I'll even buy you soda. I'll hold your hand under the counter.
That's enough. Throckmorton, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing.
Well, you're walking so peculiarly, I can't keep in step with you.
Oh, I'm trying to step on all the cracks.
Oh, my goodness, a grown man.
Well, Eve, don't you ever do things like that?
Never.
You miss a lot of fun. Sometimes I step on all the cracks, and sometimes I try not to step on any. It's fun to walk with your eyes shut, too. You want to see me?
No.
I'll show you what's even more fun than that, if I can find a stick.
Throckmorton, I don't know what's come over you.
Yeah, here's a stick that's made to order, Eve.
All right, what are you going to do with it?
Well, I could spank you, but I won't.
You better not.
Wait till we come to Mr. Lawler's picket fence.
Well, of all the ways to entertain a girl.
What can I do? I can't kiss you here in the street. Or can I?
No.
Well, all right, then. Listen to this.
Let me try it.
Sure, go out.
I must say it's more fun than I thought.
What'd I tell you?
Wish there was more fence.
Huh? There'll be some more a little farther along, Eve. Let's hold hands and skip. What do you say?
Throckmorton, I'm the principal of the Summerfield Grammar School.
That's nothing. I'm the water commissioner. Come on.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're impossible today.
Yeah, what do I care?
Throckmorton, I don't understand you.
Huh? What do you mean, Eve?
You're not human. I told you in my note that I had some news for you, and you haven't even asked what it is.
I forgot all about it. What is it?
Well, I don't think I'll tell you now.
That's no fair, Eve. Now you got me all curious. Come on, what is it?
No, I don't feel like telling.
Please, Eve.
No.
Will you tell me if I buy you a soda? Here's the drugstore.
I might.
Come on, then.
But I might not. Oh, look, Mr. Peavy's got a new sign in the window. Fresh strawberry sundaes guaranteed to please.
Well, talented, Eve. Will a strawberry sundae make you talk?
If it's good, it will.
It'll be good, and I hope it makes you talk better than that. After you, my love.
Well, good afternoon, Miss Goodwin.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Peavy. We want 2 of your fresh strawberry sundaes. Now, if you don't like them, we want our money back.
I think you'll find them very enjoyable. I had quite a run on them today.
Oh? Here, sit down here, Eve. We'll watch the great artist at work.
Thank you.
Darn it, Peavy, why don't you put some booths for your soda customers? Can't you afford a booth?
Well, I've got a phone booth.
All right, we'll have our sundaes in there. How about it, Eve?
Isn't he awful, Mr. Peavy?
No, he's only joking, Miss Goodwin. He can't get in the phone booth himself, let alone... Yeah. Here's your sundaes, folks. You like a few chopped nuts sprinkled on top?
Oh, yes.
It's a nickel extra.
Oh, that's all right, Peavy. I feel like throwing money around today anyway.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in. You don't happen to need any staple drug items like aspirin?
Yeah, now, don't try to sell me the store, Peavy. I came in here to make this lady talk. This strawberry sundae is supposed to loosen her tongue.
I think maybe it will, too. This is delicious, Mr. Peavy.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Goodwin keeping a secret from you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, he's trying to, Peavy. I ask you, is that a nice thing for a man's fiancée to do?
Well, it's customary. And the ladies like having their little secrets. Every so often, Mrs. Peavy gets some little piece of information about one of the neighbors and holds on to it.
Oh? Just devils you with it, eh, Peavy?
Well, she likes to tease me a little. Here. Just a few days ago, for instance, she had an item on Mr. Wheeler. He lives 2 doors down from us.
Charlie Wheeler? Oh, what was it, Peavy?
Well, I can't tell you that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, you don't have to. Poor old Charlie. I bet it was something about his...
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Throckmorton.
You're right, though, Mr. Gildersleeve. It was that little habit.
Mr. Peavy, why, you men are the worst gossips I ever saw.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I guess everybody likes hearing juicy little things about their neighbors.
Well, I'm certainly not interested. I scarcely know Mr. Wheeler. Of course, the Wheeler children are in school, and they're a bit of a problem. I know Mrs. Wheeler very slightly. Does he beat her?
I'll tell you if you tell me your secret, Eve. Come on, what is it?
Well, mine isn't gossip. Mine is just good news.
Oh, good news, eh? What is it?
My mother's coming to visit me tomorrow.
Huh?
Liz, is that all you have to say? I've told you how much Mother means to me, Throckmorton.
Oh, yes, I think it's fine that she's coming, Eve. Great. I can't wait to meet her.
I was hoping you could drive me over to Moore's Junction and meet her train tomorrow morning.
Oh, certainly. Fine. Glad to do it, Eve. And how much are the sundaes, Peavy?
50 cents, Mr. Gildersleeve. That includes the nuts.
Nuts? Oh, yes. Well, here you are. All through, Eve?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's certainly fine about your mother. So long, Peavy. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye, Miss Goodwin. My, she never found out about Charlie Wheeler's little peculiarity. Well, for that piece of news she had, she didn't deserve to.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. And now more about that tempting golden cheese food that spreads, slices, and melts, tastes good, and is mighty good for you. It's Pabstet, of course. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. Pabstet spreads like butter at room temperature, slices neatly when chilled, melts quickly and easily into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce. And what grand variety. Pabstet macaroni dishes, Pabstet soufflés and omelets, Pabstet sandwiches, fish and egg treats with Pabstet cheese sauce, and dozens more, all extra delicious, extra nourishing with this marvelous cheese food added. Your dealer may not have Pabstet the very first time you ask for it because so much dairy food is going to war. But everything is being done to keep dealers supplied. So watch for Pabstet in the familiar round flat package, and when you can, buy this wholesome, nourishing cheese food, Pabstet. Well, let's get back now to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve.
By George, I don't know how the old bus gets so dirty. I had it washed only last February.
There's some sponge in the bucket, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie.
And now we can get started.
We?
Ever washed a car, Bertie?
No, sir. Can't say that I have.
Oh, it's an experience, Bertie, an experience. Watch the way I do it. And you'll know how to do it yourself if the occasion should ever arise.
Yes, sir. I can see it arising.
May seem like a simple thing, washing a car, Bertie, but there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything.
Yes, sir.
Now, the first step is to remove the dirt.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah. Watch closely now, Bertie. You observe that I take the sponge and immerse it in the water until saturated.
You do what?
I take the sponge and dunk it, Bertie. Now, with the sponge soaking wet, I start at the top of the car, and it's running down my sleeve, Bertie. It's cold.
You ought to roll up your sleeves, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that's not so easy. I have my good clothes on. But you haven't any sleeves, Bertie.
I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, why don't you use the hose instead of the sponge? That would be easier and you wouldn't get so wet.
Hose? That's a good idea, Bertie. A very good idea. You're catching on very quickly. Drag it over here, will you?
Yes, I'll get it.
You seem to have a knack for this sort of thing, Bertie. I wouldn't be surprised if I could entrust the whole job to you before long.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Here you are.
Fine. Now, you go turn it on.
Good afternoon, Throckmorton.
Well, hello.
Washing your car, Throckmorton?
Yeah, just washing the car. Oh,
gracious.
Look out. Stand back, Leela. You'll get all wet.
Now, don't you point that hose at me, Throckmorton, you hear?
Oh, I wouldn't, Leela.
Because if you did, I'd just never forgive you, understand? Don't you dare to squirt it at me.
Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I will.
Now, Throckmorton.
Look out, Leela. Here I come.
No, protect me.
All right, turn it off, Bertie. Turn off the hose.
Throckmorton, Gildersleeve, I declare you're the worst man.
I am.
That ain't getting the car washed, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, it isn't, Bertie, but I'll get around to it.
Tell me, what are you washing your car for? You must be stepping out somewhere, huh?
Not exactly, Leela. Eve's mother is arriving tomorrow.
Oh, your mother-in-law.
No, she did. Well, I suppose she will be at that.
Oh, you poor boy. I know just how you feel.
Now, Leela, Eve's mother is not like that. Eve's mother is different. Eve's mother is very close to her. They're more like sisters.
How nice. You met her then.
No, but Eve's told me all about her.
I see.
Shall I turn on the hose, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just a minute, Bertie.
I've got to go now, Throckmorton, but I'd just like to say one thing.
Yes?
If you ever need someone to sympathize with you, if you ever need someone to turn to, remember, I'm right next door.
But I tell you, I like Eve's mother. Darn it, I like her.
Goodbye now.
Turn on the hose, Bertie.
Okay, Miss Gildersleeve.
Hello, Leela. Leaving?
Yes, I have to,
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Gildy, washing your car.
What do you think I'm doing?
Taking a bath. Watch it, watch it.
Hold it, Bertie. Turn it off a minute.
What's the big occasion, Gildy?
What big occasion?
Washing the car. How come? Neighbors complain?
My mother-in-law is arriving in the morning.
Your mother-in-law?
Well, that is my mother-in-law to be.
Deepest sympathy, old man. Deepest sympathy.
She's only coming for a few days, Judge, and she's staying with her daughter. So there.
Uh-huh. Coming to town to look you over, huh?
Well, I suppose so. Only natural for a mother to want to know what kind of a man her daughter is marrying.
What are you going to do when she finds out?
Now listen, you old goat. Turn on the water, Bertie.
No, I didn't mean it, Gildy. Only joking.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Run along, Judge, or by gosh, I'll let you have it.
Can't you take a joke?
Sure, can't you? Dance, Judge,
No.
dance.
No.
What's going on, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, hello, Peavy. What's that you say?
What's going on? You washing your car?
Can't hear you. I'm washing my car. Turn it off, Bertie. Now, what'd you say, Peavy?
I see you're washing your car.
Yes, Peavy, I'm washing my car.
Planning to take the family out for a little spin, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Peavy. I'm planning to go down and meet my future mother-in-law at the train tomorrow morning. I want the car to look nice.
Mother-in-law, huh?
And no remarks, see?
Oh, I wasn't going to make any remark.
Well, everybody else has.
I have a mother-in-law myself. That is, I did up to the time she passed on.
Well, my mother-in-law isn't like most mother-in-laws, Peavy. My mother-in-law is different.
That's what I used to say. Mother Horsefall, I always called her. She liked to have me call her Mother. My wife's name was Horsefall.
I hope so.
And so was her mother's. Mother Horsefall.
Mother Horsefall.
I've always had a sneaking fondness for the old girl.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, Peavy.
Yes, we got along pretty well for the first few months, but after that, well, such is life. With that thought, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll leave you. Good day.
Good day, Peavy. The idea.
Mr. Gildersleeve, how about it?
Let it go, Bertie. Why can't they let me alone? Why can't they let me polish my car? Oh, the devil with a car. Let the old lady ride in it the way it is.
Just think, Throckmorton, I haven't seen Mother in almost a year.
Oh, that's all?
Well, I'm excited, aren't you?
You bet.
I was hoping you'd find time to wash the car.
Oh, well, I was going to, but some things came up.
How much farther is it to the station?
Another 4 or 5 miles. We got lots of time.
I wouldn't want to be late.
Don't worry. How about a little kiss just to pass the time, Eve?
Oh, now, dear, please be sensible, not while you're driving.
All right.
Why are we stopping?
You said to be sensible. Now, how about a kiss?
Throckmorton, you think of making love at the strangest times.
What's strange about 10 o'clock in the morning?
But we're hurrying to meet a train. Please, Throckmorton, I'd just die if we were late.
We can't possibly.
Please. Please, darling.
Just one kiss?
Just one.
Oh, you're wonderful.
The train is due at 10:27, dear.
How can you be thinking about timetables?
Well, after all, it's my mother. We must go on, Throckmorton.
All right. Oh, that's funny.
Is the ignition on?
Oh, sure. I'll choke her a little. She must be flooded. This old bus gets that way once in a while.
She does?
Yeah, but don't worry. I know her like a book. Just have to let her sit there for a minute.
I wish we hadn't stopped.
Now, Eve, there's nothing to worry about. 30 seconds and we'll be on our merry way.
Well, you can't blame me for being nervous. Can't you try it now?
Too soon, Eve. I know this car like a book.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, give it a few seconds more. Now, she'll start off like a B-24.
Is the ignition on?
Oh, yes, it's on. Well, I just have to look under the hood, I guess. Check a few things.
Oh, dear, this is awful.
This won't take a second, my dear.
Are you sure there's gas in the tank?
Oh, yeah, I put in 2 gallons just this morning. The needle isn't even touching the E.
What are you pounding?
Don't worry, I fixed it this way once before. You just leave it to me, my dear. Men understand such things.
That's what men think.
What's that, Eve?
Oh, nothing. Please hurry, Throckmorton.
Ye gods, what can I do? Do you want me to give you a piggyback ride to Moore's Junction?
Well, there's no need to lose your temper, Throckmorton. I just thought if you'd stop some car that's going by, there might be someone who could help you.
I'm perfectly capable of finding the trouble, Eve, and I can fix it, too. So just relax, for heaven's sake.
Very well, Throckmorton.
Leave me alone a minute so I can concentrate.
Oh, dear, poor Mother. Throckmorton!
I know, I heard it. For heaven's sake, what's it now, Eve?
Do you realize my mother's been sitting in that station for half an hour?
Yes, and I wish you were sitting there with her.
Oh!
I didn't mean that, Eve. It kind of slipped out. I'm doing the best I can, Eve.
Haven't you found out what's wrong yet?
Well, no, but if I...
For goodness sake. It seems to me that... What's that wire hanging down there?
Wire? What wire?
This one. It ought to go somewhere. It could go right here.
No, Eve. That's part of the radio.
I don't think so. Hook it on here.
Huh?
There. Now, why don't you try the starter?
It couldn't be that.
Well, try it, Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Eve. Couldn't possibly be that. afraid it's not that. I didn't think so.
Did you have the ignition on, Throckmorton?
Ignition? Oh. Oh, my goodness. Well, what do you know about that? Some people are born lucky.
There's not a soul around the station. I just know the train got in hours ago.
It wasn't due till 10:27.
If anything's happened to Mother, I'll never forgive you. Never.
Nothing's happened to your mother, Eve. She'll be around somewhere if she's got any sense.
That's right. Blame the whole thing on Mother.
Eve, I'm not blaming you on anybody. I just... Look, could that be her?
Where?
Over there, sitting on the barrel.
Mother, we're here.
Eve, darling.
Oh, thank goodness.
How long have you waited?
Oh, not long.
Oh, I thought you'd never get here.
Well, I looked around, and when I didn't see you, I just said to myself, I don't... Oh, this, I suppose, it must be.
Yes, this is Throckmorton.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my daughter has written me so much about you.
Well, favorable, I hope.
Oh, yes. Oh, very. Oh, dear, yes. Well, she wrote me only...
Throckmorton.
Huh? Oh, her bags.
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid they're terribly heavy.
Can't be too heavy for me. The car is this way. I feel I ought to apologize to you for being so late.
Oh, not at all. It just gave me time to finish my magazine.
Well, you see, something went wrong.
The whole thing was Throckmorton's fault. If he hadn't insisted on stopping, the car would never have stalled. And if he'd used his head and done as I asked him to, we wouldn't have been all day getting started.
But, Eve...
I was never so furious with anyone in my life.
Why, Eve Goodwin, I don't think that's a nice way to talk about a nice man like Mr. Gildersleeve. Here he's carrying my bags, and he's driven all the way down here to meet me. I think that's very nice of him indeed.
Oh, but, Mother, you don't understand.
I think Mr. Gildersleeve seems like just about the nicest son-in-law anyone ever had.
Yeah. You know, Mrs. Goodwin...
Call me Mother.
You know, Mother, I've been telling people you're not like other mother-in-laws. You're different. And by George, you are. Why, if you were 20 years younger, or if I were 20 years older...
Yes?
But we're not, are we? Maybe we better be getting along. Dear Diary, well, you have to expect these little misunderstandings, I guess. Guess you have to take the bitter with the sweet. That's part of the fun of being in love. Give and take. That's what real love is based on. Gosh, you can't really be in love with a girl if you get all upset over every little thing. Who was it said that forgiveness is the greatest of all virtues? Well, I forgive her. But by George, she's not going to tell me how to run my car. Good night.
Music on this program is selected by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality fruit products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Today, America's bakers are making so much good bread that's enriched for even better nutrition, you'll want to eat plenty of it, and enjoy it more, too, by spreading your bread with delicious parquet margarine. This quality spread for bread that's made by Kraft, yes, Kraft makes parquet margarine, has a flavor that's both delicate and appetizing. Parquet adds flavor goodness that makes bread and hot toast, biscuits and muffins taste so good, and parquet margarine also adds extra nourishment to these wholesome foods, because every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Besides that, parquet is also high in food energy. Tomorrow, then, when you buy bread, buy enriched bread. And tomorrow, when you buy a spread for bread, buy a vitamin-fortified spread. Buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Instead of playtime vacations this summer, millions of older boys and girls, and grown-ups too, will pitch in to help our farmers and our nation's industries meet increased production quotas. Now, that's going to call for extra energy, and here's an economical food that provides energy galore. It's Parquet Margarine. Yes, Parquet Margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And besides furnishing energy, every pound of Parquet Margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. Now, that's important, too, because every time you spread appetizing Parquet Margarine on bread or biscuits, rolls, and muffins, you add nourishing goodness to these other wholesome foods. So, for energy, for vitamin A, and for a delicious flavor that's sure to satisfy, buy and serve economical Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine. Remember, Kraft makes this nutritious spread for America's bread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. To Summerfield, home of the Great Gildersleeve. His campaign for mayor has been going like a house afire all week. Yes, there's been a big swing to Gildersleeve, so perhaps he may be forgiven a slight swagger as he strolls home from the office, accompanied by his campaign manager, and drops in at his headquarters over the barber shop.
Did you see how the indicators poll came out, Judge?
Yes, I saw it.
Pretty nice, eh?
All it gives you is a bare majority.
There's nothing bare about it. 53 to 47. That's a bigger lead than the indicator gave Landon in 1936.
Well, don't let it go to your head. Go on in.
Leroy.
Oh, hi, Unc.
Take your feet off that desk.
Okay.
How do you think that looks, sitting here in my headquarters reading comic books? What are you doing here, anyway?
Yeah, where is everybody? Where's Mrs. Banks? I thought she was on duty here this afternoon.
Well, Mrs. Banks had to go to a funeral, so she got Marge to take her place.
Well, then where's Marjorie?
Well, she wanted to get her hair washed.
Why today, for goodness sake?
On account of Miss Goodwin and her mother coming to dinner.
Oh.
So I very kindly offered to substitute for her.
Oh, my goodness.
She better pay me, too.
Judge, I ask you, is this any way to run a campaign? Is it?
It's your campaign, Gildy. And it's your nephew.
Yes, and you're supposed to be my manager.
What are you worrying about? You've already got a bigger plurality than Landon.
Old goat. See that you stick around here till someone arrives to take over the desk. Come along, Leroy. We got to get home to dinner.
But, Gildy, what about the meeting of the Finance Committee?
Can't make it, Judge.
Confound it, Gildy. You know the game is no good with less than 4.
Yeah, sorry, Judge. I have a little political work to attend to at home.
What's that?
My future mother-in-law. She's meeting the family for the first time. Leroy, I want you to watch your manners tonight.
I always do.
Well, watch them a little more closely, then. I want you to make a good impression.
Say, Unc.
Yes?
When are you going to do it?
Huh? Do what?
Get married.
Oh, well, I guess I told you. Your Auntie Eve and I have a little understanding about that. As soon as I'm elected mayor, if not sooner.
You mean you might get married right away?
Well, the primaries are only 10 days from now. If I get the nomination, I'm as good as elected. So why put it off?
Gee.
Yes. I'll tell you a little secret, my boy. That's why Miss Goodwin's mother is visiting her now. That's why she's coming to dinner tonight, to meet the family and sort of look us over.
Yeah? And what if she doesn't like us?
Of course she'll like us, Leroy. It's up to you and up to Marjorie and all of us to see that she does. And you like her, too. You like her fine.
How do you know?
Because if you don't, I'll break your little neck. Now get along. Well, Bertie, what's for dinner? We got special company tonight, you know.
Yes, sir, and I've got a special roast of pork.
Roast of pork? Oh, that's wonderful. I don't suppose you've got any applesauce to go with it.
Well, I wasn't born yesterday.
Oh, my goodness, I should have told you.
What?
Miss Goodwin's mother can't eat pork.
Can't eat pork?
No, it doesn't agree with her, Bertie. She's on a diet. Is there anything else you could give her?
Well, I could open up a can of beans, I guess.
No, not beans, Bertie. She can't eat beans either.
No beans. I suppose I could boil up a poached egg.
Yes, no eggs, Bertie. Eggs poison her. Doesn't leave much choice, does it?
Don't leave any.
Yes. Well, you think up something, Bertie. I'll leave it to you. I know I can depend on you.
Hey, Bertie, can I have something to eat? I'm starved.
Leroy, close that door. You want the smell of food to get all over the house?
Might as well give her a smell. She can't eat nothing.
Can I have something to eat, Unc? I'm dying.
Not before dinner, Leroy. It's almost ready.
But I'm dying.
I doubt that. Where's Marjorie?
She'll be down in a minute.
Have you washed your hands?
Yes.
We'll go wash them.
Okay. Unc wants you, beautiful. Wants me?
Leroy, the door.
Oh, sorry.
Well, my dear,
Hello.
you're looking radiant this evening.
You think so? Thank you.
Never seen you looking better. Come on, kiss your old Uncle Mort. Marjorie,
What is it?
what have you got on your lips?
Oh, Uncle Mort, everybody uses lipstick.
Not my niece.
Why, I've been using it for months. Shows how much attention you pay to me.
Well, this is different. Eve is coming here this evening, and her mother. What will she think?
Don't ask me. Your own daughter uses it.
Eve?
Certainly.
I've never noticed it on her.
I've noticed it on you.
Bertie, I don't see anything to laugh at.
You would if you had to wash your shirt collar.
Uh-oh, the front door. That's them. Let Bertie go, Marjorie.
Huh?
No, I'll go. Let Bertie go. You finish the dinner, Bertie. Marjorie and I'll go. How do I look, Marjorie?
Oh, you look fine, only... Wait a minute.
Yeah? What for?
Come back here.
Why?
Lipstick.
Oh. Wait, Leroy. Well, Eve.
Hello, darling. Mother, you know Throckmorton.
Why, of course. I'm so glad to see you again, my boy.
My boy.
So glad you could come, Mother.
Mother?
There's an echo in here. I'd like to have you meet my niece, Marjorie.
How charming.
How do you do, Mrs. Goodwin? May I take your wrap?
And how well trained. Such nice manners. You know, my dear, there's a little girl just about your age in the neighborhood where I live. I see her riding past every morning on her bicycle.
I don't ride a bicycle anymore. I gave mine away when I outgrew it. Several years ago.
How they do grow up, don't they?
Yes.
How about the wrap?
Oh, yes, sir. There you are, my dear.
Thank you.
And who's this little man? He seems to be hiding.
Well, this is my nephew, Leroy.
Oh, little Leroy.
Say how do you do to Mrs. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mrs. Goodwin?
That's the way. You're not going to be afraid of me, are you?
No?
Well, of course not. I love little boys. You and I are going to be great friends. I just know it. After dinner, you must take me upstairs and show me your toys.
Toys?
He'd love to do that, I'm sure. Well, here we are, standing out here in the cold. Only it isn't very cold, is it? No, it's been rather warm today. Too warm. Well, let's go inside where it's cool, shall we? After you, Eve. After you, Mother.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
Say, Unc.
What is it?
Is she kidding?
You be polite to her, young man, and don't let me hear any more talk like that. Now get in there.
I want to tell you, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I was just a wreck. My friend Mrs. Kohler came to see me while I was there, and she said she had just never seen anyone look so awful. Well, you know, they kept me under observation there for 2 solid weeks.
Pardon me, but can I...
No more, thank you, no more. 2 whole weeks. Well, of course, I didn't say anything, but I could just see they weren't getting anywhere. And that was when my son called in Dr. Farrer. I just said to him, and Dr. Farrer should come to see me, and I said to my son...
Hi.
I wish you'd come...
Hello, Throckmorton.
Well, sir, I want to tell you from that moment I was a different woman after Doctor came. A different woman. I simply swear by Dr. Farrer now. It just been so wonderful, I can't tell you. And he told me, thank you, said, Mrs. Goodwin, you're lucky to be alive today, and I suppose I am. Of course, I'll always have to be careful, but I don't complain. You will have to say that for me, Eve. I don't complain.
No, Mother very seldom complains.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, but gracious, here I've done all the talking. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you talk.
Huh?
Tell us about something.
I hardly know what to tell you about.
I saw a movie yesterday, The Fighting Sea Beast. Super. It's all about this guy. He doesn't have the right attitude.
Not just now, Leroy. Some other time, my boy.
Oh, do you allow Leroy to go to motion pictures?
Well, he isn't always allowed, but he seems to go.
I suppose you saw Snow fight in the Seven Dwarfs then. Didn't you just love it?
Let's go into the other room, shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Uncle Lloyd, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll be going up to bed now.
Why, Marjorie, so early? Aren't you feeling well?
Oh, I feel fine, but it's been a hard day, and I think I'll just go up, if you don't mind. Yeah, me too, Unc. Hard day. I'm kind of tired.
Huh?
Good night, everyone. Good night, Mrs. Goodwin. Good night, Miss Goodwin.
Good night, Marjorie. You must come and see me. I'll see if I can't find a little present for you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Leroy.
Oh, wait just a minute, Leroy.
What for?
I'm coming up with you.
What?
Wouldn't you like me to tuck you in and hear your prayers and maybe tell you a story? I always used to do that for Eve.
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Goodwin. You don't need to do that. I'll be all right. You stay down here and entertain Unc. You stay right there.
Well, Eve, dear, I don't like to eat and run, but I'm afraid it's our bedtime, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't go this early.
It is early, Mother, only 8:30.
Now, you know what I've always told you, my dear. Tomorrow is another day.
But 8:30?
I always make it a point to be in bed by 9 o'clock sharp.
What for?
So I can be up bright and early next morning. I'll go get my wrap.
But, Eve, the evening hasn't even begun.
Now, darling, Mother's tired.
Couldn't we put your mother to bed and then step out?
Oh, I wouldn't want to leave her alone.
Well, gosh, she's old
Tomorrow's Saturday, dear. We'll have a whole nice long day together if you wish. Just you and I.
Oh, you mean it, Eve? We could take a lunch maybe and go somewhere? Maybe Grass Lake or... Oh, let me help you with your wrap, Mrs. Goodman.
Thank you very much. Well, we've just had the nicest evening, haven't we, Eve?
Yes, we have.
I don't know when I've had a better time.
Me either.
Of course, I'm afraid I've talked too much.
Not at all. Good night.
Oh, good night. Come along, Eve. Tomorrow is another day.
You'll forgive Mother, won't you, darling? She's so excited.
I think your mother is a fine person, Eve. I like her.
I'm glad.
Evie, darling, tomorrow is another day.
She's a fine person, but if she says that once more... Good night, Eve. Good night, Mother.
Good night.
Good night. 8:30. Could go down to the drugstore, but Peavy's just about closing up. Might go down to headquarters. No, I don't want to do that. I wonder what Leela's doing. I see her lights on over there. I better go to bed.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now that Gildy's election campaign is in full swing, we'd like to do a little campaigning of our own for a food highly qualified to help in serving your family's nutritional needs. Our candidate is Parquet Margarine, and here are its qualifications. Is it the popular favorite? Yes, ma'am. Millions of American families have voted Parquet a favorite spread for bread. Does it taste good? Does it ever? You're sure to enjoy Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor. Is it nourishing? Yes, indeed. Parquet Margarine is one of the best energy foods you can eat. And Kraft fortifies Parquet Margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Of course, Parquet Margarine is economical, too, and it now requires only 2 ration points a pound. So tomorrow, mark a big X on your shopping list for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet Margarine. Remember, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's get back to our friend the great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday morning, and he's up early in anticipation of a long day of pleasure. We find him now smartly dressed for a day in the country with a picnic basket over his arm, arriving at Eve Goodwin's front door.
Embrace me, da-dee-dee-dee, da-da-da-dee. Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Throckmorton. Come right in and make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. I'll do that little thing.
You can set the picnic basket right here.
Thank you. You're looking mighty chipper this morning, Mother.
Well, that's just the way I feel. I felt so good I got up at 6 o'clock.
Oh, bright and early.
Yes, indeed. I made my bed, that is, after my exercises, and then I came right down.
Exercises? You don't do those deep knee bends and all that.
Oh, no. I just do abdominal breathing every morning by an open window. It's wonderful for you.
Oh, I suppose so. I just breathe the regular way myself, lungs.
Well, I'm sure my method would help you. I think you're the abdominal type.
Oh. Well, these trousers are a little tight. Well, it's a fine day for a picnic, isn't it?
Lovely.
Mother, you're sure that you'll be able to find plenty to do here all day, all by yourself?
Oh, mercy, Throckmorton, you don't have to worry about me. I can find millions of things to do around this house. And besides, I know how young people are.
By George, you're one mother-in-law in a million.
Well, good morning, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Eve.
Throckmorton just paid me a very pretty compliment, dear.
Oh, really? Should I be jealous?
I don't think you'll have to worry.
Well, Eve, all ready for a happy day at Grass Lake?
Oh, I hope so, dear. But there are some things I've just got to do first.
Oh? What things?
I've got to do a little shopping with Mother.
But you promised, Eve. Your mother doesn't want to go shopping anyway. She just wants to clean the house, exercise, and weed the garden. She just told me.
Well, maybe she does, but there are one or two things she's got to have.
No, Eve, I don't really.
Mother, you've got to have a hat. I can't let another day go without buying you a hat.
But, Eve, I've got a picnic lunch in the car. We ought to get started.
Throckmorton, do you want Mother running around town looking like a scarecrow? Well, I don't. Come on, you can drive us down to Hogan Brothers. It shouldn't take long.
Oh, Throckmorton, what can we do? I've never been able to argue with Eve.
Neither have I.
Now, Mother, you're being a little difficult. I think that hat's perfectly adorable on you.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but I think it makes me look too young.
Oh, Mother, that's silly. What do you think, Throckmorton?
Looks fine to me.
No, Throckmorton wants me to look giddy, I'm afraid.
What about the broad brim model, Mother?
Oh, no, I don't like that one at all. Do you like it, Throckmorton?
Huh? Oh, I think it's perfect.
I think it makes me look like a mushroom. Have you anything else, miss?
Well, I really don't know what else to show you, madam. These are all the models we have.
Let me look at that straw we tried first. I like that.
Oh, Eve, I don't like straw hats. They always make me sneeze.
Oh, Mother, that's something you've just got fixed in your mind. Nobody could possibly be allergic to straw hats.
What's the matter with the little blue hat, Eve?
The blue one? I never even considered that a possibility. Mother, will you try this one with the feather, please?
Well, I've told you, Eve, a feather makes me look too tall.
We could remove the feather, madam.
And she looked too short.
Why don't you cut the feather in half?
Throckmorton, don't try to be funny. Can't you cooperate?
But, Eve...
Eve, here's a hat I really like.
Oh, well, do let me see.
Oh, dear, how did she find that? That's my hat.
Huh? If she likes it, miss, sell it to her. I'll give you an extra $5.
You will?
Yeah.
Just watch me.
Well, I must say, this is the only hat I've seen here that's worth trying on.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't show it to you before, madam. It only came in this morning. It's copied from a Paris exclusive.
Yes, smuggled out by the underground.
I think it's just my type, Eve, don't you?
Exactly. Don't you think so, Throckmorton?
Oh, like it was made for her. Wrap it up, miss.
Why don't you wear it, Mother, and let her send your old hat?
Yes, that's even better. How much is it?
$15.
$15? Gee, does that include everything?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well. Here. Come on, ladies. We'll get started.
Wait a minute, Throckmorton.
Huh? What's it now?
I want to look at Mother for just a minute. Oh, yes, I was afraid so.
Eve, the hat is perfect.
Oh, yes, but her dress.
What's the matter with the dress?
It doesn't go with the hat. Come on up to the next floor, Mother.
Oh, my goodness. Well, go ahead and buy her an outfit. Buy her the whole store. When you get through, you'll find me at Peavy's. Have a pickle, Peavy?
No, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I agree with pickles, but they don't agree with me.
How about a turkey sandwich?
Oh, I'm not very hungry, thank you. You appear to be stuck with a picnic lunch, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Stuck is the word, Peavy. I was hoping to spend the day at Grass Lake with my fiancée.
Well, you couldn't have a nicer day for it. Mother-in-law trouble?
Well, I suppose you could call it that, Peavy. Although I don't know. I think the old lady would have let us go. She said, go on, enjoy yourselves. I know how it is with young people.
They say that. You know, Mr. Gildersleeve's mother-in-laws say one thing and mean another.
Oh? Well, how can you ever tell where you stand?
You'll get the hang of it. I remember when Mother Horsefall visited me first with Miss Peavy. I always call her Mother Horsefall.
Yes, I know, Peavy.
Well, I used to have an easy chair I sat in after supper. Every night she used to say, it certainly is nice that Richard has that easy chair to sit in.
Well, what's the matter with that?
After supper on about the fourth night, she sat in the chair. I didn't get another shot at it till she left.
When was that?
She was there 10 days to a day.
Well, Eve's mother's only staying a few days, Peavy. But I never get any time alone with Eve.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if a bird lecture wouldn't solve your problem this evening.
Bird lecture? What the devil is that?
Well, there's this fellow, Professor Swallow, gives a lecture on birds. He's named after a bird himself.
Yes, I can see that, Peavy. What's the lecture?
Well, he's giving it tonight at the YWCA. He gives it here every year. It's all about different kinds of birds and their habits and so on. Very educational.
Sounds like the dullest way to spend an evening I ever heard of.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Although it's pretty close to it, I'll admit. A fellow whistles to imitate various bird calls.
Sounds horrible, Peavy. I wouldn't want to take my girl to anything like that.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that, Mr. Gildersleeve. But how would it be for the old lady?
Yes. Peavy, you're a genius.
No, I wouldn't say that. You think she'd like to go?
Oh, she'll go, whether she likes to or not.
I wonder if she'd care to go with Mrs. Peavy.
Just the thing. They could have a fine time together, Peavy. By George, I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, don't thank me, Mr. Gildersleeve. We've got 2 tickets, and I've heard this fellow 6 years running.
Well, I'm glad you're getting something out of it.
I hope there'll be something in it for you, too.
Oh. Well, don't worry, Peavy. We'll send the old lady to the bird lecture, and Eve and I'll stay home and play Love Nest. Well, you'll have to admit, Eve, this is pretty nice.
Happy, Throckmorton?
What do you think? I'm sitting on a sofa with my best girl.
You're sweet. I hope you weren't too disappointed about the trip to the lake, darling.
Oh, I've forgotten all about it. And you're right, Eve. Your mother should have some new clothes.
Don't you like her clothes, Throckmorton?
Oh, sure. Only I just think whatever you say is right.
Oh. I was afraid you were criticizing Mother's wardrobe.
Certainly not, my dear. Her clothes are fine.
I hope she's having a good time at the lecture.
She'll love it. Mrs. Peavy likes it. Your mother's bound to like it, isn't she?
Well, not necessarily. Mother's not quite as old as Mrs. Peavy, Throckmorton.
Oh, no, of course not. But I imagine your mother likes birds, doesn't she?
Well, I don't think she cares about them one way or the other. Do you like Mother, Throckmorton?
Do I? She's a peach, Eve. She's true blue.
Well, I'd feel very unhappy if I thought you didn't like Mother.
Oh, I'm crazy about her, Eve. Why shouldn't I be? She's the old block that you're the chip off of. Anybody would know you were her daughter.
Really? I hope I look like Mother when I'm her age.
Sure you will, but don't worry, that won't be for some time.
What did you say, Throckmorton?
Did I say something? Oh, no, I just meant that you'll be young for a long time, Eve. Young and beautiful, just like you are now.
Do you really think I'm beautiful?
I sure do. How about a kiss?
Oh, it's too soon after dinner.
Huh? Well, gosh, Eve, we haven't got all night. I mean, that fella can't keep talking about birds forever. I mean, oh, gosh, Eve, how about a kiss?
That's not a very romantic way to approach a girl, Throckmorton.
Well, I can't be cagey all the time.
no, not cagey, romantic.
I don't know how to be romantic.
Oh, yes, you do. Sometimes you can be very sweet.
Well, darn it, I feel sweet, but it's 9:30 already.
Stop talking about the time.
Huh?
That's not sweet.
I know. You're sweet, though, Eve.
That's better.
How would it be if I'd sing to you?
I think that'd be very nice. Do you want me to play?
Would you? I know a song I'd like to sing to you.
Come over to the piano. If I know it, I'll play it.
Oh, you know it. Deep in my heart, dear.
Oh, yes, I like that.
Deep in my heart, dear, I have a dream of you. Fashioned of starlight, perfume of roses and dew. Our paths may sever, but I'll remember forever. Deep in my heart, deep. Mother!
Don't stop singing, please. You have a lovely voice.
Well, thank you. What happened to the bird lecture?
The magic lantern broke down. Do go on singing, Throckmorton.
Oh, yes, Throckmorton. Sing something for Mother.
Eve, where are you going?
Just out to the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Sing something nice for me, Throckmorton.
All right, Mother. What would you like?
Well, let's see. Oh, one of my favorites is Polly Wolly Doodle. Do you remember it?
Yes, I remember it.
Now, don't be bashful. Come on. Oh, I went down south for to see my gal. Come on, Throckmorton.
Oh, I went down south for to see my gal, sing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. My gal, she is a spunky gal, sing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day.
Why, Throckmorton, what's the matter?
I don't know. I want to go Hello. Is this the depot? This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. I want to make a reservation on the 219 to Pittsfield next Wednesday. It's for my mother-in-law. Oh? Well, have you got anything on Wednesday? Have you got anything before Wednesday? How about Thursday? Friday? I'd like a compartment. A lower would be all right. Well, how about an upper? Have you got a reclining day chair? Well, call me if you get anything. Hey, wait a minute. Is there any room in the baggage car? Oh, well. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program is directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of sparkly margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
When warm weather sends your family's appetite into a slump, liven up interest in foods with the taste-tingling flavor tang of Kraft Salad Mustard. Yes, you can get Kraft quality in mustard, too, and this light golden, creamy, smooth salad mustard is spiced just right for most everyone's taste. You can serve Kraft Salad Mustard in dozens of appetite-rousing ways. Blended into tasty relishes and sandwich fillings, spread on sausage and cold meat cuts, or added to salad dressings for extra flavor zest. What's more, Kraft Salad Mustard is grand to use in cooking, blended into a golden sauce for hot-cooked vegetables, or added to a tempting cheese fondue or Welsh rabbit. Then there's another Kraft quality mustard you'll want to try, a sharper variety with horseradish added. Try them both for variety. Kraft mustard with horseradish, and that popular favorite, tangy, golden Kraft Salad Mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company will interrupt all its programs to bring you the latest bulletins.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. For the right start these war-busy days, food experts advise that you eat a hearty, hot breakfast. Now, one of the most satisfying breakfast treats we can think of is hot toast or hot rolls and muffins spread with delicious parquet margarine. Here truly is an appetizing way to start your day, and a good way to perk up your energy, too. Parquet margarine, you see, is one of the best energy foods you can eat. And to make parquet margarine even more nourishing, Kraft adds 9,000 units of important vitamin A to every pound of this delicious spread for bread. Remember, parquet margarine now requires only 2 ration points a pound, and it's downright inexpensive, too. So add parquet margarine's flavor goodness to every meal you serve. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes parquet. We take you now to Summerfield. Go ahead, Summerfield. This is Summerfield. With the primary elections only 4 days off, political rivalry here has reached its peak. Mayor Terwilliger and his opponent, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, have been slugging it out toe-to-toe in a series of political debates all over town. That's the way it's been all day, folks, and here's the kind of debating that's been going on.
And that's why I say to you, my friends, taxes must be reduced, and reduced immediately. Because if taxes are not reduced, what is there going to be left for any of us?
You're forgetting something, Mayor.
What?
The moon belongs to everyone. The best things in life are free.
That is no answer.
The stars can shine for everyone. They gleam there
That
for
is
you.
unworthy and undignified. I challenge my opponent to put down his ukulele and give the taxpayers of this town a straightforward answer on the question of school appropriation.
Ukulele.
Why does Gildersleeve insist that we should spend more money on the schools?
Mayor, I can answer that in 2 words.
What are they?
School days, dear old golden rule days. Louder reading and writing and arithmetic.
I want to...
Taught to the tune of the hickory.
Oh, go chase yourselves, all of you.
Mayor, what kind of talk is that? Hee.
Go ahead, vote for Gildersleeve. It'll serve you right.
Temper. I wrote on your slate, I love you, Terwilliger, when we were a couple of kids.
Congratulations, Commissioner. You really had him on the ropes there.
Well, I guess I got his goat a little, friend.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm just going to vote for you every chance I get.
Oh, thank you, madam. Well, let's be getting along, Leroy, shall we?
Do you really think you're going to get elected?
I don't know who stands a better chance, my boy. Why? Why do you ask?
Well, I ran into a lady today, and she said she wouldn't vote for you unless she knew which party you belonged to.
Well, did you tell her?
How could I? I don't know myself.
Leroy, you mean to tell me you don't know what party your own uncle is affiliated with?
No. Do you?
Certainly. I'm a candidate for nomination on the Progressive Fusion ticket.
I thought that's what Mayor Terwilliger was.
He is.
How come? I thought Terwilliger was no good.
He isn't.
But you're both what you said.
Progressive fusionists, yes. Only the mayor is a reactionary progressive. That's why I'm opposing him.
I don't get it.
You see, my boy, the election next Tuesday is just a primary election.
What's that?
Well, that's to decide which of us is to be the party's candidate for mayor in the fall. The man the progressive fusionists nominate in June will run against the independent progressives in November.
Independent progressives? Who are they?
That's the other party here in Summerfield.
No good, huh?
No good. Too radical, my boy. They don't amount to much anyway. If I get the nomination in June, I'm as good as elected. Yes?
Whatever became of the Republicans and the Democrats?
Well, I'll tell you, Leroy. Funny about them. Back about 1932, the Republicans in Summerfield sort of went underground for a while. And in the meantime, the Democrats got to fighting among themselves, and they split up into the Progressive Fusionists and the Independent Progressives. So then the Republicans came out and took sides, and there you are. Is that clear?
Clear as mud. All I know is I'm for you.
Well, don't worry about it, my boy. By fall, your uncle will be mayor. And the chances are you'll have a new aunt, too. I say the chances are you'll have a new aunt, too.
Unc,
Yes?
how far can you throw this rock?
Oh, for tonight. Go home, Leroy. Go on, run along. I got to stop in here at headquarters. Judge. Floyd.
Hi, Commissioner.
Well, how did it go, Gildy?
Gentlemen, you're now standing in the presence of the next mayor of Summerfield.
How do you know?
Judge, it was a slaughter. I mowed him down. I only wish Eve had been there. She'd have married me on the spot.
Say, Commissioner, you really going through with it this time?
Going through with what? What kind of a question is that? If you're referring to my forthcoming marriage...
Oh, no offense, Commissioner, no offense. I just meant... Well, as long as you know what you're doing...
Of course I know what I'm doing.
Oh, I just meant... Well, I remember when you were engaged to that other party last year, that Southern party.
Miss Goodwin is not a party, Floyd. She's my fiancée, and a very lovely lady. Isn't she, Judge?
She is indeed. And she has a very lovely mother, too, hasn't she, Gildy?
I like her mother.
Of course you do. When's she leaving town, Gildy?
Just as soon as I can get her reservations. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Judge. You're my campaign manager. You're supposed to be in charge of arrangements.
Now, Gildy, reservations are hard to get without priorities.
Well, there ought to be a priorities on mother-in-laws. But I like her, you understand.
Hey, you know, I might be in a position to help you out there, Commissioner.
Oh? You think you could get her reservations?
Well, I know the man that could. Al Bergman down at the depot. I did him a favor once by keeping my mouth shut.
Floyd, if you could take care of this for me, I'd be your friend for life. Could you call him up now?
Well, I'd like to do you the favor, Commissioner. Only remember it was me that did it.
Oh, Floyd, you're a pal. I don't know how many people would go to that much trouble for a friend. Do you, Judge?
You're darn right you don't.
I only hope I can do as much for Floyd someday.
Depot, is Al there? Oh, this is Floyd, Al. Floyd Munson. Yeah. How you been, Al?
Tell him I'd like to get a lower on the 619 tomorrow night.
That's good. How's the wife?
Tell him if he hasn't got a lower, an upper will do.
That's good. Say, Al, I got a friend here. He'd like to get reservations on the 619 tomorrow. Oh, it is, huh? Oh, that's too bad. No chance then, huh?
Fine fixer you are, Floyd.
By the way, Al, we ought to get together one of these nights. I ain't seen you lately. Remember that time you told your wife you were going to the lodge meeting? Boy, did we have a time that night. Oh, you don't need to worry, Al. There's nobody here, and I wouldn't tell anybody. You know that. My wife? Well, she'd run right over and tell your wife. That was really an evening, wasn't it? Remember when the cop came in, you and the hostess hid behind the jukebox? Say, Al, seriously, about those reservations. My friend here... You do? Oh, that'd be great. Call me back, will you? And, Al, remember me to the wife. Well, it's all fixed, Commissioner. He's going to call me back.
Floyd, that's wonderful. How did you do it?
Well, this guy's a friend of mine.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you. By George, Floyd.
Yeah?
Next time I come in for a haircut, remind me to get a shampoo and a massage.
Oh, Commissioner.
Yes, Floyd?
Remember me to your girlfriend.
I'll do that, Floyd. Gee. $6:30. She must be home. Look who's here.
Oh, dear, Throckmorton, come in. Mother, the stove, something's boiling over.
I can't stay, Eve. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just getting supper.
Can't stay but a minute. Just dropped by to tell you I've got some wonderful news.
Oh, really? What is it?
Guess.
Oh, I can't guess, Throckmorton. Tell me.
Go ahead. Make one guess.
Wait, you haven't done something foolish, darling. You didn't go and buy those earrings just because I happen to admire them.
No, nothing foolish, Eve. Guess again.
Oh, I can't.
Go on, try.
Throckmorton, I have a cake in the oven. If you have something to tell me,
Oh,
I wish
forget the cake, Eve. Listen, I finally did it. I got your mother reservations. She leaves town tomorrow night on the 6:19, rain or shine.
Well, I must say you seem awfully happy about it.
Why shouldn't I? I've been working on it for a week. I mean... Well, gosh, Eve, your mother's the one who said she had to go. You asked me yourself to get her the tickets. I mean, gosh, I'd like to have her stay longer.
I wish she could.
So do I. I'd like to have her stay here forever, but she's got to go. She's got to go, Eve. Let's make the best of it. That's my attitude.
Oh, you're right, dear. I'm sorry.
After all, we must think of her. We mustn't let our pleasure stand in her way.
You're right. We must think of Fred, too. By the way, I ought to wire him.
Fred?
My brother back home. Mother lives with him, you know.
Oh, good old Fred. By George, I've always wanted to meet Fred. I'll bet he's a great guy.
He is. He's Mother's favorite son. Of course, he's her only son, but he's always been her favorite.
What does he do for a living, or does he...
Oh, yes. Yes, he's an engineer.
Oh, engineer. Great profession, engineering. Noble profession. Building things. Is he married?
No, he's a bachelor. So Mother keeps house for him.
Fine. Ideal.
Well, I've never felt that Fred thought so.
What do you mean?
Well, I've always felt that he was a little unhappy somehow.
With your mother to take care of him? Why, how could that be? What more could he ask?
Well, I think he's always regretted that somehow the right girls never come along.
Listen.
Mother says he seemed rather restless lately. That's one reason she came here on this visit. Fred thought maybe the change would do her good.
Listen. A man's best girl is his mother. You tell him that. You tell him to hold on to her. Tell him I said so, Eve. You better wire him. You better wire him right now.
Oh, but darling, why...
Don't worry. I'll get the tickets, and I'll get them over here as fast as I can.
But, Throckmorton, we don't know...
Wire Fred. Tell him not to worry. Tell him we'll ship her off to him in good shape tomorrow. Tell him that Mother is on the way.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few moments. If you're serving lighter summertime meals, remember that every meal your family eats should be nourishing and well-balanced. So along with salads and other warm weather treats, serve crackers or bread spread with delicious parquet margarine. You see, parquet margarine is a wonderful aid to good summertime nutrition. It's so nourishing, so satisfying. First, there's that delicate, appetizing parquet flavor, important to good nutrition, because parquet margarine makes other foods taste so good. Adds real flavor goodness to toast, rolls, muffins, and waffles. Then there's that marvelous food energy parquet margarine provides, so economically. And last, there's the important vitamin A that Kraft adds to parquet margarine. Never less than 9,000 units in every pound. So make parquet one of your family's standbys for good summertime nutrition. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine. Tomorrow, buy parquet, the spread that's made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It's breakfast time, but so far only Marjorie and Leroy have reached the dining room. Marjorie is reading the front page of the paper. Leroy is reading the comics, while Bertie can be heard in the kitchen.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Gee, you feel good this morning, don't you, Bertie?
I sure do, Miss Marjorie.
Well, I do, too. It is a beautiful day. Great day for the race.
What race, Leroy?
The human race. Boy, you sure been on that one.
Oh, that joke's so old I forgot it. Your uncle coming down soon?
Oh, yes, we can wait for him. He was singing in the bathtub a few minutes ago.
He must feel good, too.
Why shouldn't he feel good? The election is in the bag. Oh, that has nothing to do with it. And what's he singing about? When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. Oh, for corn's sake. Girls always think everything is love. Well, it is, too. Isn't it, Bertie?
If you're in love, it is.
Well, I wish he'd get married and get over us. What? Well, I mean, it'll be great when they're married.
How come you think so, Leroy?
Well, if my aunt is principal of the school, can you see those teachers pushing me around?
Well, I like her because she's nice. You like Miss Goodwin, don't you, Bertie?
Well, if Mr. Gildersleeve likes her, I like her. One nice thing about her, she don't know nothing about cooking. That'll save a lot of wear and tear on my personality.
Well, good morning. And a special good morning to you, Bertie.
Why a special one for me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Because you're the only member of my household that's able to vote on Tuesday. You're 21, aren't you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I'm 21, going on 34.
Well, are you registered?
Been registered ever since I've been in Summerfield.
Fine, Bertie. I won't attempt to influence your vote, but you can have all day Tuesday off.
Thank you, sir. In the meantime, would you like a little breakfast?
I would indeed, Bertie. I've got to make a phone call, though. Bring it right in.
Yes, sir.
You seem to feel pretty good this morning, Unc.
Never felt better in my life.
That's because you're in love.
Well, that may have something to do with it. The fact is, Hello? Hello, Floyd? Gildersleeve. Any news for me? He's got him? All right, when do I get him? I don't care how sure you are, I want to see him. Fine, Floyd. I'll pick him up at the barber shop in a couple of hours. So long. By George, if I wasn't going to have breakfast, I think I'd go upstairs and take another bath.
For goodness sake, why?
Because now I've really got something to sing about.
$75, $85, $1. Thank you, Miss Ransom.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Peavy.
Can I serve you in any other way?
No, that's all. I was just wondering, do you see much of Mr. Gildersleeve these days?
Oh, yes, he comes in every now and then to pass the time of day or to have a soda.
Oh, does he have as many sodas as he used to?
I wonder if there's any question of professional ethics involved here.
Professional ethics?
No, I was just thinking out loud, Mrs. Ransom. I don't like to violate the confidence of a customer.
Oh, you man. I'm just asking about Throckmorton as an old friend. You know that, Mr. Peavy. After all, I was engaged to marry him once.
No, of course. Well, I think I can safely tell you that he has definitely cut down on his soda.
Oh, the poor man. I knew she'd be making him take off some flesh.
She? Oh, yes.
Oh, that worries me, Mr. Peavy. Some men have to be fat to be healthy.
Yes. But I think Mr. Gildersleeve overdoes it.
Well, tell me, I understand his mother-in-law's in town. I mean, Miss Goodwin's mother. Have you met her?
Well, yes, they've been in once or twice. Just small purchases, but we chatted quite a bit.
What do you think of her?
What do I think of her? A very pleasant woman.
I know, but what do you really think of her?
You want my frank opinion?
Yes.
A very pleasant woman.
Well, the only reason I ask is I'm curious to know what Eve Goodwin... Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Leela. Hello, Peavy.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Oh, I'm in a spending mood, Peavy. Want a box of candy, some magazines, you haven't got any flowers.
Well, what's come over you, Throckmorton? Don't tell me Eve's having another birthday.
Now, Leela, it just happens these gifts are for Eve's mother.
Oh, it's her birthday.
No, it's not her birthday.
Are you in the doghouse, Throckmorton?
Certainly not. And I wish you wouldn't use that expression in speaking of Mrs. Goodwin. She's a very fine woman. Isn't she, Peavy?
A very pleasant woman, yes, she is.
I'm very fond of her.
Oh, it makes me awfully happy to hear that, Throckmorton, because, you know, in 20 years, Eve will be just like her mother.
The reason I'm buying her mother these few little things is because she's going back home.
Oh, I see. Well, it's so nice that you're so fond of your mother-in-law, Throckmorton. It's quite unusual.
Oh, this whole mother-in-law business is just a myth anyway. Nothing in it.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, all I know is every time my husband Beauregard's mother came to visit, we had trouble. She had to have special things to eat, and I almost killed myself trying to please her.
Well, Eve's mother has I suppose you could call it a diet. But it's no trouble at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, really, Leela. I'll be sorry to see Eve's mother go. She's mighty good company. Lively, you know. Something going on every minute.
Beauregard's mother used to talk every minute. He used to get awfully wearing.
Well, Eve's mother is different. She's well informed on the questions of the day. Good talker. Isn't she a good talker, Peavy?
Yeah, she certainly is.
Yes, sir. She's... Oh, hello, Floyd.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How do, Mrs. Ransom?
Morning, Mr. Munson.
Hi, Peavy. Still helping the doctors make business for the undertakers?
Well, now, I resent that.
That's all. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I got your Pullman ticket.
Oh, you have? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine, Floyd. How much do I...
Yeah, I called your house as soon as I got the tickets, and they told me you were over here.
Yeah, that's fine. How much do I...
I could have waited at the shop, but I knew you were anxious to get a hold of those reservations, so I run right over. He's been calling me 4 or 5 times a day.
Floyd.
Well, I guess we all know how it is when a fellow's trying to get his mother-in-law out of town.
Oh, shut up. Hello, Eve.
Hello, Throckmorton. My, what are all the packages?
Oh, just a few little going-away things for your mother.
Oh, how sweet. I'll call her.
Oh, no, don't bother. She's probably busy packing. She is packing, isn't she?
She's all packed. She's resting for a little while. Oh, I won't disturb her.
That's right. Nobody likes to be waked up in the middle of a little snooze, Eve. I was just going to leave these things, but if you're not doing anything, I might sit around for a minute.
I wish you would, dear.
Oh, look, here's the Pullman ticket. Yeah, lower 9. Very comfortable, right in the middle of the car.
Oh, that's wonderful. And with all these presents, Mother'll be traveling in style.
I'm having a corsage sent to her at the depot.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're doing too much.
Not the way I look at it, Eve. Now, sir, the best is none too good for my girl's mother.
You're awfully sweet.
So are you. Will you still think I'm sweet when I'm Mayor Gildersleeve?
Of course. Only then I'll say you're awfully sweet, Your Honor.
By George, Eve, you're quite a girl.
Eve, dear, is there someone with you?
It's Throckmorton, Mother. Did we wake you up?
Oh, no, I wasn't really asleep. Good afternoon, Throckmorton.
Hello, Mother. I certainly didn't mean to disturb you.
You didn't.
Mother, I insist you must get a little rest. Throckmorton's brought you some awfully interesting-looking presents, though, and you ought to thank him.
Oh, no thanks are necessary, Mother.
Throckmorton, you certainly are thoughtful. Should I open them now?
No, Mother, not till you're on the train. Now, you go lie down for a little while and finish your nap.
Yes, Mother. Train trips are quite tiring, you know.
Oh, so thoughtful. Well, I'll see you before I leave, won't I, Throckmorton?
Oh, yes, I'm taking you to the station.
He thinks of everything, doesn't he, dear? Well, I'll go and lie down for a little while, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, go right ahead, Mother. There's nothing like a little shut-eye.
I think so, too. But don't you let me oversleep my train now.
Don't worry. By George, she's a great old girl.
I think she's the finest mother in the world.
Yes, sir. Eve, have you thought about where we could go on our honeymoon?
Honeymoon? Good gracious, Throckmorton, we haven't even set a date for our wedding.
How about the 4th of July?
Oh, nobody gets married on the 4th of July, dear.
Oh?
Besides, I don't think we ought to do any traveling with the war on. We could have a honeymoon right here.
Well, maybe you're right. Well,
Oh, excuse me.
Huh?
Hello? Oh, yes, Judge. How are you?
Hooker. That old goat is always butting in.
Yes, Judge. Mother's going this evening. Oh, yes, I'm sure she'd like to speak to you. Just a minute.
You're not going to wake your mother up just for Hooker.
Now, Throckmorton, it's very nice of the judge to call to say goodbye.
Eve, have you no regard for your mother's health?
But, darling, I can't just...
Oh, Eve, dear, did I hear the phone ring?
Oh, yes, Mother, it's for you, Judge Hooker.
Oh, thank you, dear. I was just dropping off to sleep. Hello. Well, it was awfully nice to meet you, Judge. I've heard so much about you. Oh, thank you, Judge. I hope to be back again very soon.
Why, that old...
What's the matter, Throckmorton?
Nothing.
Oh, thank you again, Judge. Goodbye. My, such friendly people here in Summerfield. Isn't Judge Hooker a fine man, Throckmorton?
Oh, yeah, one of the finest. Yeah.
Oh, dear, I wonder whether it's worthwhile trying to get back to sleep again. Dr. Farrar says sleep isn't everything, of course, but I read in a magazine the other day that June is a good month to sleep in.
Well, I'm sure Dr. Farrar would recommend a little nap just before a train trip, Mother.
I think a little rest will help, Mother.
Well, I'll try. If you'll both be real quiet, maybe I can drop off again.
Oh, we'll be two little mice. Let's play Mouse, Eve.
How do you play, Mouse?
Well, you're the little mouse, and I try to grab you.
Throckmorton, don't.
Don't make any noise. You'll wake up Mother.
But you're taking unfair advantage.
All's fair in love and war.
I try to talk very quietly. Hello? Oh, yes, this is she. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Who's that?
It was a telegram from my brother Fred.
Fred? He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes, he's all right. He's just got a commission in the Seabees, and he's on his way to Washington.
But your mother?
She'll just have to live here, dear. With us.
Eve.
I hear the phone ring again, dear. I can't seem to get to sleep.
It's all right, Mother. You might as well stay up now.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, come in, come in.
I'm not disturbing you, I hope.
Not at all. Come in.
I could go away and come back at some more convenient time.
I'm not doing a thing, Peavy. Just sitting here reading a magazine. Come on in. Yeah. What's on your mind, Peavy?
You're sure I'm not...
No, not at all. What's on your mind?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you wouldn't want to buy a war bond, would you? You see, there's this big drive.
Not if that's the way you're going to sell them.
No, well, I didn't think you would.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm only trying to tell you that's no way to sell bonds.
No?
No. You come mooching in here. Ye gods, man, there's a war on.
There is? I mean, yes. I know. That's why we're selling the bonds, the war.
Well, that's no way to sell them.
Well, how would you sell them, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How would I sell them? I'd make people realize there's a war going on, that's how. I'd say to them, look here, brother, you've been hollering your head off for a second front. Well, now you got it. A lot of fellows are over there fighting and dying for what you've been hollering for. Well, let's see you back them up. And then I'd say to them, the time has come, brother, to put up or shut up. That's what I'd tell them.
You would?
Yes, sir. And I'd tell them more, Peavy. I'd say, look, this is the greatest chance in history. The greatest chance in history. Are you going to buy into it or are you going to pass it up? I'd tell them, you don't have to buy bonds. Nobody's going to make you. Nobody will know. Nobody will snitch on you if you don't. But you'll know, brother. You'll know that the one time when you could have done something to help, you didn't do it. And if we fail in this war, I wouldn't want to be you. And if we succeed, I wouldn't want to be you either. That's what I'd tell them.
Do you really believe that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, certainly I believe it. You're darn right I believe it.
Sign here.
What? What do you mean?
You bought yourself a bond.
Yeah. All right, certainly I'll buy one. I'm glad to do it.
You just mark right there what kind you want.
But I'll say this, Peavy, you're the worst bond salesman I ever saw.
No, I wouldn't say that. You just bought one.
Yes, but I had to practically sell it to myself.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Peavy, you're a character.
Coming from you, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd say that was from headquarters.
Huh?
Good night.
Good night, Peavy. Good night, everybody. And remember, will you? Buy that bond.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company. presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a ration point bulletin that's good news for all the ladies. Right now, until July 2nd, there's a brief holiday on points for the famous Kraft cheese spreads. Here's your chance to stock up for daily sandwiches that go to work or sandwiches that'll celebrate the 4th of July. 5 kinds of the delicious Kraft spreads are point-free. Kraft pimento, olive pimento, and relish spreads, and the tangy Roca and Kraft Limburger spreads. They're quality spreads, nutritious, handy, and such good eating. They'll keep all right in your refrigerator, be a big help with sandwiches and snacks and salads. Remember, you have only until next Sunday to get 5 delicious Kraft cheese spreads without spending any ration points. Now let's get up to date on The Great Gildersleeve. It's late Sunday night. The final week of campaigning is over, and only one day remains before the good citizens of Summerfield go to the polls to cast their ballots in the primary. It's been a hard week, but the decision now is in the lap of the gods, and candidate Gildersleeve is in the arms of Morpheus. Through his weary brain run troubled fantasies, and he tosses and twists in his sleep as he argues with himself. If he gets the nomination Tuesday, he's as good as elected.
That's nice.
And if he's elected mayor, Eve Goodwin has promised to marry him.
Yeah, that's nice.
But if Eve marries him, Mother Goodwin comes to live with them.
No.
Throckmorton, dear.
No way.
Time to get up, darling.
Oh, Eve?
No, darling. It's Mother. Throckmorton. Come, darling. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. And I have a nice bowl of grape nuts waiting for you. Throckmorton.
Take it easy, Mother. Tomorrow is another day.
But have you forgotten?
What?
This is your wedding day.
No. Well, Marjorie, aren't you going to wish your Uncle luck?
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Why, Marjorie?
I'll never see you again. I just know it.
Why, of course you will.
Unc. Hey, Unc, before you go.
Little Leroy. What is it, my boy?
Unc, I'm sorry about everything.
Sorry about what? What are you talking about?
Come along, Throckmorton.
Oh, but Mother, I haven't even said goodbye. Wait, there's Bertie.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're the best man I ever worked for. That's a fact.
Come along, Throckmorton.
Oh, look what you've done.
Come along.
Do you, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I know you. You're Judge Hooker.
Answer the question.
I object.
Objection overruled. Do you or do you not take this woman to be your wedded wife?
I guess so.
That's better. And do you, Eve Goodwin, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
Of course she does. Don't you, Eve?
Now, Mother,
She takes him, Judge. Go on with the ceremony.
The ring, please.
Oh. TV, you got the ring?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the ring. Let me see now. This ring, I have it here.
Well?
Just get my glasses on here. That's funny. I remember just as plainly.
Peavy, you're the worst, best man in the world.
No, I wouldn't say that. Now, what do you know about that?
Have you got the ring?
Yes. There it was all the time, right on the end of my nose.
It's a wonder you wouldn't look there in the first place.
Place the ring on the lady's finger. That's right. Now, I now pronounce you man and wife.
Old goat.
$2, please. You may now kiss the bride.
There's no time for that. We got to rush for the train.
Train? What train? Where are we going?
On our honeymoon. Hurry.
Honeymoon? Eve, you don't mean Mother.
Oh, I wouldn't think of going anywhere without Mother, dear.
I can't go through with it. I can't go through with it.
Hey, time to get up. Gotta get up, Unc. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Well, where's my... What you for? Huh? Gee. That you, Leroy?
Sure, it's me. What's the matter with you?
Oh, tell me something, Leroy.
What?
I'm not married, am I?
Are you kidding?
Of course I'm not married. We haven't even set a date for the wedding. Everything's all right, huh? Just a bad dream.
Hurry up, Unc. Breakfast has been ready for an hour.
Don't go away, Leroy. Leroy!
What's the matter?
Don't leave me, my boy. Stay here with your old uncle.
For corn's sake. Aren't you going to get dressed?
Right away. I'll get right up and... Ooh, where are my slippers?
Slippers? Where'd you leave them? Oh, here they are. Hats! Oh, gosh, I didn't mean to hit you, Unc.
It's all right, Leroy. Perfectly all right. I forgive you.
Huh? What a character.
And my little Marjorie, my favorite niece. Good morning, my dear.
Good morning, Uncle Mort. You're pretty late for breakfast. You overslept.
Yeah, I overslept. I'm sorry. You're not leaving?
Oh, well, I finished, and I've got a lot to do today.
Oh, sit down with me here a minute, my dear. You too, Leroy. I want to feel my little family around me.
But I was going shopping with Eve and Mrs. Goodwin.
Well, they're not here yet. Oh, here. Here's $5 for a spring hat. A summer hat. Whatever you want.
Gee. Hey, what about me?
All right. Here. Buy yourself a football.
Gee, thanks. Is it all right if I get a first baseman's glove instead? And a belly protector?
Anything at all, my boy. I want to see you children happy.
I don't understand you this morning, Uncle Mort.
Well,
Good morning, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, good morning, Bertie.
What kind of nourishment you hankering for this morning?
I need only the nourishment of your presence, Bertie. The nourishment of your warm, friendly smile.
Yes, with a few scrambled eggs on the side.
That's right, Bertie. And plenty of toast and coffee. I'll bet I can eat like a paratrooper today.
Okay, I'll bring in the first installment.
Oh, that must be Eve and her mother now. Oh, good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Mrs. Goodwin.
Oh, brother.
Come right in. Uncle Mort's just sitting down to breakfast.
Oh, breakfast, Mercy. We had breakfast 2 hours ago.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Eve. Good morning, Mother.
Hi.
Sit down and have a cup of coffee while I have my eggs.
Thank you. That would be lovely.
Oh, Eve, if you don't mind, it upsets me to see food in the middle of the morning.
Just a few scrambled eggs, Mother.
Now, Throckmorton, you're going to have to learn my little ways. Otherwise, how are we going to get along after you and Eve are married?
Mother, really?
Leroy, you'll tell Bertie I'll have my eggs a little later.
You know, Throckmorton and Eve, I've been thinking about you children. And do you know what I think you ought to do?
What?
Why don't you elope?
Mother.
That's what I do. I wouldn't wait. I'd get married right away.
Oh, what a wonderful romantic idea.
You stay out of this, Marjorie.
Mother, you're putting Throckmorton in a very difficult position.
Just the position he wants to be in. I know men. They're always impatient. Now, I talked the whole thing over with Dr. Pendleton, and he says he can marry you Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon? Mother, that's day after tomorrow.
Why, Dr. Pendleton? Dr. Needham is the man I go to for all that. Dr. Needham is my pastor.
Well, I go to a different church, Throckmorton. If anyone but Dr. Pendleton performed the ceremony, I just couldn't consider you married. Now about the honeymoon.
Oh, Mother, this is ridiculous. Let's discuss one thing at a time, please.
You're right, Eve.
But there's nothing ridiculous about it. If you got married right now, I have a friend who owns a summer hotel, and you could get in before the season opens. You remember Helen Pepper Eve? She has that little place on Lake Vespucci.
I don't want to go to Mrs. Pepper's hotel, Mother.
You must learn to think of your husband's pocketbook, my dear. If you go to a hotel out of season, it will make a substantial saving in the cost of your wedding trip. When your father and I went to Niagara, the falls were frozen solid, but our room was only $1 a day.
Why don't you wait till winter, Unc?
Leroy, this is a grown-up conversation.
Well, Leroy is my nephew. He should be allowed to put in his 2 cents worth. That's not a bad suggestion, my boy.
Yeah, I'd like to see the falls frozen solid.
Well, you won't be there, Leroy. Hot or cold, you won't be there.
Well, you young people can suit yourself about the honeymoon, but I wouldn't put off this wedding if I were you.
But, Mother, why not? Why the rush all of a sudden?
Yes, why the rush?
Well, I can't explain it, but I've just got a feeling in my bones.
Oh, now, Mother, those feelings in your bones.
Don't laugh at my bones, Eve. I predicted World War II. And I've got a feeling that if you two aren't married right away... Well, after all, neither of you are growing any younger.
Mother. I think Mother and I better go now, Throckmorton.
You just think it over now, and I'm sure you'll see it my way. It will be at our house, of course, Throckmorton.
At your house.
Come along, Mother, for goodness sake. Will you call me later, Throckmorton?
Yes, Eve. I think we ought to discuss this a little.
There's nothing to discuss. Come along, Eve.
Are you coming with us, Marjorie?
Oh, yes, I'm all ready. Goodbye, Throckmorton. Goodbye, Leroy.
Goodbye, Mother. Say goodbye, Leroy.
Goodbye, Grandma. Well, Uncle, you're all set, I guess.
Yes. I'm all set.
She's giving you a nice break, isn't she, Uncle?
How do you mean, my boy?
Well, I thought you didn't get to marry her unless you won the election.
Oh. Well, the election is in the bag. The paper says I'm 2-1 over Terwilliger.
Yeah, Terwilliger's practically quit.
That's the trouble with Terwilliger. He's yellow. He could still win if he'd put up a fight. Why, if I... Listen, Leroy. You go on about your business. I've got work to do.
What kind of work?
Never mind. You go out and play. Go buy a baseball glove or something.
Oh, gosh, aren't you even going to eat your breakfast?
Later, my boy. I've got some phone calls to make first. Run along, Leroy.
Okay. Goodbye.
Now, I'll start with the A's. Adams. Hello, Mr. Adams? Are you a registered voter? Well, vote for Terwilliger tomorrow. Oh, never mind who I am. I'm just a friend of good government. The
great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, I have some swell ration point news for the ladies. Between now and July 2nd, 5 varieties of the famous Kraft cheese spreads are absolutely point-free. Here's your chance to stock up for the 4th of July weekend. Here's your chance, lunchbox packers, to lay in a supply that'll help you with that daily sandwich chore. There's Kraft Pimento and Kraft Olive Pimento spreads, the tempting Kraft Relish spread, Kraft Limburger for real He-Man sandwiches, and Zesty Roca spread, too. Everyone is wholesome, nutritious, and such good eating. When you're shopping, get some boxes of Kraft Dinner, too. This 7-minute macaroni and cheese is also point-free right now. Tomorrow, save time, save points by getting Kraft cheese spreads and Kraft Dinner. Now let's hurry back to the great Gildersleeve, who by this time is a very uneasy man. It's Tuesday night, the polls have closed, dinner's over, and our candidate is down at his headquarters, biting his nails and wiping the sweat off his brow as he listens to the returns coming in.
Terwilliger 347, Gildersleeve 693.
That's the stuff.
Quiet, Judge.
9th Precinct, final returns. Terwilliger 531, Gildersleeve 1,539.
By golly, Gildy, it's a landslide.
Well, now, I didn't say that.
Peavy's right, Judge. Terwilliger can still show some unexpected strength, you know.
Well, that seems to be all the returns we have at the present time. We'll bring you further returns
Turn
when
it off,
they're
Peavy.
available. Meanwhile, stay tuned to WSUM for complete...
Well, Gildy, the old fox has done it again.
Done what?
I told you I'd make you mayor, whether the people want you or not.
I'm not mayor yet.
Oh, don't be silly. You see the way the returns are going.
Well, now, there's an old saying, Judge. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
And there's another old saying, Peavy. There's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip.
Yes, and there's another old saying. Money a mickle makes a muckle.
Yeah. What's that got to do with this or anything else?
Well, nothing, I guess, but it's an old saying.
Well, keep it to yourself.
Well, no offense, Mr. Gildersleeve. I merely offered an observation.
Our friend seems a little testy this evening, Peavy. You don't suppose his high office has gone to his head already?
I'm tired, Judge, that's all. I've had a hard day. I'm sorry, Peavy.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Where have you been all day, Gildy? I haven't seen you around.
Oh? Well, I was down in the gas house district doing a little last-minute campaigning, Judge. Yeah, the boys there told me it looked a little doubtful.
Oh, you've got nothing to worry about.
That's what you think, brother. Hey, what's that?
What?
That noise. It's outside in the street.
I'll go look.
Turn on the radio, Peavy. See if anything's happened.
Crowd, Gildy. Gathering outside.
According to final returns, although there are several precincts yet to be heard from, Mayor Terwilliger conceded the election to his opponent, Mr. Gildersleeve, at 8:45 this evening.
Conceded?
As soon as complete returns come through, we will relay them to you without delay.
They're calling for you, Gildy. They want you to speak to them.
I won't do it.
Oh, come on. Come at the window. Come on, Gildy. Say a few words to them. That's the stuff. Quiet, folks. Quiet, please. Quiet, quiet. Here he is, folks. I give you your newly elected mayor. Hooray!
What do you say, Gildersleeve?
I demand a recount. Yeah, it's me, Leroy.
Congratulations, Mayor Gildersleeve. Yippee! Congratulations, Uncle Darling.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Gildersleeve. I never thought you'd make it, but you did.
Thank you, Bertie.
Gosh, my uncle's the mayor and my aunt's the principal of the school. That makes me practically the Prince of Wales.
Try to be a little quiet, my boy. I've had a very exhausting day. Oh, my goodness. Whoever that is, I don't want to see him.
I'll go. I'll shoot him away. Good evening, Marjorie. Is your uncle home? Well, I saw him come in, honey. Oh. Well, he's dressing. He's dressing, Mrs. Ransom. Well, I just wanted to congratulate him, but I can do it tomorrow.
Is that you, Leela?
Oh, don't let me disturb you, Throckmorton. I know you're tired.
That's all right. Come on in.
Throckmorton, I heard about your victory over the radio, and I just want to tell you I think it's wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Leela.
That's nothing, Mrs. Ransom. He's going to get married tomorrow. What's that, Leroy? Uncle Miss Goodwin are going to get married.
Leroy, will you run away, please? Go upstairs and do your homework.
I haven't done any till September.
Well, do something.
Can I go out in the streets and light a bonfire?
Yes, do anything you want, Leroy, only not in here. You too, Marjorie.
Come on, Leroy. Okay. Hey, let's go out in the porch and see if anything happens. Is that true, Throckmorton, what Leroy said just now?
I don't know, Leela. I guess so.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, Throckmorton, I've said this before, but I didn't mean it. I hope you'll be very happy. Honestly.
Why, Leela?
Aren't I silly?
Oh, I don't think so. I think you're one of the sweetest girls I've ever known.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. Have you got a handkerchief?
Huh? Oh, here. No. Let me.
Oh, I ought to be ashamed. I'm pretty big to be.
Nothing to be ashamed of. I feel a little myself.
I don't suppose you'll be having a very elaborate wedding, will you, Throckmorton? On such short notice, I mean.
No. Just the families, I guess.
I thought so. If you'd had a church wedding, I might have just slipped in at the back for a minute, all by myself.
I wish you were going to be at this thing tomorrow.
Do you, Throckmorton?
Might make everything seem a little more familiar.
Oh. You won't miss me, but I hope we'll see each other occasionally after you're... I mean, we aren't going to be strangers, are we?
Never, Leela. You stand for something in my life. You stand for...
She's right in the living room, Mrs. Goodwin.
Mrs. G... Oh, for heaven's sake.
Good evening, Throckmorton. I couldn't wait to run over and congratulate you. I want you to... Oh, I didn't know you had company.
This is Mrs. Ransom, Mother. She's an old friend of the family. Lives right next door.
How do you do? I'm so happy to meet you, Mrs. Goodwin. Throckmorton has told me such lovely things about you.
Really?
Oh, yes. And, of course, I know your daughter very well, but I must be running along. I imagine you'll be wanting to talk about the wedding and all.
Well, there are one or two things.
Oh, I'm sure there are. Any wedding is complicated, but these last-minute affairs...
Why,
Goodbye, Mrs. Goodwin. Goodbye, Throckmorton.
Goodbye, Leela.
I won't mention this to Eve, Throckmorton. It might upset her.
But But there's nothing. Leela and I are old friends.
Just the same, I'll keep it to myself. I simply came over to congratulate you, Throckmorton. I want you to know that Eve and I are proud of you. I'll be proud to have you as a son-in-law.
Well, I'll try to be worthy of you, Mother. I'll try to be worthy of Eve.
Oh, that's a fine spirit, son. Now, we better plan a few little things about tomorrow. Have you packed?
Packed? I don't even know where I'm going.
Well, you'll be going somewhere. I've already started packing for Eve. You better get busy this evening.
I suppose so.
Now, when you're packing, I wonder if you put in this little bottle of iron tablets. Eve needs them, but she won't admit it.
Iron tablets? All right.
Make her take one before each meal.
Before?
Yes. And Throckmorton, be sure to see that she gets plenty of fresh air.
Oh, I will.
And one more thing.
Hey, turn on the radio. Something's gone wrong.
Huh? What are you talking about, Leroy?
I don't know. I don't believe it, but a guy just said it on the radio.
But Mayor Terwilliger has conceded the election.
Never mind, Mother. Let's listen to whatever it is.
Apparently, the unexpected has happened. But then in politics, the unexpected often does. Veteran observers were recalling the situation in California in 1916 when Hughes went to bed president only to find in the morning that Wilson had won.
What happened?
Anyhow, the fact is that belated returns from the so-called gas house district have wiped out Mr. Gildersleeve's lead and elected Terwilliger by exactly 3 votes.
What?
Isn't that terrible? I've lost.
Oh, Throckmorton, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, now, Mother, no use crying over spilt milk. I fought hard and Terwilliger won. That's life. That's politics. You got to take the bitter with the sweet.
You're very brave, Throckmorton. But I want you to know that Eve is brave, too. Eve will stand by you through thick and thin.
But, Mother...
And I'll stand by Eve.
By George, I'm going right over and talk to your daughter. You stay right there. Eve, I've got to talk to you.
Oh, Throckmorton, I'm glad you're here. Come in.
Your mother was just over at my house. I left her there.
I know. I couldn't stop her. Mother's so impulsive.
You heard how the voting came out?
Yes, darling, I heard. Come in and sit down.
I mean the final result. You heard that?
Yes, and I think it's a shame. You deserved to win, Throckmorton. You really did.
Well, it's the verdict of the people, Eve. We have to abide by it. That's democracy. That's what we're fighting for.
But to lose by 3 votes, to think that just 3 people did... Oh, it's not fair.
Now, Eve, no use crying over spilt milk. Let the best man win, that's what I say.
You're a good loser, Throckmorton.
I haven't much use for any man who isn't.
Well, you made a wonderful showing, and I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. I want you to know that. I'm just as proud of you as if you'd won.
Well, I'm very grateful for your attitude, Eve. I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for your mother's attitude, too.
You must forgive Mother, darling, if she's a little overeager. I hope you understand.
Oh, I do.
You see, she's had to work hard, and her whole life's been wrapped up in us children. And now that Fred's in the service...
I know.
I'm afraid she still thinks of me as her baby. She wants me to have the best of everything.
Naturally.
And she thinks a great deal of you, Throckmorton.
I think a great deal of Mother. Eve.
Yes?
You remember about 6 months ago? You remember when you told me I ought to run for mayor?
I remember very well.
You remember when I first asked you to marry me?
You were very sweet.
And you said maybe if I won the election?
I remember.
Well, I've lost, Eve, and I'm ready to take my medicine.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're such a dear, silly fool.
Now, Eve, we made a bargain.
Throckmorton, did you think I meant that?
We made a bargain, and I intend to stick to it.
A bargain? Throckmorton, you make it sound so cold-blooded. Love isn't something you bargain with.
But that's what you said. If I got elected, you'd marry me. But I didn't.
Throckmorton, you're so literal. I only said that to make you try harder, silly.
You mean...
I never dreamed you'd take it literally. I certainly hope you don't think I'm the kind of a girl who would marry a man just because he was mayor.
Well, no, only...
And I hope you don't think I'd desert him just because he failed.
Well, no, only... Ye gods, how's a fellow going to know where he stands? I mean, 1 minute you say...
Throckmorton, let's not argue. Not now.
Why not? This is as good a time as any.
Not now, darling. You see, I have something to say to you, Throckmorton, and I don't know quite how to say it.
Oh, you need to worry about me, Eve. I'm not one of those fellows that proposes to a girl and then...
Please, dear. This is something that's going to hurt you, I'm afraid. And I don't like hurting you. I'm very fond of you, Throckmorton. Terribly fond of you. What's more important, I respect you. I think you're one of the finest men I've ever known.
I like you, too, Eve.
I admire you. And I hope we'll always be good friends.
Huh?
I know how you must feel, dear. This is sudden, and it may seem unreasonable, but I've thought it over, and I'm sure it's best this way. You see...
Eve, just wait a minute.
Yes?
Let me get this straight. You mean you can't marry me?
I'm afraid not, dear. Throckmorton, can you ever forgive me?
Oh, I'll try, Eve. I'll try.
Please do.
Yes, perhaps in time. Who knows? The pain will wear away, and I can learn to forget.
You're brave. You're so brave, Throckmorton.
I'll go away somewhere. Grass Lake, perhaps.
You see, dear, there were so many things. After all, there's Mother. My first duty is to her.
You're right, Eve. That's what I like about you. You know your duty, and you do it.
I could see you were never going to be able to get along with her.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, I could tell. And then, too, I got to thinking these last few weeks, I did a lot of things.
Me too.
It occurred to me that maybe this was just one of those things.
Yeah, just one of those things.
Just one of those things that was never meant to be.
Yeah.
After all, when you come right down to it, we're not much alike, you and I.
Not at all. I'm fat and you're...
No. I mean, it's possible that we just weren't meant for each other.
Sure.
Maybe it was a mistake from the start. Maybe we were foolish ever to think of it.
Absolutely. Silliest thing I ever heard. Where do people get these ideas?
Throckmorton, let's face it.
What?
You don't love me, do you?
No.
I knew it.
Yeah. How about you?
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
Eve?
Yes?
Now that we're such good friends...
Yes?
How about a little kiss?
Good heavens, Throckmorton, this is where I came in.
The things I get into. Oh, brother, I need a vacation. We all need a vacation. So we're going to knock off for the next few weeks and play some camp shows and bond rallies. I'm starting out with Salt Lake City tomorrow night. This is our last broadcast this season. We'll be back again the first week in September at the same time and over these same stations. Before saying goodbye, we want to thank you for the encouragement you've given us through your letters and for your response to the government messages we've carried from time to time. To our sponsors, the Kraft Cheese Company, we're grateful for rare understanding and cooperation. And we want to give the credit due to all members of the Gildersleeve cast whom you've come to know. Dee Benaderet, who plays Eve Goodwin, Shirley Mitchell, who plays Leela, Lorene Tuttle, who is Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, she's Birdie, Walter Tetley, Little Leroy, Earl Ross, who plays Judge Hooker, Arthur Q. Bryan, he's Floyd the Barber, and Richard LeGrand, our Mr. Peavy. Thanks, too, to Claude Sweeten for his excellent music, to our writers John Whedon and Sam Moore for their words, Frank Pittman for his direction, and to Ken Carpenter, the dean of all cheese announcers.
Well, thank you, Hal. Incidentally, the Kraft people have donated this time next week to the Treasury Department for a big bond program. There'll be a lot of stars, and it looks like a great show.
Oh, fine. I'm sure it will be. Well, that's about all, folks, except I'd like to remind you that I made a new picture at RKO, and they're releasing it very soon in theaters from coast to coast. It's called Gildersleeve's Ghost. So do come around, and I'll haunt you. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Have a good summer.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. How goes it with our hero at the end of a long, hot summer? Well, we find him sitting in his shirt sleeves on the front porch of his home in Summerfield, quietly perspiring. He's alone, with Bertie on her vacation, his nephew Leroy at camp, his niece Marjorie visiting friends. And so, having eaten an inadequate supper prepared by himself and feeling the need for human companionship, he sees his old friend Judge Hooker going by and calls out to him.
Hi, Judge. Where you going?
Hi, Gildy. Well, is it hot enough for you?
Sit down, Judge. Take a chair. Have a cigar.
No, thanks, Gildy. I gotta be running along.
Oh, you haven't got to be anywhere.
I'm sorry. I have an engagement with a lady.
Oh, Horace, listen, stick around, will you? Tell you what I'll do. I'll play cribbage with you. And you know how I hate to play cribbage.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately, I'm going to call on a lady who enjoys playing cribbage. Ta-ta.
Oh, Horace, wait a minute.
What is it? I'm late now.
How would it be if I went along with you?
Oh, no, you don't. You spend your evening and I'll spend mine. But never the twain shall meet. Bye, Gildy.
All right, you old goat. You'll be sorry. Well, I might call Pettibone. What a town. Try to stir up a little sociability and you get no place. People are just obstinate. If I was trying to spend a quiet evening by myself, they'd beat down my door. Just let me try to... Oh, hello, Dr. Pettibone. Gildersleeve, how have you been? Say, Doc, how about coming over for a little while? Maybe we could play some two-handed poker or something. Oh, yeah? Well, can't you tell her that I'm sick? Oh, well, I see. Well, some other time then. So long, Doc. Yeah, the old coot. I give up. I guess I'll just have to read my book. Well, where is it? I had it here. Who took my... Oh, here it is. Of course, somebody had to lose my place. Yeah. Pettibone's just like all the rest. She's got him tied to her apron strings. By George, you'll never catch me with an apron string. A year ago, maybe. 2 years ago. But not now. I've learned my lesson. Yes, sir. Old Doc, he has to sit there. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. All evening long, in one ear and out the other. No, sir, not for me. Not for yours truly. I have the whole place to myself here. I can sit down, be comfortable, quiet, spend the evening with a good book. One more evening with a good book and I'll go nuts. I shouldn't have done that. Well, why not? It's my house, isn't it? I live here, don't I? I can throw things if I want. Never did like that picture anyway. Oh, doorbell. Who could that be? Well, go and see. Never mind, I'll answer this. What am I saying? Coming! Be right there. Don't go away. Leela.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Well, I'll be. Well, hello. I mean, come in.
Oh, I don't think I'd better, Throckmorton. I saw your light on, and I said to myself, I'll just run over and say hello to Throckmorton and tell him I'm back.
Well, I'm glad you did. Come on in. You're letting in the mosquitoes.
Oh, well, just for a minute.
Come on in the living room. I've got a fan going there. Well, did you have a nice summer?
Oh, I've had a wonderful time. What about you?
Oh, so-and-so.
Have you seen Miss Goodwin lately?
No. I haven't seen her all summer.
Oh.
She hasn't seen me either. That's all over. The whole thing was a mistake, Leela. We found that out.
I was sure you would, eventually.
We're still good friends, naturally.
Naturally. I suppose you've fallen in love with a dozen different girls since I've been away?
Nope. Been too hot. All I've done, Leela, is sit here in front of the fan, all by myself, night after night.
You poor boy.
That's why I'm so glad you're back.
You really are glad. You're not just saying that.
Gosh, I'd be glad to see anybody.
You do pay a girl the prettiest compliment.
I didn't mean it that way, Leela. Gosh, I've been all alone here these last 2 weeks. Nobody to talk to. Nobody to cook any meals for me.
Poor child.
I've been lonesome.
I know just how you feel, because I've been lonesome, too.
You? Well, I thought you were off there having a good time.
Oh, I did. A wonderful time. Just party after party, and such attractive men. There was an officers' training camp right nearby. Well, you can imagine. I must have had 100 proposals if I had one. But I don't know. Somehow I wanted to get back. Silly of me, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, I guess it's just that there are some things that mean more to me than parties and dancing.
Yeah, me too. I haven't had a square meal in 2 weeks.
Oh, Throckmorton, you haven't changed a bit. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go out in the kitchen and cook you up a little snack right now. Would you like that?
Well, sure, only...
We'll have a little party, just the two of us. A party celebrating my return.
Great.
Now, you just sit here and be comfortable, and I'll go out and...
Leela.
Yes?
Maybe you better not go out there. The kitchen, I mean. It sort of got away from me. You might find a few dirty dishes stacked up.
Oh, now, don't you worry about the dishes, Throckmorton. This is a woman's work.
Well, that's what I've always said. Say, you weren't thinking of doing them.
I don't know why not. Just because I go to gay parties and have all these proposals from handsome officers and all, I can be practical, too.
Leela.
You know, you need someone to take care of you, Throckmorton. You really do. Oh, I declare you're as helpless as a child. Now, you just enjoy yourself while I...
Leela.
Yes?
There's something I feel I ought to say to you.
Yes, Throckmorton.
I've done quite a lot of thinking these last 2 weeks while I've been alone here. There hasn't been anything else to do.
I've been thinking, too, Throckmorton.
I've done a lot of thinking, and I've come to a conclusion, Leela.
Yes?
I've decided that I'm the type of man who ought never to marry.
Well, really,
I think it's only fair to tell you this. I've decided that women are not for me.
Well, that's a coincidence, because I've just decided the same thing about men.
Really? Well, that's fine. Then we both...
Particularly you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Wait, Leela, you're not mad, are you?
Gracious, why should I be mad?
Well, then why are you going?
After all, I only ran over to say hello.
I know, but...
Now that I've said it, I'll say goodbye.
Leela, don't go. Don't leave me alone here. What about the dishes? I mean about our party.
One of the officers was a colonel.
What did I do? What did I say? I give up. Now what? Nothing to do, I guess, but go to bed. Just the same, I was right about women. Life is too short. I don't know why women can't be more like men. Oh, well, forget it. Oh, brother, look at that bed. Well, there's no use making it now. The sooner I'm in it, the sooner I'll forget it. No pajamas. You'd think a man could at least have some pajamas. Oh, well, don't mind me. I'm nobody. I just pay the bills around here, that's all. Bed. Why did I ever leave it? What did I ever get up for? Darn sticky weather. That's better. Now the other one. Gosh, I ought to have these pants pressed. All right, so I ought to have them pressed. I can't do everything, can I? Oh, shut up and go to bed, Gildersleeve. Turn out the light and go to sleep. Bed. Forgot to brush my teeth. Oh, well, who'll know? Yes, sir. Tomorrow the children will be home, so I'd be glad. Little Marjorie, so sweet, so understanding. Little Leroy. Bless them both. What's a home without children? Just an empty house. No childish voices to welcome you home at night. No patter of little feet. I was trying to be a better uncle to them. I must be more patient. More patience. Must try to spend more time with them. More time. Let's try to remember when I was a child. At winter, I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer, quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day. I have to go to bed and see the birds still hopping on the tree. Ooh, birds still hopping on the tree. Birds still hopping. Birds.
Fred Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds.
Where's the... Oh, doorbell. Oh, Bertie. Bertie, where are you? All right, Bertie, I'll be right down. Don't go no way. Wonderful woman. Where's my bathrobe? Great. I'm coming, Bertie. I'm coming. Bertie, am I glad to see you. Come in. Let me have your suitcase.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Take off your hat and stay a while. By George, I don't know which I missed the worst, you or the children.
Ain't the children home yet?
No, but they're coming today. Happy little family all together again.
Yes, sir, that's nice. I do declare I missed you too, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, sir, I'm sure glad to be back. I'm going to get my apron on and fix you a real breakfast.
Good old Bertie.
Yes, sir. Sure is nice to be home again. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, what's the matter in here?
Hey, what's the matter, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm in dirty dishes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bertie. I was going to wash them today.
You was?
I am. I'll wash them, Bertie. I'll do anything for a square meal. I've been too weak to wash dishes.
Mm-hmm.
I've been undernourished, Bertie. I'm suffering from malnutrition.
You sure don't shorten, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Rickets. Yeah.
How'd you like some orange juice and some scrambled eggs and crisp bacon and some toast and coffee?
Oh, I'd love it, Bertie. But I'm afraid to look in the icebox. No oranges. No eggs. No bacon. It's nothing to laugh at, Bertie. The icebox is as empty as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
Oh, I knew it would be, Mr. Gildersleeve. What you think I got in this big sack here?
Ooh, Bertie.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Is it hot enough for you this morning?
Oh, yes, Peavy, it certainly is. But I don't care.
All right. Care for a glass of ginger ale?
Yes, I would. With plenty of ice. You'll have to rush it, though, Peavy. I've got to meet the noon bus on the corner.
Oh, you can see it from the window. Leroy coming on it?
Yep. Just think, Peavy. The first time the little fellow's been away. 2 whole weeks. I'll bet he's been homesick.
Leroy?
Oh, yeah, but it'll do him good. These camps are a fine thing for boys, Peavy.
Yeah, I suppose so. Here's your ginger ale.
Thanks. What do you mean you suppose so? Why, a good camp gives a boy wonderful training. Teaches him how to live in the woods.
Yeah, I guess that's useful if a boy's training to live in the woods.
That's got nothing to do with it, Peavy. The idea is to make the boys healthy, self-reliant, all that stuff. Well, here comes the bus. How much do I owe you?
That'll be 10.
I'll pay you later. The bus is stopped. Oh, there he is now. Leroy! Oh, Leroy! By George, he's a great kid. Well, he certainly got himself a sunburn. My goodness, that's a terrible burn. Why, that's Leroy. What's the matter with your face?
Poison oak. If you think my face is bad, you ought to see my stomach.
That's terrible, my boy. Is it painful?
No, it just itches. Well, what the heck? Those are the brakes, kid.
Huh? You come right into Peavy's and get some calamine lotion on your face.
I don't need it, Unc. The camp doctor said so.
Never mind that. Come on in here and get yourself fixed up.
Hello, Leroy. Welcome home.
Hi, Doc. Glad to see you. That's what the kids at camp call a druggist. Doc.
Yeah, I see.
Looks to me like you've got a bad case of poison oak, Leroy.
Well, those are the brakes, kid.
Bottle of calamine lotion, Mr. Gildersleeve.
If you please, Peavy. Well, Leroy, I suppose you're hungry, aren't you?
Oh, boy, am I. No grub since 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, yes, grub. Well, let's go home, huh? Bertie's got a nice lunch for you.
Lead me to it.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just supply it liberally to the infected parts. That'll be 65 with the ginger ale.
Oh, yes. Here. Goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye, Leroy.
So long, Doc. Well, anyway, this guy in the next tent was a cheater and a louse and everything. Shoot the axle grease, will you, Unc?
What are you talking about?
Axle grease is butter, catch? You might as well pass the blood at the same time.
Blood?
Well, that's what we call ketchup at camp, blood.
Leroy, you're not at camp any longer. Kindly remember that.
Okay. Hey, Bertie, bring me another glass of cow.
Well, how does it seem to get home, my boy?
Doesn't seem like the old place has changed much.
No, I guess it hasn't. But aren't you a little bit glad to be back?
Yeah, sure, it's okay. Say, I better be getting over to Piggy's. He's probably expecting me.
But, Leroy, aren't you going to wait and say hello to Marjorie? She ought to be here very soon.
But Pig is expecting me right this minute.
Pig doesn't even know you're home.
Well, how's he going to find out if I don't go over and tell him? I'll see Marge when I get back.
Leroy.
Oh,
I think it would be nice, young man, if you waited and said hello to your sister. You like your sister, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, you say hello to her anyway.
Well, Uncle, I hope you're satisfied. The whole afternoon's a total loss.
Dinner's just about ready, Mr. Gildersleeve. When do you think Miss Marge will be here?
I don't know. Ye gods, don't everybody keep asking me when she's going to get here. I don't know. She was supposed to be here by 2 o'clock.
I'm
sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was only asking.
I'm sorry, Bertie. I shouldn't talk like that. It's just... Well, I'm darn glad to see you all. I got upset, I guess. Come on, Leroy. Cheer up.
I don't know what Piggy's gonna think.
Piggy will be just as glad to see you tomorrow.
Can I call him up?
No.
Why not?
Because if you call him up, he'll come over. I think it'd be nice if we had the first evening to ourselves. Just the family.
You think I was a prisoner here or something? Gosh, at camp they let you do anything you want to.
Well, you're not at camp.
You're telling me.
Yes. Now, Leroy. We mustn't get into an argument, my boy. After all, we haven't seen each other for 2 weeks. Let's be pals, shall we, huh?
Here she comes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
There's a car pulling up in the front.
Oh, it's her, all right. It's Marjorie. Let's all go and meet her. Come on, Leroy. Get her bag.
I'll get her.
Well, by George.
Oh, Opie, I'm so glad to see you.
By George, it's good to have you home, my dear. Open the door, will you, Bertie?
I expect you must be hungry, Miss Marjorie. I'll have dinner ready in 2 days.
Oh, that's wonderful, Bertie.
Leroy just got back this morning. Well, Leroy, aren't you going to say hello to your sister?
Hi. Leroy, for heaven's sake, what have you got all over you? Leprosy. How about a kiss? No, Leroy, don't touch me.
Yeah, now, my dear. It's only poison oak. Leroy, behave yourself.
I see the camp hasn't improved his manners any.
How do you like that? I wait here all afternoon for her, and that's the kind of reception I get.
Well, you asked for it. Young man, are you ready for dinner?
I'll say.
Yeah, let me see your hands. Leroy.
It's on account of the poison oak, Unc. The doctor at camp said not to get any water on it. He said water is very bad.
If you're very careful, you can at least scrub your nails. Go and do so.
But, Unc, the doctor said
I don't care what the doctor said. I'll take full responsibility.
Okay. But don't blame me if I get infected.
Well, my dear, did you have a good time?
Oh, Uncle Mort, it was wonderful. You should see the Benson's house. It's just beautiful.
I always thought their house here in Summerfield was a little pretentious.
Oh, their new house is much nicer than that, much. And they have 2 maids.
We have a maid.
But they have an upstairs maid and a downstairs maid. And in the morning you can have breakfast in bed if you want to.
I'm opposed to breakfast in bed. It encourages laziness.
Oh, you'd love it. You know you would. We had breakfast in bed every morning, Barbie and I. We had more fun. All we did was laugh together. Uncle Phil called us the Giggly Twins.
Uncle Phil?
Mr. Benson. He asked me to call him Uncle Phil.
He did.
And he took us out to dinner several times at the country club.
Country club.
And Barbie and I went to the most wonderful dance there. I don't know. The boys there aren't like the Summerfield boys. They seem more grown up.
What's the matter with the Summerfield boys? I think they're a pretty manly lot myself.
Oh, Uncle Mort, really? If you'd ever seen any others.
If I'd ever seen it.
But anyway, we had more fun. One day we
Well,
were...
that's fine, my dear. But aren't you really kind of glad to get home?
Well, I'm glad to see you again, naturally. And Bertie. And Leroy, I guess.
Well, I certainly missed you, my dear. Hasn't seemed like home here without you. I can tell you that.
You know, I've been thinking, Uncle Mort, couldn't we sort of fix this place up a little?
What's the matter with this place? I had it painted just last year.
I know, but it looks just the way it did before it was painted. And the furniture.
The couch is practically brand new.
But it's just like the old one.
Well, this is no time to be buying furniture. There's a war on. Besides, I don't see anything wrong with it. I like it. Anything else you'd like to see changed around here?
Well, since you bring it up, Unky, darling, do you have to go around in suspenders?
Can you suggest a better way to hold up my pants?
It's not that, but couldn't you wear a jacket?
In this weather?
Well, at least to dinner.
Yes, I suppose so.
And Leroy. We've got to do something about Leroy. His manners, really. I'd be embarrassed to have the Bensons meeting.
Well, he could be a little smoother. Leroy, suppose you go upstairs and put on a necktie.
Necktie? Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. You see me putting on my jacket, do you not?
What is this?
We are trying, my boy, to show your sister that we're not cannibals here. We'd like her to believe that we know how to behave just as well as the Bensons.
Miss Gildersleeve!
Yes, Bertie?
The grub is on. Come and get it.
Oh! Shall we go to into dinner, my dear? All right, you may clear the table, Bertie. We're finished. Leroy, where are you going?
I thought I'd just run over to Piggy's for a minute and say hello.
You're not going to Piggy's, and that's final.
Okay. What do you say we go to the movie? Sister, you got a deal. How about it, Unc?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we just spent the evening here.
Doing what?
Well, just having fun, enjoying one another. After all, this is the first time we've been together for 2 weeks.
You want us to just sit here?
No, we don't have to just sit. We can play games.
We went to the movies all the time at the Benson.
You don't have to go tonight.
I know. Why don't Marge and I go, Unc, and you can stay home if you're tired?
I'm not tired. I'm just sick and tired of hearing about the Bensons, that's all.
The Bensons happen to be very nice people.
I don't doubt it. I just don't want to hear about them, that's all.
Very well.
I don't know what kind of ideas have been putting in your head, but by George, where are you going, young lady?
Well, I'm certainly not going to sit here and listen to remarks about my friends.
Now, just a minute.
If you have any form of entertainment to propose, kindly let me know. Otherwise, I'm going out.
Oh, no, you're not. I'll tell you where you're going. You're going to bed.
Now, Uncle Mort, let's not be ridiculous. I'm not a child, you know.
You heard me. You're going to bed.
Right after dinner?
Right this minute.
Those are the breaks, kid. What about Leroy?
Never mind about Leroy. You go right up those stairs just as fast as you can.
That's telling her, Unc. You can't do this to me.
Oh, can't I?
That's telling her.
Quiet!
You can't treat me like a child. You can't. You can't. Oh!
And go to bed. You too, Leroy.
Me?
You heard me. Go to bed.
Oh, Unc, what did I do?
On your way. Get started.
Oh, gee, I don't see why I have to go to bed.
See if we can't have a little discipline and obedience around here.
I don't see why I have to pay some of these kids. I got no friends.
By George, it's great to have him home again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be back on the air again. I hope you've enjoyed the program, and I hope you'll all be listening again next week. And tell your friends. Good night, everybody.
The Armed Forces Radio Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve.
Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. From the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Do you know that there's a spread for bread that's made by Kraft and that it's called parquet margarine? Well, sure you do. Most everyone knows that. But do you know why this spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine tastes so good? Well, it's that fresh, delicate flavor that makes parquet taste so good. And do you know that every pound of this spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine and tastes so good contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A? Well, then listen to more good news. This nourishing spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine and tastes so good and contains vitamin A also is one of the most economical energy foods you can buy. So, enough said. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Let's drop in on our friend the Great Gildersleeve in Summerfield. The town is suffering from a long, dry heat wave, I'm sorry to say, and Gildersleeve, like the rest of the fat men, is suffering more than his share. We find him now at breakfast with his family, considerably past the time when he should be downtown in his office at the water department.
Hot. Leroy, could I have the newspaper, please?
In just a second. Oh, you mustn't disturb him, Uncle Mort. He's reading the funnies.
Well, I want to read the war news. Leroy?
Nothing new. Patton went through a couple more countries.
Leroy, Who's that?
I'll go and see. Who's that at the door?
We'll take care of it, Bertie.
Well, good morning, Marjorie. Is your uncle still here?
Oh, yes. He's been very slow this morning. Come on in.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Judge. Come in. Take off your coat. Relax.
Oh, I'm perfectly comfortable, thank you. Heat bothering you?
Must be wonderful to be skinny. What's on your mind?
Have you seen the morning paper?
Not yet. I haven't been able to get it away from Leroy. But by George,
Here it is. You don't have to grab. Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy. Here. Let me read you the item, Gildy. You'll love this.
Yeah?
Mayor Cyrus Terwilliger was the victim of a freak accident last night when his car skidded on State Highway 47 where it passes the Summerfield Reservoir. The mayor suffered minor lacerations and contusions.
Yeah, too bad, wasn't it?
Investigation of the cause of the accident led to the discovery that a number of live eels were leaving the reservoir.
Eels?
They were crossing the highway at this point, and it is thought the mayor's car skidded on striking the procession of slippery creatures.
Eels? If you ask me, the mayor was full of root beer.
Well, what were the eels doing walking across the road?
You know, come to think of it, there's an old belief that when eels leave a pond, it means it's going dry.
That's nothing but a superstition. Eels. Why, the Summerfield Reservoir is full of water. Always has been. The whole thing is ridiculous. Maybe I better get down to the office and look into this.
Gildersleeve, there's some people waiting to see you.
Bessie, I can't see him.
There's one man that's been waiting for quite a while.
I don't care.
Here's his card.
Card? Professor Luther T-Berry, rainologist. Send him away. Send him away, Bessie, and get me Charlie Anderson on the phone.
Charlie Anderson?
Yes, Bessie, the engineer out at the reservoir.
Oh, he's one of the people that's waiting to see you.
Well, show him in. Egods, what's the matter with you, Bessie? By George, I'm going to have to let her go.
Well, Commissioner, you sure keep banker's hours. I've been sitting out there since 8:30 waiting to see you. Where the dickens
Now,
is...
Charlie. Leave us alone, please, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Charlie, what's the water situation out at the reservoir? How's she holding up?
That's what I come in to see you about. We're put in there dry.
Well, you're a fine engineer. If the reservoir is that low, why didn't you warn me?
Warn you? I've been sending you reports on it every day for a month. Did you read them?
Well, let me see. Would they be in the in basket or the out basket? Oh, here they are, in the immediate action file. Quite a few of them here.
Well, I sent you 20 or 30.
Oh, yeah, well, let's see. According to the most recent, the water's down to 18. Is that feet?
No, it's inches.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, if she drops another 3 inches, the intake pipe on the pump will be out of water.
What happens then?
What do you think happened? We pump air. Folks will be taking baths in air. They'll be washing their clothes in air. They'll be...
Yeah, I understand, Charlie. But why can't we lower the intake pipe a few inches? Can't you do that?
No, you can't. Lower it 3 inches and you'll be pumping mud. Folks will be taking baths in mud.
They'll be washing their clothes.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Well, Charlie, we've got to keep calm.
That's busted. What do you want, sister? Didn't the commissioner say we wasn't to be disturbed?
No, Charlie, we did wish privacy, Bessie. What is it?
Well, the mayor just called. He wants to see you right away.
Oh.
Well, you tell that fathead to go take a run and jump.
Oh, no, Charlie. Under the circumstances, I think I'd better go and see him. Your Honor?
Oh, yes, Gildersleeve. Be with you in a minute.
Pretty hot today, isn't it, Your Honor?
I'll be with you in just a moment.
Yes, sir. Pardon me. Keep me standing here, the petty bureaucrat.
Miss Riggs, have you got those tax figures for last year?
Trying to make himself look important.
Well, if you'll just call me when you have them, please.
Put them when you
Yes. Now, Gildersleeve, sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear about your little accident last night.
Well, it may have been a blessing in disguise, since it called my attention to the state of things out of the reservoir.
Well, I certainly hope you don't believe that old superstition about the eels leaving a sinking pond, Your Honor. Amusing theory, though, isn't it?
Very amusing. But what are the facts?
Facts?
Yes. Is the town in danger of going dry or not?
Well, I wouldn't want to say we're in danger, but at the same time...
Yes?
Well, I wouldn't want to make a definite statement without getting all the facts.
Well, confound it, get the facts. I want a complete report.
Well,
And I want it in 48 hours.
48 hours? Why, that's only 3 days.
It's 2 days. Can I count on it?
You can count on it, Your Honor. I'll make it my personal responsibility.
Very well. For your own sake, I hope the report is satisfactory.
Yes, sir.
One thing more, Gildersleeve.
Yes, Your Honor?
I wouldn't want you to think all this has anything to do with the fact you ran against me for mayor.
It hasn't?
Nothing whatsoever. I'm simply doing my duty as I see it. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Bureaucratic old weasel, small time potato. Well, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Wants a report, does he? I'll give him a report. Let's see. To begin with, there's no water. We'll have to find a better way to say it than that. Oh, well. Yep, something's leaking. Huh? What? Who? What?
Have you got a moment, friend?
Who are you?
Well, you have my card there, Professor Luther Teabury.
Oh, that, Bessie. What are you doing in my office?
Oh, that I'll explain, friend. That I'll explain.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you locking that door for?
Well, what I have to explain is of a scientific nature.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Enemy ears may be listening.
No, look here. I'm a busy man.
Oh, sure, my friend. But if you will give me just 5 minutes of your time...
Well, what do you want?
Tell me, Mr. Gildersleeve, what would a cloudburst be worth to you right now?
Cloudburst?
Mm-hmm. How would you like it if it rained cats and dogs tomorrow and just kept right on raining?
You mean you can make it rain?
That's what I mean, friend. That's what I mean.
Oh, brother. Wait a minute. Look, I'm a busy man. I haven't got time to listen to any nonsense.
I seem to detect a little note of skepticism. Only natural, of course. There are charlatans even in this business. But let me ask you, you've heard of Benjamin Franklin?
Certainly I've heard of Benjamin Franklin. I've heard of Alexander Hamilton, too, and Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
I get around.
No. Well, now let me tell you. Franklin proved, that is, if you remember, that thunderstorms produce electricity. Is that right?
Well, I guess so.
Mm-hmm, very well. Then why shouldn't electricity produce thunderstorms?
Well, I don't know. Why shouldn't it?
No reason at all, friend. No reason at all. Now, I have patented an electronic device which does just that. It generates high-tension electrical charges, which are transmitted by means of a reverse lightning rod to the clouds up above. Mm-hmm. Gradually, the potential is built up there until it is sufficient to cause a discharge. In other words, lightning. Mm-hmm. The lightning breaks the atmospheric tension, causing precipitation. You follow me?
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you'd care to see my credentials, here are some newspaper clippings.
Very interesting. But there's one thing I'd like to ask.
Yes?
How much do you charge for this?
How's that?
I say, how much do you charge?
Oh, there's no charge. No, that is as such. No, my interest in this is purely scientific.
Well, fine, in that case.
All I require is an advance payment of $500.
$500?
Yeah, to help defray expenses.
Good day, Professor.
Oh, now wait just a minute.
I've wasted all the time I'm going to.
You better think it over, friend.
And don't call me friend. Good day.
I still say you better think it over.
What am I thinking of? I ought to have my head examined. A rainmaker. Let's get back to this report. Gee, no water. By George, if that fellow could make it rain. After all, they laughed at Edison. They laughed at Marconi. Professor, come back here, friend.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. You know, most of us like to eat bread at every meal, and whether you prefer it as crunchy toast, as a plain slice from a golden-crusted loaf, or as rolls and muffins, you're sure to enjoy bread at its best when spread with delicious Parquet margarine. Kraft makes Parquet margarine, so naturally you'd expect Parquet to taste extra good, to have a fine, delicate flavor that really satisfies. And remember, Parquet is more than just a good-tasting spread. It's a splendid energy food, one of the best you can eat. Equally important, Kraft fortifies Parquet so that every pound contains 9,000 units of essential vitamin A. So for good nutrition and real flavor enjoyment, too, buy and serve Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. This economical, nutritious spread for America's bread requires only 2 ration points a pound. So ask for Parquet, the quality margarine that's made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who really seems to be on the spot. In desperation, he has contracted for the services of Professor T-Berry, the eminent rainmaker, but he's keeping very quiet about it. We find him now on his way home from the office, seeking solace in the company of his old friend and family pharmacist, Mr. Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
Hot enough for you?
Don't mention the weather, Peavy, please.
Excuse me, there's a fly on that table behind you. I wonder if you'd be good enough to... Here's the swatter. There. Darn flies, they get all over everything. Always buzzing around. Yeah, it's like Mark Twain said, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it.
Peavy, how much longer do you think this dry spell can last?
Well, that's hard to say, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hard to say. But you know, they tell me, the people who've been out there, they tell me it's got so bad the eels are leaving the reservoir.
Well, that was in the newspaper. Don't tell me you believe all that stuff about eels.
No, it's pretty hard to fool an eel. Eels are pretty slick.
Yes, they're pretty slippery, too. But that doesn't mean they know more than you and I do.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
An eel can be wrong, you know.
Have you ever known an eel to be wrong?
I've never known an eel. Let's forget about eels, if you don't mind. I don't like them.
Squeamish?
I'm not squeamish. I just don't like them. Peavy, tell me something.
Yes?
Do you believe that science can produce rain?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't thinking...
Well, I'm asking this for a friend.
Oh.
You see, I have this friend. He happens to be a water commissioner, too. Lives over in, I forget the name of the town. But they have a little problem over there. No water.
Okay.
Well, anyway, to make a long story short, Peavy, this friend of mine, the water commissioner, he discovered a scientist who claims he can manufacture rain. Now, my friend wants to know if such a thing is possible.
Is your friend asking me?
I'm asking you. My friend asked me.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know any more about it than my friend, but you make things in your back room there. You know about science and stuff.
I'm afraid making a few ounces of barley water is a little different from making a cloudburst. That's a pretty large prescription.
I didn't say you could do it, but do you think it can be done? That's what I want to know. I mean, my friend does.
Well, I'd be the last to say anything was impossible. After all, look at your fountain pen.
Huh?
But there's one word of advice I'd give your friend, if you see him.
Oh, I'll be seeing him.
Well, tell him that if this scientist brings up the question of payment...
Oh, come to think of it, I believe my friend said the fellow wanted $500 for the job.
$500? That's a lot of money in any kind of weather.
You're telling my friend.
Well, my advice would be to pay the man after he produced the rain, not before.
I wish my friend had thought of that.
If you ask me, Mr. Gildersleeve, it sounds as if your friend were a little soft in the head.
Now, listen. My friend is just as smart as you are any day of the week, and don't you forget it. Goodbye, Pete.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, and my regards to your friend.
Leroy, what are you doing up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I heard your alarm go off. Where are you going, Unc?
Nowhere.
Can I go?
No.
Why not?
Because.
Oh, gee, you wake me up 3 hours before breakfast and you already...
Leroy, quiet.
Well, can't I come with you, Unc?
You can come with me if you'll keep quiet and stop asking questions.
Okay. Where are we going?
Out to the Eels, reservoir.
What for?
I want to conduct some experiments.
What kind?
You'll see.
Why so early?
I want to get the jump on the weather.
How are you going to do that?
Ye gods, Leroy, stop asking questions. You'll see when we get there. Climb out, my boy. Charlie! Charlie Anderson.
Here he comes, Unc.
That you, Commissioner? Well, I quit. God busted, I quit.
Now, Charlie.
You could get yourself another boy.
Charlie, all I ask you to do is cooperate with the professor and help him out.
Professor, my eye. That Ginks's Daffy is a bonny bird.
Leroy, you know Uncle Charlie Anderson.
Sure. Hi.
Kids. As I said before, I quit.
Now, come along. You just let me handle the professor.
You can have him. Look at him there with his head in that fool machine. He don't know what he's doing.
This is a little out of your line, Charlie, that's all.
Yeah, out of his, too.
Oh, good morning, Professor.
Good morning, friend. A fine morning. But we'd soon change that, eh?
What's that thing?
Now, Leroy, don't bother the professor. The professor is going to make rain for us.
Oh, gosh, Unc, you forgot your umbrella.
The kid's all right.
Well, don't encourage him. How about it, Professor? Is your apparatus about ready?
Yes, all hitched up. Just in time. Just make one more connection here.
Fiddle faddle. Listen to him.
Is he kidding?
Now, if my good friend here will give me a hand with the engine.
You call that an engine?
Give him a hand, Charlie.
Oh, silly.
All right. You may fire when ready, Gridley.
Oh?
Turn her over.
Oh, crazy.
No gas, huh?
You keep out of this, Leroy.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, just try again. Once more into the breach, dear friend.
What?
Turn it over again.
Oh, this silly thing.
Now, stand back here, Sonny. Stand back, Commissioner. You too there, friend. I'm going to give it the juice.
Oh, he's going to give it the juice. Everybody into the pump house when the rain starts. Ready?
Holy Toledo! We'll be lucky if she don't blow up.
to get to my office. How about it, teabags?
Oh, I can't understand it. It worked in Moose County. It worked at Hoosier Falls.
Well, those are the brakes, kid.
Leroy, I don't care for that expression.
Don't worry, friend. I won't give up the ship. I'll make it rain if it takes all summer.
I'll spit in his eye. That's as close as he'll get to rain.
Never mind, Charlie. We need the water. Let's save it. I knew it wouldn't work. Just an idea, that's all. Just an idea that cost $500. Your Honor, you sent for me?
I certainly did, Gildersleeve. Sit down.
Take your time, Your Honor, whenever you're ready for me.
I'm ready now. Sit down.
Yes, sir. I've been working on my report, but I want
Never mind the report, Gildersleeve. What the devil is this?
That? Well, I'll tell you, Your Honor.
It's a requisition for $500, isn't it?
Well, yes.
And who authorized it?
I did.
You have no authority to requisition any such sum for your department, and you know it.
Well, it was an emergency, Your Honor.
What is the money for?
Well, it was, to make it rain in Summerfield.
To make it rain? $500 to make it rain? Who got the money? Jupiter Pluvius?
No, Professor T-Berry. He's a scientist. He knows a scientific way to make rain by electricity, and I thought it'd be a good investment for the town.
When is the professor going to make his experiment, Gildersleeve?
He made it this morning.
But I don't see any rain. Gildersleeve, I don't think this is going to surprise you particularly, but you're...
I am not. I resign.
You're fired.
You can't fire me, you small-town bureaucrat. I quit.
Well, either way, clean out your desk today. I'll get going.
Oh, okay. Reports. Throw them away. Average water pressure for the year 1942. Who cares about that? All water over the dam now.
Here's something you might want to take with you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? What's that?
This clipping. It's a story in the Indicator the day you became water commissioner.
Oh, yeah. Let me see it. A new era in public service was promised Summerfield's citizens today by Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, who moved into his new office as water commissioner at City Hall this morning. Put it in my briefcase, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Ah, me, the path of glory leads but to the grave.
Were you speaking to me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I wasn't, Bessie. That is not particularly. Well, I guess I might as well be going now.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, it isn't going to be the same without you.
Now, Bessie, you and the new commissioner will get along fine, whoever he is.
Oh, but I like you. I can't stand to have you go.
That's very nice of you, Bessie. I'll miss you, too. You may not be the best secretary in the world, but I'll miss you just the same.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Bessie, confound it.
Hey, Commissioner.
Charlie, what are you doing here?
What's this I hear about you quitting?
Well, it's true, Charlie.
Well, if you quit, I quit. They could get another boy.
That's the way I feel, too, Charlie. I want to quit, too.
You keep quiet, Dad Buster.
I won't.
Oh, now, Bessie, please. I want you both to know, you, Bessie, and you, Charlie, that I value your loyalty. I value your friendship.
Yeah.
It means a lot to me. But you've got to stay on. You've got to stick to your job. The city needs water. You'll have a new commissioner in a few days, and he'll need your help.
He'll need more than that. The intake pipe is high and dry right now.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Where's my hat? Oh, you got it on. Briefcase. Well, goodbye, Charlie. Goodbye, Bessie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Fine people. No man ever had better employees. Well, they'll carry on in the Gildersleeve tradition. Commissioners come, commissioners go, but the waterworks goes on forever.
Well, we're home early, huh, Gildersleeve? Good night.
I give the best years of my life to the water department. What thanks do I get?
Good night, Commissioner.
Commissioner. Oh, well. Oh! Rain! Rain! Too late. Well, those are the breaks, kid.
Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I fixed you something I know you're going to like. I just happened to make a jelly roll this afternoon. I know you a man that likes jelly roll.
Very sweet of you, Bertie, but I'm afraid I couldn't this evening. Tell the truth, I'm not very hungry somehow.
Oh, you shouldn't take it so hard, Mr. Gildersleeve. It ain't so bad being fired.
I was not fired, Bertie. I resigned.
Well, it ain't so bad to resign.
Well, I think you were lucky to be fired, Uncle Mort. I mean, it's lucky you thought of resigning. I think it's the best thing that ever happened to you. Why, you probably have all sorts of wonderful opportunities now.
Such as what?
I don't know, but something will turn up.
Do you think we'll starve, Unc?
Well, not immediately.
I'd be glad to give up my music lessons. That'd save money. And I could quit school and take a job.
Yes, well, I appreciate the offer, my boy, but that'll not be necessary.
I'll get it, Unc.
If that's for me, I'm not in.
Hello? Yeah, just a minute. It's long distance, Unc. Wistful Vista is calling.
Wistful? Well, that must be Fibber McGee. Hello? That you, Mert? Well, put him on. Fibber? Hello, little chum. How's Molly? Great. What's on your mind? You have? Uh-huh. 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 Well, sounds very interesting. Well, if it pans out the way you say, I might be willing to give up my job at the waterworks. Much obliged, McGee. I'll be hearing from you. So long. Well, those are the breaks, children.
What is it, Unc?
McGee and I are going to make $1 million. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
If your family is passing up fresh green salads, here's how to stir up brand new appetite interest in these nourishing fresh vegetables. For a new surprise touch of flavor, zip up your salad dressings with tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. It's creamy smooth and blended to Kraft's own special recipe, made of choice mustard seed, mild vinegar, and fragrant spices. So you can use Kraft salad mustard in all sorts of tempting ways. It gives a grand flavor lift to cheese fondues and Welsh rabbits, blends smoothly into an appetizing cream sauce for hot-cooked vegetables, adds delicious flavor to deviled eggs and to cold meat cuts. So have a jar of Kraft salad mustard handy whenever you prepare meals, luncheons, or snacks. Buy that other favorite, too, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Head up your shopping list tomorrow with these two popular varieties, Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. Have you heard that Joan Davis and Jack Haley are back in the Seal Test Village store? Consult your local newspaper for the time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, with music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know that there's a spread for bread that's made by Kraft and that it's called parquet margarine? Well, sure you do. Most everyone knows that. But do you know why this spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine tastes so good? Well, it's that fresh, delicate flavor that makes parquet taste so good. And do you know that every pound of this spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine and tastes so good contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A? Well, then listen to more good news. This nourishing spread for bread that's made by Kraft and is called parquet margarine and tastes so good and contains vitamin A also is one of the most economical energy foods you can buy. So, enough said. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for delicious, nourishing parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Let us turn now to the busy world of industry and finance. Jubilant last week was eager, bumbling Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, one-time water commissioner and prospective mousetrap tycoon. The reason, he and his partner, Fibber McGee, envisioned a rosy future in a post-war world of mice and millions. Well, time marches on, and Gildersleeve forges ahead with plans for the manufacture of McGee's plastic mousetrap. We find him now at dinner discussing those plans with his legal counsel, Judge Hooker. Present also are his niece Marjorie and nephew Leroy.
Now, let me give you the picture as I see it, Judge. To begin with, we issue 10,000 shares of stock, McGee and I, at a par value of $1 a share.
Pass the salt, will you? You can reach it.
That gives us a starting capital of 10,000. Now, all...
Leroy, pass the salt.
Leroy, pass the salt.
She didn't say please. I did, too. And anyway, why should I?
Pass the salt. Pass it.
Here, Marge, salt. Never mind. You're too late. I'll eat it without salt.
You take it. Here, give me that, Leroy.
Uncle Mort, not on my ham.
You asked for salt. Confound it. Now eat it.
But not on my ham. The ham was salty already. I wanted it on my...
Eat it. God. I'm trying to talk business with the judge here. I'm sorry, Judge. Continue.
I wasn't saying anything, Gildy. It was you.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll go back. To begin with, McGee and I issue 10,000 shares of stock.
Excuse me, please.
Yes?
Before you begin, if Marjorie's through with the salt there...
Give him the salt.
Here, Judge Leroy, you don't have to grab.
Quiet. Now, if you're listening, Judge...
I'm listening, Gildy. Continue. I always like a little salt on my spinach.
I always like a little quiet when I'm talking.
You're always talking.
Leroy...
Proceed, Gildy.
I've forgotten where I was now.
Well, you were cooking up some shady stock deal.
Oh, yes. Well, to begin with, what do you mean, shady? This is all open and above board, Judge. We simply issue 10,000 shares of common ordinary stock, which gives us a working capital...
Excuse me.
What is it, Bertie?
How about a little more of the corn pudding for the judge?
Pudding, Judge?
Well, I'll tell you, Bertie, I shouldn't eat any more, but by golly, I'm going to. It's simply delicious.
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Shoot the jam, Marge.
Leroy, that's no way to ask.
Sorry. Prithee, fair one, wouldst pass the raspberry jam?
Marjorie?
Thank you, sister dear.
You're welcome, brother dear, and may it choke you.
Sweet kid.
No.
Leroy, a little more corn pudding for you?
Not for me, Bertie.
I got only a little of it left here. Ain't you going to help finish it up?
No, thanks, Bertie. I can't stand the stuff.
Leroy, is that any way to talk about something Bertie has worked hard on?
Well, it's squishy. I can't stand anything squishy.
I've told you, young man, not to criticize your food. Give him another helping, Bertie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, if the boy don't want it...
Give him another helping.
According to modern education, Gildy, you're all wrong and
Let's keep modern education out of this, Judge. Give the boy another helping, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Leroy.
I'm telling you, I can't eat it.
You'll either eat it or go to bed.
All right, I'll go to bed.
No, you won't. You'll eat it.
Yes, sir.
A little corn pudding never hurt anybody. I ate corn pudding when I was your age. Didn't like it particularly, but I ate it. Corn pudding is good for you, Leroy. Builds you up. Vitamins. All right, you don't have to eat it if you don't want to.
Ah, thanks, Unc. Hey, guess who's back in town?
Who?
Marge knows, don't you, Marge?
If you're referring to Everett Todd, I can't stand him.
Oh, you can't, eh?
No, I can't. Everett Todd is a mole.
Yeah. A what?
A mole. He's a drip.
Mole. That's a new one.
You mean Ainsworth's Todd's boy?
Yeah, Everett.
I thought he went to military school.
He did, but the Army took it over. So now he's back in high school.
He ought to be in reform school.
Yep.
Oh, now, he can't be that bad, Marjorie. His father's president of the First National Bank.
We all know that, Judge. But what difference does it make? The boy is plainly a mole. And so is his old man. I can never stand him either.
Thank you, Uncle Mort.
Never had any use for Ainsworth. I haven't any use for his son. I don't want him hanging around my niece.
Now, Gildy, you don't know anything about the boy.
He's a mole, Judge.
He threatened to come over this evening. If he does, I shall just refuse to see him.
If he does, I shall throw him out on his ear.
Boy, I hope he comes.
Why?
You haven't seen him lately. He's got a good 6 inches over you, Unc.
Finish your dinner, Leroy. The judge and I have business.
I'm finished.
Eat some corn pudding.
What?
Eat it.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Margie ain't in here?
No, she's up in her room doing her homework.
Oh, there's a young Mr. Todd at the door to see her.
Todd? That must be Ainsworth's boy.
Well, by George, I'll tell him where
Now,
he...
wait a minute, Gildy, wait a minute. Have the young men wait, Bertie. You know, I've been thinking.
What?
I wouldn't be too hasty about throwing young Todd out of the house. You may want to borrow money from his father's bank.
Borrow from Ainsworth Todd, that stuffed shirt? I never borrow a nickel from him. I'd sooner raise the money myself. By George, I will raise it myself.
How?
I don't know.
Todd isn't a bad fellow. He's got the only bank in Summerfield.
Monopoly.
Oh, you're talking like a baby, Throckmorton. What on earth have you got against Todd?
Well, he threw me out of his office once, if you must know.
What for?
We had a disagreement. I may have called him a crook in the heat of the argument.
Well, you better see if you can get back in his good graces. If he's against you, you won't get credit anywhere in town.
Oh? Maybe you're right, Judge.
I've got to be going now. But think it over, Gildy.
Yeah. Bertie, I'll speak to the young man myself.
Yes, sir. Good night, Judge.
Good night.
Well, my boy. Gildersleeve is my name.
How do you do, sir?
So you've come to see Marjorie.
Well, yes, sir. That is, if she's in.
Oh, she's expecting you, all right. Yes, indeed. Come right in. Oh, Marjorie.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
Better hurry down, my dear. Someone to see you.
Who is it?
Never you mind. We'll surprise her. Well, let me have your hat. Come in and sit down. I remember your father. Remember him well.
Call me Uncle Mort?
You have a visitor, my dear?
I have? Oh, hello.
Hello, Marjorie. How are you?
I thought you were kidding when you said you might come over. I've got an awful lot of homework to do.
Oh, gee.
I'm terribly sorry, but I'll have to ask you to excuse me.
Now, Marjorie, you can relax for a few minutes. Bad for your eyes to keep studying all evening.
It's been pretty warm lately, hasn't it, Marjorie?
Yes, it has. Quite unseasonable.
I guess it'll be getting colder pretty soon, though. Huh, Marge?
Think so, Marge?
Oh, I suppose so.
Marjorie, do you like Wedgie Arcola's music?
Oh, it's all right, I guess.
I think he's murder. His whole band's murder, but he's really murder. I think he plays more trumpet than Harry James.
I wouldn't know.
You don't happen to have Wedgie's record of Is You Is or Is You Ain't, do you?
No, I haven't.
Well, I just happen to have it with me. I mean, out in the car. If you'd like to hear it. He plays an awful lot of trumpet in that record.
Is that so? By the way, how's your father these days?
Would you like to hear the record, Marjorie? I think you'll enjoy it.
Oh, sure she would. So would I.
Well, swell. It'll only take a second.
Look out for the hat rack.
I'll leave the latch off. Be right back.
Marjorie, you're not being very polite to your young friend.
Uncle Mort, I told you I didn't want to see him. He's a mole.
Now, my dear, that's just your opinion.
Oh, no, it isn't. You said so yourself. You said you didn't like him.
I don't even know him. I need money from his father's bank to finance our company, my dear. And I can't have you insulting this boy.
Oh.
Just be friendly, can't you?
I suppose you want me to let him kiss me.
If he tries it, I'll break his neck. All I want is ordinary courtesy, my dear. Just be friendly. Because if you're friendly, he'll be friendly. And if he's friendly, maybe his father will be friendly. The tightwad. Now, if you... Oh, hello, my boy. Got the record, I see.
Yeah.
What's his first name, my dear?
The phonograph is over here, Everett.
Yes, right over here, Everett.
Oh, thanks. Gee, I sure hope you're going to like this, Marjorie.
I'm sure she will.
I heard his record of Blue Lagoon, and I thought it was awfully good.
Oh, that one? After he made it, he fired his whole rhythm section. The new guys are much better.
How's your father these days, Everett?
Is the needle hot yet?
I guess he's all right.
Well, here we go.
Nothing like a little jazz.
That's wedgy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Some tone, huh?
Great. I always liked the cornet.
It's a trumpet.
Trumpet. Oh, it's hard to tell which is which.
Quiet. How can we hear it?
Oh, sorry. You think the fellow is Toscanini or Tchaikovsky?
That's the end of the solo. That trumpet's really murder, isn't it?
It suggests murder.
Well, anyway, when this Arcola first started, he was a piano player. He didn't switch to the trumpet till later.
Well, that happens. By the way, Everett, what was your father before he became a banker?
I guess he was always a banker.
I guess he's pretty good at it, too. Knows who to lend money to. Knows a reliable man when he sees one.
Yeah, I suppose so. I never thought much about it.
Leroy! What are you doing down here in your pajamas?
For corn's sake, I couldn't sleep. What was all that racket?
Racket? That Wedgie Arcola's latest record.
Arcola? Oh, boy, play it again, huh? He's super.
Why not? Just the trumpet solo, Everett.
You belong in bed, young man.
Oh, just let me hear it this once. Roll 'em, Everett.
They're rolling.
What'd you say the name of the piece was?
Quiet, I want to hear the trumpet.
They can hear it across the street. Why anybody gets paid for stuff like that, I can't imagine. Leroy!
That's the name of the piece, Unc.
Yeah.
Is you is or is you ain't my baby.
A little ungrammatical, isn't it?
Boy, that Arcola is really super.
Go to bed, Leroy.
Well, it's only 10:30.
I don't care. It's time you were in bed. Besides, it's 10:45.
It's 10:40.
Stop quibbling and go to bed.
Gosh, you never want me to have any fun.
Hates to go to bed, the little rascal. Now, what were we talking about, Everett? Oh, we were talking about your father.
No, about Wedgie Arcola. But, gee, I ought to be going home.
Stick around. It's only 11.
No, gee, I gotta go.
Well, now that you know the way.
I'd like to come and see Marjorie again.
Oh, I hope you will.
That's the way, my dear. Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Well, it's sure great to meet people that are interested in good music. I'm afraid Mr. Gildersleeve isn't quite as sold on Wedgie as I am.
Don't you believe it, my boy. I'm crazy about Wedgie.
Really, Uncle Mort?
I think he's great. Is you is, oh, is you ain't my baby.
Oh, gosh. Mr. Gildersleeve, as long as you're getting to be such a fan, how'd it be if we played it once more? Just the solo part.
Oh, sure. Love to hear it.
Come on, Everett. I love every note of that thing.
It'll take more than 10,000 to pay me for this, more than 20. By George, there isn't enough money in the whole bank. Yeah, that's murder.
Oh, it sure is. Well, good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night, Marjorie. I'll leave the record for you. Only take good care of it, huh?
Good night.
Yeah, good night, my boy. Oh, and give my regards to your father. Now, for Pete's sake, let's go to bed.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now, 3 ways you can help yourself and help the dealer who supplies you with Parquet margarine, the delicious Kraft quality spread for bread. First, to save valuable shopping time, know the point value of rationed foods. Parquet margarine, by the way, still requires only 2 ration points a pound. Second, plan menus a week in advance and serve the most nourishing foods available. And, of course, serve economical Parquet margarine as often as you can. It's such a splendid energy food and is fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. And now, a third important point. To conserve paper vitally needed in the war, avoid useless wrapping. Don't ask your dealer to wrap packaged foods. And that means the attractive yellow and blue package, too. Yes, the one that contains that delicious, nourishing spread for bread, Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Tomorrow, buy Parquet, made by Kraft. Now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. Several days have passed since we last saw him, and though he hasn't yet been able to see Mr. Ainsworth Todd of the Summerfield First National, his hopes are high. At the moment, we find him at home, enjoying the comforts thereof.
Oh, that thing again. I can't stand it.
So he leaves home and seeks refuge down at the drugstore with his old friend, Mr. Peavy.
Hot enough for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't care how hot it gets, Peavy, as long as it's quiet. That's one thing I'll say for this place. It's quiet.
Sometimes it's too quiet. Something I can do for you?
No, I'd just like to sit here and enjoy a little peace, if you don't mind.
Little hullabaloo at home?
Hullabaloo. It's a madhouse. Every evening, all evening long, is you is or is you ain't my baby. I can't get the darn thing out of my head.
Yeah, I know how it is. Reminds me of a tune when I was a boy. Drove Father crazy. That must have been 45 years ago, but I still catch myself humming it. Let's see, how did it go now?
Never mind.
Dun, 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 dun,
let it go.
Dun, 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 dun,
That's enough.
There'd be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Listen, that's the kind of a thing I came down here to get away from.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but your mentioning tunes reminded me of it.
I'll be more careful in the future.
Yes, sir, I believe we still have a record of that on our music box.
Music box? You still have a music box?
Oh, yes. The modern type, of course, with the flat metal record.
The modern type, yes.
I thought some last Christmas of trading it in on phonograph. Thought maybe Mrs. Peavy might like it. But then I decided to wait until they get the thing perfected.
Well, maybe you're better off with the music box at that, Peavy. At least you won't run into an is you is or is you ain't my baby. Oh, dear. By George, Peavy, have you ever stopped to ask yourself what the younger generation is coming to?
No, I haven't. What are they coming to, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't know. But I don't want to be around when it arrives, I'll tell you that. Is you is or is you ain't. I'll tell you one thing, they'll come to no good.
No, I wouldn't say that. You take your children. Now, Marjorie, she comes in here after school sometimes.
Yes?
And the boys crowd around her, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and offer to buy her a soda.
Oh? How does she handle it?
Well, I don't know how she does it, but she does.
By George, she's pretty cute, isn't she?
Yes, and the boys seem to think so, too.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Going to be a problem. Heck, it is a problem.
She was in here yesterday with that Todd boy, the banker's son.
Oh, him. That's nothing to worry about, Peavy. She can't stand him.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, I know all about it. She's being nice to him. But she's doing that because I asked her to.
You asked her to?
Uh-huh. You see, well, I can't stand the kid either, but his father is president of the bank.
Oh.
McGee and I are planning to negotiate a little loan so we can go into production.
The mousetrap.
Yeah, the mousetrap. I have an appointment at the bank tomorrow morning, Peavy, so I just hold on to myself and keep my temper to Lynn, and Marjorie can keep hers. We'll get what we need, and we can give Junior the old heave-ho then. Pretty foxy, eh, Peavy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you ever have trouble sleeping nights?
No, why? What do you mean? That's just good business, Peavy. You know Todd will do the same thing. Can't trust those fellas. I only asked the girl to be a little polite to the kid, for goodness sake. There's nothing wrong in that. Oh, good night, Peavy. Well, good morning. Mr. Todd in? Gildersleeve is my name. I have an appointment.
Oh, yes. Right through there, please.
Mr. Todd, remember me? Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. Come in.
I'm afraid I'm a little early.
That's all right. I've been here since 8:30. Sit down.
Thank you. I guess you have to get up pretty early in the morning to get ahead of the First National Bank of Summerfield. Yes, sir.
Well, we're all a little busy these days.
By the way, we've been seeing a good deal of your son lately. Fine lad. Perhaps he's mentioned me.
Not that I recall.
Oh, he hasn't.
Was there something you wanted to see me about, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, there is. Mr. Todd, you're a banker, right?
I like to think so.
I guess we all know what bankers are in business for, to make a little money, right?
The First National is interested in any legitimate proposition.
Then you've come to the right place. Mr. Todd, I'd like a loan of $10,000.
You would? Well, may I ask the purpose of this loan?
The purpose is to build a factory.
And what, may I ask, is this factory going to manufacture?
None of your business.
Well, you can't expect a loan if you don't tell us what you're going to manufacture.
If I tell you, how do I know you won't steal the idea and make it yourself?
Mr. Gildersleeve, the First National of Summerfield is a banking institution, pure and simple. We do no manufacturing and no selling. Neither do we wash windows.
I noticed that. Well, you're in business, aren't you?
Let us say, rather, that we're engaged in public service.
Well, you can say it, but I don't know who'll believe it, brother. Here I come in with a perfectly good invention that all it needs is a little money to get it started. And what kind of a reception do I get?
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you would be so very kind as to tell me what your invention is, perhaps we could then sit down and discuss this matter reasonably.
All right, I'll tell you. Certainly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it is. It's a mousetrap.
It's a mousetrap?
Yeah, and a darn good one.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I am a very busy man. Good day.
Listen, Todd, you can't treat me like this. I'm a depositor in this bank.
I was just about to mention that.
Well, I withdraw my account.
It has just been brought to my attention, Gildersleeve, that your account has been overdrawn.
Nevertheless, I withdraw it. In the future, you can withdraw your son from my power if I don't kick him out first. Yes, sir. I guess I told him. I'll tell that smart aleck kid, too. Teach him to park his car across my driveway.
Oh.
Marjorie.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'll deal with you in a moment, young man. Marjorie, will you come with me, please? Here, into my study.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
You wait right where you are, Everett. Now, young lady, was that impudent young scoundrel kissing you, or was he not?
I don't know.
He had his arms around you, didn't he?
Sort of.
He hadn't actually kissed you?
Not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly? He either kissed you or he didn't.
Well, he tried to kiss me, but he missed.
Oh, I see. I might have known he'd be that kind of a boy who'd pull something like that. I knew he was a sneak the first minute I laid eyes on him.
He's not a sneak.
Oh, yes, he is. He's a sneak, and so is his father. And by George, I'm going to kick him right out of this house, and right now.
Wait a minute, Uncle Mort. It wasn't his fault.
Of course it was his fault. It's always the boy's fault.
I tried to get him to kiss me.
Marjorie, do you know what you're saying?
I tried to get
Don't repeat it. My little niece. I knew the time would be coming soon when we'd have to face this kind of thing.
Oh, Uncle Mort, it's not so serious.
Not so... Sit down, my dear. Look at me, not off at the bookcase. Now, this is serious, my dear. A girl's first kiss is something very special. It should mean a great deal.
But I had my first kiss 2 years ago. Jerry Nesmith. He kissed me in the cloakroom in junior high school.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, from now on, I want your kisses to be something sacred, Marjorie. I want you to start saving them for the man you're going to marry.
But I don't know who that is.
You... You'll know when you meet him. When the right man comes along, you'll know.
How?
Well, you just know, that's all. It'll feel like spring in your heart, my dear. You'll find yourself thinking about him all the time. You'll be unhappy when he's not around. You'll spend all day looking forward to the moment when you'll see him. And when you're with him, you'll feel like singing.
Is that the way it is?
That's love, my dear, when the right man comes along.
That's exactly the way I felt ever since Tuesday.
Oh! That's ridiculous. You're much too young. You're just a child.
Yesterday I saw his face in my English literature book, just as clear.
Marjorie, this is nonsense.
Last night I felt like singing when I saw him coming up the front steps.
This has gone far enough, young lady. You send this boy home instantly.
But Uncle Morris!
I forbid you to see him again.
But why?
I'll not have kissing going on at your age. Will you send him home?
No, I won't.
Marjorie, have you no regard for my wishes?
But Uncle Mort, this whole thing was your idea in the first place.
Well, I only wanted you to be friendly.
Well, I was. Can I help it if I like him?
Liking him is one thing, and kissing and cuddling is something else. I won't have it.
Well, can we be just friends?
Can I trust you?
Sure. We'll just talk and have fun like we did before.
Well, we can try it. But the first time I see a sign of any monkey business...
Oh, Uncle Mort, you're a darling.
Now, Marjorie...
You're the sweetest uncle that ever lived.
Now, why did I do that? Well, we're only young once, I guess. Probably just as well, too. Oh! This could go on for years. Oh, yes, Leroy? What happened?
Boy, did I have fun with Ethel Hammerschlag.
What? You and Ethel Hammerschlag?
Yeah, in the cloakroom.
Leroy, what did...
Me and Piggy put a live frog in a lunchbox. Boy, was she surprised.
Very good, my boy. And I mean, don't ever do it again. You had a little Leroy. Good night, everybody.
Program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Why is it that meat roast, so appetizing at dinner, often tastes a little flat when you serve it cold? Well, the reason is meat, in cooling, loses flavor. So the natural thing to do is add more flavor. And that's where Kraft prepared mustards brightly step into the picture to liven foods with their tangy, tempting flavors. Remember, there are two popular Kraft mustards, a mild-flavored golden Kraft salad mustard and a sharper Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. They're both grand flavor treats in sandwiches and on hot dogs and cold cuts. Delicious, too, in many other appetizing ways. For example, Kraft salad mustard adds a sparkling flavor tang to deviled eggs, relishes, appetizers, salad dressings, cheese fondues, and Welsh rabbits. And Kraft horseradish mustard is really scrumptious in a zippy sauce for fish. So for flavor variety, buy both kinds. Nippy Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. When you ladies finish baking those light, fluffy biscuits and those crust-brown dinner rolls the whole family loves, here's how to serve them in grand style. While they're still fresh and piping hot, pop them open and spread with delicious Parquet margarine. Man, oh man, what flavor. Yes, Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor adds a crowning touch that's sure to make any baking treat downright delicious eating. Parquet is a favorite spread for bread, hot toast, and rolls. For pancakes and waffles, too, in millions of American homes. And it's a fine energy food, too, one of the very best you can serve. What's more, Kraft fortifies Parquet so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for delicious, satisfying flavor, and for good nutrition, too, serve Parquet as often as you can. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Let's join our friend, the great Gildersleeve. It's 3 weeks since his dismissal as Summerfield's water commissioner. The development of his friend Fibber McGee's plastic mousetrap has been stymied temporarily for lack of capital, and Gildersleeve's affairs appear to be at a standstill. However, he still likes to eat, as we see now, joining him at breakfast with his family.
Pass the syrup, will you please, my boy?
Here. More hotcakes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, but not too many, Bertie. Say 3 or 4, huh? How about you, Marjorie?
No, thanks. I think you and Leroy are disgusting.
Disgusting? Why, we're just healthy, my dear.
Well, I'll fix one more batch, and that'll have to hold you.
All right, Bertie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder could you give me some money for the grocery bill? The man asked for it yesterday, but you was out.
What does he want money now for? Tell him I'll pay him the bill in the usual way.
I told him that, but he wants it now.
Why? Why in the name of why?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Mr. Gildersleeve. Man came in yesterday afternoon, and he says to me, "Hi," he says, "is the boss home?" "No, he ain't," I says. And he says, "Well, when he gets home, you ask him for this 1843 that's due on the groceries," he says.
Yes, Bertie.
So I says to him, "How come?" I says. And he says, "Mr. Gildersleeve ain't working now," he says, "and I can't afford to take no chances," he says. "Chances?" I said. "Look here, man. You ain't take no chances on Mr. Gildersleeve," I said. "Why, he ain't paid me my salary for 2 weeks," I says. And I ain't one bit worried.
Oh, my goodness.
I sure told him, didn't I, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You sure told him, Bertie.
But he still wants his money.
Well, I'm sorry about your salary, Bertie. It's strictly an oversight. Here. Oh. A little short. Well, here's 1 week anyway, Bertie.
Oh, thank you, sir.
If that's one of your friends, Leroy, have him wait outside till we finish breakfast. I won't have him watching every forkful I put in my mouth.
It might be Piggy. I'll go see him.
The darn kids. Why don't they stay home?
Maybe it's the grocery man.
If it is, he can go right back. And who is it, Leroy?
It's a lady, Unc. Here's her card.
Oh? Miss Gladys Wheeler. Real estate. What does she want?
How should I know?
Well, ask her to come in.
Okay. She ain't bad looking.
Isn't Leroy horrible?
No, he's not. He's growing up anyway. Come in, Miss Wheeler. Come in. Sit down. Have some hotcakes. Have some coffee.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm an awful pest interrupting your breakfast. I'd be glad to wait outside until you're through.
No, I finished, as a matter of fact. Sit down. This is my niece, Marjorie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And my nephew, Leroy.
How do you do, Leroy?
Say, how do you do, Leroy?
Okay, how do you do? Gosh, I let her in.
Great kid. What can I do for you, Miss Wheeler?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if you've ever considered selling your house.
Selling my house? No, I never had. I don't think I'd be interested.
Oh, I don't blame you, I must say. Such a lovely home. Still, I have a client who's authorized me to offer you $12,000 for it.
$12,000?
Leroy.
But Uncle Mort, it only cost $7,000.
You children leave the room, please. Miss Wheeler and I are talking business, and you don't know anything about it.
I know the house cost $7,000 originally, Mr. Gildersleeve. Still, my client is willing to pay $12,000.
Cash?
Cash.
Grab it, Unc.
Leroy. Miss Wheeler, I wonder if you'd like to see the rest of our house. The dining room is no place to discuss business. And here we are back in our living room. I guess you've seen everything in our humble abode.
Oh, it's all so nice and homey.
Oh, yes, but I've been thinking of making a change. Man ought to move once in a while.
Then you'll be dropping in at my office this afternoon to sign the contract.
Oh, yes, I'll be there.
Honestly, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's a pleasure to do business with a man who knows his own mind.
Well, I've always liked to make decisions quickly. Bingo, that's me.
I'll bet you're a wonderful executive.
Oh, you think so?
Well, most men would have to consult their wives.
Haven't got one.
Really?
Oh, no, sir. Footloose and fancy-free, full of beans, and will I make my own decision?
Well, at least most men would have to consult lawyers and goodness knows who.
Why should I pay my lawyer a fee on such a simple deal as this? The old goat, he'll be surprised.
Mr. Gildersleeve, as I said before, it's a pleasure to do business with you.
Well, it's the same to you, Miss Wheeler. Say, do you ever like to,
Do I like to what?
let it go. I'll be in your office this afternoon.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Miss Wheeler.
Goodbye.
Yeah. By George, she's so cute it's a shame to take advantage of her. Still, it's not her money. What's that?
Hey, Uncle, you going to sell a house, huh? Are we going to move?
Well, I agreed to sell it, my boy. I'll sign the papers this afternoon.
Really? Hey, Marge, we're going to move.
Leroy.
Bertie, we're going to move.
Leroy.
Bertie.
Step aside, please, Leroy. Of course, you understand you children will have to give your consent. I'm only the trustee.
Well, I'll okay the deal. Leroy, what were you hollering just now?
Uncle selling the house, Bertie. We're going to move. Isn't that swell?
My.
Is it true, Uncle Mort? Are you really going to sell it?
If you approve, my dear, the house really belongs to you and Leroy.
Oh, sell it. Sell it and buy a new one. I know just the house.
Well, maybe we ought to talk about it a little. I hope you realize your uncle is making a pretty smart deal.
Oh, sure.
You know, I ought to go into the real estate business myself. It's a lot easier than I thought.
Yeah, all you do is you buy a house for $7,000 and sell it for $12,000.
Well, the whole trick, my boy, is to know values. Know values and make decisions quickly. If I'd been the kind of a man that fools around, can't make up his mind, she might have bought some other house.
I told you to grab it, Unc.
Sure, but what do you know?
I know how much is 7 from 12.
Are you sure?
No, children.
Uncle Mort, could we buy the Weston's house? It's not very big, but it's cute.
Oh, yes, it's a nice house. Very nice.
It has 2 bathrooms. I get awfully sick of waiting for you to finish shaving every morning.
What about me hanging around where you take those bubble baths?
I do not take bubble baths.
You took one last week. You left a lot of bubbles in the tub, too.
I did not.
You did so.
If that will do, children. The Weston house might be very nice, Marjorie. Probably get it for $6,000, maybe $5,000. Or how about something out in that new subdivision?
Oh, I'd love to live in Shady Oaks. The houses are all new out there.
The kitchens are nice out there, too. Post-war style.
Oh, the Nielsen's have a lovely English cottage out there. 2 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
Only 2 bedrooms?
Oh, Bertie'd love the kitchen.
Yeah, I'd love it, but I wouldn't want to sleep in it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to sleep in the bathroom either.
Yeah. We'll need something a little bigger than 2 bedrooms, Marjorie. But don't worry, there are dozens of houses in town that'll be fine for us.
Let's get a great big house.
We don't need a mansion, my boy.
As long as there's plenty of bathrooms. It'd be wonderful to have a house with a powder room.
Powder room?
Every house in Hollywood has a powder room and a rumpus room. Wouldn't you like a rumpus room, Uncle Mort?
Why not? Yeah, let's have a rumpus room.
If I'm going to clean all these rooms, I hope there's a restroom.
Don't worry, Bertie. Good times are coming. You know, ever since that real estate woman walked in here this morning, I felt that everything was going to be fine. I'll take this money, we'll buy a new house, then I'll put the rest of it in mousetraps, and pretty soon I'll be a millionaire. And when I'm a millionaire, Marjorie will have 2 bathrooms all to herself, Leroy will have a baseball diamond and a running track, and I'll have a rumpus room with a snack bar. And Bertie, you'll have an assistant.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Don't laugh, Bertie. It could happen.
This is just
just a standard form sale contract, Mr. Gildersleeve. It provides that you vacate your house within 30 days.
30 days?
Well, that's customary. Oh, but of course I don't have to tell you. I can see you've had real estate dealings before.
Oh, yes, plenty of them.
Would you care to use my pen or...
Maybe I ought to just glance through the rest of this.
Oh, by all means. Take your time.
Oh, thank you. You're a smart girl, Miss Wheeler. Not like an ordinary agent rushing a fellow into something. Where do I sign?
Right here.
Oh, yes. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
And the duplicate copy.
That's the one I keep.
That's right.
Rock. Oh, pen's gone dry.
Oh, sorry. Here's another one.
Oh, wonderful. 2 pens. Well, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. That does it.
Yes, sir. Well, I have a feeling we ought to celebrate a little. Come on out and I'll buy you a soda.
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I've got a customer waiting over on the other side of town. Some other time.
All right, some other time. Before you go, Miss Wheeler, it's been such a pleasure doing business with you.
Yes?
I'd like to throw a little business your way.
Oh, really? Well, you call me.
Oh, I don't have to call you. I just want you to find me a house. Something around $5,000 or $6,000.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? Don't you want my business?
Well, yes, but... Well, the fact is there isn't a single house available in Summerfield.
What?
Unless you'd be interested in something around 20 or 25,000.
Give me back that contract.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, that would hardly be fair to my client, would it?
Fair? What's being fair about it to me? You swindle me out of my house for half what it's worth, and all the time you know I won't have anywhere to go.
You know where you can go, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, by George, if you...
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you like piping hot toast, pancakes, or waffles, try spreading them with delicious parquet margarine. And see what appetizing goodness the delicate, satisfying flavor of parquet adds to these tempting breakfast treats. If you carry a lunch to work or to school, you'll be glad to know that parquet margarine is one of the finest energy foods you can spread on bread or in sandwiches. And if you, Mrs. Homemaker, are concerned about good family nutrition, as we know you are, you especially will want to know this important fact. Kraft fortifies parquet margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. Yes, it's good to know that there's such an economical, nourishing spread for bread with such delicious flavor and such dependable Kraft quality. So be sure to ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Only 2 ration points a pound. And remember, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who's really painted himself into a corner. Having sold his own house for a good price, he can't find another to move into at any price. He's tried every real estate agent in town, examined the classified ads, and now at his wit's end, he's taken time out to get a haircut and think it over. So we find him in the hands of Floyd Munson, wedged into a barber chair, strangled by a mussy sheet, smelling like a lily as Floyd gives him the finishing touches.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, who's going to win the election? Hard to say, Floyd, hard to say. You don't know anybody who has a house he wants to sell, do you?
Why, are you in the market, Commissioner?
I may be, shortly.
Well, there was a fellow in here the other day said he might want to get rid of an Oldsmobile.
I can't ask my family to live in an Oldsmobile, Floyd. What I need is a house.
Why, you getting thrown out of yours?
I'm not getting thrown out. I've sold it.
Is that a fact? Funny I didn't hear about it.
I just told you.
Bet you got a pretty good price for it, huh?
A fair price.
Yes, good solid house you got there, well built. Bet you got easy 8,000 for it. 9,000 maybe. With the garage and all, maybe 10,000.
I got a fair price. My problem now is to find a place to live.
Yeah. Well, I got a nice little place there. Nothing fancy, you know what I mean? We could do with another bathroom. Wife's always hollering at me. But it's a roof over our heads.
I'm not worrying about you, Floyd. It's me.
Say, now you mention it, I hear where Otto Slesnik and his wife ain't getting along so good again.
What's that to me?
Well, I was passing that place the other night, and they were carrying on something fierce. I heard her call him a bum mechanic. That ain't good.
Well, if you don't mind, Floyd, I'm not interested in any local gossip at the moment.
Now, wait. Supposing it was to go from bad to worse. Supposing they would have bust up. Why, there'd be a house.
Huh?
Sure, you got to think of those things. Wife happens to pass a remark. Man reaches for a piece of crockery. First thing you know, there's a house on the market.
Floyd, you've given me an idea. Yeah, finish me up, will you?
Practically done now.
Great.
Of course, if you're thinking of that house of Otto's, it's only got 5 rooms.
Why'd you tell me about it? I need at least 7.
Well, it's only an idea. Maybe if you was to look around and sort of keep your ear to the ground. You know what I mean? After all, life's no bed of roses. And Otto and his wife, they're not the only lovebirds in town.
If there was only some way.
Just because a man opens the door for his wife or carries the groceries home for her, you don't know how he treats her when he gets her there.
Floyd, how are the Thompsons getting along these days?
Oh, I'm afraid that's all straightened out. Her mother finally went home.
Oh, blew over.
Of course, maybe I oughtn't to say this.
No? What?
Well, I don't know this. I only heard. But it seems where Doc Pettibone came home at 4:30 the other morning, and she put the bolt on the door and wouldn't let him in.
Doc Pettibone, eh? Always wondered how he stood it. It's not a bad house, either.
Well, that's only what I heard. But where there's smoke, there must be fire, you know what I mean?
By George, I know where I can find out, too. Let me out of this chair, Floyd.
There you are, Commissioner.
Thanks, Floyd. Thank you very much.
Well, if it ain't Fred Kelly. What happened, Fred?
No crack, please.
Where'd you get the black eye, Fred?
Ran into a door in the dark.
Oh, that's too bad. Too bad. Let me know if you hear anything, Floyd.
Uh-huh.
So long.
Dr. Pettibone? Well, yes, I do most of his prescription work.
I know that, Peavy, but have you seen him?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Peavy and I played bridge with the doctor and his wife last night.
You did, really? Well, how did they seem?
Well, they seemed fine. Why?
You didn't notice anything?
Notice anything?
I mean, you didn't feel any undercurrent there? They seemed to be getting along all right?
Why, yes.
No kicking each other under the bridge table or anything?
No, why?
Nuts.
Why do you ask, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I've got to find a house, Peavy. I've got to find one right away.
Is this for yourself or for a friend?
For myself, naturally. For my family. We'll be out on the street in 30 days if I don't find one.
Oh, dear, dear. I don't like to pry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but was it trouble with the mortgage?
No, it was trouble with a woman.
Oh, that again.
The woman deceived me, Peavy. They'll do it every time.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Not every time.
This one was a real estate agent. I thought if I sold my house for $12,000 and bought another for $5 or $6, I'd make a fair profit on the exchange. But she didn't tell me there aren't any other houses. She didn't tell me that.
Have you thought of renting a house?
Yeah, and so has everybody else. I've even thought of stealing a house, Peavy. That's why I asked you about Doc Pettibone. I heard things weren't so rosy there, and I thought maybe... Say, how many rooms you got in your house, Peavy?
Mrs. Peavy and I are very happy where we are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You don't know anybody who's leaving town or anything?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
The doctor hasn't happened to mention anybody who's on the anxious list.
Not that I can recall. Perhaps if you waited till the winter season.
What? I can't, Peavy. I've got to have a house right away. I can't find one for love or money.
You know, speaking of love...
Yes?
It's too bad you and Mrs. Ransom didn't hit it off there a while back.
Why do you say that?
Well, I always thought Miss Goodwin very attractive, but that place where she lives is a little small.
Peavy, I told you I'm all through with that stuff. No more of it. I'll never have anything to do with a woman again as long as I... Still, that's a nice house Leela's got there. Copper plumbing throughout.
Nice shade trees, too.
Yeah. Peavy, I wonder.
What?
I wonder if Mrs. Ransom wouldn't like to go back to Savannah. After all, she's a long way from home up here, Peavy. She could sell me her house and go down there and buy a little old plantation. Enjoy some of that southern comfort. Get some of that old corn pone. Hear those old banjos ringing. Man, I'd almost go with her.
So glad you dropped in, Throckmorton.
Well, And I'll tell you, Leela, I've been a little worried about you lately.
Oh, have you really? How nice.
Yeah. When I think of you all alone in this great big house here, day after day.
Well, I'm not completely alone. I have friends, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course you have. But I sometimes ask myself, Leela, if we really know who our truest friends are.
Well, I always think of you as my friend Throckmorton. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, I am. Very much so. Yes, indeed. You must always think of me that way, Leela.
Yes.
But what I mean is, well, everybody knows that a boy's best friend is his mother. A girl's, too.
I suppose.
Yes. People should stick to their mother and their family, Leela. We mustn't forget the old folks at home. Don't you ever miss them?
Well, I think about them. I think about them a lot. But sometimes I feel I'd rather think about them than be with them.
Oh, that's the wrong attitude, Leela.
Throckmorton, why are you suddenly so interested in my folks? You never showed any interest in them when we were engaged.
Well, it's not your folks so much, Leela. It's not that. I'm thinking of you.
Ah, yeah.
Certainly. You don't realize, Leela, you're a Southerner. You were born in the South. It's in your blood. Don't you hear it calling?
Not at the moment.
Leela, think of it. Moonlight and honeysuckle. Soft summer breezes. Those old banjos ringing.
I haven't heard a banjo in the South in 15 years.
Well, you could take one down with you. Think of that Southern cooking, Leela. Think of it.
I am thinking of it. And you're thinking of something, too.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you are.
I'm thinking of you, Leela. So far from home. Living all alone up here in this great big house. By the way, how many rooms has it got?
7.
Ever have any water in the cellar?
Not a drop.
Remarkable. Just the same, I worry about you here, Leela.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Throckmorton, to worry about me, but I don't worry.
Well, you should. Such a big house for such a little girl. 7 rooms, you say?
I never worry because I know that if anything should happen, if I should ever need protection, you're right next door.
That's just it, Leela. I may not be next door.
Throckmorton, you're not leaving town.
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on you.
Oh, gracious.
I mean, here you are living all alone in a great big house, and here I am. I don't know how to say it.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're such a dear, sweet, clumsy fool. Why don't you just come right out and say it?
Well...
sit down beside me first. There.
You got me all wrong, Leela.
Take my chances on that. Now, what is it you wanted to say to me?
Leela, why don't you go back to Savannah?
Why don't
I'd pay you a good price for your place, Leela. I'd pay you as much as it cost. You see, I gotta have a house. I sold mine. Oh, now, Leela, you're not gonna cry, are you? Leela, don't cry. It was only an offer, Leela. No harm in an offer. I didn't mean to hurt you. I take it all back. Keep your house, Leela. I just thought you'd like to go back home and get some of that fried chicken. Smell some of those oleanders again. Hear those old banjos ringing.
I hate banjos!
Well, make yourself at home, Gildy. You always do. There's an ashtray beside you. I was just enjoying my usual after-dinner Kalak water. Care for a glass?
No, thank you. Judge?
Yes, Gildy.
I dropped over here tonight to let you in on a good thing.
If it has anything to do with mousetraps, let me out.
No. As a matter of fact, it has to do with this rat trap you're living in here.
This what?
Your house. I think I may have a prospective purchaser for it. That is, if the price is right.
Sorry, I wouldn't be interested.
Oh, Judge, don't be ridiculous. This is a bona fide offer.
No, not interested.
Don't be a dog in the manger, Judge. What do you want to wallow around in a 9-room house for?
I like it here. May not be beautiful, but it's comfortable and I like it. I hope and expect to remain here till the day I die.
But that may be years. Look, Judge, this man is no piker. He's prepared to offer $5,000 spot cash for the whole shebang, just as she stands.
I might possibly consider 14.
14? That's $2,000 more than I got. If you think your house is worth more than mine...
Wait a minute, Gildy. Do you mean to tell me you've sold your house?
Well, I didn't mean to tell you, Judge, but That's about the size of it.
But, Gildy, that house isn't yours to sell. You're only the executor. It's held in trust for Marjorie and Leroy.
No, I consulted them before I did it.
Oh, you did? Well, why didn't you consult me?
Well, doggone it, Horace. Every time I consult you about anything, you send me a bill.
Oh, well, that's it.
What am I going to do, Horace? I've sold the house and I can't find another one.
Are you asking me what to do?
Well, I'm asking you.
I'll bill you, so help me, I'll bill you.
Well, go ahead and bill me.
All right. As your lawyer, I advise you to get that contract canceled.
But how, Judge? How can I do it?
Well, it'll take a good lawyer. Fortunately, you've got one.
Yes.
As your lawyer, I shall refer the contract to the probate judge in charge of the estate, to whom it should have been referred for approval in the first place.
Good. Do that.
And as the probate judge in charge of the estate, I shall declare the contract null and void.
Yeah. Horace, can you do that?
Watch me.
By George, the law is a wonderful thing.
Just a minute, please. Speaking again as your attorney, the fee for that will be $100. Marked up from $50.
100. Well, I guess it's cheap at that.
$100 or a chicken fricassee dinner cooked by the inimitable Bertie.
Yeah.
Said fricassee to include dumplings.
By George, Horace.
By golly, Gildy.
You old son of a gun.
You old horse thief.
You old puddinhead.
You old stick in the mud.
Be it ever so humble,
there's no place like home. Be it ever so
my own little bed in our own little house. By George, I'm glad we didn't sell it. Listen to that. Rain on the roof. And here I am, snug as a bug in the rug.
Hey, Unc, the water's coming through the ceiling in my room.
It is?
Yeah, it's dripping right in my face.
Never mind, Leroy. These days a man is lucky to have a leak over his head. You go to bed. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program is directed by Claude Sweet, and this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
It may even surprise some of you good cooks, and it's sure to surprise your family and guests to discover what marvelous new flavor interest you can add to foods with delicious Kraft prepared mustard. First, get hep to tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. It's something really quite special in a salad mustard. Creamy smooth, mild, yet so zestfully spiced, Kraft salad mustard has just what it takes to pep up a golden sauce for hot-cooked vegetables, and it adds a delightful flavor tang to egg and cheese dishes. Puts new sparkle into relishes, appetizers, and sandwich spreads. And here's another great favorite, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added, to sharpen your appetite for frankfurters and cold meat cuts, and to zip up the flavor of sauces for fish. Buy both kinds for lively flavor variety. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Kraft mustard, the nippy horseradish variety, and the tangy golden Kraft salad mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Pancakes hot off the griddle, a pat of delicious parquet margarine melting into each golden brown cake for extra flavor goodness, and then some syrup, jam, or honey to top them off. That's our idea of a good way to satisfy hungry appetites these crisp autumn days. And just as parquet margarine's fresh, delicate flavor adds such appetizing goodness to pancakes, so too parquet adds flavor that satisfies to many other foods. Millions of families enjoy parquet daily as a spread for bread, toast, rolls, and waffles. And parquet margarine is doubly welcome in these homes because it's such a fine aid to good nutrition, so high in food energy value, so dependable for vitamin A. Kraft adds 9,000 units of vitamin A to every pound of parquet. So for good nutrition, for flavor that satisfies, buy and serve Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now, how goes it with the great Gildersleeve? Well, if the sounds coming from the Gildersleeve kitchen are any indication, things should be going very well indeed. It's Friday, the morning after Bertie's night out, and she's whipping up a fine breakfast of scrambled eggs and sausages with a little ragtime thrown in.
He has no manners when he eats his food. He's fat and lazy and extremely rude, but if you don't give a feather or a fig, you may grow up to be a pig. I'm coming. You may grow up to be a pig.
Bertie, what's holding you up out there?
Come in, Mr. Gildersleeve, coming on a wing and a prayer.
What's the matter? What's the matter with you, Bertie? What makes you so frisky?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I guess I'm just full of beans this morning.
Bertie's got the giggles.
I have not.
I'll bet she's in love.
Oh, you go on, Miss Marjorie. I ain't been in love since the last time.
When was that?
Beyond the memory of man. Finish up your prunes, Leroy. I got eggs waiting.
What'd you do on your day off, Bertie? Paint the town?
No, sir. I just fooled around, and then last night I went to the movies. Me and Lily B.
Oh?
She always goes to the movies. What'd you see, Bertie?
Picture called Going My Way, Bing Crosby.
Were you there? I didn't see you. Wasn't it wonderful?
Oh, it sure was.
Hey, Marge went to the movies.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've got to see that picture. They got little man there. I don't know who he is, but they got little man.
Barry Fitzgerald. He's darling.
He kills me, that man.
Hey, how is it Marge gets to go to the movies when I don't?
Of course, I've always thought Bing was darling. Of course, he's an older type than Van Johnson.
Oh, well, if I may say so, my dear, some of us older types have more to offer than the younger ones.
Listen, I'm asking a question here. How is it Marge gets to go to the movies at night when I can't?
I'm older than you.
Yeah, she's an older type.
Perhaps when you get to high school, you'll be allowed to stay up at night, too.
Oh, go soak your head.
Finish your prunes, Leroy.
Finished. Okay, Bertie, take it away.
Leroy?
Yeah?
Here at Gildersleeve Manor, Leroy, we do not gulp our prunes.
You told me to finish them.
Neither do we spit our pits onto our plate.
You want me to swallow them?
No. We simply remove them delicately, one by one, young man, with the aid of a spoon, and lay them beside our saucer. I see I'm going to have to take you in hand.
I wish somebody would.
As for you, young lady, I'd like to speak to you about last evening.
To me?
Yes, you. Unc wants to speak to you. Go ahead, Unc.
Yeah. In my own good time. You didn't tell me, my dear, when you went out last night you were planning to go to the movies.
We weren't. It just came over us later.
Who'd you go with? Everett, I suppose.
None of your business.
I thought you were never going to speak to him again.
Oh, that was yesterday. We, made it up at the movies.
Just as I suspected. You'll go to no more movies with Everett.
I don't know why you're so mean about Everett.
I don't like his father.
Everett is a very nice boy. And it may interest you to know that he's going to be a missionary.
A missionary? When was that decided?
On our way home from the picture last night. He's either going to be a missionary or a fighter pilot.
Leroy, what would you like in your lunch? Would you like a peanut butter sandwich or cheese or Swiss cheese? What you want?
Huh?
Or would you rather be a mule?
There she goes. fellas again.
You really better see that picture, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll love it.
Oh, as a matter of fact, Bertie, I did see it.
What? When?
Last night, my dear. Leroy was asleep upstairs, and I was all alone here, so I sneaked out by myself.
I ask you, is that justice? Everybody goes to the movies but me.
Now, Leroy, your turn will come.
Yeah. Miss Marjorie, I don't like to rush you, but I see Francis Ewing coming up the street.
Oh, my goodness, Francie, I must be late. Oh, I am late. Goodbye, Uncle Mort.
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Leroy. Goodbye, Bertie.
Leroy, say goodbye to your sister.
Goodbye, Lord.
Not with your mouth full.
Goodbye.
Don't forget your lunch.
Are you going to be warm enough in that thing?
My books, where are they? Somebody
Not me.
Oh, here. Well, goodbye. Hey, Francie, wait up.
Well, that's one of them off. Leroy, you better be getting ready.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it, Unc.
Mentioned what?
I'm glad you reminded me. I might have forgotten. I've got a thing here.
What kind of a thing?
A note. If I can get it out of my pocket.
A note from whom?
Stuck. I'd like to know who put chewing gum in my pocket.
Come on, let's have it.
There you are, Unc. Note.
What have you been doing? Sleeping on it? How long have you had this?
Couple of days, I guess.
Couple of...
I forgot.
Appears to have been open, too.
It came open.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Yeah, they aren't putting the stuff in those envelopes anymore. That's probably the war.
Yes. Summerfield Grammar School, office of the principal. Leroy, this is from Miss Goodwin.
Yeah, I know. You haven't heard from her in quite a while, have you?
That's neither here nor there. Let's see. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, it's been brought to my attention that Leroy and a number of his friends have been hanging around the school after hours and getting into trouble. I feel that a word from you... Leroy...
Well, it's not my fault, Unc. Honest, the whole thing is Tony's fault. He keeps getting me into trouble. It's Tony.
Who's Tony?
A boy in my class. He sits right across from me, and he keeps getting me into trouble. I tell him not to do it, but he keeps doing it. Bigger than me, too. He's bigger than me. He got left back twice.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
You're a big enough boy to know how to keep out of trouble and behave yourself?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what we're going to do about you, Leroy. I really don't.
It's a problem, all right.
I suppose I really ought to spend more time with you.
Yeah, maybe if you'd spend more time with me, I wouldn't get into so much trouble.
Well, I've always been meaning to. I would if I weren't so busy.
You're not busy now, Unc.
What do you mean?
Well, you haven't got a job. You don't do anything but sit around.
I have a great many things I'm considering, Leroy, and it takes all my time. Now, you get along to school.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you like me, Leroy?
Thanks, Bertie. Goodbye, Unc.
Yes. Confound it, Bertie. I'm going to have to do something about Leroy.
Oh, he ain't a bad boy, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I know, Bertie. What is it that makes boys get into mischief?
Well, maybe it's like it was in that Bing Crosby picture, Mr. Gildersleeve. Maybe they need an older man to sort of give them a hand.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
You know where that Mr. Crosby there, he got all them boys together and taught them how to sing like a choir so they quit stealing turkeys?
Yes, sir. Bertie, I think you're on the right track. A choir, eh? By George. I'll get them all together tomorrow morning.
Okay, Piggy, this time you're the center and I'll carry the ball. Leroy, you try to break up the play.
Gosh, Tony, when do I get to carry the ball?
When I say so. Now, all set?
Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Hey, Unc, you want to get in the game? Come on, Unc.
Not just now, thank you. Come here a minute, please, Leroy.
Oh, what for, Unc? I told you we're having a game. Tony and Piggy and
Come here, please, my man.
Oh, for corn's sake. Time out for a minute, fellas.
Don't be talking to him all day, Leroy.
Okay. What do you want, Unc? Make it snappy, will you?
I'll not make it snappy. I have something to say, and I'll take as much time as I require. Who's that boy that said don't be talking all day?
Him? That's Tony. He's the best forward passer in the 7B.
Oh, so that's Tony. And I want to talk to him, too. I want to talk to all of you.
What are you going to do, give us a lecture?
No, my boy. Not going to give you a lecture. I'm going to try to guide your activities. Give you something wholesome to do. It'll be fun, Leroy.
We're having fun.
This will be more fun. You'll enjoy it. All of you. I'm going to teach you to sing.
Oh, Unc, not on Saturday.
It's a fine day for it. Now call the other boys over here.
But, Unc, we don't want to sing. We're playing football.
Leroy, will you please do as I ask?
Okay. Shall I tell them what you want them for?
No, just get them over here. I'll tell them.
Okay. Hey, fellas.
More lung power, Leroy.
Hey, fellas, come over here a sec.
Who said so?
I said so. Come here, Tony. Come over here, Piggy. I want to tell you something.
Oh, for
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't think Tony is going to like this, Unc.
We'll see, Leroy. At least I want your cooperation. You understand? Well, boys, good morning.
Oh, hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Piggy? And you're Tony, I presume. I'm Leroy's uncle.
Yeah, I know.
Well, boys, now that I've got you all together, football is all very well. But if you're going to keep out of mischief, you need other interests, more wholesome interests. And one of the finest pastimes there is for boys is singing. Develops the lungs.
Well, let's get it over with, fellas. What do you want us to do, Unc?
We'll sing a jolly song. We'll sing it in harmony. Doesn't that sound like fun? Well, it is fun. Yes. Now, first, I'll give you your notes. Leroy, you sing do. Do. Come on, Leroy.
Gosh. Cut it out, guys.
Yeah, quiet, fellas. Sing the note again, Leroy. Do. Yeah, that's fine. Now, Piggy, you sing so, huh? Mm-hmm. Do, so.
I can't, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Let me hear you try. So.
So.
That's Leroy's note, Piggy. Do, so. Now sing so.
So.
You're not trying, Piggy.
Yes, I am, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Once more now, huh? So.
So.
What's the matter with you?
Now, I don't know. The music teacher at school says I'm tone deaf. That's right, Unc. That's right. He can't sing for sour apples. You better forget the whole thing, Unc. It'll sound terrible.
I don't care how it sounds. We're going to sing anyway. Piggy, you sing do on any note you please. Leroy will take the so, and Tony can take... Tony, where are you going?
I'm going home.
You can't go home. We're just starting to sing, fellow.
I didn't come over to sing. So long, Leroy. So long, Piggy.
Come here, young man.
Oh, wait a sec, Tony. I'm coming with you.
Piggy!
Wait a sec, Tony. I'm coming too.
No, you're not, Leroy. You're going to stay here and sing.
But, Unc.
You're going to sing whether you like it or not. But by George, if I ever run into that Bing Crosby, what a faker.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Shop early is good advice these days. Not only does it save your own time and your food dealer's valuable time, but by shopping early, you're more likely to get those choice foods that are always in big demand. Now, that's especially true of Parquet margarine, for delicious, nourishing Parquet is a first-choice spread for bread with millions of American families. Of course, one reason so many people want Parquet is because its fresh, delicate flavor makes bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles taste so good. But equally important is the wonderful nourishment that Parquet provides so economically. You see, Parquet is one of our very best energy foods, and it's also a good source of vitamin A. Kraft adds 9,000 units of this important vitamin to every pound of Parquet. So tomorrow, be sure you shop early for delicious, nourishing Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine. Remember, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve and his campaign to reform the bad boys of Summerfield. Undiscouraged by his musical experiment, he's enlisted the aid of Judge Hooker, and together they're on their way to the drugstore to talk to Mr. Peavy. But let's see what's going on there before they arrive.
Oh, Masterful Comics is no good. I like Commando Comics. You're nuts, Leroy. Commando Comics is corny. Captain Magic is the best. Captain Magic is nothing but pictures of dames. Hey, Tony, isn't Commando Comics the best? Nah, Captain Magic, huh, Tony?
They both stink. Come on, guys, let's get out of here.
Yeah, now, that's the best suggestion I've heard so far.
Oh, wait a minute, guys. I got some money. Let's see the candy, Mr. Peavy.
Is this for yourself or for a friend?
Are you kidding?
Well, yes, I was. You can see all I've got right there on the counter, Leroy.
How much are these?
They're all the same price, 5 cents. All nationally advertised brands. That is, all but the peppermint. I put that up myself.
How much dough have you got, Leroy?
A dime. I can buy 2 kinds.
Oh, you can't get anything decent for a nickel. Let's match and the winner gets a soda.
No Okay. You got a coin to match with?
No, say, Doc, let me have a nickel for a second, will you?
I don't encourage gambling in here, young man.
Oh, this ain't gambling.
Oh, we're just going to match to see who gets the soda, Mr. Peavy.
It isn't gambling, Mr. Peavy.
Come on, Doc, be a good guy and cough up a nickel.
No, I won't.
Okay. Come on, Leroy. We'll spend your dime over at Beckman's. Come on, Piggy.
Okay.
Beckman's is better than Peavy's anyway.
Sure. Beckman's is better than Peavy's. Beckman's is better than Peavy's.
Now, go on. Go to Beckman's. You can give all your trade to Beckman's.
Beckman's is better than Peavy's. Beckman's is better than Peavy's.
Jiggers, last one out to rotten egg. What the dickens? Leroy.
Those are the brakes, kid.
Yes, I'll deal with you later, Leroy. Darn kids will wind up gangsters.
Well, much obliged, gentlemen. Now, what can I do for you?
Huh? Yes. We got a proposition I think will interest you, Peavy.
From what we've just seen, I'm sure it will.
Is this a business proposition?
No, this is more what you might call a service to the community. Now, we know you're a public-spirited man, Peavy.
I've made my contribution to the war chest, Judge.
No, this is different.
Stop beating around the bush, Horace. Peavy, we're organizing a boys' club. Something to keep the boys of Summerfield off the streets.
Worst place there is for the boys, Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'd be more interested in a project to keep them away from my magazine stand.
Yeah, well, this club will do the trick. It'll keep them off the streets, keep them out of pool rooms, drugstores. The boys will just stay in their club where they can't bother anybody.
The way you describe it, it sounds a little like a jail.
Not at all, Peavy. They'll love it.
Why, sure. Chief of Police has promised to cooperate.
Besides, we're putting in a Parcheesi board.
Good game, Parcheesi. Quite a lot of skill to it. It all depends on where you put your blockades. Now,
I haven't got time to listen to your Parcheesi system, Peavy. We've got to organize this club. Can we count on your support?
Just what would that involve, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing financial, Peavy. Floyd Munson has given us the place over his barbershop for a club room. The judge and I are taking care of all the details. All we want from you, Peavy, is some refreshments. Could you bring over a few Coca-Colas?
I think I could make that contribution.
Yeah, we're all set then, Peavy. Judge, we can open her up tonight.
By golly, Gildy, I believe we can.
We owe it to the boys, men. How about it, Peavy? Can you come to the grand opening?
I'll try, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You'll try nothing. You'll be there and bring the refreshments. How does the flag look there, Floyd?
Fine. Looks like a regular club room now.
Yeah, the flag lends a patriotic note. The boys ought to like that. Don't you think so, Judge?
You bet. Yeah, I think we've got everything just about ready. You might pull that table over in the middle of the room, Floyd, under the light, so the boys can see to play their games.
I'll give you a hand with it, Floyd.
Sure.
I suppose we ought to get this piano tuned sometime.
What's the matter with that piano? Perfectly good piano. A few cigarette burns don't affect the tone.
Unc, how long do I have to sit here?
Oh, you don't have to sit there, Leroy. You can get up and move around if you want to.
Thanks. When can I go?
You can't go. I've told you that.
Oh, gee.
Listen, Leroy, if Judge Hooker, Mr. Munson, and I can give up a whole Saturday afternoon and evening to fixing up a club room for you fellas, you can darn well stay here and enjoy it. You understand?
Okay.
Have a fig Newton, Leroy.
No, thanks.
Take one. Ye gods, we're only doing this for you boys.
But there aren't any boys here, only me.
Well, I don't know what's keeping them. Did you pass the word around as I told you to?
Yeah, it got around all right.
Did you invite Piggy?
Yep.
Tony?
Yep.
Well, if Tony comes, the others will come, won't they?
I guess so.
What did Tony say when you asked him?
He said he wouldn't come near the place with a 40-foot pole.
Well, boy's a bad influence, all right. Proves the need for this kind of thing.
Hey, here comes somebody. We got a customer.
Hello. Anybody up there?
Oh, it's Gates. Come on up.
It's the chief of police.
The chief of police?
Yes, you needn't be alarmed, Leroy. Chief has agreed to sponsor our little club. Isn't that fine?
Are you kidding?
Well, I see you brought a customer with you, Chief.
Yes. I found this little fella hanging around outside. Come along, Sonny. You've got nothing to be scared of.
Piggy! Hi, Leroy. What happened? I didn't see him coming.
You did? Well, I see you've got the place fixed up real nice. Well, it looks fine.
Piggy, you know everybody here. Mr. Munson.
Hi, Piggy. About time you came in for a haircut, isn't it?
And Judge Hooker, you know him.
Hello, Piggy. Have a Fig Newton.
No, thanks. You better have one, Piggy. Oh, okay.
Take 2. They're small.
Take 2, Pig.
Now, Piggy, we want you boys to feel entirely at home here. This place is yours, and we want you to regard it as such. Am I right, gentlemen?
Right.
Take your feet off the table, Leroy. We men are here only to help you have a good time, boys. We'd like you to regard us as your big brothers. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, what would you like to do?
I don't know.
We got all kinds of equipment here. Would you like to play Parcheesi, huh?
Well,
Sure. There's nothing like a good, lively game of Parcheesi. How about it?
if you say so.
Wait a minute. Maybe he don't want to play Parcheesi.
Certainly, we got other games. How would you like to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey?
Oh, for corn's sake.
Quiet, you. Of course, if we play Pin the Tail on the Donkey, we'll have to ask the judge to step outside, or somebody might pin the tail on him. Yeah. Don't just sit there, fellas. What do you want to play?
If you'd like to know what we'd really like to play...
Yes?
We'd like to go down to the Y and play basketball with the other fellas.
After all the work we went to here?
Now, Gildy, we don't want to force the boys to remain here if they don't want to.
Well, doggone it.
Of course, if they go now, they won't be allowed to come back.
That's right.
If they go now, they won't get any Coca-Cola.
That's right.
If they go now, they'll be missing a lot of dandy fun.
That's right.
But the choice is up to them. What do you say, boys?
We'll go!
Oh! Well, go on then, both of you.
Come on, Pig!
Go ahead, get out of here. And don't come back. The darn kids, you try to do something for them, and what thanks do you get?
My goodness, what's going on up here?
Peavy.
Hello, Peavy.
I'm sorry if I'm late, gentlemen, but I brought the Coca-Colas.
Hey, I could go for a Coke right now.
Oh, but it's easier for the boys, Floyd.
Nuts to the boys. Let's open them up.
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Seems our little club is something of a flop, Peavy. Evidently not good enough for them.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it looks very attractive.
Got an opener, Peavy?
Right here.
Oh, look out, Floyd. It's running over.
Grab it, Floyd. That's the stuff. Open one for me, Peavy.
Boy, that's good.
Believe I'll have one too, Peavy.
There you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's more like it. You know, I'm kind of glad those kids left.
Me too. They kind of throw a damper on things. You know what I mean?
I don't know what's the matter with boys these days. They don't know how to have fun.
Oh, speaking of fun, what would you gentlemen say to a few hands of pinochle? Got a deck down in the shop.
Good idea. What do you say, Peavy?
Uh-oh, I'm afraid I ought to be getting home, gentlemen.
Bourgeois, Peavy, stick around. Hey, Judge, open a bottle for the peeve.
One Coke coming up.
Yeah.
No, really, gentlemen, I've got to drive.
Yes, you've got to. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. Come on, Floyd. You play the piano in a broken-down sort of way. How about a little harmony?
Yeah, a little harmony.
Sure.
That's the stuff.
Now, wait a minute. Come over here, Peavy. Now, I'll be the conductor.
Says who?
Quiet, you. Now, Judge, here's your note. Do. Yeah, a little pushy. That's right. Now, hold on to it. Floyd, you take, me. Yeah, that's your note. I'll take, so. And Peavy, you take, do. Can you make it? Do. Well, congratulations. Oh, and the chief. Chief, can you?
Do.
Great.
There is a tavern in the town,
No, Peavy. Now, wait a minute. I know a rule. Huh? Dear old girl. Oh. The robin sings about you. Dear old girl. It speaks of how I love. Blinding tears are falling as I think of my lost pearl. And my broken heart is calling, calling for you, dear old Hey, Hey, that wasn't bad.
No, I wouldn't say that.
There he goes.
Say, this is fun, you know it? We ought to do this more often.
Yeah, we ought to do it once a week.
Tuesday nights, that's when the wife plays
Well,
bridge.
Fridays is better for me.
Oh? How about you, Peavy? What's a good night for you?
There's no such thing as a good night.
Oh, no, that's no attitude, Peavy. We got to do something about Peavy's attitude, fellas. It hasn't been right lately.
Yeah, I've been noticing.
Peavy, you're a bad boy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Said it again.
I'll tell you what, fellas. We'll call it the Jolly Boys Social Club. For men only. No women. And if any kids come around, we'll throw them out in their ear, huh?
Hooray for the Jolly Boys.
There is a tavern in the town,
Peavy.
and there my two
All right,
loves
Peavy,
sit them
have it
down,
your own way.
sit them down,
And
drink
his wine with laughter free, and never think of me.
Never think.
Well, folks, Gildersleeve was kind of silly again tonight. I guess he had the right idea there, but he went at it in the wrong way. Even Gildersleeve ought to know that Leroy is better off playing basketball down at the Y. In other words, the way to help out the boys in our community is to support the organizations that know how to handle the problem. It's a big one right now because there are a lot of kids knocking around the streets these days with no one to take care of them or supervise them. Their fathers are in the service, and their mothers are helping in the war plants. In almost all communities now, the agencies that look after the welfare of youngsters are supported by a cooperative organization called the National War Fund. Of course, that's not all it does. It also supports the clinics and hospitals, visiting nurses associations, provides special care for crippled and undernourished children, and many other local services. This is in addition to the important work the War Fund does all over the world. It supports thousands of clubs for our servicemen and women and our merchant seamen, sends aid to American prisoners of war. It includes the relief organizations of our fighting allies. It's a mighty big thing. I don't see how they accomplish all they do, but you can see they need money. So when one of your neighbors calls on you to ask for a contribution to the National War Fund, remember what he represents and be generous. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, if yours is a family of average size, you probably consume 6 or more loaves of bread a week. Now, that adds up to a lot of slices. And to make it add up to a lot of good eating enjoyment, too, spread your bread, toast, or sandwiches with delicious, nourishing parquet margarine made by Kraft. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor really satisfies. Makes bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles taste so good you'll want to eat more.
And as for good nutrition, listen to this. Parquet is actually one of the best energy foods you can eat and contains dependable amounts of vitamin A. Kraft, you see, adds vitamin A to Parquet so that every pound contains 9,000 units, and there's never any less summer or winter. So for flavor that really satisfies, for energy and vitamin A, be sure to get Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's join our friend, the great Gildersleeve. After weeks of correspondence with his old friend, Fibber McGee in Wistful Vista, a model of McGee's plastic mousetrap has arrived by special delivery. With Marjorie and Leroy at his heels, Gildersleeve bears it triumphantly out to the kitchen.
Well, Bertie, there it is. The world's first plastic mousetrap.
Looks good, huh, Bertie?
Yeah, it looks good, but it sure don't look like a mousetrap.
Well, this is no ordinary mousetrap, Bertie. Look, I'll show you how it works. Mr. Mouse walks in here, walks along this little path in here, turns through here, and bingo, he falls through here.
If he don't get lost first.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you say so, it's a mousetrap. But what you gonna use for bait?
Bait? Well, haven't we...
Not a thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't think there's a thing in the house that would really appetize a mouse.
There must be something. How about bacon? The points are off it.
The points are off of it, but there ain't no bacon.
Oh, too good for him anyway. Let's think now. What would I like if I were a mouse?
A piece of pie and a glass of milk.
We don't need to provide a chaser, Leroy. Pie isn't a bad idea, though. Apple pie?
How about a piece of apple? Mice love apples.
We ain't got any apples either, Miss Marjorie.
Well, now let's be scientific. What have the mice been getting into, Bertie?
Pancake flour. But you can't bait a trap with pancake flour.
You could make them a pancake.
You could, miss. All right, Leroy. I guess we'll have to get something tomorrow. Confound it, this is very annoying, Bertie. Brand new mousetrap, an invention that's going to make us millions of dollars, and nothing to bait it with.
Well, those are the breaks, kid.
You go to bed, Leroy.
What?
Go to bed. We'll just leave the trap here by the pancake flour, Bertie. Who knows? Maybe Mousie will walk into it. Thank you, Bertie. Wait a minute, Leroy. Have you finished your breakfast?
Holy cow, I had 11 pancakes. I'm shoving off. I'll see you later.
Just a minute. You too, Marjorie. I want to hold a family conference.
About what?
Well, I'm going to have to ask you children for a little cooperation. Bertie, you too. You see, all the money's going out these days, and none of it's coming in.
Yeah, how about that, Unc? When are you going to get off the dime?
I don't understand that expression, Leroy, and I don't think I like it either.
Well, aren't you ever going to get a job?
If you'll be quiet a minute.
I know just the job, Uncle Mort. Hogan Brothers need a floor walker.
Floor walker?
They have a sign in the window.
Yeah, I guess that's the easiest job there is, Unc. Why don't you grab it?
A man doesn't step out of a career in the public service to become a floor walker. I'm not looking for a job anyway. I'm merely asking you people to hold down on expenses. McGee and I are going to need every cent we can scrape together to get into production.
Uncle Mort, I've been thinking. Why don't you be a diplomat?
Diplomat?
Yeah. It'd be wonderful to travel around in foreign countries and go to state dinners and formal balls. Don't you think so?
Yes, it would. Of course, that's not all there is to it, my dear. Say, I wonder how you get into that. Have to have a pull, I suppose.
Well, you must know somebody in Washington, don't you?
The fellow I went to college with has a job in the Department of Agriculture. I wonder if he knows how.
You can't be a diplomat unless you can talk all kinds of languages.
Well?
Parlez-vous français, Uncle Mort?
No, but I bet I could pick it up in a hurry. Bertie, how'd you like to live in France? Voulez-vous?
Oui, oui, Mr. Gildersleeve. Beaucoup.
Bertie, where did you learn French?
My brother learned a little French in the last war, and he just passed it along.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Bertie hobnobbing with a French chef. Mademoiselle, should the filet à sole be cooked comme ici or comme ça?
Say, you're pretty good too, Unc. Gosh, I'm the only one in the family that can't talk French.
Well, we'll put you in a French school, Leroy. You'll be talking like a native.
Jeepers, would Piggy Banks be surprised? Let's do it, Unc, huh?
Well, I might look into it. See who that is, will you, my boy?
Yeah, it's probably Piggy. Can I go now if it's Piggy?
Yeah, we'll see.
Hello? Yeah, just a sec. For you, Unc.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Hello? The indicator. Well. See who's at the door, will you, Bertie?
Okay.
I was talking to someone at this end. Yes, I'd be very glad to see you. This morning would be fine. Oh, no, thank you, miss. Goodbye.
He's right in here, Judge. Thank you, Bertie. Well, good morning, all.
Judge, golf knickers. I haven't seen a pair in years.
Criminy, get him.
Nothing so extraordinary about golf knickers. I thought it was getting a little chilly, and they might feel nice later on in the afternoon. Come on, Gildy. We need you to fill out the fumbling foursome.
Sorry, Judge, but I'm being interviewed by the press in a few moments.
Oh, for goodness sake, about what?
About my plans for the future and so on.
Uncle Mort is thinking of going back to work.
Don't misquote me, my dear.
Well, about time.
We were just discussing the possibility of a diplomatic career, Judge.
You? A diplomat?
Why not? Well, what's so funny?
You? You a diplomat? I'm sorry, Gildy, but I think that's the funniest thing I ever heard.
I don't see anything funny about it. I'd love it. Same here.
Well, it would be fine for you children, but...
Now, see here, Hooker.
I'm sorry, Gildy. I'm terribly sorry. But the diplomatic career is not for you.
Why?
Well, in the first place, you have to be a millionaire. And in the second place, you're the most undiplomatic man I ever met.
How would you like a punch in the nose, you old goat? Why, George, you'd get one if you weren't such an old goat.
Well, there's a fair sample of your diplomacy. The punch in the nose isn't being used this season at Dumbarton Oaks.
If you were there, it would be.
Now, look at it reasonably, Gildy. You know a diplomat's salary is nothing. He has to entertain out of his own pocket. All these state dinners of Marjorie's, you pay for them.
Gee, never thought of that.
Nobody but a millionaire can afford to take the job.
Yeah, you're right. I'd forgotten that. I'm glad you dropped in before I wrote to Washington.
Yeah, Unc has the job practically sewed up.
Yes.
Well, why don't you stop fooling around and get busy and find yourself a permanent connection that'll keep your family from want?
Listen, Hooker, I don't want any permanent connection. In a few weeks, McGee and I will be in production with our mousetrap.
Mousetrap?
Yes. And this mousetrap is going to be bigger than you or me.
Oh, fiddle. Why don't you go out to the war plant and see Nelson Humstone? I can fix it up.
Now, what do I want to see him for?
Humstone is a big man.
He was a big man. You wouldn't know him. Why should I go out there with my hat in my hand?
You know, Gildy, I believe you're afraid you'd get a job.
Nothing of the kind.
Then why don't you let me fix it up with Humstone?
Why are you so anxious for me to see Humstone, Judge? Are you getting a commission on this?
That's a nice thing to say to a friend.
Yes. Oh, must be the lady from the indicator. If you'll excuse me, Judge.
Don't worry, I'm leaving.
Sorehead, you're just jealous because she isn't interviewing you.
It so happens, my friend, that she interviewed me 3 months ago. When she comes to see you, she's getting pretty near the bottom of the barrel.
Why? Go on, get out of here, get out of here.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, that's all very interesting about your early life, but I want to know about your plans for the future. I understand you're thinking of going into manufacturing.
Thinking of it? I'm certainly going into manufacturing. Going to manufacture a plastic mousetrap. Revolutionary.
Oh, yes, plastic.
Oh, but it's not an ordinary plastic. My partner, Mr. Fibber McGee of Wistful Vista, he invented the trap. He's worked out an entirely new plastic. It's cheaper than soybean plastic, made out of soybeans and rhubarb.
Why is that cheaper?
Cheaper? Well, because nobody likes rhubarb.
Well, that should be a nice little business.
It won't be little very long, miss. Mousetraps is just the first step. Plant number 1. Then will come plastic dishes, plastic radios, alarm clocks, plastic pianos.
Houses?
Certainly.
Stockings?
Undoubtedly. By in no time at all, Summerfield will be the plastic capital of the world, surrounded by acres of soybeans and rhubarb.
That's simply marvelous, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll go down in history as Summerfield's greatest benefactor.
I wouldn't be surprised. Will you be able to print all this?
Oh, yes. But I ought to get back to the office now and start writing it. Oh, just one more thing. When do you think you will actually get into production?
Any minute, my dear. Almost any minute.
Then I'd better hurry.
Huh?
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's been very interesting.
Well, thank you. If you need any more figures or facts, feel perfectly free to call on me.
I will. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, miss. It's been a pleasure. Well, guess that'll show this town who's a big man. I guess that'll make a few people sit up and think...
Unc, the mousetrap!
Eureka! We've caught a mouse. The age of plastics has begun.
But Unc!
Where's the mouse, Leroy? We'll have him stuffed and keep him as a historic souvenir. A monument.
Not this mouse, Unc. He ate up half the trap and ran away.
Ate it? Oh!
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Time for a quick word picture of a contented man eating breakfast. Pop goes the toaster, out comes a slice of bread, toasted to a tempting golden brown. An eager hand reaches for a delicious, nourishing spread, reaches for Parquet margarine, adds the appetizing flavor goodness of Parquet to the piping hot toast. Man, oh man, there's a breakfast treat that's sure to send anybody whistling off to work. Crunchy toast spread with delicious, satisfying Parquet margarine. And lots of nourishment to go right along with that grand flavor enjoyment. Yes, lots of good nourishment, because Parquet is high in food energy value. And because every single pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. Why not make your breakfast tomorrow a real humdinger of a meal with the help of delicious, nourishing Parquet? That's Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Let's return now to the great Gildersleeve. Despite the glowing story the Indicator has published about him, it's a chastened Gildersleeve we find on Monday morning. He's come to the conclusion that he was a little hasty in brushing off Judge Hooker's offer to help him get a job at the war plant, and he's set out in search of his old friend now to patch things up. Finding him shouldn't be too difficult, for his daily schedule is as unvarying as a timetable. At exactly 9:17 each morning, the judge steps into Floyd Munson's barber shop for a shave.
Oh, 9:30 right now. Floyd is probably down around his Adam's apple.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Leela.
Throckmorton, just a minute.
Yes, sorry, Leela. A little busy right now.
Well, I was just going to phone you.
Phone me? You do that, Leela. You do that.
But Throckmorton,
I've got to catch the judge before he leaves here. You'd care to step in with me?
Into a barber shop?
Well, then phone me later. That's a good girl. If I'm not in, leave a message.
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Floyd.
Hi, Mrs. Ransom. How's it going?
Yes. Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Fine morning. Yes, indeed, fine morning.
There you are, Judge. Fresh to the daisy.
Thank you, Floyd.
Seems to be getting a little colder these days, Judge.
My collar inside, please, Floyd.
Here you are, Judge.
Horace, if I've said or done anything to hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. Now, about that job, I think it was a great idea you had there for me to get in touch with Humpstone.
Then go ahead and get in touch with him.
But you know him, Judge, and I don't. I thought if you could just fix it up for us to
My
meet.
coat, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, seriously, Horace, I said I was sorry, didn't I? What more can I do? Hey, wait a minute. Horace, seriously. Listen, you don't have to get huffy just because I happen to... Horace! All right, go on. Go on, you stubborn old goat. No, I asked you, Floyd. I asked you. Seriously.
Judge seems a little peeved this morning.
Old rooster. I didn't tell him, but his shoe's untied. I hope he trips.
Say, saw that article about you in the paper there, Commissioner.
Oh, yes.
Quite a write-up. Not giving away any stock in that mousetrap company of yours, are you? Not giving away any samples.
No, we haven't exactly got it organized yet, Floyd. You might say it's pending.
Uh-huh. Fella come in here and sold me some oil stock back around 1928. That's pending, too.
Well, this is different. Say, Floyd.
Uh-huh.
You don't happen to know this fellow Nelson Humpstone, do you? The manager out at the factory?
Nels Humpstone? Yeah, I know him.
You do? Oh, that's fine.
Well, I say I know him. He comes in here for haircuts.
He does? The next time he comes in, Floyd, I wonder if
I say he comes in for haircuts. He came in once.
Oh. Did you get a chance to talk with him?
Yeah, I talked with him.
What kind of a man is he, Floyd? Nice fellow? What'd you two talk about?
Well, I say I talked with him. I did most of the talking.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. Fella comes in, he don't say much. Sits down in the chair, remarks he'd like a shave. So, okay, I start in. First I mention it's a nice day out.
Never mind what you said. What did he say?
Didn't commit himself much one way or the other. So then I asked him who's going to win the election. That usually gets him if the weather don't.
What'd he say?
Said he hadn't made up his mind, and with that he shuts his eyes like he was going to sleep. So I says to myself, okay, if he don't want to talk, okay. I'm not one of these barbers that runs off at the mouth all the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
If a man don't want to talk, that's all right with me. I can take a hint. Sometimes I don't want to talk myself. Sometimes I'll be quiet for whole minutes at a time, just thinking. The wife says to me at night sometimes, Floyd, for goodness sake, she says, why don't you stop thrashing around and go to sleep? Just thinking.
Getting back to Humpstone, Floyd.
Oh, yeah, so he's laying there with his eyes closed, and I'm shaving him. Well, I might have never heard another peep out of him, only the razor slipped.
You call yourself a barber?
Well, your razor would have slipped, too.
It would? What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking out the window, and I happen to see one of the Bagley sisters waltzing by. So I waved to her with my razor, just being friendly, you know what I mean? And who comes along right behind her but the wife? Boy, I got back to work so fast, no wonder I nicked him.
Well, what did he do? Bawl you out?
No, it's a funny thing. He just opens one eye and says, "Watch it." Gave me a quarter, too, when he left. But you know, he's never come back. Funny fellow, Humpstone. Hard to figure out.
Yeah, well, I can see you aren't going to be much help to me, Floyd.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
You don't know anybody else who knows him?
Might try Peavy.
How would Peavy know him?
Well, I'll tell you, I always seem to be out of court plaster here somehow, so when I run into a little bad luck with a customer, I usually send him along to the drugstore, and Peavy patches them up.
No wonder he has time for anything else.
Yeah, well, I drew blood with Humpstone there, so who knows, maybe him and Peavy struck up an acquaintance.
I'll try him, Floyd. Goodbye.
So long, Commissioner. Be seeing you at the Jolly Boys Club tomorrow night?
That depends, Floyd. Depends on how jolly I feel.
Gildersleeve.
Well. Hello, Peavy.
Just reading a little item about you in the paper here. Very complimentary.
Yes, I know. Peavy, you don't happen to know this Nelson Humpstone, do you?
Nelson Humpstone?
Yeah.
Manager out the war plant?
Yeah.
That plant used to be the old tack factory before they took it over.
Yeah, that's the one.
A large man, a little taller than you.
Yeah. Do you know him?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't. I've seen him around.
But Floyd said he'd been in here. He said he sent him in here one day with a cut on his chin.
Well, so many come in here with cuts on their chin, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a little hard to remember. Why are you so interested in Mr. Humpstone?
I'm very anxious to contact him in regard to a business matter.
Oh, a business matter.
Yes, a very important one.
Important.
Has to do with employment.
Employment. Post-war?
Right now. You must know, Peavy, I've got to get a job.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't understand. It says in the paper there about your plans for the future.
Baloney, Peavy, all baloney.
But what about Mr. McGee and his...
Put not your trust in McGee. That was my mistake. 5 whole weeks waiting around, and what have I got to show for it? Frankly, I don't know what I'm going to do, Peavy.
Well, if $50 would help to tide you over,
Thanks, Peavy. I'm not hard up. Not yet. Just worried, that's all. But you're a real friend. I'll remember this.
That's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yeah, speaking of friends, there goes Mrs. Ransom.
Let her go. I have no time for dames now. My problem is to get in touch with Nelson Humpstone.
Looks as if she's coming in.
Oh.
Good morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello, Mr. Peavy. Throckmorton, you've been avoiding me.
Now, Leela, not at all. I'm a little busy today, that's all.
You don't deserve it, Throckmorton, but I've been trying to invite you to dinner this evening.
Oh, that's very nice, Leela, but I don't know about this evening. You see,
Throckmorton, I simply refuse to take no for an answer. A friend of mine wants to meet you, Nelson Humpstone.
Well, that's very good. Nelson Humpstone? Leela, is Nelson Humpstone a friend of yours?
Well, I only met him last weekend at the country club, but we got along famously, if I do say so.
And Nelson Humpstone wants to meet me?
He called me up specially this morning before I was hardly awake.
Peavy, it's a small world.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, I told him I'd try to have you both to dinner this evening, Throckmorton. Do you think you could make it?
Leela, I think that could be arranged.
It's all a matter of organization. Organization and know-how. They said it couldn't be done. Humpstone, they said it can't be done. Well, sir,
excuse me. Bertie, I'm afraid Mr. Humpstone's glass is empty.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Humpstone. Continue.
You're sure this is not boring?
Oh, gracious, not at all. I think it's fascinating.
Fascinating.
Well, sir, you won't believe this, but as of August 1st, we were turning them out at the rate of 90,000 a day. That's over 600,000 per week.
Say, that's nothing. At the time I resigned from the water department, do you know how many gallons we were pumping? 800,000 per.
Per week?
No, per month.
When you think of that in quarts, brother, that's a lot of water.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but how about another little piece of peach shortcake, huh? I've got just one slice left.
No, Bertie. That's for the guest of honor, Mr. Humpstone.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, but I insist.
No, really.
Oh, Mr. Humpstone, please.
I really shouldn't.
Pretty please.
Well...
I'll take it as a personal insult if you don't. That's an old Southern recipe I learned in Savannah.
What's the matter, Bertie?
That ain't no Southern recipe. I got that recipe off the flour bag.
Bertie is such a jewel.
Mr. Gildersleeve was kind enough to lend it to me for the evening. I hope he'll be kind enough to take it with him when he goes.
Well, wherever the recipe came from, the shortcake is delicious.
Yeah.
In fact, the whole dinner has been delicious.
Thanks. I mean, yes, it has, Leela.
It's such a relief to get away from restaurants and enjoy a good home-cooked meal for a change.
Oh, you're not married then?
No, I never seem to have found the time somehow.
How interesting. Well, I suppose I should have invited another girl this evening for Throckmorton, but, well, I decided I'd just keep you two men all to myself. Wasn't I wicked?
Have a cigar, Mr. Humpstone.
No, try one of mine.
No, have one of these. They're 2 for $35.
These are imported. I'd like to know what you think of them.
Well, in that case, fair exchange is no robbery, I guess.
You don't mind, Mrs. Ransom?
Oh, not at all, gracious. I love the smell of cigars.
Oh, have one, Leela.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're outrageous.
I am.
Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I know you men have things you want to talk over, so I'll just leave you alone with your cigars. Oh, don't get up.
Oh, I insist.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, thank you, gracious. It's so long since anybody's pulled out my chair for me. Now, don't you talk about me when I'm gone, you hear?
Charming woman, charming. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, Mr. Humpstone?
It's been a real pleasure meeting you this evening. Something I've been looking forward to.
Well, I think I can safely say that the feeling is mutual, Mr. Humpstone. Yes, sir.
I understand you resigned from the water department here to go into private industry.
Oh, yes. I've had numerous offers, which I am considering at the moment. I haven't decided on any yet.
I believe I read something in the paper about your planning to form a company and go into production shortly on some household article. Mousetrap, was it?
Oh, yes, that. Well, there's still a few bugs in that we'll have to get ironed out. Have to change the formula, I'm afraid. That'd make it so tasty. That's more in the nature of a hobby with me anyway, though. That is to say, it wouldn't prevent my working at something else.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I foresee a great big future for the post-war industry, Mr. Humpstone. A big future. I have great faith in it.
Oh, I quite agree.
As a matter of fact, that's something I'd like to talk with you about.
Please feel perfectly free to do so.
Oh, thank you. You're with the International Bolt and Screw, are you not?
Well, the factory here is a subsidiary.
Yes, I understand. Very fine organization, International Bolt and Screw, from what I hear.
Yes, quite an outfit, IB&S. Quite an outfit.
Large.
Very.
Must take a lot of men to run it.
Yes, it does.
I was thinking, Mr. Humpstone, you'll be expanding after the war. You'll be taking on more men for peacetime production. And it's not too early now to start planning ahead.
Oh, but there you're wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. The company's already cutting down.
Cutting down?
Yes. You see, this factory was only open to take care of government contracts. Now that the contracts are being terminated, unfortunately...
Guess there's not much use in my asking you for a job, then.
Asking me for one? I was going to ask you for one. Why, you four-flusher? You got me over here to dinner just so that you could ask me...
Now, just a minute.
Didn't you do the same?
What? Yeah. Yeah, guess I did. Confound it, Humpstone. Do you realize there's another income tax installment due December 15th?
Do I realize it? I'm a month overdue on the last one.
And with prices what they are? You know I paid a grocery bill of $97 last month. $97.
I can well believe it. I wish you could see my hotel bill.
In my car, falling to pieces. Gotta have my brakes relined. Tell you, Humpstone, I don't know what this country is coming to.
Quiet. Here comes our hostess.
Oh.
Well, I suppose you've settled the fate of the world, you two. Won't you join me in the party?
Oh, by all means. After you, Mr. Humpstone.
Oh, no, after you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Yes, as I was saying, Mr. Humpstone, my faith in the future of post-war industry in this country remains unwavering.
Exactly my opinion, Mr. Gildersleeve. We see eye to eye.
Yes, sir. I believe we face a future that'll be measured not in thousands, not in millions, but in billions. Let me know if you hear of anything, Humpy.
I'll do that, Gildy.
Yes, sir. There are great days ahead. Well, Peavy, that's the way it is. McGee turned out to be a faker, and Humpstone was a fraud.
Well, you know what they say, Mr. Gildersleeve. The best laid plans of mice and men gang after glee.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's all water over the dam now anyway. Just have to get out and find work, I guess. That's the main thing anyway, to be working. They say it's work that makes the world go round. Honest toil, nothing to be ashamed of. Work. Yeah, I guess that's the most important thing in a man's life. His work.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Work. By George, how I hate it. Good night, Peavy. Good night, everybody.
On this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
The crispness in the air these brisk autumn days is your cue to add more zest, more flavor sparkle to foods. Yes, appetites are sharper, so now's the time to zip up food flavors with Kraft prepared mustards. One popular variety you'll surely want to try is tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. The mustard that's so mild yet so downright appetizing. Blended into cooked foods or added to tempting sandwich spreads, lively salad dressings, and delicious fillings for deviled eggs. If you're baking a ham, be sure to mix Kraft salad mustard in with your brown sugar coating to seal in the ham's savory juices and to add an extra flavor tang. Also, be sure to stock up tomorrow on that other popular favorite, the sharper Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Your dealer has both delicious varieties. Both are sure to please. So remember to buy nippy Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Whenever you serve bread, serve it the way millions of families enjoy it most, spread with delicious, nourishing parquet margarine. Get your family off to a bright start at breakfast by adding parquet's delicate, satisfying flavor to slices of tempting golden brown toast. When you send Johnny off to school, send along the appetizing goodness of parquet, spread in nourishing lunchbox sandwiches. At dinner time, make your fresh muffins and crusty brown rolls a real pride and joy by spreading them with delicious parquet margarine. Yes, Parquet makes all kinds of bread taste extra good. Adds extra nourishment, too, because Parquet is high in food energy value and is fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So, for flavor that satisfies, for energy and vitamin A, buy Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now, let's join our friend, the great Gildersleeve. It's a bright, snappy Saturday morning in October, the kind of a day that's supposed to make a man feel like working. And as Gildersleeve stands in his front parlor smoking his after-breakfast cigar, he glances out of the window and, sure enough, he sees a task.
Leroy, I thought I told you to rake up those leaves. Didn't I?
You didn't say when to rake them.
I suppose you want to wait till they're covered with snow. The leaves must be raked now, Leroy, today.
Today? Today is Saturday. Why can't I do them Monday afternoon, Unc? First thing Monday afternoon.
Because I want them done today.
I don't see why they couldn't wait till Monday.
Don't argue, my boy. You haven't a single thing to do all day today.
It's my day off. Can't I wait till Monday?
No, you started them Wednesday, but you didn't finish. You must learn to concentrate, my boy. Buckle down. Do a job right. Finish it up.
Could you help me, Unc? Between us, we could finish it up in a hurry.
I'm busy, Leroy.
Oh, you're just sitting around.
I am not sitting around. I'm worrying about finding some kind of work so I can support you and Marjorie.
I wish all I had to do was worry.
What did you say, Leroy?
Nothing.
Well, get at those leaves and right now. Oh, before you start, did you clean up your room this morning?
Oh, sure, I cleaned it.
Will it bear inspection, Leroy?
Well, gosh, if you're going to go over it with a magnifying glass.
Never mind that. Did you make your bed?
Now, how do you suppose I could have forgotten that?
Confound it, Leroy. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I looked at your room yesterday, and it was a regular pigsty. How can you stand to live in it?
I don't know. I'm just naturally sloppy, I guess. Oink, oink.
And don't be so smart, young man, or I'll make you smart. In a certain place. Understand?
Oh, sure.
Now go upstairs and do your room at once, so it can stand inspection.
Okay. Fine way to spend Saturday.
Leroy, have you done your practicing? Leroy.
What did you say, Unc?
Have you practiced your piano?
Some.
I pay good money for those lessons, young man. You get over to that piano and start practicing right now.
What about my room?
Practice the piano.
What about the leaves?
Practice the piano. Sit down on that bench and don't get off of it for 2 hours.
Gosh, I'll be working all day Sunday, too. I won't have any fun at all.
What's Leroy beefing about now?
Marjorie, have you done your room this morning?
Oh, yes, Uncle Mort.
Good girl. Make your bed?
Of course, I always do.
Leroy, why can't you be more like your sister?
She makes me sick.
Now, young man, we're all supposed to do our part around here.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Have you made your bed, Bertie? What is it?
Miss Marjorie, those curtains from your room has been sitting in my laundry tub for 3 days. I can't do my laundry till you get them out of there.
Marjorie?
Miss Perfect.
Leroy, practice the piano.
Ha, 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 Mr. Smarty Pants.
And you go wash those curtains, young lady. By George, we're going to have some new work habits around here. When we start something, we're going to finish it. We've got to learn to concentrate. I don't hear you counting, Leroy.
I can't count and play at the same time, Unc.
Well, try.
4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and...
That's wrong, Leroy.
I told you I can't count and play at the same time. I bet nobody can.
All the great pianists know how to count, Leroy.
Well, they don't count so you can hear them. You remember when you took me to hear that guy and we sat in the front row? He never counted once. I was watching him.
He doesn't have to count anymore, but he knows how. Now, stop arguing. Count to yourself if you want to.
Okay.
Play it right, my boy.
I'm trying to.
That's the spirit. You're not trying, Leroy.
I am, Unc.
Well, don't make the very same mistake every time.
Well, this is a tough piece, and I'm just starting it besides.
Oh, well, it's going to sound very nice when you've learned it. I wonder when that will be. Well, that's the boy. Oh! For goodness sake, Leroy, go back and play it right.
Do I have to start at the beginning?
No, just go back a little way.
Okay.
Leroy, you're not concentrating.
Maybe I haven't got any talent, Unc.
You learn to play whether you got talent or not. Trouble is, you don't practice enough. Now, when
I'll see who it is, Unc.
No, you won't. You'll sit right where you are and keep practicing.
Well, good morning, Gildy.
Oh, for good morning, Judge. Come on in.
Well, Leroy practicing. Very pretty. Boy plays nicely.
Yeah. That shows how much you know, Judge. What's on your alleged mind?
Not a thing, Gildy, not a thing. Can't an old friend just drop in without having something on his mind?
He can, but he doesn't. If you come over here again to pry into matters of my employment, Judge.
Well, I haven't, but now that you bring it up...
It may interest you to know that I'm considering a number of possibilities.
Oh, you've been saying that for weeks. What about Nelson Humpstone? Did you get anywhere with him?
Humpstone. He's nothing but a four-flesher. They're closing down the factory, Judge. I wasn't interested in that job anyway. I have another idea now.
That's the trouble with you, Throckmorton. You never stick to anything. Dag nabbit, I don't believe you know how to concentrate.
Leroy! Concentrate. I mean, keep your mind on your work.
I could go out now if you and the judge want to talk.
You get right back to that piano. We'll go into my study. Come on, Horace. You're always opening your big mouth. Sit down, Judge. Have a cigar?
Not so soon after breakfast, thank you.
Good. You know, Horace, the more I think of it, the more I miss my old job at the waterworks. That wasn't a bad job.
It's gone now. Water over the dam.
Mayor Terwilliger should be indicted, appointing his own cousin as water commissioner.
Let's not judge him hastily, Gildy. McCarthy may be a very good man.
Not if he's a relative of the mayor. Any relation of Terwilliger's would be an incompetent in public office.
Point is, Gildy, that he's in public office and you're not.
Yeah. Oh, come in.
Yes, the mail just came, Mr. Gildersleeve. Quite a lot of it, but nothing very good.
Oh, the mail. Thank you, Bertie.
You're welcome.
Now, Gildy, we've got to look this job situation in the face.
Pardon me, Horace, while I look this mail in the face.
Doggone it, Gildy, there you go again. Can't you keep your mind on anything?
Uh-oh. Here's a note from Nelson Humpstone, Judge.
Huh?
Well, listen to this. Dear Gildersleeve, I'm flying back to the home office of International Bolt and Screw for a couple of days on very short notice, and it looks like they're planning to convert to civilian production instead of closing down here. So don't make any commitments till you hear from me. I'll call you from Detroit as soon as I can. Nuff said, Nelson Humpstone.
Well, I'll be darned.
Fine fellow, that Humpstone. Nuff said. Cute.
Well, Gildy, I must say that sounds very promising, very hopeful.
Oh, Humpstone's a big man, Judge. What did I tell you? He isn't talking about any two-for-a-nickel proposition. He might want an assistant manager or a sort of an associate manager. Maybe he'll want me to come in there to the home office, talk things over with the big shots.
I don't know about that.
What else would he be phoning me from Detroit? I ought to be ready to leave in a minute's notice. I wonder if I could get a plane priority.
I think you're working a little fast, Gildy.
That's the way to get things done, Judge. I suppose Humpy could take care of my hotel reservations.
Oh, for goodness sake, you're talking just like a...
Come in. What is it, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, the water stopped running and all the faucets in the house. Nothing comes out.
What? The water's off? I'll bet the pump's busted, yeah. And the snifter valve. Must be off all over town. By George, I've been waiting for this moment. Let's call up the mayor's cousin and complain, Judge. What's his name now?
Oh, now, Gildy, have a heart. His name's McCarthy.
Let me look at that telephone. I'll pin his ears back. I'll blast him. No, I know something better, Judge. I'll call him up at his house at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Fred Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. In nourishing meals at home and in lunches at work, you busy home front soldiers need the best of energy foods. And luckily, some of America's best energy foods cost very little. Economical Parquet margarine, the delicious Kraft quality spread for bread, is a shining example of a food high in energy value, yet extremely low in money cost, and low in ration point cost, too. Kraft makes Parquet margarine, and of course Kraft uses only top quality, highly refined vegetable oils. And that explains why Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, Kraft fortifies Parquet margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So for important food energy, for important vitamin A, and equally important for a fresh, delicate flavor that's sure to satisfy, serve Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Tomorrow, buy Parquet. It's made by Kraft. Now, let's get back to our story. Only a few minutes have passed, but Gildersleeve's household is as busy as a beehive. Anticipating an urgent call from Detroit, he stationed Bertie near the phone to grab it, and he's assigned Marjorie to run upstairs and pack an overnight bag for him in case he has to leave town on short notice. The great man himself is in the living room, pacing up and down the rug, and turning over in his mind such important matters as plane priorities and what salary he should demand. And through it all, little Leroy, like the young Mozart, plugs doggedly away at his music.
Leroy, read the notes. Read the notes.
I am.
You are not.
Well, you can see for yourself. It says here.
Don't tell me what it says. Play them. Ye gods.
Uncle Mort.
Yes, Marjorie?
How long will you be gone?
How do I know? I haven't heard from Humpstone yet. I'm still waiting for the call.
Well, how many shirts do you want me to pack?
How many what?
How many shirts will you need?
Well, that depends on how long I'll be gone.
That's what I say. How long will you be gone?
I told you I don't know.
Well, how do you expect you to
Don't ask foolish questions. Just pack some shirts, that's all. Ye gods, let's keep our heads around here. Oh, there's the phone, Bertie. Grab it.
I got it. Gildersleeve's resident.
Let me have it, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am, he is. Just a second.
Leroy, stop pounding that piano. How can I hear? Hello, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speaking. It was what? Water. I'm not the water commissioner, lady. Don't bother me with it. The idea of calling me about it. Doesn't she read the newspapers?
Hey, can I stop now?
I told you, Leroy. I want you to stick at that piece till you master it.
I have.
I said master, not massacre.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Yes.
Uncle Mort, do you want me to pack your razor?
What's that? Razor? Oh, yes. Bertie, remind me to get some razor blades before I leave, will you? I'm all out.
I will if I can remember. Leroy, maybe you better remind me.
What's that?
Remind Bertie, Leroy, to remind me to get some razor blades before I go.
Ye gods, how can a man practice his music with people interrupting him all the time? I give up. I'm going out.
Come back here, young man.
Okay.
Phone, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, I've got it, Bertie. Hold it, Leroy. Hello, Throckmorton P. Yes, I'm the water commissioner. No, I'm not. What is this? Why are people calling me? I don't care if their line is busy. Don't call me about it. It's no business of mine. This is getting to be a darn nuisance. Here I'm waiting for an important call.
Unc.
Yes?
Make up your mind, will you? Do you want me to practice or don't you?
Just study the notes for a little while, Leroy. Study them quietly and don't make any noise.
Hello? Yes, this is Commissioner Gildersleeve's residence.
If it's about the water, Bertie, tell him I'm not at home, and I'm not the commissioner.
Mr. Gildersleeve says if it's about the water, he ain't commissioner and he ain't at home.
Wait a minute, Bertie. That wasn't long distance, was it?
No, sir, that was Miss Pettibone.
Well, what do I care? Any more of these calls come, Bertie, tell him I'm not at home. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Tell him I left home 2 weeks ago, and I haven't been seen since.
Yes, sir.
Tell him for all you know, Bertie, I'm dead.
I'll do that.
By George, this is too much. Let me handle it, Bertie. Hello. Now listen, Bud, I've got nothing to do with the water department. I don't care. If you don't like the way things are being run, call up the commissioner. Call up the mayor. Call up Eisenhower, but don't bother me. Hello. No, get off the line, will you, brother? I want to speak to the operator. Operator, this is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speaking. Never mind my number. I want to make a complaint. I'm expecting a very important call. I'm being flooded here with calls for the water department, with which I no longer have any connection. I want you to... Listen, sister, you don't have to tell me there's a war on. I want something done about it, and right away. Do you understand? Oh, you can't, eh? Oh, you can't. Well, I'll do something about it, and right now. Confound it.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you busted.
You darn right I'll bust it. There.
Oh, my goodness. Folks will get arrested.
Let him come. I'm ready for him.
What's going on here?
I've just pulled the phone out by the roots.
Yes, and I'll do it again. They can fire me out of the water department. They can put an incompetent in my place. But I'll be go to blazes if I'll take his phone calls. Let him ring me now. Go ahead and ring.
But, Uncle Mort, what about Mr. Humpstone? If he tries to call you now...
Humpstone? Why didn't somebody stop me? Why did you deliberately stand there, Marjorie, and let... Oh, my goodness, I've got to do something. Humpstone might be trying to call me right now, all the way from Detroit. I'll run over to Mrs. Ransom's and phone the call company. I mean, call the... Oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness. Leela!
Honey?
Yeah, and so is Christmas. Leela?
Oh, it's you, Throckmorton. No, gracious, everything's happening at once here. The phone's ringing. Now sit down and make yourself at home, won't you, while I answer?
I was just going to ask you if I could use it.
Oh, me, it's just as soon as I answer this.
Oh.
Hello? Yes, who's this? Oh, I couldn't guess.
Oh, guess it.
I couldn't. Well, is it Walter?
Who's Walter?
Is it, Kent? Not Kent. Well, let me see now.
Leela, I'm expecting a telephone call. It's very important. If you could hurry it up.
I know. Poochie.
Poochie.
No? Well, I just simply give up then. Who is it? Oh, you. I might have known.
Come on, Leela.
Nothing, just sitting here.
Leela, my phone call. It's urgent.
I've thought of nothing else since.
Oh, for goodness sake.
No. Tell me.
This could go on for years. Leela.
Excuse me. Throckmorton, please.
Yeah, who is it?
Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, go ahead. No, I was just getting comfortable. Go ahead.
Oh, for the love of Mike.
Silly, of course I'm alone.
Look.
Oh, I declare anyone would think you were jealous.
Leela, excuse me, but I got to interrupt for a minute.
Excuse me again, just a second.
Couldn't you ask him to call back later or something?
But I've only just met him, Throckmorton. I don't know him well enough to be rude to him.
Oh. But my call is important.
Well, I suppose you think this isn't important.
All right, wait a minute. Do me a favor, then. When you get through, if you ever do, Leela, call the phone company and tell them my phone is out of order.
Very well.
Wait. When you've done that, call the long-distance operator and tell her I'm expecting a very important call from out of town.
Yes?
Tell her I'll be at Peavy's drugstore, Leela. Tell her to switch the call to me there. That's a good girl.
Oh, Throckmorton, wait.
Yeah?
Who are you expecting a call from?
Wouldn't you like to know? Yeah.
Hello? Sorry about the interruption. The plumber just arrived.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. You mind if I use your telephone?
Not at all. That's what we're in business for.
Thank you.
You'll find the phone right in the phone booth there.
I don't need to use it this very minute. As a matter of fact, I'm waiting for a long-distance call from Detroit.
Detroit?
Yeah, I had him transferred here.
Marvelous invention, the telephone. Marvelous.
Yes, it is.
Just to think you can step into that little booth there and people hundreds of miles away can hear what you say. Marvelous.
Yes, it is.
There's just one thing wrong with it, though, I've noticed.
Oh, what's that?
Well, most people have nothing to say. Now, you take Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah?
Mrs. Peavy's a fine woman. I admire her and I respect her. But when she gets on the phone there with some of her friends, I tell you, I have to go out and walk around the block.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Peavy. I get the same thing at home. Marjorie now. She's a pretty sensible girl, as girls go.
Yeah, she is.
But every afternoon she's on the phone for hours with Francie. And there's more slush, more silly guff. All about some kid around town named Van Johnson. You ever see him around?
No, I don't think I have.
Neither have I. But to hear them talk, he must be some punkins. I overheard my own niece offering to die for him yesterday. Oh, telephone. That might be for me.
Do you want to take it, Mr. Gildersleeve, or shall I?
You take it, Peavy. See who it's for. I don't trust that phone booth. It's too narrow.
Standard phone booth.
I know, but I got stuck in there once. I'm not taking any unnecessary chances.
All right, I hear you. Can't you see I'm coming? Peavy's Pharmacy. Why, yes, Leroy, he is. Yeah, just hold the wire.
Leroy? Where's he phoning from?
Didn't say. Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Can you make it?
If you get out of my way, I might.
Oh, sorry.
Darn little coop.
Couldn't you sort of lean into it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Couldn't they have made it big enough in the first place?
Standard phone booth.
Standard. Hold on, Leroy. I'm coming. Give me a shove, Peavy.
See. Yeah.
Hello, Leroy. Where are you? Well, who's fixed the telephone? You did. Great. Don't ever do that again, Leroy. You might get a shock. By George, how'd you do it? Don't tell me now. I'll be right home, Leroy. I'll be right home. What do you know, Peavy? Leroy fixed the telephone.
Was there something wrong with it?
Was there something wrong with it? But he just hitched a couple of wires together or something. I don't know. By George, modern kids are wonderful. Maybe I'd better call the phone company and tell them to switch the call back there.
Got a nickel, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't know. I'm wedged in so tight here I can't get my hand on my pocket, Peavy.
Yeah, let me put the nickel in for you.
Yes, thanks, Peavy. Dial the operator for me, will you? I can't reach that either. Yes, thanks. Hello, operator. I want to report a telephone out of order. Well, I don't know what caused it. It just went dead. It went dead, but now it's all right again, so if you send anybody to fix it, don't bother.
Marvelous invention, telephone.
Operator, wait a minute. I'm expecting a call here, long distance. I'd like to have it transferred. Gildersleeve. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. The number here? What's the number here, Peavy?
It's right on the dial there.
I know, but I can't get far enough away to see it.
Summerfield 34260.
Oh, yeah, Summerfield 34260. Yes, ma'am. That's where I am now, operator. But my home phone number is Summerfield 32371. That's the one that was out of order, so I called you from another number. A friend did, to ask you to switch the call when it comes. Here. Do you understand? Huh? I don't either, but I want it here now, and I want it at home. Yeah. I just told you, Summerfield 32371.
Marvelous invention.
No, operator. It's not out of order. Listen, operator, it's perfectly clear if you just listen. My phone was out of order, so I went to... Oh, let it go. I'll be home before you get it straightened out. Just put the call through when it comes. Yes, I better be going. Confound it, Peavy, I'm stuck.
No.
Get me out of here, Peavy. Get me out.
Easy does
I've got to get home, Peavy. That call, I may be missing it. Get me out of here.
No need to get panicky, Mr. Gildersleeve. We've been through all this before. Just deflate.
Huh?
Let your breath out.
Let it out. I haven't taken a breath since I got in here.
Hey, evidently you've put on a little weight.
No, I haven't put on any weight.
Well, then it's been redistributed.
Stop talking, will you, Peavy? Do something. You got me in here.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's your fault anyway for having this thing around.
Standard phone booth, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Stop saying that. It's a booby trap.
Well, looks as if we caught one.
I'm out, Peavy. I'm out and I'm off.
If you ask me, you've been off for some time.
Hello? Yes? Oh, my goodness, it's long distance for Uncle Mort. Just a minute, please.
That's the call he's expecting.
Well, where is he?
Well, he said he was coming right home.
Hold the wire, please.
What is it, Miss Marjorie?
Bertie, it's a call for Uncle Mort, and I don't know what to tell them. Run to the window, Leroy, and see if he's coming.
Here, give me that, Miss Marjorie. I know what to tell him.
But Bertie,
Your uncle told me what to tell him. Hello?
Here he is. Long distance, Uncle.
I'm sorry. Mr. Gildersleeve ain't here. He ain't been around for 2 weeks. I expect he's probably dead.
Bertie!
How's that for telling him, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, that's a call I've been waiting all day for.
Well, over the breaks, kid.
Leroy, give me that telephone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Never mind. Operator. That's the kind of service you get. Operator. When you want them, you can't get them. When you don't want them, they call you up. Operator. I pay good money every month for this. The darn thing.
Uncle Mort.
I won't have it in the house.
Not again.
This time I mean it, confound it. Oh! Take that! There. Let me see you fix that, Leroy.
What a character!
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say just a few words on behalf of an organization to which all of us owe our lives, our freedom, and our hope of security, the United States Navy. On October 27th each year, we celebrate Navy Day. This year, Navy Day will mean almost more than it ever has before, because our Navy is now the strongest naval power on this earth. The number of warships in the fleet has been almost tripled since 1939, and 30,000 naval planes are scheduled for delivery this year. 30,000 planes. I hope the Japs are listening. But though the Navy has done a tremendous job in this war and has the men and materiel to finish it, we mustn't think it's going to be easy. Navy officials estimate it will take at least a year and a half or 2 years to knock out the Japanese after the war in Europe is over. The Japanese are tough, ladies and gentlemen. They can still increase their production, and their army is not yet up to full strength. So it's up to us here on the home front to stand behind the Navy in the big job that's still ahead. And these are the ways we can help. First, stay on the job in Navy yards and factories. Second, we can maintain our Navy's high morale by writing to the men. Let them know we appreciate what they've done and are doing. But let's not write as if we expected the war to be over in a few months. Third, the Navy needs waves and nurses. Women between the ages of 20 and 36 can release naval men for active duty. Just go to the nearest Navy recruiting office. Or, if you're a registered nurse between 21 and 40, you can be commissioned as an ensign. For information on this, write to the Surgeon General at the Navy Department in Washington. The Navy needs our help, ladies and gentlemen. Navy Day is next Friday, October the 27th, but we ought to make every day Navy Day till the war is won. If we stop and think how much we owe the Navy, I know we'll all be glad to do whatever we can. Good night.
Music on this program was selected by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter, speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. The great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Good, nourishing foods, as you well know, disappear mighty fast from your dealer's shelves these days. And that explains why sometimes he may temporarily be out of delicious parquet margarine that's made by Kraft. Yes, Kraft makes this nutritious, fine-flavored spread for bread. And, of course, Kraft is doing everything possible to keep your dealer supplied. These days, however, so many people prefer Parquet margarine that dealers often find themselves hard put to keep up with the demand. So our advice is watch your food dealer's refrigerator or his refrigerated display case and buy Parquet whenever there's a new supply on hand. Remember, Parquet is an excellent energy food and is fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. And it's such a delicious, satisfying spread for bread. So look for and always ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, what of the great Gildersleeve? Well, he's broken into the papers again. The Summerfield Indicator of October 26th bears an editorial headed, Watchman, What of the Night? And we may be sure that it's not escaped the attention of the great man himself. So let's drop in there and see how he's taking it.
The action of Mayor Terwilliger in removing Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve from office and installing his own cousin, Dan McCarthy, as water commissioner can be attributed to nothing but politics.
You said it.
Mr. Gildersleeve may not have been perfect, but at least he had one virtue. He kept the water running.
You're darn right.
If Mayor Terwilliger has any hope of being reelected on November 7th, he will straightway return Mr. Gildersleeve to office.
Hooray! Now they're talking.
Hooray for us! Isn't that wonderful, Uncle Mort?
I don't like that part there where it says I wasn't perfect.
Oh, don't be silly. Nobody's perfect.
Now, Marjorie. Bertie, you think that's any way for a girl to talk about her uncle?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you was perfect, you'd be up with the angels, which thank goodness you ain't.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Now, my dear.
I'm glad they showed up that old Terwilliger, the old fool. I'm glad they finally gave you credit. Uncle Mort, I must say you don't seem very excited. I should think you'd be thrilled.
Well, it's gratifying, my dear. Gratifying to have one's humble efforts recognized at last, even though the recognition comes too late.
Too late? If you ask me, it's just in time. In another week, we might have been eating grass.
We were at no time an actual want, my boy.
Well, then what was all that you were giving us about we had to cut down? Why am I beating my brains out trying to scrape along on a 15-cent allowance? 15 cents? That ain't a living wage.
That's not a living wage.
You're darn right it's not.
I was merely taking precautions, Leroy, during the period of my temporary unemployment to guard against a rainy day.
Boy, I thought it was here.
Well, it's gone now. The mayor will have to make a commissioner again, won't he, Uncle Mort?
It doesn't seem to have occurred to anyone that I may possibly not be interested in the commissionership.
Not interested? Don't tell me you're not going to take it.
I have never sought public office, my boy.
Are you kidding?
At any rate, I do not seek it at this time.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you ought to take it.
Sure you should.
Amen.
What makes you say that, Bertie?
I got the milk bill this morning.
Oh. You think I should take it, do you? You think that being water commissioner is the best your old uncle is capable of, do you?
You could do worse, Uncle Mort.
You're doing worse right now.
As you grow older, my boy, you will learn that it's best not to leap to conclusions until you have all the facts in your possession.
What do you mean?
In exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes, your uncle has an appointment to confer with some of the biggest executives in the country.
Yikes! What do they want to confer with you for?
Is that so strange, my boy?
Oh, no, but
I wondered why you had your best tie on.
How do I look, my dear? Like an executive?
Like $1 million. But, what are you going to see, Uncle Mort?
Well, I wouldn't want this to get beyond these walls, my dear. But I saw Nelson Humpstone yesterday out at the factory.
He's back from Detroit?
And not only that, he's brought with him some of the big shots from International Bolt and Screw.
Oh, You think they might want to talk to you about a job?
Well, they certainly don't want to run me for president. My hat, my dear. Leroy, my walking stick.
Your walking stick?
You heard me.
Well, you haven't used that in years, huh?
The occasion for it has not arisen.
I don't see what you want to use it now for.
Because, my boy, I'm meeting these men for the first time. And first impressions are very important.
Well, that's just what I mean.
Leroy, get the walking stick.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. Have you got a decent cigar in this so-called drugstore?
Well, I have your regular brand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You haven't answered my question. I want the most expensive cigar you've got, Peavy.
Let me see. I've got these at 25 cents each. About as expensive.
Is that the best you can do, 25 cents?
Well, it could raise the price a little. Anything to accommodate a customer.
It's not just the price, Peavy. I want a cigar that's not just a cigar. One that'll make an impression, if you know what I mean.
You're not thinking of an exploding cigar, are you?
No. And I'm a bit of a hurry, too, Peavy.
Well, here's a cigar that has a certain distinction.
Well, let's see it.
The Salome Perfecto. You see, it has a picture of the dancing girl on the band there. Has a certain feel to some people.
No salamis, Peavy. Look, what I want is a cigar that I can offer to a big, important executive without being ashamed of it.
Oh, well, you want the Garcia Profundo.
Oh, do I?
Yes. You see, it says right here on the box, the cigar of distinction for distinguished men.
That's for me. I'll take 4.
Well, you must be expecting to meet a lot of distinguished men today.
I am, Peavy, I am.
Anybody I know?
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little hint, though, Peavy. A certain manager of a certain manufacturing concern here in this town has just returned from Detroit with certain executives to discuss filling a certain job. They have their eye on a certain man. You get it? Yours truly. Sorry, I can't tell you any more, Peavy. But I wouldn't want this to get around. You know what the competition for these big jobs is like. Dog eat dog.
Dog eat Humpstone.
What? How did you find out about Humpstone?
You almost broke up my phone booth last week trying to get in touch with him, if you remember.
Oh, yes, that. Well, I'm due over at the plant there in half an hour to meet some of the big shots. Confidentially, Humpstone tells me I've got the inside track.
That's so? The inside track must be a little crowded.
What do you mean?
Well, Frank Jessup was in here this morning. You know him.
Jessup? Oh, yeah, he has the Buick agency over on State Street.
He had the Buick agency. He's out there at the plant right now.
He is?
Yeah, and then there's Walter Kornblum. I hear he's been...
Kornblum? Oh, my goodness, it must be all over town. I'd better get over there.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, your cigars.
Cigars? Oh, yeah, let me have them, Peavy.
I hope they do the trick.
Well, they ought to, at $0.25 apiece.
If it's any comfort to you, Jessup bought the 2 for 15 centers.
Oh, great. I'll let him beat me to the draw, then I'll move in with a big gun. Mr. Humpstone, it's me.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. Well, here I am.
You're early, Gildersleeve.
Better early than late, I always say. Yes, sir. Punctuality. Very important in business.
Just put your hat on the file there.
It won't be in the way.
No, not at all. Have a chair.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, Mr. Humpstone?
Today should tell the story, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Have a cigar.
Oh, no, thank you. As a matter of fact, just a tip. We discourage smoking here at the plant.
Oh?
Yes. You see, J.G. doesn't smoke himself, and he doesn't like to see any of the men smoke either.
J.G.?
Our executive vice president. You'll meet him in just a few minutes.
Oh, yes. Well, I never smoke on the job myself. Just happen to have these things with me, so I thought if anybody could use them, maybe I'd better get rid of them before we...
No, just put them out of sight. J.G. is a funny duck. You have to know just how to handle him.
Oh, how's that?
Oh, you will catch on. Now, A.K. is different. A.K. has a great sense of humor. Only you never know when he's kidding.
Oh, how do you find out?
You'll find out. It takes a little time, but for now, just take your cue from me. When I laugh, you laugh. Now, there's nothing to be nervous about.
Oh, I'm not nervous. Not me. I understand, though, that you've been interviewing a number of men for this position.
Well, naturally, we want to cover all the possibilities. But don't worry, you're still in the lead.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, you see, this position calls for some knowledge of hydraulics.
Hydraulics?
Yes. And with your experience in the water department, we
Oh, yes, I ran into plenty of those hydraulics down there at the water department. Oh, plenty.
Yes, Miss Pickens?
J.G. will see you now.
Well, J.G.'s ahead of schedule. How did that happen?
He's been cutting his
Uh-oh. In a bad mood today?
Brother.
After you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, no. Oh, no. After you.
What do you think, Uncle Mort? Do you think he was impressed or not?
I tell you, Marjorie, I have no idea. The man just sat there like a bump on a log. Didn't say anything, didn't ask any questions, just stared at me like an idiot. Humpstone did all the talking. I don't think the man is all there.
Tell me something, Unc. What does this job pay?
I don't know. Besides, it's none of your business.
Leroy, can't you see Uncle Mort's upset?
Well, as long as he was there, I don't see why he couldn't ask.
Ye God, that was no time to bring up money. That's not the way these things are done, Leroy. I imagine it pays a good $4,000 or $5,000. I don't care what it pays. I don't think I want the darn job anyway. Not if I have to work for an old fool like that. Sat there like a wooden Indian.
Telephone.
Yeah, I'll take it. Hello? Humpstone? Yeah. 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 Well, thanks, Humpy. Yeah.
What is it?
What do you know, kids? Humpstone ran into J.G. in the washroom, and he likes the cut of my jib. Yeah, that's what he said. He likes the cut of my jib.
You mean he likes you?
Likes me. I'm in, kids. I'm practically in.
Hurry up, he's in the gym.
Oh, wonderful.
By George, that J.G. is a smart hombre. He doesn't say much, but you know, all the time he sat there looking at me, I had the feeling he could see right through me.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. And that's the time we're going to use for some important reminders about Parquet Margarine, a nutritious spread for America's bread. You see, during the next few weeks on this program, you'll be hearing about other Kraft quality food products. So we'd like to remind you briefly of the important way Parquet Margarine contributes to good family nutrition. First, there's the splendid food energy Parquet provides so economically. And second, Kraft guarantees that every single pound of Parquet Margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. And they're both needed every day for good family nutrition. Of course, you should remember, too, Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor and how good it tastes on bread, toast, rolls, and waffles. Yes, Kraft makes this delicious, nourishing spread for America's bread. So remember always to ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. Full of executive fire, he spent the afternoon in his study, straightening out his papers, throwing away unpaid bills, and spinning around in his desk chair. Now, he and his family have enjoyed an early supper so that Bertie can attend a war chest meeting, and Gildersleeve is topping it off with a cigar.
Sam, can we go to the movies?
Not me, Leroy. You and Marjorie can go if you want to.
Oh, boy, come on, Marge.
Why can't you go, Uncle Mort?
I'm going to stay home and do a little planning tonight. Think up some new ideas for the factory.
Oh, come on to the movies, Unc. Suppose you think of something and then you don't get the job. All that thinking would be wasted.
No thinking is ever wasted, my boy.
Are you kidding? Yesterday I learned my geography cold and the teacher didn't even call on me. Had my hand up the whole time.
Well, maybe she smelled a rat, Leroy. Learn your lesson again tomorrow and keep your hands in your pockets.
Hey, you might have something there.
Always work for me. And don't worry about me getting this job. The only question is, when do I start work? Uh-oh. See who it is, Leroy.
Okay, Unc.
That darn kid, Marjorie, isn't so different from the kid I was, you know it.
Really, Uncle Mort? Oh, I just can't believe you were ever as terrible as Leroy.
Oh, yes, I was. Well, the majesty of the law.
Good evening, Throckmorton. Marjorie.
Hello, Judge.
Have a chair, Judge.
Thank you. I am the bearer of an important message for you, Gildy.
Yeah?
By the way, I'm not holding up your supper, am I?
No, Judge. We've already had it.
Oh.
Those are the breaks, kids.
That will do, Leroy. What's the important message, Horace?
It's from Mayor Terwilliger. He wants you to accept the Water Commissioner's portfolio again.
Horace, you can tell the mayor to take the portfolio and blow soap bubbles through it.
But, Gildy, this is the job you wanted. Best job you ever had.
Got a better one now, Judge. You're looking at the man who's going to be Nelson Humpstone's new assistant at International Bolt and Screw. Or possibly his associate.
Well, when this happened?
I went out and saw him this morning. Nothing to it.
Is it really sewed up, Gildy?
Oh, it's in the bag, Horace. Just a few details to be settled.
Yeah, it's all settled except the money.
Leroy, there's at least $4,000 or $5,000 a year in it, Judge.
But have you really got it? How'd he ever come to pick you?
Well, who else in this town knows anything about hydraulics?
What do you know about hydraulics?
Well, I bet I could learn all about it in 10 minutes. By George, I think I'll go down to the public library right now. They must have a book.
Dozens of them.
I'm going to do it. I'll glance through a few of these books. When I see those fellows tomorrow, I'll know more about hydraulics than old John W. Hydraulics himself. Wonder why it is that all libraries smell the same. Books, I suppose. People, too. Oh, well. Pardon me. I'd like a book on...
Don't allow smoking in here.
Oh, pardon me. You got an ashtray?
Well, hardly.
Oh? Wastebasket? Oh, I see one. Don't move. Yeah, a good shot, wasn't it?
That might start a fire.
Oh, no, it was out. Have you got a book on hydraulics?
Oh, yes. Elementary or advanced?
Well, I'm not sure. Just what are hydraulics?
Hydraulics is the science of water pressure and so on.
What? Well, then I know all about it. Water. Well, yeah. Certainly. Give me the advanced book, please, miss.
Mrs.
Oh, pardon me.
I'll get it for you.
Mrs. I'll bet Mr. something. Yeah, I'll bet he is. I'll bet he wears a nightcap and reads the Atlantic Monthly in bed.
Do you wish to take the book out or read it here?
Oh, I'll just glance through it here. Can I sit any place I please?
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. The laws of hydromechanics. That sounds good.
Would you mind keeping your feet on your own side of the table?
Oh, sorry. The general properties of fluids are as follows.
Would you mind reading to yourself?
Oh,
Or don't you know how?
I'm just as good a reader as you are. Gee, I'm surrounded. How can anybody read when it's so darn quiet?
Is this chair taken?
No. Oh, Eve Goodwin.
Throckmorton, I didn't see you.
We have to be quiet in here, Eve.
I know.
Well, imagine meeting you here.
I'm the one who should be surprised. It's awfully nice to see you.
Well, nice to see you, too. It's been months.
Would you mind conducting this reunion somewhere else?
How would you like a punch in the nose, mister?
Oh, so you're a rowdy, too.
Throckmorton, you'll be thrown out.
Thrown out? Not by that bookworm, I won't. Come on, let's take a walk, Eve. I want to talk to you.
But I just got here.
It's all right. So did I. Come on, you can read any time.
Goodbye, everybody!
By George. Good to get out of there. Stuffy.
Yes, it is. How on earth did you happen to be here?
Well, I was going to do a little scientific reading, Eve. Hydraulics. But I found I knew all about it.
You haven't changed, have you, Throckmorton?
Oh, I lost a little weight. How's your mother?
Well, she's all right. She's not living with me anymore, you know.
Oh, you don't say.
No, she went to live with my sister in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I love Pennsylvania. Yeah, you must miss her a great deal. Fine woman.
Well, I did miss her at first. I've been quite lonesome, Throckmorton.
I've been lonesome too, Eve.
Oh, a man never needs to be lonesome. But a girl has to spend her evenings in the library.
Well, we ought to see more of each other, Eve. We used to have a lot of fun.
Yes, we did.
I don't see why we couldn't have that same kind of fun all over again.
We're not engaged now, Throckmorton.
Well, we had plenty of fun before we were engaged, Eve.
Now, Throckmorton, we haven't seen each other in quite a while.
Oh, take it a little easy, huh?
Take it very easy. I saw the editorial in the paper this morning. I was so proud of you.
Oh, that. Yeah, Terwilliger wants me back. Sent Judge Hooker crawling over to see me, begging me to come back.
That's very flattering. How did you happen to leave the water department?
Terwilliger I resigned. We had a difference of opinion on policy. It was him or me, so I quit.
I, Throckmorton.
It was him or I, so I...
He.
Certainly seems like the old days, Eve.
I can't help correcting you, Throckmorton. I'm always so surprised when you make a mistake. Are you going back as water commissioner?
Nope. Got something much better, Eve. Private industry.
Oh, really? What is it?
A fellow named Nelson Humpstone runs the war plant here. Yeah, it's a subsidiary of International Bolt and Screw. Humpy wants me as his assistant. Or possibly his associate.
Sounds interesting. How did you meet this Mr. Humpstone?
Through Leela Ransom. She knows him pretty well.
Oh.
Nothing between them or anything like that, of course. I mean, Leela arranged this meeting as a favor to me.
I see.
Leela'd do just about anything for me.
I'm sure she would. Throckmorton, are you sure you're being wise to go back to private business?
Well, why, certainly. It's a good job, Eve. Fine opportunity. Why not?
Well, I thought when I read that editorial this morning, I thought how much you have to give the people of our city.
All I ever give them is water, Eve. What are you getting at?
Oh, you came awfully close to being nominated for mayor last June.
I don't want to run for mayor again.
Well, something bigger then. You have great capacity for leadership, Throckmorton.
Oh, you think so?
I've always thought so.
Well, maybe I could become a big man in business, Eve. I imagine this job with Humpstone would pay $4,000 or $5,000 a year.
Is that so much more than the water department pays?
Well, no, but the future...
Well, money isn't everything. You could be a great public figure. Your name could be known to thousands of people, maybe millions.
Millions? Well, I kind of like that. On the other hand, that's kind of a gamble.
Well, of course, if you never want to take a chance.
Well, Hey, we're here already.
Yes. Good night, Throckmorton.
Oh, Eve, I've hardly seen you. Aren't you going to ask me in?
I don't believe so. You've apparently lost something that was quite important to me, Throckmorton.
Lost something? What have I lost?
Your youth. The Throckmorton I knew had a marvelous spirit of youthfulness, of daring, of faith in himself. He had courage and vigor. He wasn't afraid to take a chance.
Well, I'm not afraid to take a chance, Eve. I've still got all those things.
How can I tell?
You'll see. I'll show you. Eve, let me come in for just a few minutes.
Well, Throckmorton,
Just a little tete-a-tete for old time's sake.
All right. For old time's sake.
Daniel McCarthy, Water Commissioner. We'll soon change that.
Mr. Gildersleeve!
Well, if it isn't Bessie!
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, I can kiss you.
Not this morning, Bessie. Is McWhat's name here?
Mr. McCarthy? Yes, he's in your office. He's got the desk all cleaned out. He's ready to go. Shall I announce you?
No, let him enjoy himself a little longer. Oh, well. Hi, George. Same old office. Same old water cooler. Same old hat rack. That hat rack is a disgrace. Is this McCarthy's hat?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you look so funny.
Oh, yes? Must have a head like a peanut, that guy.
Well, are you Gildersleeve? Hey, what are you doing with my hat?
Well, I thought it was one of mine when I was younger, before inflation set in. Yes, I thought I'd left it in here.
Oh. Well, would you care to step into my office for a moment? Take care of the formalities?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes. Well, I guess there's not much to say. The books are up to date. You can have them audited as of today if you want to. Now, here's the combination to the safe.
Oh, thank you.
Key to the office, key to the desk, key to the, down the hall.
Thank you, McCarthy.
You're welcome. I guess that's everything.
Yeah, I guess so. What are all those papers on the desk?
Complaints.
Complaints?
Complaints. Well,
then I hope you'll be able to find, I hope you'll soon be able to announce your new connection.
You mean you hope I'll get a job?
Well, yes.
Don't worry about me, Gildersleeve. I've got a better job than you'll ever get.
You? Ha!
Yep. IB&S, assistant to Nelson Humstone. $10,000 a year.
$10,000 for a tete-a-tete. When am I going to learn?
Mr. Gildersleeve, what time you want breakfast in the morning?
7 o'clock, Bertie.
7 o'clock?
7 sharp. Starting work again tomorrow. Got to be up with the birds. Down there early, on my toes. In there punching right from the start.
Yes, sir.
Make it 7:30.
Do I hear 8?
8 it is, Bertie. Good night, Bertie. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Here's how to bring out hidden flavors in meat, add new zest to salads, create new interest in vegetable, egg, and cheese dishes. It's easy as can be. Simply add an extra flavor tang to foods with Kraft Salad Mustard. This zestful golden salad mustard is prepared to Kraft's own special recipe. Blends with luscious smoothness into keen-tasting cream sauces for hot-cooked vegetables, adds delicious flavor to deviled eggs, puts an extra tempting tang into French salad dressings, gravies, pickle relishes, and barbecue sauce. Be sure to try this Kraft quality salad mustard soon. It's so appetizing in so many tempting ways. Also, be sure to pick up a jar of that sharper horseradish-flavored mustard, Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Your dealer has them both. Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the great Gildersleeve every week at this same time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to ask, are you cheese hungry? You sometimes kind of hanker for a dish of macaroni with real full cheese flavor all through it? Well, then get Kraft Dinner, the new Kraft Dinner, better than ever. In 7 minutes cooking time, this new Kraft Dinner gives you just about the best macaroni and cheese you ever laid fork to. You see, each package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special macaroni that cooks to fluffy tenderness just in boiling water. And there's also plenty of Golden Kraft Grated, a really magic product. With this Kraft Grated, you sprinkle swell cheese flavor through and through that macaroni. With Kraft Dinner, you make top-notch macaroni and cheese as fast as you make the dinner coffee. Try it soon. Folks who are really fussy about macaroni and cheese rave about the new Kraft Dinner. Ask your food dealer tomorrow for several packages of Kraft Dinner. Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. Like every other town in the land, Summerfield finds itself on the eve of a national election. Well, so it goes. But the hottest discussion in Summerfield seems to be over the campaign for mayor. So let's drop into the office of the newly reappointed water commissioner and listen in.
Don't make me laugh, Judge. Don't make me laugh. Terwilliger may be no rose, but who ever heard of Welch? Welch doesn't stand a chance.
There, I must beg leave to differ. Art Welch will be elected mayor of Summerfield on Tuesday next.
Art Welch will be the forgotten man on Tuesday next.
Welch will be elected mayor.
You said that before.
I say it again.
Look, Judge, put up or shut up. I'll make you a conservative bet of $1,000 that Welch doesn't come within a mile of being elected.
I'll bet you $5,000 that he wins with a plurality of over 800.
I'll bet you $1 million he doesn't.
I'll bet you $5 million he does.
I'll bet you $10 million he doesn't.
Well, now you're just talking like a fool.
All right, is it a bet?
Yeah, it's a bet.
$10 million.
$10 million.
Look, Judge, if you want to bet, let's bet. 50 cents?
I never bet money on elections.
You're afraid.
It's against my principles.
Judge, if Cyrus P. Terwilliger is not reelected mayor of this town on Tuesday next, I will personally push a peanut up the middle of Market Street with my nose.
My friend, you've got a bet.
Make it State Street. Market Street's got cobblestones. Bertie.
Miss Marjorie, your uncle's home. Ain't nothing wrong, is there, Miss Gildersleeve?
Wrong? No, why? I just knocked off early because there's nothing being accomplished down at my office. Nothing but a lot of political discussion, and I'm sick of it.
Sure is a lot of that. I had it out with the milkman, the iceman, the garbage man, the man that just got lost.
Uncle Mort.
Well, my dear?
You didn't get fired again.
Certainly not. Why do you ask?
Well, you're home so early. Leroy isn't even home yet.
I came home because I thought I'd take the afternoon off if nobody minds. Besides, with this darn election, I can't seem to keep my mind on my work anyway. What's for dinner, Bertie?
Well, dinner ain't for several hours yet.
I know. I merely asked.
Well, sir, I thought we might have a little lamb this evening.
We had a little lamb last night, Bertie.
Yes, sir, but this is a return engagement.
Yes,
I hope you don't mind.
No, lamb is good. I merely mentioned it.
Hi.
Hi, Leroy.
Leroy, aren't you home?
Unc, what happened? Did you get fired again?
Fired? Let me make it clear to everybody once and for all, I did not get fired today or any other time. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
The only time I got fired, I resigned.
Mr. Gildersleeve, who you going to vote for?
Bertie, I'm casting my ballot for Cyrus P. Terwilliger.
After he fired you out of the water department?
A good citizen, my dear, puts his choice for public office above personal considerations. Besides, Terwilliger is also the man who gave me my job back. Let's not be forgetting that.
Yeah, Unc is right. You got to figure all the angles. He's working for Terwilliger now, so he's got to vote the way he's told.
That has nothing whatever to do with it.
Are you kidding?
I am beholden to no man, Leroy. I arrived at this decision as the result of mature consideration and unbiased judgment. Well, I did.
How is Judge Hooker voting?
The judge is a big sorehead. He votes like a sorehead. Forgive and forget. That's my motto.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you hadn't ought to vote for that man.
Bertie's right. I'm surprised at you, Uncle Mort.
Who are you to be surprised at me, young lady? I'll ask you to remember I'm your uncle. If anybody's going to be surprised around here, I'll be surprised.
Well, I don't care. Francie's father says Mayor Terwilliger is no good.
That's right. He's no good. And if you don't believe it, ask the Iceman.
Francie's father says Mayor Terwilliger is a disgrace to Summerfield.
I don't care what Francie's father says.
He says he wouldn't vote for Terwilliger if he was the last man on earth.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Francie's father, so there. Ye gods, can't a man have any peace around here? I come home early from the office because I can't stand all the politics, and what do I get? By George, I'm going out. Bertie, what time is dinner?
Well, I thought if you didn't mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, I got a meeting of my club tonight. And, we were going to sort of run over the candidates and the issues.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought if you didn't mind, we'd have dinner a little early, around 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Don't mind me. Maybe I'll be back and maybe I won't.
Hi, Commissioner.
Huh? Oh, hello, Floyd.
Where are you tearing off to?
Nowhere, Floyd. Just trying to get a little peace and quiet.
Oh, come on in here. I'll give you a hot towel.
Well, hot towel sounds good. You'll promise not to sell me any politics along with it.
Don't worry. Here, let me have your coat.
Okay.
There. Climb right up in the chair and lay down, Commissioner.
Thank you. This wouldn't be a bad place to spend the day.
Well, suit yourself. We can start at the top of the price list and give you the works.
Just a hot towel, Floyd. But keep it nonpartisan.
That's me. I'm going to vote for Artie Welch, but I'll be quiet about it. Oh, the moonlight's fair tonight along the Wabash.
Confound it, Floyd. Why Artie Welch?
Thought you wanted to stay off that subject.
Well, I do. But when I see a man planning to vote wrong, Artie a customer of yours?
Nope. Gets his hair cut over on State Street.
Well, then I should think you'd vote for Terwilliger. Why don't you?
Terwilliger don't tip.
Terwilliger. Floyd, that's no way to analyze public issues.
Issues? That's something else again. When it comes to foreign policy, I'm a regular H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yeah, well, I'll get that on the radio. I don't see how you figure that a man like Welch is qualified to be mayor of this town. Terwilliger is a real administrator.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I was Terwilliger's water commissioner, I'd say the same.
That has nothing to do with it. Welch just doesn't measure up, that's all. How do you decide on a candidate anyway, Floyd? Just flip a coin?
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm a pretty conscientious citizen. I got my own system of picking candidates, and it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, it involves the wife, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's fine. Good idea for a man and his wife to talk these things over.
I guess you never met Mrs. Munson, did you?
No, I never did. Why?
Well, I don't like to knock her. She's okay, as women go. I never had any regrets, particularly. Of course, once in a while she might pass a remark that's a little uncalled for, but then I'm no angel. She knows that, too.
What's all this got to do with voting?
Oh, I'm coming to that. Like I say, the babe is okay most ways, keeps the house clean, she don't throw money around, and she's a fair cook, if you like everything fried. But on politics, brother, they never should have given her the ballot.
And why do you consult with her about your vote?
I don't. I just ask her how she's going to vote, and I vote the opposite.
Floyd, you're a political ignoramus.
I ain't dumb enough to vote for Terwilliger.
Oh, let me out of here.
I thought you wanted a hot
Let me out of here. Ye gods, can't I go any place without having politics shoved down my throat?
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, you're a reasonable man.
I try to be.
Let me sit here and get a little peace and quiet, will you?
Certainly. Trouble at home, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, not exactly, Peavy. I was driven out of my house by a political argument, if you must know. I'm looking for a place where people don't argue with me about who's going to beat whose brains out tomorrow.
Well, you're very welcome here.
Thank goodness for one man that doesn't give a hoot about politics.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I've got my opinions, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, well, just keep your opinions to yourself.
Oh, I do. I believe in the secret ballot.
Well, it's a great institution, the secret ballot, Peavy. Keystone of democracy. You voting for Terwilliger, Peavy?
Terwilliger's an excellent man.
You wouldn't vote for Welch, though, would you?
He's an excellent man.
Terwilliger is a fine administrator, though, Peavy. I like the fellows back of him, too. But who's back of Welch?
Well, I hear he has some very fine people supporting him.
Confound it, Peavy. To hear you talk, I'm beginning to think you're for Welch.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
You're for Terwilliger.
Well, I wouldn't say that either.
There's only two people running for mayor, Peavy. Who are you for?
I'm for the secret ballot.
Yes, sir. How can we discuss this sensibly if you won't tell me who you're for?
Well, I prefer to listen to arguments for both candidates, Mr. Gildersleeve. So does Mrs. Peavy.
Well, there aren't any arguments for Welch, Peavy. People who vote for Welch are simply voting from blind prejudice. Terwilliger is a fine man. He has a fine record. He's been a public servant for 20 years. I'm very happy to endorse him, personally.
Coming from a water commissioner, that's no argument either.
I resent that. Terwilliger has at no time attempted to influence my vote. What honesty. Why, that's an argument in itself.
You think so? Well, here's Judge Hooker.
Political spy. What are you doing in here, you old goat?
What are you doing? Trying to get Peavy to vote for your friend Terwilliger? We were discussing the situation, pro and con.
Well, Peavy, I'll give you the lowdown. Mr. Gildersleeve made a bet with me. If Terwilliger loses, Gildy's got to push a peanut up State Street with his nose.
Well, now, that's something I'd like to see. Maybe I'll vote for Mr. Welch.
Oh! Hooker, you're an unscrupulous campaigner.
Don't forget, Gildy, all's fair in love and politics.
Eve.
Throckmorton.
Let me in, Eve. Let me in. They're after me.
Who? I don't see any.
There.
Well, who's after you?
Nobody. Joke.
Oh, Throckmorton, you fool.
What you doing, Eve?
Oh, nothing, really. I just got home, and I built a fire, and I was going to make some tea and just relax. Will you come in?
Well, if you insist. A crackling fire.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to sit there?
I know. Let's pull the sofa over, huh? Let's pull it up in front of the fire so we can...
That's not a sofa, Throckmorton. It's a love seat.
Who am I to argue? Here, I'll do that, Eve. Let me.
Oh, you can't handle it all alone.
No, you watch me. Nothing but a little love seat.
You're wonderful. Now, you sit down and enjoy the fire while I go and...
Eve.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to make the tea.
Oh, forget the tea.
Well, if you don't want it.
That's the girl. Sit down.
Nice here, isn't it?
Nice.
Now, Throckmorton. I seem to have to keep reminding you we're not engaged anymore.
Well, no harm in holding a girl's hand, is there? Just a friendly gesture. Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't it?
Not a thing.
Very well, then. We agreed, you remember, that all that was over and done with.
Over and done with. Seriously, Eve, you don't know what it means to me to be able to come here this afternoon and spend a few quiet moments with you, far from the madding crowd, far from strife and strain. A man needs that.
I know.
A man needs a place he can come to, a refuge. So nice and quiet here, so warm, so friendly, and you're so understanding.
Now, Throckmorton.
All right, we'll just hold hands. Maybe later, though, huh? Little kiss, if I'm good.
We'll see. You know what I like to do? I like to sit here in the afternoon with the radio on and listen to good music. Only there's so little good music on the radio these days. Nothing but politics.
Yeah, that's all you hear anyplace.
By the way, Throckmorton, I haven't asked you, how are you voting?
Now, Eve, I didn't come here to talk politics.
But how are you voting? I'd like to know.
Well, I'm voting for Terwilliger for mayor, Apted for Congress,
Terwilliger, you're voting for Terwilliger.
Well,
Let go of my hand, Throckmorton.
Oh, but Eve.
Let go.
Gosh, if it means so much to you, Eve, I'll vote for Welsh. Only don't spoil everything.
I will not hold hands with a man whose political principles mean no more to him than that. Let go.
Oh, nuts. There goes the whole darn afternoon. Ye gods, I wish this election were over.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. And speaking of seconds, everybody at your dinner table will pass their plates for seconds when you serve the new Kraft dinner. I mean the new Kraft dinner. Delicious macaroni and cheese, fluffy light with real satisfying cheese flavor through and through it. It's a delight to folks who hanker for cheese these days. And, of course, with Kraft dinner, you make this marvelous macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, each package of Kraft dinner gives you the special macaroni that gets tender and light just in boiling water. Never any heavy, starchy taste with Kraft dinner macaroni. The box also gives you a big, generous packet of golden Kraft grated. It puts really swell cheese flavor through and through that macaroni in a jiffy. So try the new Kraft dinner tomorrow. You'd better get several packages so you'll have some on the pantry shelf, ready to cook really marvelous macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes. Now let's return to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. Comes the dawn of Tuesday, November 7th, and what a day for an election. Since early morning, the rain has come down in torrents. Gildersleeve has spent a good part of the day standing at the front window waiting for the rain to let up and trying to summon up enough enterprise to go out in it. Now, in desperation, he goes to the phone and calls up Judge Hooker.
Hello, Judge. Yeah, fine day for ducks. Look, Judge, I've been thinking. As long as the weather is so bad and you and I are going to vote on opposite sides anyway, why don't we make a deal? If you don't go to the polls, I won't go to the polls. In that way, we'll just cancel each other out. Yeah, how about it? Great. No use getting wet for nothing. Okay, Judge. Consider your vote canceled. Yeah. Goodbye. If I don't watch out, I'm going to be a genius. Why didn't I think of that before? Now I can go take a nap with a clear conscience.
You mean you're not going to vote? You're not going to vote at all?
Well, I don't need to, my dear.
Yeah, it may be better than voting for Terwilliger at that.
The judge and I see just opposite on everything, so by staying away from the polls, we merely cancel out each other's vote.
What if everybody in the country were as lazy as that?
Laziness has nothing to do with it. Plain common sense. You see what the weather's like. Man could catch cold out there. It's our duty in these times to... guard our health. Besides, I'm down to my last A ticket.
Excuse me if I go out the front way, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's a lake around the back stoop.
Oh, where are you going, Bertie?
Going out to vote.
I told you, Bertie, if you wait a little while, it'll clear up.
I've waited all I can wait. I'm going to get down there before it run out of ballots.
You don't have to worry about that, Bertie. They got ballots enough for everybody.
I don't care. If I was to wait, maybe I'd get took with appendicitis or something, so I couldn't vote.
But if you go out, you'll get wet.
Oh, a little water never hurt nobody. Got my umbrella, and got my galoshes, and I got my sample ballot.
Well, gosh, Bertie, I'd be glad to drive you down there, but I'm down to my last gas ticket. What's in the tank has got to last me till the new ones come due.
Oh, that'll be all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't mind.
Tell you what, Bertie, why don't you and Lily B do what Judge Hooker and I are doing? Just cancel out each other's vote.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't talk me out of it. My mind's made up. I got my candidates and got my issues straight for once, and I'm ready. I got to vote while the spirit's on me. Yes, sir. I'm exercising my franchise. Hallelujah.
Yeah, she's a fine woman. Fine woman. Well, what are you children staring at? I'd have driven her down there, only I haven't got any gas. None to speak of. Don't you see, if the judge doesn't vote and I don't vote, it comes out even, just the same. Doesn't it? Marjorie, go upstairs and write a letter or something, will you? You make me nervous.
I'm going. Don't worry. Only wish I were 21, that's all.
Well, Leroy?
I didn't say anything.
I know, it's not like you. Go play in the cellar or something, will you? I'd like to be alone.
Can I use your saw?
Anything, only don't stand around there watching me.
Okay, I got an idea for a super machine gun.
Don't saw any nails. Yes, yes. What a day. Rain, rain, rain. If it had been a decent day, it would have been different. Be glad to vote. A day like this, a man could catch cold. Little Leroy. Leroy! That's the last time he uses my saw. Front door. Well, wonder who that is.
Excuse me, you at the door?
Oh, yes. Come in, quickly.
Yeah, I just wiped the feet.
Hurry up. It's wet. Oh, those my pants?
All cleaned and pressed. I covered with newspaper so it doesn't get wet.
Oh, well, fine. Thank you. How much is that?
It's 75 cents.
See if I got it here. Quite a day, isn't it?
Oh, it's a fine day.
Huh?
Well, a little rain, but who cares? You know something? Today I'm an American.
Oh, you mean you're a citizen?
Oh, I got my citizen papers 8 months ago. But today, for the first time, I vote.
Oh.
It's a great thing, you know, to vote.
Yeah, guess it is.
Sure. In the country I come from, nobody votes. There a man doesn't even open his mouth. And why? He's afraid. Here nobody is afraid. He votes, so I vote.
Well, that's fine.
Sure. 6 o'clock this morning I vote. Maybe it rains a little. What do I care? They open the polls. I'm the first man in. The first man in Summerfield to vote. That's me, Morgan.
What'd you say your name was?
Well, my real name, it's a little difficult. Megunin. Who can say that, so I choose a nice American name. Morgan.
What was wrong with Rockefeller?
Rockefeller. That's a little hard for some people to say, too. What's the difference? My friends call me Leo, so that's how I vote. Leo Morgan. You know, I'm so excited. I walk in there and I say, "Good morning. I've come to vote." So they say, "Just a minute. What is your name?" Like I was a foreigner or something. So I say, "Leo Morgan, I'm a citizen." So then they look in a big book, and I'm getting worried. Maybe they forgot me. Maybe I didn't do something I should. Oh, I'm so worried. And then what do you think? I'm in the book. Great. Yeah, me, Morgan. Me, Morgan, I'm in the book. So I sign my name. Did I? And the gentleman, he gives me a big ballot all my own, and he takes me to a little, like a little room.
A booth?
That's right, a booth. All by myself. Nobody else. It's fine. The gentleman says to me, "Take your time." I say, "Thank you very much." And he pulls the curtain so I won't be bothered. Such privacy. I'm not used to it. At home, we used to sleep four in a room. So, I'm all alone in there. I take my time and I look over my ballot and I vote. Maybe I didn't vote right, but I voted. And whoever gets elected, that's my president.
Well, Morgan, by George, you're all right.
Sure, I'm all right. And I'll tell you another thing. This country is all right.
Hey, Unc.
Oh, Leroy. Come here, my boy. You know Mr. Morgan here?
Oh, hi.
Your boy?
He's my nephew.
Fine boy. He'll be voting too one of these days, huh?
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah, I got a son, Gregor, a little younger. He goes to school.
Gregory? I know him. He's in the 4A, a little punk.
Yeah, a little punk.
Yeah, I know him.
That's my Gregory. Well, I should be leaving. I talk too much.
Oh, not at all. As a matter of fact, I'm very glad you dropped in, Mr.
I get so excited I forget the pants. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's the matter, Unc?
Nothing, Leroy. I wonder if you'd be good enough to run upstairs to my room and get my car keys.
Sure. You going someplace, Unc?
Yes, Leroy. I'm going to vote.
Yikes! Can I go with you?
I don't see why not.
Hey, wait. What about Judge Hooker?
Hooker? What about him?
Well, you made a deal, didn't you? Are you going to tell the judge you're voting?
There's an old saying, Leroy, invented by Judge Hooker. Quote, "All's fair in love and politics." Unquote.
Oh, what a character.
Hey, Floyd, close up the barber shop and get in the car. I'll take you to the polls.
I'm still voting for Artie Welch, you know.
I don't care if you're voting for McKinley. Come on and vote. Come on, fold up your umbrella, Peavy, and get in.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. By the way, I'm voting for...
I don't care, Peavy. This is a nonpartisan, patriotic bus service. Here we go. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbon on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade. Well, here's my ballot, Mrs. Farquhar. Do I have to fold it?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, right up to the dotted line.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you. Well, I feel like a citizen. You know, Mrs. F., I pulled a fast one on Judge Hooker. He and I were going to vote opposite ways, so I made a deal with him that neither of us would vote.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. No good citizen would.
I know that, Mrs. Farquhar, but all's fair in love and politics. Besides, if I'm patriotic and the judge isn't, well, that's just too bad.
Don't worry about the judge's patriotism. He voted at 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh! Why, that double-crosser. He isn't patriotic. He's just a crook. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the returns aren't in yet. I may have to push a peanut up State Street with my nose. But at least I voted. You know, there are people in this world who haven't the chance to vote. They know that privilege, and they know what it's worth. Here in this country, we're inclined to take it for granted. But now that the Japs and the Germans are trying to take that right away from us, look at how this country is willing to fight for it. Well, if it's worth fighting for, it's worth going to the polls for. Get out and vote on Tuesday, and don't let anything stop you. Good night.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet, and this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous Baldy food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Now here's special news about a wonderfully nourishing cheese food the whole family loves. A cheese food you can serve in 100 or more tempting ways. It's Pabstet. Yes, Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Look for it in the familiar round, flat package. Pabstet spreads like butter at room temperature, slices neatly when chilled, melts with luscious smoothness into an appetizing sauce you pour over macaroni, hot vegetables, chicken, and fish. Pabstet spreads and toasts to perfection, makes grand sandwiches and snacks. And it's also swell for dessert. Try Pabstet melted on apple pie. It's delicious. To all those mealtime, lunchtime treats, Pabstet adds its nourishing goodness of food energy, milk protein, milk minerals, vitamin A, and vitamin G, also called riboflavin. Tomorrow, buy Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Don't forget, you ask for Pabstet.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve. Now, let's see what the great Gildersleeve is up to. Last week, you remember, he volunteered to help Judge Hooker press his suit with the dancing teacher, Miss Dolores Del Rey. And when we left him, he was really putting his heart into it. Now, it seems, not content with helping the judge, he wants to help Miss Del Rey, proving that in Summerfield, at least, knighthood is still in flower.
Judge, have a cigar.
Don't care if I do. Gildy, I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking you again for your efforts in my behalf of Miss Del Rey, or Dolores, as I now feel privileged to call her.
Well, it was a pleasure, Horace, a pleasure. Always happy to oblige. You found her more receptive, I trust, since I called on her.
She's taken to calling me Horacito.
Well, Horacito.
Yeah, Horacito. What does that mean, Gildy?
Horacito? It's a term of endearment.
I know.
It means little jackass.
I trust you're jesting.
Well, actually, it means little Horace. Same thing, though.
Throckmorton, if you just got me over here to insult me.
Now, keep your rompers on, Judge. After all, we both have the same thing at heart.
What's that?
To give Miss Del Rey a helping hand.
Look, Gildy, I asked you to break the ice for me with this young lady. You did so. Thank you very much. Now, I'll take over from there.
Horace, is that any attitude? That little girl's got a hard row to hoe, Judge. And if we can help her with the hoeing, well, it's not easy to come into a strange town and get a dancing school started, you know.
I've been thinking about that, Gildy. If we could arrange somehow for her to meet a select group of the more prominent people in Summerfield.
That's easy. We'll throw a reception.
I don't think this reception should be thrown exactly, Gildy.
Huh?
We must keep it high tone.
Well, of course.
The important thing is to see that it's socially knee plus ultra. Because if she can get the society people, the others will follow.
Judge, I'll be only too happy to give such a reception right here.
What's the matter with my house?
Everything. In the first place, you haven't got a cook.
Well, that's so. But I get half the credit, remember?
Naturally, and half the bills, too.
Well, now who'll we invite now? Mrs. Pettibone, of course.
Oh, sure, and Eve Goodwin. She's artistic and all that. Let's each make up a list, Judge. You invite some, and I'll invite the others.
I know. Leela Ransom. She has all those high-toned Southern relatives.
Well, now, Leela might take a little handling.
Oh, nonsense. Leela loves parties.
But a party given for another woman? Oh, no, Judge. This is going to take finesse. You better leave Leela to me. By George. This is good cake, Leela. I'm glad I dropped in to see you.
Just on account of the cake, Throckmorton?
Leela, how can you say that? What's cake to me? Ooh.
I don't know. Sometimes I wish you'd look at me like you look at a chocolate cake.
I'd rather look at you anytime, Leela.
Did you have any special reason you wanted to see me?
Oh, no. No reason. Just wanted to. And, Leela, did you ever think of trying to improve your dancing?
Well, that's a strange question for you to ask anyone, Throckmorton.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Leela.
I've always been considered very light on my feet.
Oh, certainly. Light as a feather. I just wondered if you'd, let it go. Let it go. Why don't you eat that other piece of cake, Leela?
Why don't you?
Well, I wouldn't want to see it go to waste. Mighty good.
I'm glad you like it.
By the way, Leela, Judge Hooker and I are giving a party this Saturday.
A party? How exciting. You and Horace?
Uh-huh. Will you come, Leela?
Well, of course I'll come. How do you and Horace happen to be giving it together?
Well, the guest of honor is a friend of his.
Well, then why doesn't Horace give it?
This person is sort of a friend of mine, too.
Who's the guest of honor, Throckmorton?
Miss Dolores Del Rey.
I don't believe I know Miss Del Rey.
Well, no, she's new here. She's a lady that's opening the dancing school there on State Street next to the... I think you like her, Leela.
Is she the person you expect to improve my dancing?
I was only joking about that. She'll probably improve mine.
Well, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I'm afraid I can't come after all.
Leela, you've got to come. Everybody will be there.
Who fenced him?
Well, as a matter of fact, you're the first one I've asked. Except the Pettibones.
Are they coming?
No, they have an engagement.
So have I.
But you said you'd come.
It happens that I loathe business parties, Throckmorton.
This isn't business, Leela. This is strictly personal.
Oh.
Oh. I don't know what I mean.
I think I know, Throckmorton, and I must beg to be excused.
Oh, for confounded, Leela, the trouble with you is you're a snob.
I told you I have an engagement.
Well, I don't believe it any more than I believe the Pettibones. Well, Eve Goodwin is no snob. She's a teacher herself. She'll know how it is.
Well, hello, Throckmorton. Come in.
Thanks, Eve. I can't stay but a minute.
You're a lucky man. I just baked a cake.
You did? Well, that's fine, Eve. I'm not very hungry. Excuse me. Eve, you're interested in education, aren't you?
Well, as a school teacher, I have what you might call an academic interest in it.
Good. Now, if you knew of a worthy educational institution that was trying to get started, you'd support it, wouldn't you?
I suppose so.
Great. Will you come to a party in honor of the lady that's starting a new dancing school next to Beckman's drugstore?
Well, really, from the build-up, I thought you were going to ask me to be president of a college.
Yeah. This is serious, Eve. This young lady, her name is Dolores Del Rey. She's trying to start this worthy enterprise, and Judge Hooker and I want to help her meet the right people.
I see.
You'll come, won't you, Eve? I mean, with your interest in education and all that.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in education in quite the same way you and Judge Hooker are.
What do you mean?
Well, I passed Miss Del Rey's establishment yesterday. It has a sign in the window that says, Men be popular. Learn the tango and rumba from a real senorita. And her picture.
Now, Eve, she has to make a living. You'll come, won't you?
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I have an engagement.
What's the matter with this town, anyway? I don't understand some women. I don't understand any women. Just because the girl's been on the stage, just because she's good-looking. Well, the Peavies may not be society exactly, but at least they're home folks. Wonder if they've gone to bed. Still, there's a light. Hello, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Oh?
Come in.
Well, just for a minute. I hope you weren't on your way to bed.
No. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Peavy retired a few minutes ago, but I usually sit up for a final word from Raymond Graham Swing. Take the coat off?
No, thanks. I can't stay. Just dropped in to tender you an invitation. You and Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, no, that's really nice. I'm sure that Miss Peavy and I will be only too happy to...
Saturday night, Peavy, 9 o'clock. The judge and I are giving a reception for a friend of ours, Miss Del Rey.
Miss Del... Oh, isn't that the young lady you were telling us about at the poker party the other night?
Well, it's the same girl, but I found upon closer acquaintance that I misjudged her, Peavy.
Floyd Munson tells me she's a dancer.
Don't pay any attention to anything Floyd tells you. She does dance, however. That is, she teaches dancing.
Do you think she'll do her dance Saturday night?
I don't know what kind of dancing you're thinking of, Peavy, but I assure you she's very high class. The tango and so on. All very artistic.
Speaking of artistic dances, I recall the time I took Mrs. Peavy to the World's Fair in Chicago.
This is nothing like the World's Fair.
The old girl never got over it, see? She claims to this day that I took her in there on purpose. I did, too.
Well, very amusing. We can count on you then for tomorrow night?
Well, speaking for myself, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wouldn't miss it. But perhaps I'd better just run upstairs and check with Mrs. Peavy first. Come in. Sit down. I won't be but a minute.
Well, I see you have a canary.
Yes, it's a new one. The other one passed on. I guess you heard it. It was very sad.
Uh-oh. Too bad. Perhaps it was all for the best.
This one's named Dickie Bird. Mrs. Peavy named him after me.
Looks a little like you, too, Peavy.
You're always joshing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Cute little rascal, isn't he?
Does he sing?
Oh, sings beautifully. So they tell me. He hasn't sung a note since we got him. Mrs. Peavy thinks his diet is wrong.
Diet, oh. Hello there, Dickie.
This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie. Aren't you going to sing for him?
Come on, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Tweet, tweet.
You see, wrong diet. Well, you entertain Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie, while I run upstairs and speak to Mrs. Peavy. Won't be a minute. I make it a point never to accept an invitation without checking with her first and save arguments later.
Tell her it's formal, Peavy. Hi there, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Come on. Tweet, 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 tweet. You won't sing, huh? I don't know why I should sing. Listen, you heard me sing. All right, don't sing. Come on, Dickie, sing for your old Uncle Mort. Witchy, 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 witchy. Come on, hop up on my finger. Come on. Ow! Bite me, will you? I'll break every bone in your little yellow body.
Yeah, making friends, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Friends, this darn bird of yours just bit me.
Bit you?
Yes, bit me.
No, I know his diet's wrong. What he needs is meat.
That's a dangerous bird, Petey. You shouldn't have him around.
I've never known him to attack anyone before. Get you some iodine?
No, I'll just suck it. I gotta be going, Petey. Million things to do. I'll be seeing you in the Missus Saturday night then at 9.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, about that.
Yeah?
I'm afraid perhaps you'd better not count on us for Saturday night.
No, why not?
Well, it seems that, you see, well, the fact is, it seems we have an unexpected engagement.
All right, Petey, don't come if you don't want to. But I'd just like to say this. Of all the liars I've ever met, you're the poorest.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, good night.
Shucks, I don't like doing that to Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't feel right about it. I don't like telling fibs anyway.
Richard.
Oh, all right, woman, all right. Good gracious to Betsy. Sometimes I get... Oh, shut up.
Frank Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. get back to our friend, the great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday morning, and though it's early, Gildersleeve has already been busy for some time in preparation for tonight's party. We find him now checking over the invitation list with Judge Hooker.
Well, how many people did you get, Judge?
How many did you get?
I asked you first.
Well, the list itself didn't turn out too favorably. Apparently, there are a number of social events taking place this evening.
Yeah, how many of your people are coming?
None of them.
None of them? You're a fine one to give a party with, Hooker.
Well, doggone it, how many of your list are coming?
None, but mine all had good reasons.
So did mine. Besides, I went ahead and invited someone else.
So did I.
Wait till you hear who I got. Just the most important woman in this town, that's all.
Oh, who is she?
A woman that can make or break this dancing school with her little finger.
Come on, who?
Mrs. Harlow Vandervoort. She's president of the Summerfield Choral Society, the Summerfield Friends of Chamber Music, and just about everything artistic in town.
You don't have to tell me.
And she's rich as a fool, Gildy. If she okays this dancing school, believe me, it's okay.
Well, that part sounds good.
Now, who'd you get, Gildy?
Floyd Munson and his wife.
What? Floyd Munson, the barber?
What's the matter with being a barber? Barbering is an honorable profession.
Profession has nothing to do with it. I won't have Floyd Munson at this party.
Why not? Floyd's a good fellow?
Yes, and I dare say his wife is all right, too. But the object of this party was to present Miss Del Rey to the cream of Summerfield society. And the Munsons are not the cream.
Well, doggone it, Horace. We had to get somebody.
I don't suppose you can tell Floyd not to come now. Could you ask him, please, to watch his step?
Well, don't worry about him, Judge. Now, about Miss Del Rey. If she'd like me to call for
That's
her...
all been arranged. I'm taking care of that personally.
Oh, pretty slick, aren't you?
I'm learning. Well, I've got to be running along now, old man. See you this evening.
Adios, Horacito.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Oh, where'd you learn that?
Leroy, get away from them olives. Them's for the guests.
But I'm starving, Bertie.
You can't be starving, my boy. You've just had dinner.
Uh-oh, got a customer. Is my cap on straight, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Looks fine, Bertie.
Well, it won't stay. It's going to fall into punch before the evening's over, and I know it.
Now, scoot upstairs, Leroy. The guests are arriving.
Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Judge. Evening, ma'am. Don't forget to wipe your feet, Judge.
Oh, well, couldn't I stay and meet her?
Well, just for a minute. But stay out of the punch. Oh, good evening, Senorita. Welcome to our humble abode.
Ah, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I kiss the stars in your honor.
Is he kidding?
Hi, Judge.
Hi.
Take the lady's wrap, will you?
Oh, everything looks so lovely. And this little man?
This is my nephew, Leroy.
Hi.
Oh, so this is Leroy.
The name is Leroy.
Oh, I think he's cute.
Yes. Say good evening, Miss Del Rey.
Good evening, Miss Del Rey.
And how well he obeys, like a little man.
Yes. I'm sorry my niece can't be down this evening. She has a sore throat.
Oh. Good evening, Leroy. Dolores, may I escort you to the punch bowl?
Oh, I am very fond of punch.
And on to the punch bowl. We may as well dive in before the others get here.
Leroy.
Gee, Unc, she's not bad.
Your uncle knows what he's doing.
Hey, Unc, do you think they're real?
Think what are real?
The eyelashes.
That's a silly question. Of course they're real.
That sundress she's wearing.
Oh, yes, she has excellent taste.
There's one thing I'd like to know. What holds it up?
That does it. Go to bed, Leroy. Go on.
I'll go help yourself to them sandwiches there, Judge, and help the lady. Got to eat them up. I'm coming.
She's been with us a long time.
Good evening, ma'am. Come right in.
Oh, it must be Mrs. Vandervoort. Excuse me, Dolores.
Me too. Mrs. Vandervoort, old Dutch family, very important. Be right back. Don't go away.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Good evening.
Good evening, dear lady.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Vandervoort?
You have?
Allow me to do the honors. Mrs. Vandervoort, may I present my distinguished friend, Throckmorton Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
I had my chauffeur park in your driveway. I hope he won't be in the way there.
Oh, not in the slightest. Love to have him there.
Beastly weather, isn't it?
Oh, just the usual Summerfield weather, I'm afraid.
Take the lady's wrap, Judge. So good of you to come to our little soiree, Mrs. Vandervoort.
Well, life in Summerfield is so dreary at best. I feel anything that can be done to raise the cultural level is worth the effort.
Oh, how right you are. I'd give a lot for a little culture right now. Come. I'd like you to meet our guest of honor, Senorita Del Rey.
I understand she's an exponent of the dance.
Oh, yes, very talented, very artistic.
What type of dancing does she specialize in?
Oh, she does them all.
Eurythmic?
No, she's Spanish descent. Senorita Del Rey, meet Mrs. Vandervoort. She had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Oh, I'm most happy, madame. Mr. Gildersleeve tells me you dance.
Oh, a little.
She's just being modest. Her dancing will knock your eye out.
Oh, please.
She plays the piano, too, like $1 million, and sings.
Oh, how nice. Perhaps you'll play for us later.
Mr. Gildersleeve failed to mention that he sings, too, and beautifully.
Oh, no.
Well, perhaps you'll both sing.
Miss Vanderbilt, have a sandwich.
Oh, not just now, thank you.
Oh, go on. I made a whole mess of them.
Well, just one, though I shouldn't.
Oh, go on, Miss Vanderbilt. Grab a fistful. Ain't gonna be no good tomorrow. There's the bell again. I'm coming.
Been with us a long time.
That is a jewel.
Commissioner at home?
Yes, sir. Come right in.
This is the place, honey.
It's the Munsons. Tell Floyd to watch his step.
All right. You ladies, excuse me, please. The judge will see that you're supplied with punch.
Well, hi, Commissioner.
Good evening, Floyd.
Like to have you meet the ball and chain. Ruthie, shake hands with the Commissioner.
Well, it's about time I met you. After all I heard about you from Stupid here.
Ruthie's a great kidder.
Quite a night out, isn't it?
Great night for ducks.
You'd like to hang your coat up in the closet there, Mrs.
Oh, just chuck it down anyways. I'm getting her a new one, so I hear.
I'll hang it up. I'll hang it up just in case. I know better than to count on Big Mouth here.
Great kidder.
Yeah. Floyd, we've got a guest here, Mrs. Vandervoort.
Uh-huh.
Very high class. Watch it a little bit, will you?
You don't have to worry about me, Commissioner. I wasn't brung up in no barn.
I know, Floyd, but just mention it to your wife, too, will you?
You don't have to worry about her either. She'll be okay. I'll admit she tends to get a little excited in crowds. But if she gets out of line, I'll handle her.
Great.
Well, it was nice of you to ask us to your shindig, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know, I was saying to Floyd, I ain't had this mess out in 4 years. Hey, where's all the people?
I suspect they're in the dining room around the punch bowl.
Punch bowl? Leave me to it.
That's for me.
This way, folks.
Pushing you straight front, handsome. You're bulging again.
Darn thing keeps popping out. For 2 cents, I'd take it off.
Mrs. Vandervoort, I'd like to present Mr. Munson. Mrs. Vandervoort had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Yeah, I noticed it out there. That's quite a bus you got there, Mrs. Vanderlip. What kind of mileage you get on it? I bet it eats up the gas, huh?
I really couldn't say.
Well, driving olds myself. It's no Cadillac, but then it's transportation, you know what I mean.
Hey, don't I get to meet the lady?
Oh. Pardon me, Mrs. Vandervoort, Mrs. Munson.
How do you do? Pleased to meet up with you.
Say, who's the little armful over there?
Oh, and Miss Del Rey, Dolores.
Yes?
I'd like to have you meet my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Munson.
Any friend of Mr. Gildersleeve is a friend of mine.
Say, that's all right. By the way, the commissioner has been telling me quite a lot about you.
Oh, yes? Tell me what he says about me.
Right here in public? You want me to get arrested? Now, if you and me was to have a little private conversation, I might be able to...
All right, Junior, keep your shirt on.
Shall we go into the parlor?
Oh, Mr. Munson, Mr. Gildersleeve didn't tell me. What line of work are you in?
For me? Oh, I got a...
Shall we go into the parlor? I'm weary of the sea wind. I'm weary of the foam. And the little stars of Duna call me home. The little stars of Duna call me home.
Hey, how's about Miss Del Rey giving us something Spanish? You know what I mean?
Yes,
Great.
Well, of course.
Great.
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you sing with me? Bésame,
ame mucho.
Oh, brother. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine.
Oh, bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine.
Boy, ain't she something.
Well, you don't have to sit there giving her the eye.
Who's giving her the eye? I gotta show my appreciation, don't I? I gotta at least be polite.
You don't have to fall all over yourself about it.
Who's falling all over myself?
No, you big lug. I've been watching you. You've been after her all evening.
Well, I like that. I never raised a finger. I leave it to anybody here if I've been in any ways out of line this evening.
Now, Floyd, please.
I leave it to the lady herself.
Floyd.
This isn't the first time, Floyd Munson.
Mrs. Munson, really? You must have...
I've taken all I've got from him, the big baboon. I've gone home.
All right, go on. If anything I hate, it's loudmouth James.
Oh, now, folks.
Let her go. I got the car keys.
I think it's high time we all went home.
But, Mrs. Vandervoort, it's only the shank of the evening. You're not going to let a little family misunderstand
I'm
you.
afraid the misunderstanding was mine, Mr. Gildersleeve, from the beginning. My rhapsody.
Oh, gosh. Well, if you won't change your mind, I'm sorry this had to happen, Mrs. Vandervoort.
So am I.
Be careful backing Mrs. Vandervoort out of the driveway. Don't scratch it. Good night, Mrs. B. Well, let him go. At least now we can relax and have some fun.
It's been a charming evening, Throckmorton.
Judge, Dolores, you're not going.
The judge has kindly offered to see me home.
Dolores, you can't do this to me. You can't go now. We're in this together.
I'm sorry, Gildy, but we have Miss Del Rey's career to think of.
What do you suppose I've been thinking of?
Well, if you'd use your head a little bit.
Good night.
Wait a minute. What are we going to do? We've got all this food here.
Well, that's the thanks you get. Pass a little remark, and right away everybody gets sore.
Are you still here? Get out. Go on, get out.
Now, Commissioner.
Get out.
Okay, I can take a hint.
Not your fault, Floyd. By George, this is the last time I ever try to help anybody. Positively. Why is it nothing ever works out? Well, let them go. All of them. Dolores, too. What do I care? After all, she's just another woman. What's a woman? Just a rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke. Just settle down here and, no cigars. Oh, well, if I had one, it would have gone out. Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweet. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. And let's take that moment to think of a main dish the folks really go for. Fluffy light macaroni, golden and rich with cheddar cheese flavor. You think macaroni like that is a post-war treat you'll have to wait for? Well, here's the good word. Get the new Kraft Dinner, and right now you'll make that rich macaroni and cheese main dish in just 7 minutes cooking time. The new Kraft Dinner macaroni with such wonderful cheese flavor, the folks will think you've really splurged on the ration points. But actually, you get 2 boxes of this macaroni and cheese for just 1 point. Each box of Kraft Dinner gives you enough fast-cooking macaroni, enough of the flavorful Kraft grated, for a main dish that serves 4 people. Now, there's a bargain in money, a bargain in ration points. And think of the time Kraft Dinner saves you, too. Tomorrow when you're shopping, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. Maybe you've tried this popular Kraft product before, but taste it now. Try the new Kraft Dinner. Well, let's see what the Great Gildersleeve is up to. Last week, you remember, he volunteered to help Judge Hooker press his suit with the dancing teacher, Miss Dolores Del Rey. And when we left him, he was really putting his heart into it. Now, it seems, not content with helping the judge, he wants to help Miss Del Rey, proving that in Summerfield, at least, knighthood is still in flower.
Judge, have a cigar.
Don't care if I do. Gildy, I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking you again for your efforts in my behalf with Miss Del Rey, or Dolores, as I now feel privileged to call her.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Horace, a pleasure. Always happy to oblige. You found her more receptive, I trust, since I called on her.
Yeah, she's taken to calling me Horacito.
Horacito?
Yes, Horacito. What does that mean, Gildy?
Horacito? That's a term of endearment.
I know.
Means little jackass.
I trust you're jesting.
Well, actually, it means little Horace. Same thing, though.
Throckmorton, have you just got me over here to insult me?
I'll keep your rompers on, Judge. After all, we both have the same thing at heart.
What's that?
To give Miss Del Rey a helping hand.
Look, Gildy, I asked you to break the ice for me with this young lady. You did so. Thank you very much. Now I'll take over from there.
Horace, is that any attitude? That little girl's got a hard row to hoe, Judge. And if we can help her with the hoeing, well, it's not easy to come into a strange town and get a dancing school started, you know.
I've been thinking about that, Gildy. If we could arrange somehow for her to meet a select group of the more prominent people in Summerfield.
Well, that's easy. We'll throw a reception.
Well, I don't think this reception should be thrown exactly, Gildy. It must be kept high-toned.
Well, of course.
The important thing is to see that it's socially me plus ultra.
Me plus ultra.
Because if she can get the society people, the others will follow.
Judge, I'll only be too happy to give such a reception right here.
What's the matter with my house?
Everything. In the first place, you haven't got a cook.
Well, that's so. But I get half the credit, remember?
Naturally, and half of the bills, too.
Oh. Well, who'll we invite? Mrs. Pettibone, of course?
Oh, sure, and Eve Goodwin. She's artistic and all that. Let's each make up a list. You invite some, and I'll invite the others.
I know. Leela Ransom. She has all those high-toned Southern relatives.
Well, Leela might take a little handling.
Oh, nonsense. Leela loves parties.
Yeah, but a party given for another woman? No, Judge, this is going to take finesse. You better leave Leela to me. By George, and this is good cake, Leela. I'm certainly glad I dropped in to see you.
Just on account of the cake, Throckmorton?
Oh, Leela, how can you say that? What's cake to me? Oh.
I don't know. Sometimes I wish you'd look at me like you look at a chocolate cake.
I'd rather look at you anytime.
Did you have any special reason you wanted to see me?
Oh, no reason. I just wanted to. Leela, did you ever think of trying to improve your dancing?
Well, that's a strange question for you to ask anyone, Throckmorton.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Leela.
I've always been considered very light on my feet.
Oh, certainly. Light as a feather. I just wondered if you'd, let it go. Let it go. Why don't you eat that other piece of cake, Leela?
Why don't you?
Well, I wouldn't want to see it go to waste. Mighty good.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
By the way, Leela, Judge Hooker and I are giving a party this Saturday.
A party? How exciting. You and Horace?
Yeah. Will you come, Leela?
Well, of course I'll come. How do you and Horace happen to be giving it together?
Well, a guest of honor is a friend of his.
Well, then why doesn't Horace give it?
This person is sort of a friend of mine, too.
Who's the guest of honor, Throckmorton?
Miss Dolores Del Rey.
I don't believe I know Miss Del Rey.
Well, no, she's new here. She's a lady that's opening the dancing school there on State Street next to the... I think you'd like her, Leela.
Mm-hmm. Is she the person you expect to improve my dancing?
Well, I was only joking about that. She'll probably improve mine, though.
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I'm afraid I can't come after all.
But Leela, you've got to come. Everybody will be there.
Who, for instance?
Well, as a matter of fact, you're the first one I've asked, except the Pettibones.
Are they coming?
No, they have an engagement.
So have I.
But you said you'd come.
It happens that I loathe business parties, Throckmorton.
This isn't business, Leela. This is strictly personal.
Oh.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what I mean.
I think I know, Throckmorton, and I must beg to be excused.
Oh, confound it, Leela. The only trouble with you is you're a snob.
I told you I have an engagement.
Well, I don't believe it any more than I believe the Pettibones. Well, Eve Goodwin is no snob. She's a teacher herself. She'll know how it is.
Well, hello, Throckmorton. Come in.
Oh, thanks, Eve. I can't stay but a minute.
Oh, you're a lucky man. I just baked a cake.
You did? Well, that's fine, Eve, but I'm not very hungry. Excuse me. Eve, you're interested in education, aren't you?
Well, as a school teacher, I have what you might call an academic interest in it.
Great. Now, Eve, if you knew of a worthy educational institution that was trying to get started, you'd support it, wouldn't you?
I suppose so.
All right. Will you come to a party in honor of the lady that's starting the new dancing school next to Beckman's drugstore?
Well, really? From the build-up, I thought you were going to ask me to be president of a college.
This is serious, Eve. This young lady, her name is Dolores Del Rey. She's trying to start this worthy enterprise, and Judge Hooker and I want to help her meet the right people.
I see.
Huh? Oh. You'll come, won't you, Eve? I mean, with your interest in education and all that.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in education in quite the same way you and Judge Hooker are.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I passed Miss Del Rey's establishment yesterday. It has a sign in the window that says, Men be popular. Learn the tango and rumba from a real senorita. And her picture...
No, Eve, she has to make a living. You'll come, won't you?
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I have an engagement.
What's the matter with this town, anyway? Well, I don't understand some women. I don't understand any women. Just because the girl's been on the stage, just because she's good-looking. Well, the TVs may not be society exactly, but at least they're home folks. Wonder if they've gone to bed. Still, there's a light. Hello, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. Come in.
Just for a minute, I will. I hope you weren't on your way to bed.
No. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Peavy retired a few minutes ago, but I usually sit up for the final word from Len Graham Swing. Take your coat off?
No, thanks. I can't stay. Just dropped in to tender you an invitation. You and Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, no, that's really nice. I'm sure that Mrs. Peavy and I would be only too happy to...
Saturday night, 9 o'clock, Peavy. The judge and I are giving a reception for a friend of ours, Miss Del Rey.
Miss Del Rey. Oh, isn't that the young lady you were telling us about at that poker party the other night?
Well, it's the same girl, but I found upon closer acquaintance that I had misjudged her, Peavy.
Floyd Munson tells me she's a dancer.
Don't pay any attention to anything Floyd tells you. She does dance, however. That is, she teaches dancing.
Do you think she'll do her dance Saturday night?
I don't know what kind of dancing you're thinking of, Petey, but I assure you, she's very high class. The tango and so on. All very artistic.
Now, speaking of artistic dances, I recall the time I took Mrs. Peavy to the World's Fair in Chicago.
This is nothing like the World's Fair.
The old girl never got over it. She claims to this day that I took her in there on purpose. I did, too.
Very amusing, Peavy. We can count on you then for tomorrow night?
Well, speaking for myself, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wouldn't miss it, but perhaps I'd just better run upstairs and check with Mrs. Peavy first. Come in, sit down. I won't leave you a minute.
Well, I see you have a canary.
Yeah, just a new one. The other one passed on. I guess you've heard. It was very sad.
Oh, too bad. Perhaps it was all for the best.
This one's named Dickie Bird. Mrs. Peavy named him after me.
He looks a little like you, too, Peavy.
You're always joshing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Cute little rascal, isn't he?
Yeah, does he sing?
Oh, sings beautifully. So they tell me. He hasn't sung a note since we got him. Mrs. Peavy thinks his diet is wrong.
Oh, diet. Hello there, Dickie.
This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie. Are you going to sing for him?
Yeah, come on, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Tweet, tweet.
You see, he's wrong diet. Well, you entertain Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie, while I run upstairs and speak to Mrs. Peavy. It won't take a minute. I make it a point never to accept an invitation without checking with her first. It pays arguments later.
Yeah. Tell her it's formal, Peavy. Hi there, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Come on. Tweet, 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 tweet. Won't sing, huh? And I don't know why I should sing. Listen, you heard me sing. All right, don't sing. Come on, Dickie, sing for your old Uncle Mort. Come on, Dickie, hop on my finger. Come on. Ow! Bite me, will you? I'll break every bone in your little yellow body.
Making friends, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Friends? This darn bird of yours just bit me.
Bit you?
Yeah, bit me.
No, I know his diet's strong. What he needs is meat.
That's a dangerous bird, Peavy. You shouldn't have him around.
Well, I've never known him to attack anyone before. Can I get you some iodine?
No, I'll just suck it. Well, gotta be going, Peavy. Million things to do. I'll be seeing you and the missus Saturday night then at 9.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, about that,
Yeah?
I'm afraid perhaps you'd better not count on us for Saturday night.
No, why not?
Well, it seems that we, well, you see, the fact is, it seems we have an unexpected engagement.
All right, Peavy, don't come if you don't want to. But I'd just like to say this. Of all the liars I've ever met, you're the poorest.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Good night.
Shucks, I don't like doing that to Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't feel right about it. I don't like telling fibs anyway.
Victor!
All right, woman, all right. Good gracious to Betsy. Sometimes I... Oh, shut up.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, don't you homemakers feel pretty proud of yourselves when you discover new economies in feeding your families? Well, lots of you, no doubt, have already discovered the economy of using Parquet margarine, Kraft's delicious, nourishing spread for bread. Serving your family Parquet margarine is the kind of economy you have a right to be proud about. You see, Parquet isn't just an ordinary margarine. Its delicate, wholesome-tasting flavor will tell you that. Parquet margarine, you know, is made by Kraft, and it's made to the same high standards of quality and flavor as all of Kraft's fine foods. Besides, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nourishing. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A in winter as well as in the summer. Yes, using delicious, nutritious Parquet margarine is a mighty wise economy these days. So if you aren't already using Parquet margarine, get acquainted with this grand product tomorrow. Just ask your food dealer for Parkay, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parkay margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to our friend, the great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday morning, and although it's early, Gildersleeve has already been busy for some time in preparation for tonight's party. We find him now checking over the invitation list with Judge Hooker.
Well, how many people did you get, Judge?
How many did you get?
I asked you first.
Well, the list itself didn't turn out too favorably. Apparently, there are a number of social events.
Any of your people are coming?
None of them.
None of them? You're a fine one to give a party with, Hooker.
Well, doggone it, how many of your list are coming?
None, but mine all had good reason.
So did mine.
Yeah.
Besides, I went ahead and invited someone else.
So did I.
Well, you hear who I got. Just the most important woman in this town, that's all.
Oh, who is she?
A woman that can make or break this dancing school with her little finger.
Come on, who?
Mrs. Harlow Vandervoort.
Oh?
She's president of the Summerfield Choral Society, the Summerfield Friends of Chamber Music, and well, just about everything artistic in town.
You're the naval aide, too. You don't have to tell me.
And she's rich as a fool, Gildy. If she okays this dancing school, believe me, it's okay.
Well, that part sounds good.
Now, who'd you get, Gildy?
Floyd Munson and his wife.
What? Floyd Munson, the barber?
Well, what's the matter with being a barber? Barbering is an honorable profession.
The profession has nothing to do with it. I won't have Floyd Munson at this party.
Why not? Floyd's a good fellow.
Yes, and I dare say his wife is all right, too. But the object of this party was to present Miss Del Rey to the cream of Summerfield society. And the Munsons are not the cream.
Well, doggone it, Horace. We had to get somebody.
Well, I don't suppose you can tell Floyd not to come now. Could you ask him, please, to watch his step?
Well, don't worry about him. Now, about Miss Del Rey. If she'd like me to call for her...
That's all been arranged. I'm taking care of that personally.
You're pretty slick, aren't you?
I'm learning. Well, I got to be running along now, old man. See you this evening.
Well, adios, Horacito.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Oh, where'd you learn that?
Leroy, get away from them olives. Them's for the guests.
But I'm starving, Bertie.
You can't be starving, my boy. You've just had dinner.
Uh-oh, I got a customer. Is my cap on straight, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yeah, looks fine, Bertie.
Well, it won't stay. It's going to fall into punch before the evening's over, and I know it.
Now, scoot upstairs, my boy. The guests are arriving.
Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Judge. Evening, ma'am. Don't forget to wipe your feet, Judge.
Oh, couldn't I just stay and meet her?
Well, just for a minute, then. But stay out of the punch. Good evening, senorita. Welcome to our humble abode.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I kiss the stars in your honor.
Is he kidding?
Hi, Judge.
Hi.
Take the lady's wraps, will you?
Oh, everything looks so lovely. And this little man?
This is my nephew, Leroy.
Hi.
So this is Leroy.
The name is Leroy.
Oh, I think he's cute.
Say good evening, Miss Del Rey.
Good evening, Miss Del Rey.
Oh, and how well he obeys, like a little man.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry my niece can't be down this evening. She has a sore throat.
Oh, good evening, Leroy. Dolores, may I escort you to the punch bowl?
Oh, I'm very fond of punch.
And on to the punch bowl. We may as well dive in before the others get here.
Leroy.
She's not bad.
Well, your old uncle knows what he's doing.
Hey, Unc, do you think they're real?
Think what are real?
The eyelashes.
That's a silly question. Naturally, they're real.
You know, that's some dress she's wearing.
Oh, yes, she has excellent taste.
There's one thing I'd like to know. What holds it up?
That does it. Go to bed. Go on.
There, Judge, and help the lady. Got to eat them up. I'm coming.
She's been with us a long time.
Good evening, ma'am. Come right in.
Oh, must be Mrs. Vandervoort. Excuse me, Dolores.
Yeah, me too, Dolores. Mrs. Vandervoort, old Dutch family, very important. I'll be right back. Don't go away.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Good evening.
Good evening, my dear lady.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Vandervoort?
You have?
Allow me to do the honors. Mrs. Vandervoort, May I present my distinguished friend, Throckmorton Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
I had my chauffeur park in your driveway there.
Oh, not in the slightest. Love to have him there.
Beastly weather, isn't it?
Oh, just the usual Summerfield weather, I'm afraid.
Take the lady's wraps, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So good of you to come to our little soiree, Mrs. Vandervoort.
Well, life in Summerfield is so dreary at best. I feel anything that can be done to raise the cultural level is worth the effort.
Oh, how right you are. I'd give a lot for a little culture right now. Hey, come. I'd like you to meet our guest of honor, Senorita Del Rey.
Oh, I understand she's an exponent of the dance.
Oh, yes, very talented, very artistic.
What type of dancing does she specialize in?
Oh, she does them all.
Eurythmic?
No, she's Spanish descent. Senorita Del Rey, meet Mrs. Vandervoort. She had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Oh, I'm most happy, madame. Mr. Gildersleeve tells me you dance.
Oh, a little.
Oh, she's just being modest. Her dancing will knock your eye out.
Oh, now, please.
She plays the piano, too, like $1 million. And sings.
Oh, how nice. Perhaps you'll play for us later.
Mr. Gildersleeve failed to mention that he sings, too, and beautifully.
Now.
Well, perhaps you'll both sing for us.
Can I have a sandwich?
Oh, not just now, thank you.
Oh, go on. I made a whole mess of them.
Well, just one. No, I shouldn't.
Oh, go on, Miss Vanderbilt. Grab a fistful. Ain't gonna be no good tomorrow. There's the doorbell again. I'm coming.
It's been with us a long time.
Bertie's a jewel.
Yes, sir. Come right in.
This is the place.
It's the Munson.
Yes.
Tell Floyd to watch his step.
You ladies excuse me, please. The judge will see you're supplied with punch.
Well, hi, Commissioner.
Good evening, Floyd.
Like to have you meet the ball and chain. Ruthie, shake hands with the Commissioner.
Well, it's about time I met you. After all I heard about you from Stupid here.
Ruthie's a great kidder.
Quite a night out, isn't it?
Great night for ducks.
If you'd like to hang your coat up in the closet there.
Oh, just chuck it down anywheres. I'm getting her a new one for Christmas, so I hear.
Well, I'll hang it up just in case. I know better than to count on Big Mouth here.
Great kidder.
Say, Floyd, we've got a guest here tonight, Mrs. Vandervoort. Very high class. Watch it a little, will you?
You don't have to worry about me, Commissioner. I wasn't brung up in no barn.
Yeah, I know, Floyd, but just mention it to your wife, too, will you?
Well, you don't have to worry about her either. She'll be okay. I'll admit she tends to get a little excited in crowds. But if she gets out of line, I'll handle her.
Good.
Well, it was nice of you to ask us to your shindig, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know, I was saying to Floyd, I ain't had this dress out in 4 years. Hey, where's all the people?
Well, I suspect they're in the dining room around the punch bowl.
Oh, punch bowl. Lead me to it.
That's for me.
This way, folks.
Push in your shirt front, handsome. You're bulging again.
Darn thing keeps popping out. For 2 cents, I'd take it off.
Mrs. Vandervoort, I'd like to present Mr. Munson. Mrs. Vandervoort had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Yeah, I noticed it out there. Quite a bus you got there, Mrs. Vanderlip. What kind of mileage you get on it? Bet it eats up the gas, huh?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Well, driving old myself, no Cadillac, but then it's transportation, you know what I mean?
Hey, don't I get to meet the lady?
Oh, pardon me. Mrs. Vandervoort, Mrs. Munson.
How do you do? Well, pleased to meet up with you.
Say, who's the little armful over there?
Oh, Miss Del Rey. Dolores?
Yes?
I'd like to have you meet my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Munson.
Any friend of Mr. Gildersleeve is a friend of mine.
Say, that's all right. By the way, the commissioner has been telling me quite a lot about you.
Oh, yes? Tell me what he says about me.
Right here in public? Want me to get arrested? Now, if you and me was to have a little private conversation, I might be able to...
All right, Junior, keep your shirt on.
Shall we go into the parlor?
Oh, Mr. Munson, Mr. Gildersleeve didn't tell me. What line of work are you in?
Me? Well, I got a little...
Shall we go into the parlor? But I'm weary of the sea wind. I'm weary of
of the foam and the little stars of Duna call me home. The little stars of Duna call me home.
Hey, how about Miss Delroy giving us something in Spanish? You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, do.
Well,
Well, of course.
Huh?
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you sing with me? Bésame, bésame mucho.
Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine.
Oh, bésame mucho.
Oh, brother.
Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine.
Boy, ain't she something?
You don't have to sit there giving her the eye.
Who's giving her the eye? I gotta show my appreciation, don't I? I gotta at least be polite.
You don't have to fall all over yourself about it.
Who's falling all over myself?
No, you big lug. I've been watching you. You've been after all evening.
Well, I like that. I never raised a finger. I leave it to anybody here if I've been in any ways out of line this evening.
Now, Floyd, please.
I leave it to the lady herself.
Floyd.
This isn't the first time, Floyd Munson.
Mrs. Munson, really, you mustn't.
I've taken all I'm gonna from him, the big baboon. I'm going home.
All right, go on. If there's anything I hate, it's loudmouth Jane.
Oh, now, folks.
Let it go. I got the car keys.
I think it's high time we all went home.
But, Mrs. Vanderbilt, it's only the shank of the evening. You're not going to let a little family understanding.
I'm afraid the misunderstanding was mine, Mr. Gildersleeve, from the beginning. My wrap, please.
Oh, gosh. Well, if you won't change your mind, I'm sorry this had to happen, Mrs. Vanderbilt.
So am I.
Be careful backing Mrs. Vanderbilt out of the driveway. Don't scratch it. Good night, Mrs. B. Well, let him go. At least now we can relax and have some fun.
Well, it's been a charming evening, Throckmorton.
Judge, Dolores, you're not going.
Oh, the judge has kindly offered to see me home.
Horace, you can't do this to me. You can't go now. We're in this together.
I'm sorry, Gildy, but we have Miss Delray's career to think of.
What do you suppose I've been thinking of?
Well, if you use your head a little, why...
Wait a minute. What are we going to do? We got all this food here.
Well, that's the thanks you get. Pass a little remark, and right away everybody gets sore.
Yeah. Are you still here? Get out. Go on, get out of here.
Now, Commissioner.
Get out of here, Floyd.
Okay. I can take a hint.
Well, not your fault, Floyd, but by George, this is the last time I ever try to help anybody. Positively. I'm going to bed. You better do the same, folks. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
During the Thanksgiving season, we all think of good things to eat. So lend a cheerful ear to this grand array of treats you can make with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. Press two halves of a pear together with a tasty center filling of Pabstet, and there you have a grand salad. As for turkey or chicken leftovers, just listen to this mealtime magic. Stir up a smooth, luscious Pabstet sauce, and then drench tender, leftover chunks of white or dark meat with delectable cheddar cheese flavor. Why, a main dish treat as tempting as all that will hardly taste like leftovers at all. Remember, Pabstet is the cheese food of 100 uses. So keep a package of Pabstet handy for sandwiches, snacks, and all sorts of appetizing treats. Tomorrow, buy delicious, nourishing Pabstet. Don't forget, ask for Pabstet.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time. Written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. Music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment, which is my moment to tell you about a mighty big meal-getting help. It's the lickin' good macaroni and cheese you cook in just 7 minutes with a box of Kraft Dinner. The new Kraft Dinner that gives you light and fluffy macaroni with a really rich cheddar cheese flavor through and through. Now, maybe you know how Kraft Dinner's macaroni cooks in just 7 minutes flat. Maybe you know how the Kraft Grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box lets you sprinkle cheese flavor all through that macaroni fast. But let me tell you, if you haven't tasted Kraft Dinner lately, you're in for a surprise. Now, Kraft has found a way to give you the Kraft Grated with a fuller, more satisfying cheddar cheese flavor that combines perfectly with the fluffy, tender macaroni. You're bound to get compliments on the macaroni and cheese you cook the 7-minute way with Kraft Dinner. Try it tomorrow. Now let's join our old friend Gildersleeve. Several days have passed since his attempt to introduce Judge Hooker's lady friend, Dolores Del Rey, to Summerfield society, a party which ended somewhat unpleasantly for both guests and host. 3 days later, Gildersleeve is still trying to patch up the damage. Right now, for instance, we find him stepping into the barber shop to square things with Floyd Munson.
Oh, hello there.
Hello, Floyd. Nice day, isn't it?
Nothing extra?
No, I guess you're right. Thought I might just have a haircut.
Haircut? What for? Cut your hair last week, day before the big blowout.
Blowout? It was more of a washout.
I wouldn't argue with you.
I'm sorry about the whole thing, Floyd. If I said anything that night that seemed unfriendly, I want to apologize.
Wasn't anything unfriendly, Commissioner. You just threw me out of your house.
Well, I apologize.
That's okay.
No, it's not. How could I have done such a thing? Throw a guest out of my house. On a cold night, too.
You don't know the half of it. When I got to my house, the wife wouldn't let me in.
No? Where'd you sleep, Floyd?
Busted in the cellar door and slept on the sofa in the living room. That generally softens her up, but not this time. When she come down in the morning, she was still wound up like a cuckoo clock. Da, 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 da.
Should never have given that party.
We never should have went. It's always the same thing. Every time she thinks I got my eye on some dame. But I ask you, Mr. Gildersleeve, did I get out of line in any way, shape, manner, or form?
Not that I noticed.
There's only one way I can figure it. She reads my mind.
Oh.
Say, you know that Miss Del Rey is quite a dish, if you don't mind my saying so.
Miss Del Rey is nothing to me, Floyd.
No?
I was simply trying to help the lady get her dancing school started. And she walks right out of my party and goes off with Hooker.
Yeah, that's gratitude.
Well, she can have the old goat. Although what she sees in him, I can't imagine.
Maybe the judge is more of a man than we've been figuring.
I'm not interested in that question either, Floyd.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't really want a haircut, did you, Commissioner?
No, that was just I can wait.
Hot towel, massage?
No, thank you. Ought to be getting home, Floyd. My niece has been a little under the weather lately. Must remember to stop at the drugstore on the way. Better be going. I just wanted to square things up a little, Floyd.
Consider him square, Mr. Gildersleeve. These things happen, that's all. Drop in any time.
Thanks, I will, Floyd.
And if you should run into the senorita, give her a hot tamale for me.
Oh, that's all over.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
I want a thermometer, please, Peavy.
A thermometer? You want a clinical thermometer or one for the weather?
I wanted to take somebody's temperature with.
Yeah, that's good. I haven't got the other kind. You running a fever, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Mr. Peavy. My niece Marjorie has had a little something. Streptococcus. The doctor won't let her get up till her temperature's normal.
Yeah, wise precaution. Wise precaution.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, here's just the ticket, I'd say. $1.75.
$1.75 for a thermometer? Confound it, Peavy. The kids break them all the time. They're not worth it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. This is a precision instrument, tested by 7 different people at the factory.
Yeah, well, I'll bet none of them tried dropping it or sticking it in a baked potato. Leroy did that with the last one.
Well, of course, they're only built...
Yeah, never mind, Peavy. Just wrap it up. I'll take it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, I wanted to tell you how sorry I am we couldn't come to your party Saturday night.
Well, you didn't miss a thing, Peavy. You were mighty lucky.
No, I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy and I went to a lecture on trees.
Trees?
How fast they grow, how old they get to be, what the bark is for, and so on. I couldn't seem to get my mind on it.
Well, I wish I'd been there.
That's funny. All the time I was looking at those lantern slides, I kept wishing I was at your party. I've got an idea this Miss Dolores Del Rey must be quite a pippin.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peavy.
Oh, no offense, Mr. Gildersleeve.
The lady is nothing whatever to me. Absolutely nothing.
Well, that was my understanding, that it was Judge Hooker who had the prior claim.
Hooker had no claim at all.
Well, I thought he found her.
What if he did? She's a woman, not a pocketbook.
Yeah.
And what's more, this whole question is a matter of great indifference to me. Put the thermometer on my bill, Peavy. I've got to go.
Yes, sir. He's running more of a fever than he thinks.
Leroy, is that you?
Yeah. You awake, Marge? How do you feel?
Oh, much better, thanks. I feel fine.
Marge, I brought you something.
You did? What?
My Red Ryder pistol. You can sleep with it tonight if you like, under your pillow.
Why, Leroy, that's very sweet of you. You're sure you won't be needing it?
No, I've got my hunting knife. I'll sleep with that.
Well, that's very generous.
Hey, you can keep it even. Go on, keep it. It's yours.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Leroy. That'd leave you unarmed.
Well, I'll lend it to you then, till you get well. I'll put it here on the table. You can reach it if you need it. Unless you'd like to hold it a while.
I'll enjoy just having it there where I can look at it.
Gosh, I'm sure glad you're feeling better, Marge.
Oh, I am. Much better.
You know, I got to thinking. I holler a lot, but gosh, if anything was to happen to you, I don't know who I'd fight with.
You don't need to worry about me.
It was pretty bad, huh? What you had?
Streptococcus?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a sore throat, really.
Is that all? Give me back my pistol. I'm only kidding, Marge. We missed you these last few days, Unc and me. It's not the same just two people eating together. Unc gets awful quiet. You wouldn't know him. Just sits there stoking it in. He's been kind of gruesome lately anyway.
You know, I have a feeling he has something on his mind.
You and me both.
What do you suppose it could be?
Well, it isn't business.
What do you mean?
You remember when he fell for Mrs. Ransom, how he used to go mooning around the house?
Yes.
You remember when he got all excited about Miss Goodwin there, couldn't even eat?
Yes.
Well, here we go again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, you missed the party. You didn't get a look at that senorita. Boy, she's...
Quiet, I think I heard him come in.
Gosh, can you imagine what it'd be like if he married her? Nothing but Spanish omelets, Spanish rice, Spanish onions.
Hush, Leroy.
Do you suppose if we talked to him about it man to man and asked him to watch his step?
Oh, that's the worst thing you could do. For heaven's sake, don't mention it. If we even...
Well, what are you two rascals whispering about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Hello, Uncle Mort.
And how's my little princess this evening?
No, much better. There's nothing the matter with me now. I feel fine.
Well, we'll see about that. I hope you're right.
I lent her my Red Ryder pistol. Wasn't it nice of me?
Fine, my boy. Been having a little Indian trouble around here lately?
Did you get a thermometer, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, got it right here.
I know I haven't any temperature.
Well, we'll just see.
Shake it down first, Unc, and hold on to it.
Yeah, and you keep it out of the baked potatoes.
Remember, if it's still normal, I can get up for dinner. The doctor said so.
We'll see, my dear. Open your mouth. That's it. Under your tongue. Now keep your mouth closed. Have to wait a couple of minutes. What time of day did you have? Did you eat any lunch? No talking. Thermometer won't work if you keep your mouth open. Or is it? I mean, That's it. How's your throat? Still sore?
No, it feels much better.
Keep it closed. What kind of a day did you have, Leroy? Did you distinguish yourself in your studies? And if not, why not?
Say, speaking of that, Unc.
Yes?
It seems I got my report card today.
Well, you did, eh? And what does that report card say, Leroy?
Well, I don't want you to think I didn't try, Unc. I worked like anything all month. Honest.
Leroy.
I guess some kids are just naturally smarter than others, Unc.
You remember what I told you last month?
Yes, sir.
You remember what the punishment was to be if your marks didn't improve?
Gee, have a heart, Unc.
An understanding is an understanding, Leroy, and we had an understanding.
Yes, sir.
Now, where is that report card?
It's here.
Don't go away. Arithmetic, A. History, A. English, A. Geography, A. Science. Well, they're all A's.
Those are the breaks, kid.
Why, Leroy, that's wonderful.
I fooled you that time.
By George, you did. Why, that's wonderful. Why, I never got an A in my life. I shouldn't have said that.
You don't see many kids get all A's on their report card. Had to work for that.
You bet you did. And I just want to say, my boy, that's about the finest... Leroy, this isn't a forgery.
Forgery? Oh.
I'm sorry, my boy. I apologize. Just comes a little suddenly, that's all. Marjorie, what do you think of our little Leroy getting all A's? Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about the thermometer. Here, let me.
What does it say?
Wait till I look at it.
How do you like me getting all A's, Marge? Great me.
Why don't they make these darn things so you can read them?
Oh, I hope it's normal. I hope it's normal.
Oh, I had it there, and then I lost it.
Well, turn it on so the light gets on it.
I've got it. Steady, steady. 99. No, it's not. It's normal.
Hooray, I'm normal. And I'm super.
That's right. Marjorie's normal and Leroy is super.
That's not easy getting all A's, you know it.
You bet it's not. I'm very proud of you, my boy.
I'll let Marge my pistol, too.
Oh, well. By George, with Marjorie herself again and Leroy practically Phi Beta Kappa, we're going to have to celebrate this.
How?
Oh, let's have a celebration.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take you two kids to the downtown club tomorrow for lunch. How do you like that?
Do they have ice cream there?
Any kind you want.
Oh, that'll be fun. You've never taken us there, Uncle Mort.
So we're going tomorrow, because for once in his life, your old uncle is paid up.
Gosh, the downtown club. Can Piggy come along?
Oh, I think it'd be more fun if we just kept it in the family, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. No stranger, just the family.
Okay. Say, Unc. Speaking of strangers in the family, Marge and I were talking just now.
Yeah?
Oh, Leroy.
Well, why not?
Because.
Well, it's got him in a good mood.
What's this all about?
Well, Marge doesn't think I should say anything, but we were kind of worrying. I mean, well, it's about this Miss Del Rey. What about her?
Oh, Leroy.
Well, what about her?
Well, what about her?
I wouldn't worry about her, my boy. She's nothing but a friend. I'm not even sure she's that after the other evening. Let's let Judge Hooker worry about her, shall we?
Gosh, Unc, you're not as dumb as you seem.
Little Leroy. Answer the door, will you, Leroy? Leroy. Guess he's gone to bed.
Good evening, Throckmorton.
Eve. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do come in.
I can't stay, Throckmorton, but Leroy told me Marjorie's been quite sick.
Well, Leroy's been exaggerating as usual. She's all right.
Oh, I'm so glad. I brought her some grape jelly Mother put up last summer.
Well, now that's one thing your mother was good at.
Really, Throckmorton?
All I mean is her jelly is magnificent. Marjorie will be crazy about it. Come in and sit down, Eve. Take off your coat.
Oh, I really mustn't. I want to get home in time to hear the symphony broadcast.
Well, listen to it here. I like good music, too, you know.
do you, Throckmorton?
Crazy about it. Here, I'll hang up your coat.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Now we can sit by the fire, talk, and listen to some nice classical music. Sofa?
This chair is quite comfortable, really.
Oh.
The fire's nice. Oh, how was your party the other night?
Party? Very pleasant. Too bad you couldn't come.
Well, perhaps I can meet, Miss Del Rey, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Perhaps I can meet her some other time.
Not so sure you'd like her, Eve.
Why not? I saw her on the street the other day. She's quite beautiful.
Oh, yes. But after all, what's beauty? A thing of the moment. It withers and fades. But you, Eve.
Just how am I to take that, Throckmorton?
What did I say?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Don't get me wrong, Eve. I think you're pretty, too. I think you're beautiful. Only, well, you're not such a physical type. More mental.
Oh?
I mean, when I'm with you, I don't think of silly things as if you were just a woman.
What do you think I am, Throckmorton?
Huh?
A woman is a woman.
Maybe I've been wrong about you, Eve.
Maybe you have.
You know, you're really very pretty, Eve.
Thank you.
I like your hair. It smells nice. It's black. I like your eyes, too.
Well?
When I'm with you, there's something about you that stirs me to the very depths.
Do you mean that, Throckmorton?
Do I? Shove over. Hey, Eve, where are you going?
The symphony, Throckmorton. You've forgotten I'm the mental type.
Oh! Tchaikovsky, a fine way to spend an evening.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, let me pass on a good word about the new Kraft Dinner. This famous macaroni and cheese still cooks in 7 minutes. But the new Kraft Dinner gives you a richer, fuller cheese flavor. Just what you cheese lovers have been hankering for, the flavor of golden cheddar through and through a dish full of tender, fluffy, light macaroni. And to think you cook it in just 7 minutes. When the folks taste the new Kraft Dinner, they'll say it's incredible that you could whip up such swell macaroni and cheese so fast. Kraft's tireless research, of course, is responsible for the goodness of the 2 ingredients in each Kraft Dinner box. The special macaroni and the Kraft grater that gives such splendid cheese flavor. Let them work their speed magic in your kitchen to give you point-thrifty, good-eating main dishes. At your food store tomorrow, get a couple of packages of the new Kraft Dinner. Each box makes enough for 4 servings, and you get 2 boxes for 1 single red point. Now let's get back to Summerfield, and in particular the Downtown Businessmen's Club, where Gildersleeve is entertaining his niece and nephew at luncheon. Never has there been a merrier affair, or one where the ice cream flowed more freely. All through the meal, the great man has sat there cracking jokes and making puns, beaming upon his attractive niece, and urging Leroy to stuff himself in honor of his scholastic triumph.
Oh, boy, get him! Oh, Lord, people are looking at you.
What do I care? I'm a member here. I can look cross-eyed if I want to.
Oh, you're awful.
Hey, here's Judge Hooker trying to smile with his new teeth.
Oh, Leroy.
Leroy. There's such a thing as carrying a good thing too far, my boy. Now, you calm down and finish your ice cream. Young lady's waiting to take your plate.
Oh, okay, it's finished.
You had enough?
You got any more?
Leroy, you've had 2 orders.
Well, I'm hungry. I worked hard this month.
Yeah, bring the boy another ice cream. Not every month he gets all A's, is it, Leroy?
I'll probably get A+ next month.
You'll probably get D-. Marjorie, another helping for you?
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. This is just perfect. It's been such fun, Uncle Mort.
By George, we must do this more often.
Every Saturday. How about it, Unc?
Well, we'll see, my boy.
It's been just like a family reunion.
Sure. Marge well again. And you speaking to me again?
You mustn't pay any attention to me, my boy. if I get a little preoccupied at times. I mean well, but I have things on my mind sometimes. Business and, so on.
Uncle Mort, let's all stick together.
Why, certainly, my dear. Of course we'll stick together. The Three Musketeers, that's us.
Yeah, all for one and one for all.
And no outsiders.
Sure. Leroy is Athos, and you're Porthos, and...
No, you're Porthos, Unc. You're the fat one.
Uncle Mort is not fat. He's just large.
Well, thank you, my dear. Well, here's your ice cream. Go ahead, Leroy.
Hey, Unc, look who just came in.
Who?
At that table over there. Judge Hooker.
He has a lady with him.
It's her. It's that Miss Del Rey.
Eat your ice cream, Leroy.
So that's Miss Del Rey.
What did I tell you?
Eat your ice cream.
Well, the judge sees you, Uncle Mort. He's coming over.
Yeah, what does he want, the old goat? Haven't spoken to him since that evening. If he...
Well. Having a little party, I see. Good day, Throckmorton.
Good day.
Marjorie. Leroy.
Hello, Judge.
Hi.
Nice to see you about again, Marjorie.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, too, Throckmorton.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you're otherwise engaged, Throckmorton, or I'd ask you to join Miss Del Rey and myself at our table.
I've had my luncheon, thank you.
You might like to know it was Miss Del Rey who suggested it.
Miss Del Rey means nothing to me, Judge. Nothing whatever. And you mean less.
Oh, pardon me. Pardon me for intruding. Pardon me for living.
I hadn't noticed it.
What's the matter, Unc? What are you so upset about?
Eat your confounded ice cream and let's get out of here. I gotta get to the office. 7 from 14 is 7, and 1 to carry. 8 and 1 is 9, from 13 is... If there's anything I hate worse than adding, it's subtracting. How Leroy ever got an A. Don't sneak up on me like that, Bessie. You startled me.
Yes, sir.
A good secretary knocks before she enters.
Oh, excuse me, I just wanted to ask you something, but you're busy. I'll come back.
Well, you've interrupted me now. You might as well spill it.
Yes, sir. Well, you see, there's a cousin of mine. I mean, he's a sort of cousin. We're not sure. He's a staff sergeant, and he's in town now on furlough. So, I mean, could I take the rest of the afternoon off?
Confound it, Bessie. I'll not have the routine of this office upset by staff sergeants.
Yes, sir.
And that's final.
Yes, sir.
Let me get back to my work. And by the way, I want you to get me the figures on the cash receipts for 1938, 39, and 40.
Yes, sir.
7 from 14. Well, Bessie, what is it?
Mr. Gildersleeve, weren't you ever young yourself once?
Come here, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to be unkind, but work is work, you know. Work is important. How old are you, Bessie?
19.
19. I suppose young men seem pretty important to you right now, don't they?
Well, they're awfully scarce. Good ones.
Yes, I suppose so. I suppose you think a lot about love and all that.
Well, I'm human, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I dare say. You know, Bessie, when you get to be my age, you'll find that things change a lot. You'll discover that love is an illusion, really. It's one of those things that pass.
I guess you must have had some bad luck, huh?
It's not just that. There comes a time when a man has to face the fact that he'll probably never marry. That he'll always be a bachelor. Always a little lonely. Then nothing matters to him but work. Work, work, work. Work is man's salvation. You'll discover that when you're my age, Bessie.
Yes, sir. But right now I'm 19.
All right, Bessie, run along. Run along to your staff sergeant.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, thank you. Oh, what was it you wanted me to get the cash receipt?
Yeah, for 38, 39, and 40. Never mind, I'll find it myself. Run along.
Shall I lock up, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'll do that, Bessie. Never mind.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good time. Yeah, have a good time. Don't mind me. Work. Probably be here till all hours. Just a cold sandwich and a cup of coffee to keep me going. That's all I need. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, still working. Maybe she'll pass by on her way home from some gay party and see my light still burning here, working. Oh, well, let's see. Where was I? Have to start over again here. 7 and 14 is 7. 7 from 14 is 7. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Oh, nuts. Gotta get to work. Work. Well, I can't go any further till I get those figures for the cash receipts. Where the devil could Bessie put them? That girl. Well, maybe they're in her file. Oh, getting cold up here. I suppose they turn off all the heat at 6 o'clock. Cash receipts. That's more like it. Here we are, 19, 38, 39, and 40. Who's that?
It is me, Dolores.
Oh. If you're looking for Judge Hooker's chambers, Miss Del Rey, they're on the next floor, down the hall.
But I am not looking for Judge Hooker. I'm looking for Water Commissioner Gildersleeve. That is you, no?
Yeah, I'm the commissioner. What can I do for you?
I wish to make a complaint, Senor Commissioner. A very serious complaint.
Oh? What's the matter? No water?
No. No, Commissioner. Why have you not come to see me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well,
Are you angry with me?
No.
Then what is it?
Well, at the party at my house the other night.
Oh, the party was lovely. I enjoyed it.
You walked out on it.
Oh, the judge practically dragged me away.
I suppose he dragged you to lunch at the downtown club today.
He told me I would see you there, and I did see you. But you did not see me.
Oh, yes, I did. If it's your idea of fun to have lunch with an old crumb like Hooker, well, go ahead. Have lunch with him every day.
Oh, you funny man. Why do you think I came up here?
I can't imagine.
Oh, foolish. The judge is very sweet, but he is very old.
Oh?
He is like Santa Claus. Or my grandfather. I want to talk to someone with a little sparkle in his eyes. Someone with youth and strength and zoom.
Yeah.
Senor, what are you tearing up?
The cash receipt for 1938, 39, and 40. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to announce that our program next week will originate at the Navy Pier in Chicago in connection with the 6th War Loan Drive. I hope you'll all be listening. But you don't have to wait till end to buy a bond. Hi, Chief. Good night, everybody.
Program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Until the war is won, you homemakers won't be able to buy all the delicious Pabstet cheese food you want, because vast quantities of dairy foods are being sent to our fighting fronts. But remember, each package of golden, delicious Pabstet cheese food you do buy goes a long way by lending its mellow, appetizing cheese flavor to other nourishing foods. You see, Pabstet melts with luscious smoothness, so it's easy to whip up tempting Pabstet omelets, Welsh rabbits, soufflés, and to prepare all kinds of grand macaroni and cheese dishes with Pabstet. You can get delicious sandwich variety with Pabstet, too, because it blends so smoothly with other ingredients. Pabstet is high in milk protein, helps provide food energy, milk minerals, important vitamin A and vitamin G, also known as riboflavin. So look for, ask for, and when you can, buy this delicious, nourishing cheese food, Pabstet.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
the great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the great Gildersleeve.
And now, what about the great Gildersleeve? Well, just this evening, he received a phone call from his old friend, Judge Hooker.
Say, Gildy, I hate to impose on you, but I'm in a spot. I'll be tied up all evening at the courthouse, and I wonder if you could do me a favor.
Well, Judge, I'm pretty tired.
I have an engagement to take Miss Del Rey to a nightclub. If I cancel at the last minute, she'll be sore at me. Could you just...
Well, Horace, anything to oblige a friend.
And so Gildersleeve has spent the evening with Miss Del Rey at the Static Club, scrupulously remembering that he is there as Judge Hooker's representative. We find him now at Miss Del Rey's doorstep saying goodnight.
I want to thank you for a wonderful evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you had a good time.
Oh, I did. Very enjoyable. You're a fine dancer.
So are you.
Well, I'll be better when you give me a few lessons.
You're good already. So strong, so confident when you lead.
I better say goodnight, Miss Del Rey.
Oh, no. Please don't go yet.
Well, okay.
I want to tell you what a wonderful evening I had.
Oh, so did I. Lots of fun. The music was great.
Yes, it was heavenly. I really can't thank you enough.
Well, we really ought to thank Judge Hooker. He arranged it. Well, I guess I better be going.
Must you?
Oh, yes. Got to be up early at the office tomorrow morning.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, good night.
Good night. Well, I owed it to good old Horace. Just the same, I could kick myself right in the pants. Yes, sir, I could kick myself. Oh, well.
What's the matter, Unc? Bad night?
Huh? Oh, no, Leroy. As a matter of fact, I had a fine night. Fine night.
Go to the movies?
No, we went dancing.
Dancing? You?
What's so funny about that? Dancing is good exercise.
When did you suddenly get interested in exercise?
Dancing is something everyone should learn, my boy. Wouldn't do you any harm to take a few lessons yourself.
Are you kidding? What do I know with dancing lessons?
Well, it would teach you to dance, for one thing. Might also teach you to walk through a room without stumbling over every piece of furniture, including your feet.
I get around okay.
Yes.
There's a limit to everything, and this is it.
Huh?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't like to say nothing, but the time has come.
The time has come. What do you mean, Bertie?
I got other offers. Judge Hooker told me anytime I want to work for him, anytime at all.
Bertie.
I even go to work for a lady in Chicago if I have to.
Bertie, you're not leaving us. What's wrong?
Well, somebody's been messing around my icebox again. And I ain't mentioning no boys' names, but...
Leroy.
I never went near the place, Unc.
Now, my boy.
It's the truth. You can cut my heart out if it isn't.
Leroy, there was a chicken leg in that icebox. I remember it just like it was my own.
I never took any chicken legs. I hate chicken legs.
Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Come to think of it, Bertie, it's just possible that I ate that chicken leg.
Oh, it's possible.
Before I went to bed last night, Bertie, afraid I couldn't sleep. I find it helps sometimes if I gnaw a chicken leg.
Does it help sometimes if you eat a cupcake?
Huh? Oh, yes. I may have nibbled at a cupcake, too.
Nibbled? You polished off 3.
Is that a fact? Funny, I have no recollection of it. Of course, I was rather sleepy at the time.
I thought you said you couldn't sleep. I thought that was why you ate the chicken leg.
Well, I got sleepy.
Between the chicken leg and the cupcakes? Boy, that chicken leg worked fast.
Well, I'm sorry if I upset your plans, Bertie. It won't happen again.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve, as long as it was you.
Oh, boy, if it had been me to swipe the chicken, I ask you, is that justice?
Who said anything about justice? We were talking, as I remembered, about dancing school, Leroy.
Oh, you're really going to make me go to...
Here comes Marjorie. I'll bet she'd like to go. Wouldn't you, my dear?
To where?
To dancing school.
Oh, I'd love it.
You see, Leroy?
She would.
You really mean it? I can go? Oh, Uncle Mort, I can kiss you.
Now.
I wanted to take ballet all last winter, remember, and you wouldn't let me.
Well, this is different.
I can do the spins already. Watch.
Careful, Marjorie.
Get her.
How's that?
Very pretty, my dear, very pretty.
Kiss me. I'm a dying swan.
Settle down, Leroy, for a minute. You too, Marjorie. What I had in mind was not ballet dancing, my dear, but ballroom dancing.
But I just want to take ballet, Uncle Mort.
But I think it would be nice if you went to a dancing school that Leroy could go to, don't you?
I don't think any dancing school would let him in.
Oh, yeah? I can get in, only I don't want to.
The trouble with Leroy, he's afraid of girls.
I am not. I'm not afraid of you. You want to wrestle?
There'll be no wrestling around here. You'll learn to dance like little ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to have you disgracing yourself in the presence of Miss Del Rey.
Miss Del Rey, you mean...
Uh-huh. We go to dancing school and suffer so Unc can get in good with a teacher.
That has nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Well, she's your friend, Uncle Mort. Why don't you take the lessons?
Yeah.
She's Judge Hooker's friend. But it just so happens that I am going to take lessons.
It just so happens.
Yes, it just so happens.
Say, we can all take lessons together then. That might be kind of fun.
Together? Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible, my dear. My lessons are going to be private. Leroy.
I didn't say anything.
Well, wipe that grin off your face. You'll go to dancing school, and what's more, you'll enjoy it.
He.
If he or no he, you'll enjoy it. You won't have to dance with other girls right away. You can learn to dance with Marjorie.
I think I might be consulted about that first.
May I have the pleasure of this dance, sister dear?
Oh, Leroy.
Da-dee-dee-dee-da. Leroy, let go. Leroy, Uncle Mort, make him let go.
Now, Leroy.
Legitimate.
Leroy, really?
Leroy, pick up the table.
Yes, sir.
Pick up the lamp.
Yes, sir.
Pick up the cigarette box.
Yes, sir.
Now go upstairs before... Then you'll go to dancing school, too.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Bertie. Mr. Gildersleeve left for work yet?
Oh, he ain't only just finished his breakfast, Judge. Come on in.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Well, Horace, where were you last night? What happened?
Oh, the confounded jury was hung up until 11:30. We finally had to lock them up for the night.
Oh, too bad.
I felt terribly about leaving you stuck there. You and Miss Del Rey. You were able to entertain her without me, I trust.
We had a very pleasant evening.
And Dolores, did she seem downcast over my absence?
We had a very pleasant evening.
Oh, hang it. I'd been looking forward to it. I planned the whole thing from start to finish. I wanted it to be a very special evening for a very special reason.
Oh?
Yeah. In fact, I'd hoped before the evening was over to be in a position to make a little announcement. One of a particularly personal nature. One which I would wish you, as an old friend, to be the first to know about.
Then, as an old friend, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me what the heck you're driving at now.
Well, I'm happy to do so, Gildy. After due consideration and in full knowledge of the importance of the step that I propose, I have concluded that the time has come for me to marry.
Marry? An old goat like you? Brother, the time has come and gone.
The years allotted to men, my friend, are 70. I still have a few left, and I don't propose to waste them.
Oh, certainly 6 or 7. Judge, look, love is one thing. That can happen to anybody. But marriage at your age? You're not thinking of Dolores.
I am. And Dolores has paid me the compliment of thinking now and then of me. Or so she tells me.
But Horace, she doesn't even speak the language.
Oh, she speaks the language, all right.
But think how much younger she is, Judge. Think what a merry chase she'd lead you.
Yeah, just what I'm thinking of.
Horace, I beg of you, don't rush into this.
I shall not rush into it. I shall merely ask the lady this evening to do me the honor of becoming my wife, as I intended doing last evening.
But did it ever occur to you, Judge, she might accept?
Huh?
You hardly know her, Judge. For all you know, she's nothing but an adventuress.
Adventuress?
Well, why else would she want to marry an old rooster like you?
Gildersleeve, I had intended inviting you to join Dolores and myself again this evening. I now withdraw that invitation. Good day.
Oh, Judge, don't go off and huff. To think of it, my old friend, The best friend I ever had, trapped by a designing woman. Shame, shame. And that poor little girl. Think of her. In the clutches of an elderly goat. Horrible. Something's got to be done. If I'd known all this last night. If I hadn't been so darn honorable. If I'd gone ahead and swept her off her feet and made her forget the judge. If I just grabbed her right where she stood and given her a good big smack. If I'd... Maybe there's still time. Maybe if I work fast. Still, I don't know. 9 o'clock. I ought to be getting down to the waterworks. Oh, hang the waterworks. I owe it to good old Horace.
And now, what of the great Gildersleeve? Well, he is determined to do right by his old friend, Judge Hooker, no matter what the judge wants. And in order to help out the judge, he's enlisting the aid of his next-door neighbor, Leela Ransom. Or trying to.
So you see, Leela, the situation is critical. The judge is going to propose to this woman tonight.
Oh, but she'd never in the world accept him, Throckmorton.
Well, you never can tell what a woman will do.
That's true.
The judge is a big man in this town. She probably thinks he has money. I bet he has, too. He never spends any. She'll say yes so fast it'll make his head spin.
Well, it's nothing to me, Throckmorton. I think it's entirely the judge's affair.
Leela, the judge is our friend. We can't sit by and watch him make a fool of himself.
How do you think we can stop him?
Very simple. I make love to the girl. That is, I pretend to.
I see.
Then she forgets all about the judge. I've saved him.
That's all very well, Throckmorton, but who's going to save you?
Oh, Leela, that's really no problem. As soon as she's sick of the judge, I drop her like a hot potato.
I can just imagine.
Leela, after all we've been to each other, do you seriously think a little fly-by-night dancing teacher could mean anything to me?
Well, when you put it that way, it's nice to think I meant something to you once, Throckmorton.
You still do, Leela. Mm-hmm. You represent something fine, something real in my life.
You're a sweet person, Throckmorton. You know you are.
You're the one that's sweet.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Well, will you help me knock off this... will you help me save the judge?
Well, I'll try. What is it you want me to do?
Very simple. We go to the judge's house tonight. About 8:30, you make some excuse to take him away for a little while.
What kind of excuse?
Really doesn't matter. Tell him you have to go to the post office and mail a letter, Leela. Only do it early, 8:30. Then when you get him out of there, I'll come in with a heavy artillery.
There you are, madam. 65, 10 is 75. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll be right with you.
No hurry, Peavy.
And 25 is $1. I thank you. You'll find the directions on your bottle there. If it doesn't work, bring it back, and I'll be glad to refill it.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do for you?
Wait till she leaves.
Good day. Call again. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Didn't want to say anything what she could hear, Peavy, but have you got any cigarettes?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you must be the 10th person today who's come in here and asked me for cigarettes.
Well, have you got any?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't.
Look, I know you have to say that, Peavy, but these cigarettes are not for myself. They're for a lady.
Oh, a lady?
Yeah. I'd like to make a little impression. Sure, I have influence, you know.
What kind of cigarettes did this lady smoke, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, I don't know. Melacrinos, Fatimas. What kind have you got?
I haven't got any.
Then why do you ask me what kind she smokes?
Oh, a matter of interest, that's all.
Peavy, by George, you're the most irritating man I know.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
All right, forget the cigarettes. If there aren't any, there aren't any, that's all. Peavy, let me ask you something. We've been friends for a long time, haven't we?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, we have.
I brought you a good deal of business one way and another, haven't I?
You have, and I'm very grateful.
I pay my bills, and I pay them on time, don't I?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, you do.
When I grew too many radishes last summer, I sent Leroy over with a basket, didn't I?
Yes, and we enjoyed them very much.
If you were ever sick or in trouble, you'd know you could count on me for help, wouldn't you?
Yes, I believe I could.
Then how about some cigarettes?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have no cigarettes. And there's no use looking under the counter.
I just thought you might have forgotten. Sure wish I knew where I could get some, though. Yes, sir. If I knew a man who'd sell me a carton of cigarettes, I'd consider him a friend for life, Peavy. I'd do anything for him. Make it worth his while, too. 1 pack, Peavy, just 1 pack.
Mr. Gildersleeve, perhaps you haven't heard. There's a shortage. No cigarettes. None whatever. None in the basement, none in the attic, none under the counter, none buried in the backyard. None.
All right, Peavy, I'll take your word for it. No harm in asking. Better be going, I guess. Wait.
Yes?
What's that bulge in your pocket?
Box of cough drops. Care for one?
Oh, nuts. Goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Dolores, I thought it might make an amusing evening for a change if we just stayed here by ourselves and enjoyed the fire. How's that sound to you?
Well, if that is what you'd like.
And by we can have some cider and donuts. That sound like fun?
Well,
of course, if you'd rather go rushing around town making whoopee, I'm your man for that, too. Ding, ding.
Oh, no. Let's not bother.
Well, now, don't give in just to please me, Dolly.
Oh, no.
You're the queen, you know. My only endeavor is to please your gracious majesty.
That's fine.
Sleepy? It's the fire does that. You know, Dolly, there's something been on my mind that I want to talk to you about. Something quite serious.
Oh, no, Horace. Nothing serious, please. Let's just be comfortable, eh?
Oh, no, but this is something quite important, Dolly. It might well prove to be a turning point to a, well, that is... Oh, the doorbell. Who the dickens can that be?
Oh, go and find out, silly.
I guess I'll have to. Could always be a telegram or something.
Good evening, Judge. Surprise.
What in...
Yeah, surprise, Judge.
This is a surprise indeed.
Hey, come on in quickly. Let's shut the door. It's cold.
Doggone you, Gildersleeve. If you didn't have Leela with you, I wouldn't let you in.
Yeah. Where shall we put our coats, Horace? Well, Miss Del Rey, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
We have visitors, it seems, Dolores. Miss Del Rey, may I present Mrs. Ransom?
I am very happy to meet you.
Well, I'm surely pleased to meet you, Miss Del Rey. Honestly, it would be such a relief to have another girl around here. You just can't imagine how tired I am of these 2 boys fighting over me.
Yes, I can remember when the judge was runner-up in the Leela Ransom sweepstakes.
Now, you see here, Gildersleeve.
Only kidding, Horace. Well, a nice, cozy fire. Sit down, Leela. Sit down, Dolores.
Yes.
May I sit down, too, Mr. Gildersleeve? Please?
Oh, certainly. Go ahead, Horace. Make yourself at home.
Some nerve.
Yeah. Well, folks, what'll we do for a little excitement? How about a game of spin the platter? Or post office. We could all play that.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, I doubt if Miss Del Rey knows that game.
I bet I could teach her the main idea in a hurry.
It is a kissing game, no?
That's right, Dolores. It's a child's game here in America.
My, these American children.
Oh, well, I don't think we ought to play games anyway, Throckmorton. After all, we're all grown up.
How about a nice game of charades? That'd be fun.
Yeah, let's play charades. Here's one. Who am I?
Oh, that's easy, George Washington crossing the Delaware.
Yeah, that's right. I supply my own sound effects, too. Say, Dolores, you know why George Washington stood up in the bow of the boat when he crossed the Delaware?
No, why?
His pants were too tight to sit down.
That is very funny.
I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, for heaven's sake. The first time I heard that joke, I laughed so hard I fell out of my cradle.
All right, then, Judge. Here's another one. Why is a kiss over the telephone like a straw hat? Anybody know? Because it isn't felt.
I know that one, too. Just couldn't think of it.
That's the hard part, Judge. Well, what do we do now?
Oh, no, let's sing.
Oh, yes. Sing? Great.
Now, there's an idea I just cannot see at all.
Oh, come on, Judge.
I'll play the piano.
Huh? No. I know a song, Leela.
Well, really, Throckmorton, you don't have to shove me off the bench.
Well, Leela, it's 8:30. Go ahead and get the judge out of here.
Not just now.
Leela, you promised. Oh, here's a song, folks, right here.
What's that song? Never heard it before.
Neither did I.
Oh, I know this song. Let me play it for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, let Dolores play it, Leela. She plays like $1 million. You play and I'll sing, huh?
How I love the kisses of Dolores. Dolores. Not Marie or Emily or Doris. Only my Dolores. From the balcony above me, she whispers love me and throws a rose. Ah, but she is twice as lovely as the rose she throws. I would die to be with my Dolores. Dolores. I was made to serenade Dolores. Chorus after chorus. Just imagine eyes like moonrise, a voice like music, and lips like wine. What a break if I could make Dolores mine, oh, mine.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you sing so...
Judge Hooker, I wonder if you would be kind enough to see me home.
What's the matter, Leela?
Let me handle this, Judge. Come here a minute, Leela. What's the big idea?
The way you're carrying on with that woman.
For goodness sake, that's part of the plan. She doesn't mean a thing to me, Leela. She doesn't mean any more to me than you do.
Oh! Where's my coat, please? Come on, Judge.
Well, now, Leela, Throckmorton brought you.
I wouldn't allow Mr. Gildersleeve to escort me as far as that door.
Leela, you misunderstood me.
Can't you stay, Leela?
I'm sorry, Horace. We never should have come here in the first place.
Well, be that as it may, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm enough of a gentleman to see you home. Will you excuse me for a few moments, Dolores?
Oh, certainly.
Gildy, will you excuse me if I behave as a gentleman should?
Go ahead and be a gentleman, you old goat.
Come along, Leela.
This is very sweet of you, Horace. Good night, Miss Del Rey.
Good night. I do not think you were very nice to Mrs. Ransom, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, she's just jealous.
Oh, why should she be jealous?
What about last night?
What about it?
You might not have guessed it, but I had half a notion to slip you a quick kiss there.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Got half a notion to do it right now.
Oh, no, not so fast.
All right, I'll wait. Why don't we dance?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you danced with me last night. Come on, how about a little rumba lesson?
Well...
Come on, what do I do first?
First, you put your right arm around my waist like this.
My right arm...
Not so tight.
How's that?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Judge. Say, you certainly got back fast.
Yeah, faster than you anticipated, evidently.
Oh, I was giving the rumba lesson, Horacito.
Oh?
How did you get back so soon?
I put the lady in a taxicab.
I was wondering if you'd push her in front of a truck.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your rumba lesson, Gildy, but it happens that I've paid for a course of lessons with Miss Del Rey, and I believe that I shall start now.
Well, you take it easy, Judge. I bought the course, too.
Well, I insist on going first.
I have already started.
I'm going first.
I'm going first.
Boys, don't fight. You can both have a lesson.
Yeah, but I want mine first.
I want mine first.
No. There is nothing to fight about. Look, now I play the music.
Mr. Gildersleeve, put your right arm around the judge's waist.
I put my...
And, Judge, you take hold of his left hand. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. On top of everything else, Hooker, you're a lousy dancer.
Get off of my feet!
Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore, music by Claude Swaiten. From the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, here's a tip that can save you plenty of time. Shopping time these days when stores are so full, and kitchen time, too. When you're planning to serve macaroni and cheese, buy the box that contains both ingredients for that main dish. Buy a box of marvelous Kraft Dinner for the best-tasting macaroni and cheese you ever made. That one box of Kraft Dinner contains not only special fast-cooking macaroni, but also plenty of Kraft grated for really rich cheese flavor. With these two special ingredients, you cook delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes by the clock. Kraft Dinner gives you fluffy, light macaroni with golden cheese goodness through and through. Here's a hearty main dish that's a time saver and a point saver. And what macaroni and cheese it gives you. So try it soon. Save time, save points with Kraft Dinner. On to Summerfield in the home of the Great Gildersleeve. Things are a little upset in the Gildersleeve household this week. The bug that's been going around town has finally laid Bertie low, and she's been ordered this morning to go back to bed and stay. Marjorie and Leroy have insisted on serving her breakfast there, while Gildersleeve, downstairs at her front window, waits anxiously for the arrival of Dr. Pettibone.
Well, there he is, and it's about time. What's he doing now? Oh, for goodness sake. The old fool has to put a blanket over his radiator every time he stops. You'd think that was a Rolls Royce instead of a Franklin. That's right. Tuck it in, Doc. Wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Take your time. No hurry. Just people sick here, that's all. Come on, come on. Now what? Oh, that's right. Forget your bag. No wonder you didn't forget your... Whoop, careful, Doc. Have to have Leroy put some cinders on that sidewalk. Doc wouldn't sue, but you never know. Come on, Doc. This is no time to be admiring the scenery.
Why don't you shovel off your walk?
Why don't you watch your step? Come on, will you? You're letting in the cold.
What's the matter with you? You look all right.
It's not me, Doc. It's Bertie. I think maybe she's got the same thing Marjorie had.
That could be. A lot of it around. Well, we'll see. Where is she?
Up in her room.
Well, lead the way.
You'll do everything you can for her, won't you, Doc? We're very fond of Bertie. Been with us a long time.
Keep moving.
Tell the truth, I think she's a little scared of doctors. Never been sick before. So go a little easy, will you?
We'll see. Keep moving. In here?
No, that's...
Oh, sorry.
Her room's down here. Well, here we are, Bertie. How's the girl? By George, you're looking better already. I think all you needed was a little breakfast.
Bertie, you know Dr. Pettibone.
Hello there.
How you do, Doctor?
Hi.
Leroy, pull up a chair for the doctor.
Leroy, have you seen my English book?
Yeah, Marjorie, go get a glass of water. We might need it.
Okay.
Now, Bertie.
Gildersleeve.
Just a minute, Doc. Now, Bertie, I want you to know there's nothing to be afraid of. Not a thing in the whole wide world. You're going to get well, you understand? You got to get well. And the doctor isn't going to hurt you.
Gildersleeve,
Just
look.
trying to reassure her, Doc. Never been sick before. She's a little nervous.
Well, why don't you just leave the bedside manner to me? You'll kill her with yours.
What's he opening that bag for?
Bag? Well, those are just his instruments, Bertie.
Uh-oh.
Now, don't get scared. He isn't going to saw your leg off or anything like that. He has to have those things along just in case.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wish you'd send for my sister. I never been sick a day in my life. I never even got looked at by a doctor.
Now, Bertie.
Take it easy, Bertie. Bertie, he won't hurt you a bit. Honestly, why, when I was sick...
Yeah, Marjorie, tell Bertie. When he stuck that needle in you, you didn't even feel it, did you?
Needle? Not a bit.
There, you see?
Boy, the time I fell off my bicycle and had to have 3 stitches, that hurt plenty.
Run along, Leroy.
Here's the glass of water, Dr. Pettibone. What'll I do with it?
Just take it back where you got it. I won't be needing it. Now, Bertie, if you'll just open your mouth.
What's that thing?
That's just a thermometer, Bertie.
Like the one they used on me, remember?
That ain't the thing he stuck you with.
No. Now, if you people would just be quiet.
Quiet, Marjorie.
Quiet, Leroy. Who said anything?
Just put this under your tongue, Bertie.
Yeah, that's right. Just put it under your tongue.
And close your mouth.
That's right. Close your mouth.
And leave it there a little while.
Leave it there a little while. You see, it doesn't hurt, does it?
Most of them.
No. Keep your mouth closed.
Oh, yeah, keep it closed, Bertie. Only don't bite down on that. It's glass. Might cut your throat. There's mercury in it. Poison.
Poison? Mr. Gildersleeve, I feel fine now. I think the treatment done worked already. I'm getting up and
You're staying right where you are. Listen, I've got too many assistants here.
Yeah, you're right, Doc. Marjorie, I think you better run out downstairs and leave us alone here. You too, Leroy.
You too, Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Huh? You're the worst of the lot.
Leroy.
Now, go on. I'll see you downstairs.
I was only trying to help, that's all.
If I need a consultant, I'll send for him, and it'll cost you plenty. Now, beat it.
All right. Come along, children. Don't worry, Bertie. Don't worry for a single minute. Understand? What do you think, Doc? What do you think?
She'll be all right. Just keep her in bed, keep her quiet, plenty of liquids, and, well, use your head. She'll probably be able to get up Monday.
Oh, great. Hotcakes Monday. Well, can't thank you enough, Doc. Oh, by the way, we're having a little evening of poker down at the Jolly Boys Club tonight. P.V. Hooker, the chief of police. Wouldn't care to join us, would you?
Well, I might just be able to make it. I seem to remember that Mrs. Pettibone's attending a meeting tonight.
Oh, great. Delighted to have you.
Boy. Hey, Marge, you know that school book you were looking for, English poetry? Guess where I found it? On Unc's desk. Oh, thank goodness. And that's not all.
I didn't know you were looking for it, my dear.
I didn't know you were interested in poetry. You didn't, huh? Well, listen to this. I found it in the wastebasket. In Unc's handwriting, too.
Leroy. The doctor and I are very busy now.
To Dolores.
Leroy.
Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June.
That'll be enough.
Oh, my love is like a melody that's sweetly played in tune.
Give me that.
What's the matter, Unc?
Boys will be boys, Doc. Wait till I get you later.
I found it in the wastebasket, Unc.
The contents of wastebaskets are confidential, my boy.
That's a funny place to put anything confidential. Besides, you told me to empty it.
We won't discuss it now. Well, Doctor?
Well, Gildersleeve?
We'll be seeing you tonight, then, at the Jolly Boys.
I'll be looking forward to it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Leroy, come into my study.
A whole poem there, fellas. Something like, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My love is like a melody that sweetly played a tune.
Oh, no.
It's a fact, Chief. It's a fact. You can arrest me if it's not.
Did you see this, Doctor?
Peavy, I give you my word. It was right there in his own handwriting. Wasn't it, Judge?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, it was.
Mr. Gildersleeve. You old rascal.
Well, you can laugh, but by golly, you have to hand it to the guy. He's quite a poet.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's better than you could write, Phoebe.
It's better than he could write. Yes, I'm afraid Mr. Gildersleeve borrowed that from a book. Robert Burns.
Burns, huh? Well, I've heard him well spoken of.
Yes, I've always considered that one of my favorites, so has Mrs. Peavy. We read it sometimes together. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas gang dry.
Gang?
Yeah.
Oh. Kind of pretty.
I, for one, fail to find anything either pretty or amusing in any of this.
Why, Judge, what's the matter?
You gentlemen appear to be forgetting that Gildersleeve has been sending this so-called poetry to my girl.
Well, the judge has got a point there, I guess.
In fact, I hereby charge Gildersleeve with conduct unbecoming a member of the Jolly Boys.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
It is, and I want it so entered in the minutes.
Oh, now, Judge, we're all friends here.
Gildersleeve is no friend of mine. He's proved that.
Has anybody here seen Kelly? Kelly with a green. Next time.
Gildersleeve.
Well, gentlemen, greetings one and all.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy. By George, I haven't seen you since yesterday. Chief and Doc. Well, I'm glad you made it, Doc. So you gave the old lady the slip, eh? I bet you told her you were sitting up with a sick friend. You old son of a gun. Well, Judge, how's the legal eagle this evening? Judge, I inquired about the state of your health.
Declined to answer on advice of counsel.
Oh, we're being a little stuffy this evening, eh?
How's to open up some cokes and get things started here? What say, Peavy?
What's this all about, Judge?
You know darn well what it's all about.
I haven't the faintest idea.
As a matter of fact, we were talking about it just before you came up here, and we all agreed that you have been guilty of conduct unbecoming a gentleman and a jolly boy.
Now, see here, I may be no gentleman, but by George...
Boys, now let's try and keep it friendly, shall we?
You keep out of this, Chief.
But listen...
Go chase burglars.
If I...
Listen, Hooker, when a man can't come into his own club without being insulted by his best friend...
When a man can't turn his back without having his best friend try to steal his girl...
I did not.
You did so.
Well, I did not.
You did, and I can prove it.
Well, go ahead.
I will do that.
Put up or shut up,
Believe me,
Hooker.
I will.
Don't you blow that thing in my ear, Chief.
Fellows, this is terrible. Here we got the doc with us here for the first time. Like to have him a regular member. What kind of an impression is he going to get from us carrying on like this? Oh, I ask you.
I get the impression that you have some pretty good times up here.
By Harry, the doc's all right, isn't he, fellas? Now, if we could get Gildersleeve and the judge together...
If the judge wasn't such a sorehead, he'd let me explain.
I want none of your explanations, and I'm not a sorehead.
You're not only a sorehead, you're a stupid old goat.
Why, you libertine, you woman snatcher!
What? You call me a...
You have
Fellas, really, this is terrible. Here you are, old friends. Well, I tell you, it does something to me when I hear you carrying on like this. It does something to me.
Well, he started.
I shall make no comment on that remark.
Now, look, Commissioner, you've been friends with the judge here for a long time, haven't you?
Well, yes.
And, Judge, you've been friends with the commissioner, haven't you?
I was formerly his friend.
Well, that's what I say. Old pals, buddies, both of you. Now, I say it's a terrible thing if any woman is allowed to come between you. Am I right, fellas?
That's right.
Doc?
I guess so.
There. Now, you heard Peavy and you heard the doc. Now, what about it? Are you two going to shake hands like good fellows?
The fact remains that I found Miss Del Rey first.
That I've never denied, Judge. But in courting Miss Del Rey, I was thinking not of myself, but of you.
Oh, so you admit you courted her?
I did it only to save you from yourself.
Now, there, Commissioner, if I may be permitted to intersperse a word.
Pray do.
You say that in making love to this lady, you were thinking only of the judge, right?
Right.
Well, I've seen the lady, and, well, there I can't altogether go along with you. Anyone who could make love to Miss Del Rey and think of the judge, No offense, Judge.
Continue.
Well, what I want to ask is this. Commissioner, can you look yourself in the eye and honestly say that there was nothing in this for you?
Well, if you put it that way, Horace, maybe I have been a bit of a louse.
Gildy, there's no one I'd rather hear that from than you.
Good, that's the way. That's more like it.
And now I'm going to admit something to you. I think I've been a bit of an old fool myself.
Shake hands on that. Peavy, let's have some cokes here.
Horace, you old son of a gun.
Gildy, you old horse thief.
That's the stuff. Everybody friends.
From now on, Gildy, may the best man win.
Oh, no, Horace, she's yours.
Oh, but Gildy.
I insist. Dolores is yours, Judge. I hereby renounce her. I put her from my mind forever.
Now, ain't that nice? Say thank you to the Commissioner, Judge. Oh, Peavy, where are those coats?
Coming up, Chief.
Well, a song. How about it? You sing, Doc?
According to my wife, no.
Well, your wife is not here.
I'd sing if she was.
That's the stuff.
We were sailing along.
Oh, a tenor, eh?
Yeah.
Well, let's sing it.
We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. You could hear the voices singing. They seemed to say, you have stolen her heart. Now don't go away.
Take it, Doc.
As we sang love's old sweet song
On Moonlight Bay.
On Moonlight
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, a question. You sometimes find your ration points running very low. Well, listen to this. Here's how to make a swell main dish that's a real point saver. Here's how to stretch a little meat into a real company dish. The secret is, of course, Kraft Dinner, macaroni with really rich cheese flavor. And you make it fast. The box of Kraft Dinner gives you both ingredients for this swell macaroni and cheese. A special macaroni and plenty of Kraft grated, too, for a wonderful cheese flavor. Just 7 minutes at the stove, and these magic Kraft Dinner ingredients give you a lickin' good main dish for 4 hungry folks. To make leftover meat into a company dish, mold the hot Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese into a ring and serve the creamed leftovers in the center. There's a real extender dish for you, and delicious. Try Kraft Dinner soon. Remember, Kraft Dinner for speedy, rich-tasting macaroni and cheese. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. 48 hours have passed since his pledge to renounce Dolores Del Rey for the benefit of Judge Hooker, and we find Gildersleeve now alone in his study, getting rid of a small collection of cherished mementos. Let's be very quiet, shall we?
Here's the menu from the Static Club that night we had dinner there. Let's see what we have. Roast beef, $1.25. Oh. Maybe we should have tried the chicken a la king, $1.40. That's the night I should have kissed her. Oh, well. Let's see. Beginner Spanish lessons. Well, no use beginning them now. Amo, amas, ama. I love, you love, he loves. Hooker. Well, what's this? Receipt for my rumba lessons. Funny, I never liked a rumba before. But with her...
Pardon me, Unc. I just wanted to get your wastebasket. Helping Bertie.
Oh? Why didn't you do that this afternoon?
I was doing my homework all afternoon. You told me that came first.
Oh, well, all right.
I won't let it happen again, Unc. Not if it can possibly be avoided.
Yes, yes.
There's much in here. Hey, a Spanish book. I don't want to be snooping, Unc, but did you mean to throw this away?
There was nothing in my wastebasket that got there by accident.
Oh, gosh, a book.
Can I keep it?
I prefer that it be processed in the same manner as the rest of the trash, Leroy.
Yes, sir. Gosh, a book.
Guess I better clean out everything while I'm at it. That record, too. Marjorie, have you seen that record of Besame Mucho?
It was right here with the others.
Huh? Spike Jones, Sinatra, Spike Jones. Ah!
You gonna play it?
No.
Oh, why did you break it?
I didn't want it around.
But I've loved that record ever since you bought it.
It meant nothing to me.
Uncle Mort, you seem upset. Has it anything to do with Miss Del Rey?
What makes you ask that?
I know what love is like, Uncle Mort. Is that it?
Well?
Oh, poor Unky. Well, I know just how you feel. I remember the time Alexander Pittman took Helen Lewis to the sophomore weenie roast. I thought I was going to die, honestly. Is that the way you feel?
I don't know.
Did you have a bust-up?
Well, nothing like that. I've simply decided that from now on, Miss Del Rey's path and mine should go in opposite directions.
Oh. I read a story like that once. It was terribly sad. It was continued, so I never found out what happened. How does she feel about it?
I haven't discussed it with her.
You're just going to let her find out?
Well, I suppose that would be a little cruel. Maybe I ought to give her a little notice, huh?
Well, you could send her a box of flowers or something with a little note.
I got a better idea than that. I'll go around and tell her personally.
Well...
I can put in a good word for Judge Hooker at the same time. Yeah. Well, I better dress right after supper if I'm going out. I'm glad we talked it.
What do you think? Uncle's throwing away books. He made me take a Spanish book out to the incinerator and burn it. Can you imagine?
Spanish book? Oh, I don't see anything so extraordinary about that.
You don't? Gosh, the whole family is nuts. All but me. Hey, Marge, is Uncle going out tonight?
Yes, he is.
Well, how about you and me going down to see the picture at the Majestic?
Okay, who's going to ask him?
Well, I've been pretty good all day. I've been getting ready for something like this.
All right, you ask him. Then if it doesn't work, I'll ask him.
Okay. Well, here he comes. 9 times 9 is 81. 9 times 10 is 90. 9 times 11 is 99. 9 times 12 is 108. How's that, Marge?
Perfect.
Hey, then my homework's all done. Hey, yes, my homework's all done. Can Marge and I go to the early show at the Majestic?
Well, I'm afraid the early show is a little late for you, my boy.
Oh, Unky, darling, you look just too beautiful.
Thank you, my dear.
Yeah, you look great, Unc. Where are you going?
On an errand.
An errand?
Little errand for Judge Hooker.
I never saw you shave for an errand before.
Well, a gentleman always looks neat, Leroy.
You feel so smooth. But come on, too.
What is this? Looking at me, feeling me, and smelling me. Go get my walking stick, will you please, Leroy?
Are you kidding? Oh, sorry, Unc. It's just a long time since you... I'll get it right away.
You really look like $1 million, Unky.
Well, I'm glad you think so. This whole thing was your idea.
Well, I just knew.
I guess men are kind of thoughtless sometimes.
Oh, but I'm sure you never mean to be.
Well...
Here's the old shillelagh, Unc. If anybody gets in your way, wham!
This is a walking stick, Leroy, not a bludgeon.
It adds just the right touch. You're perfect, Unky.
Well, guess I better get started. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Good night, Leroy.
Night, Uncle Mort. Now, Marge.
Oh, Uncle Mort, would you mind if Leroy and I went to the movies? I'll get him home early.
Well, just this once.
Gee, thanks, Unc.
Thanks, Unky, darling.
Good night.
Night.
Night. Poor Uncle Mort.
What's the matter?
That walking stick.
Don't worry. He knows what he's doing.
Dark as ever on these darn stairs. Gosh. What if she isn't home? Clean shirt. Wasted. Oh, well. Good evening.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what a lovely surprise. I was just beginning to feel sorry for myself.
Oh?
Come in, won't you?
Well, Well, I'm glad I found you alone, Miss Dolores.
I'm glad, too. May I have your hat, coat, and your walking stick? So handsome.
Thank you. There's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, wonderful. We have a nice, long conversation, eh? Come in and sit down and be comfortable.
Well, thank you.
You do not mind if I sit here on the couch with you?
Well, I wasn't expecting...
It is cold in here in my apartment. All day I have complained to the janitor, but, he is so stupid. He says he has no cold. Do you mind if I sit here close to you so I keep warm?
Well, no, I guess not.
Okay. Now, what was it you wanted to say?
I can't remember. I don't know quite how to start.
You can remember if you try. Come on.
Oh, yes. I want you to know that I think you're a very wonderful woman, Miss Dolores.
Oh, that is nice. Tell me some more.
I respect you.
Thank you.
I feel differently about you than I did when I first met you.
How? What did you think of me at first?
Well, I thought you were a plaything. I thought that I could... Well, I thought you were just a pretty girl.
And now you don't think I'm pretty anymore?
Oh, yes. No. I still think you're pretty. Too darn pretty.
That's better. I think you are very handsome.
Darn it, I must be handling this wrong.
What?
The thing is, you see, a woman in your position, men shouldn't go around thinking of you as a plaything.
I wonder why they do.
Well, there's no use going into that.
All my life I have had a difficult struggle. I have been a singer, dancer. I have worked in terrible little towns where there was nobody nice to talk to.
Oh, you poor kid.
And yet I want what every woman wants. A little house, some children, a man to protect me.
That's what I say. You ought to think about getting married.
Oh, you think so?
Very definitely. That's what I came over to tell you.
Oh, Rocky Morton. Darling, bésame.
Huh?
Bésame mucho.
But...
No words, please. Just kiss me.
Huh? Well, just one.
Oh, that is nothing. A sweet kiss. Dolores, she also kissed like a tiger. Like a grizzly bear. Like a thunderstorm in the spring. Now tell me, why are you so sure you want to marry me?
Oh, let me out of here! My goodness, I suppose he's gone to bed.
Well, that you, Gildy? I was on the phone.
Listen, Judge, if a man is telling a woman about his best friend, and all of a sudden she grabs him and kisses him against his will because she thinks he's talking about somebody else, and all the time he's really talking about this other party, and she kisses him, is that a breach of promise?
The facts in a breach of promise suit can only be determined in court.
Something tells me I'm going to need a lawyer, Judge.
Get yourself another lawyer. My services have already been retained.
Good night, folks.
Music on this program is selected by Claude Sweet, and this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Party, Margarine, and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Imagine serving leftovers and having the family think it's a brand new main dish. Here's how it's done. First, get a package of delicious golden Pabstet cheese food. Then melt Pabstet into a smooth, luscious cheese sauce to give leftovers of meat, vegetables, or fish a grand new flavor lift. Why, Pabstet can make leftovers so appetizing, so good to eat, you'll have the whole family calling for second helpings. And speaking of grand main dishes, pour this same delectable Pabstet cheese sauce over macaroni, rice, or noodles. Or blend Pabstet's fine cheddar cheese flavor into tasty omelets, Welsh rabbits, and soufflés. You'll want to serve Pabstet in sandwiches, too, or with pie and fruit for dessert. The whole family will love it. And remember, Pabstet is nourishing, easy to digest. Buy a package tomorrow. Pabstet, the cheese food of 100 uses.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, it's a grand old custom of the Christmas season for women to bake big batches of delicious breads, muffins, and rolls. And when guests drop in, a mighty cheerful way to serve your baking treats is to spread them with delicious parquet margarine. Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor is sure to make a hit with holiday guests, and sure to satisfy hungry family appetites, too. In addition to being so wonderfully good to eat, parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, parquet margarine contains vitamin A. Kraft guarantees every single pound of parquet to contain 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for a spread that's both delicious and nourishing, treat your family and guests to parquet margarine. Don't just buy any margarine. Be sure to ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the quality margarine that's made by Kraft. Now, what about our old friend Gildersleeve? Well, Gildersleeve today is a very uneasy man. The last time we saw him, if you remember, he was rousing Judge Hooker in the middle of the night for a little quick legal advice, only to be told that the judge's legal services had already been engaged. Haunted by dreams of subpoenas and breach of promise, he finds himself a little jumpy this morning.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if you'd mind doing a little errand for me on your way home from the office?
I'm sorry, Bertie. I'm not going to the office today.
Not going to the office at all?
No.
Well, if you should be going downtown for anything, there's no hurry, long as
I'm not going downtown, Bertie. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going out of the house. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. What's the matter with him?
And another thing. You too, Marjorie. If anyone calls here, I'm not at home.
No matter who?
No matter who.
Well, suppose somebody wants to give you $1 million.
That's most unlikely. More likely they'll want me to give them $1 million. What's that?
Leroy, be careful with that hockey stick.
Ladder, you almost got the chandelier. Better luck next time. Well, so long, Marge. So long, Unc.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Down to the pond to play hockey.
Wait, come back here.
Yeah?
I don't know that I want you playing hockey today.
Why not?
Well, how do you know the ice is safe?
Oh, don't worry. We always test it.
Test it how?
We make Jerome Bates walk out on it first. He's the heaviest.
But what if he falls through?
Well, then we know it's no good for skating.
But what about Jerome?
Jerome's a dope anyway.
Leroy, the boy might drown.
Well, if he's dopey enough to do everything we tell him. I think the boys are awful. Always hiding from Jerome and ganging up on him. And that's because he's nothing but a big fat slob.
Leroy, I do not like that word.
I didn't call you a big fat slob, Unc. I called you Wilma.
We'll have no more talk like that, my boy. I don't like it.
Yes, sir. He is, though. Front door.
Wait.
Would you go, Miss Marjorie? I got my hands
Don't anybody go.
Huh?
Marjorie, don't open that door.
I don't understand.
Bertie, get away from that window.
What's up?
It's the mail truck, Miss Gildersleeve.
Don't open that door. Be quiet and keep out of sight. Maybe you'll go away.
But if it's only the postman,
We don't know who it is.
Yeah, maybe it's Santa Claus. Hide, everybody, so we'll go away. Huh, maybe I'm nuts.
Now, look, all of you, I'm not joking. I've locked all the doors, and I want them kept locked. Don't go out and don't let anybody come in. And above all, don't let anybody hand you any papers.
Papers?
Yes. You see, you're bound to hear about this sooner or later, so I might as well tell you now. Seems your uncle has got himself into a little trouble.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you ain't in trouble with the finance company.
Yeah. No, Bertie, I wish I were. I wish it only were that.
I thought you seemed a little upset. Unky, what kind of trouble is it?
Well, perfectly innocent, you understand. Perfectly innocent. Just a little embarrassing, that's all. Very embarrassing.
Mr. Gildersleeve, whatever you done, I know you didn't do it.
Well, thank you, Bertie.
Bertie's right. We'll stick by you, Uncle Mort, no matter what. Even if we have to move to another town and start life all over.
Now, wait.
You got an alibi, Unc? That's the main thing. Get an alibi and stick to it.
I don't know what you've been reading, Leroy, but I assure
The
you.
case of the missing ear.
What?
It's super. It's all about this guy. He falls for this dame. Her name is Laura. Mysterious type. See, wears veils. So there's this spy ring. Well, anyway, the police bungle everything all the way through. The only one that knows anything is Farnsworth Flint. He's the detective. Wears gardenias and collects jade.
Look.
Leroy, for goodness sake, your uncle's in trouble.
Well, I'm just trying to help him out.
Well, why don't you let him explain first?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Unc.
Well, it's a little difficult to explain to anyone your age, Leroy, because it involves a woman. I mean a lady.
I knew it. There's one in every case.
Leroy.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Uncle Mort. Now tell us all about it.
Well, perhaps I ought to explain to you first a little about women.
Let's all sit down and get comfortable, shall we?
I'll try to be brief. Well, I think you should know, children, there are two kinds of women. One is the kind of woman I hope Marjorie will grow up to be. The kind I hope you'll marry one day, Leroy. A fine, capable woman that everyone admires. A homemaker.
What's the other kind?
Well, there are various ways of describing her. I won't say she's unattractive. On the contrary, she's often quite attractive. In a superficial way, of course. Pretty and all that. But she's selfish and unscrupulous. She's just out for what she can get.
Aren't they all?
Where did you ever get an idea like that?
I'm telling you, Unc, you ought to read this book.
I don't know that you ought to be reading it.
Leroy, stop interrupting. Go on, Uncle Mort. What about Miss Del Rey?
Well, I went over there last... Who said anything about Miss Del Rey?
It is Miss Del Rey, isn't it?
Well, yes.
I always said I didn't like that woman.
Shut up, Marge.
Well, go on, Uncle Mort. You went to see Miss Del Rey, and what happened?
Well, I won't go into everything that happened, but the long and short of it was that she somehow got the idea that I was proposing to her.
Uh-oh.
You're right, Bertie. I don't know how she could possibly have gotten such an idea. Nothing was further from my mind. I want you to know that. Well, it's true. Trying to tell her she ought to marry Judge Hooker.
You must have stuttered a little, Unc.
I spoke with my usual clarity. The point is, you can't be too careful with a woman like that. I hope this will be a lesson to you, Leroy.
A lesson to me?
Never have anything to do with theatrical people. Stick to nice, homely girls. At least you know where you are with them.
Tell me something, Unc. What if you did propose to her? Anybody can make a mistake. What of it?
Did you ever hear of a breach of promise, my boy?
You mean she's going to sue you?
That's what I don't know.
Mr. Gildersleeve, maybe it ain't none of my business, but what you need is a lawyer.
Aren't you right?
You need one bad.
I need one who's good.
Well, why don't you call up Judge Hooker?
Because Judge Hooker's already been retained by Miss Del Rey. And the old goat would like nothing better right now than to drag my name through the courts. No, there's nothing to do but wait. Wait here like a rat in a trap. Wait for him to slap a paper on me.
How do they do that?
Process server. Man comes to your door and hands you a paper. Next thing you know, you're in court.
Just like the finance company.
That's why I don't want you to go to the door, Bertie. That's why I want everything locked. They'll sneak in your cellar window. They'll jump out at you from behind bushes. They hide in laundry trucks. They'll do anything.
How awful.
Well, I'm ready for 'em. Let 'em try.
Uncle Mort, aren't you ever going to light? You've been pacing up and down all morning.
I've got to think, my dear. I've got to think. Got to think.
Can't you sit down and think?
No, I think better on my feet. If I just knew a good lawyer. If I just knew a good, reliable lawyer. Oh, Leroy, get up off your stomach.
I can read better this way.
You're in the way. Besides, there are drafts down there. Light's bad. Go sit in a chair. That's what they're made for.
Okay.
If they just do something. They just make a move. If I just knew.
Hey! Guess what happened?
What?
Farnsworth Flint just grabbed Laura by the hair, and guess what? It came off. It's a wig. She's a man, the leader of the Nazi spy ring. Holy smokes, I gotta read this.
Leroy, if you must read that kind of trash, read it yourself.
Okay. Say, Unc, I was just thinking, you know that Miss Del Rey? There's something kind of suspicious about her.
Miss Del Rey is not a man, Leroy. I'll vouch for that. If that's what you were thinking.
Well, I wasn't thinking that exactly, but I'll bet she'd bear investigating. Why don't you have her shadowed, Unc?
Shadow, don't be ridiculous. Hide, everybody.
What for?
Come on, down behind the sofa. Leroy, quickly.
What are we hiding for?
Because if he looks in the front window, he can see us.
Who can?
Whoever's out there, get down and keep that head of yours down. Who's that walking around?
Bertie, she's going to the door.
Bertie, don't forget what I told you.
I ain't forgetting. Ain't no use you ringing because ain't nobody home.
Oh.
Gertie. Who's that out there?
It's Judge Hooker, Gertie.
Oh, it's you, Judge.
Don't let him in, Bertie.
I'm sorry, Judge. It's Mr. Gildersleeve you're after. He ain't in. He went somewhere.
Oh, he did.
Yes, sir. He went somewhere in a hurry. Didn't leave no word.
Bertie, it just happens that I saw Mr. Gildersleeve through the window as I was coming up the walk.
You might have seen somebody that looked like Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge.
Can you name anybody who looks like Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, not offhand.
Traitor.
What's more, Bertie, when you opened the door, I distinctly heard his voice.
Might have been an echo. He hollered just before he left.
I don't know what's behind these monkey shines, Bertie. But tell Mr. Gildersleeve when he returns that if he had had the simple courtesy to be at home this morning, he might have learned something to his advantage. Good day.
Oh, Judge, wait a minute.
I don't hear you, Gildersleeve. You're not at home.
If I only had a lawyer. If I only had a lawyer.
Uncle Mort, please, all day long. You'll wear yourself out.
If I only had a lawyer.
No kidding, Unc. You better relax.
Yeah, if I only had a lawyer. If I only had a friend. If I only knew what they were plotting. If I knew anything. It's this uncertainty. This waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Poor Uncle Mort.
All day here, trapped like a rat. Just waiting for him to come and get me. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm innocent. I never said a word to her. I was doing a favor for a friend. Oh, you don't believe me, eh? So this is what they call justice. 12 good men and true. You sit there and let that old goat pull the wool over your eyes while a man's good name is dragged through the dust of Summerfield. For shame. I'm not asking this for myself. I'm asking it for my little niece. God bless her. Look at her. There she sits with her whole life before her. What kind of a life is that going to be? I ask you. It's in your hands, gentlemen. And my little nephew, Leroy.
Don't worry about me, Unc.
You keep out of this.
Uncle Mort, really, I'm worried about you. I think you ought to lie down or something.
I'm all right.
Leroy, come here a minute.
Huh?
If I only had a lawyer. If I only knew. Is she going to sue or isn't she? She'd only make up her mind. They'd only do something. They're probably doing it right now. She's probably got a whole staff of lawyers. They're laying plans, ways to trip me. Maybe they got people watching the house. Out there just waiting. Waiting. Oh, that's what I can't stand, the waiting.
Uncle Mort!
I'm going out there.
What on?
I don't care. Anything is better than this. I'm going out and get him.
Oh, take it easy. Where you going?
I'm going out and get him. Come on, darn it, sue me.
Pardon me, friend. Could I interest you in the little daisy can opener? I have a booklet here I'd like to give you.
Booklet? Oh, no, you don't. See.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Good food adds extra cheer to the holiday season. And one of the fine foods that'll brighten many a meal these next 2 holiday weekends is delicious Parquet margarine. This quality spread for bread is made by Kraft, and that means that Parquet is as fit for a feast as it is for a plain everyday meal. Parquet margarine radiates good cheer whenever it's served because Parquet's flavor is so delicate, so satisfying to the appetite. Parquet is a splendid energy food, too, one of the very best you can serve. And remember, Kraft fortifies Parquet so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So do as millions of homemakers do. Buy and serve delicious, nourishing Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Kraft makes this nutritious spread for America's bread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who's decided that a man can only stand so much. Determined to find out what Judge Hooker is up to, he's about to sally forth and face the world, but he's still cautious enough to make certain preparations.
Leroy, I'm going out for a little while. Have you seen my sunglasses?
Sunglasses? There hasn't been any sun for days.
I know that, Leroy, but have you seen them?
No.
Marjorie, have you seen my sunglasses?
No, I haven't, Uncle Mort. I could lend you a pair of mine.
What? Those slanty green things?
Mm-hmm. They'd make them look like a tropical fish. The last time I saw your glasses, they were in the glove compartment of the car.
By George, I believe that's where they are. Go get them, will you please, Leroy?
Oh, for corn's sake, if Marge remembered where they were, why the heck do I have... Okay, I'll get them right away.
I still don't understand why on earth you want sunglasses, Unky.
Never mind. Let me see. Oh, yes. Ought to get a light put in this closet. Leroy's raincoat. Sounds awful. Croquet set. Christmas tree ornaments. Umbrella. Umbrella? Whose is that? Must be Judge Hooker's by the handle. Confound it, I never can find what I'm looking for in this darn place. Have to put in a light. Well, wear my golf cap.
What on earth are you looking for, Uncle Mort? Oh, you gonna play golf?
No. I was looking for that derby hat I used to have in here.
Oh, that's been gone for a long time.
Gone?
Leroy used it for his magic one night, remember?
The night he broke an egg? Was that my derby?
Of course.
By George.
Oh, you can't get mad about that now. It happened a year ago. Besides, you always look funny in a derby.
No, Marjorie.
That's all right. Everybody looks funny in a derby.
Here they are, Unc. They were in the glove compartment, right where you said.
Leroy?
I just went right there and opened it, and there they were.
Leroy, I've just discovered.
I didn't waste a second, Unc. I did just what you told me. Here are the glasses. You gonna play golf?
Stop breaking eggs in my derby.
Huh? What a character.
These darn glasses, they make everything look even gloomier than it is.
You gonna play golf?
No, my boy, I'm going out. I'm going out, and I don't wish to be recognized.
A disguise. Hey, if you'd turn up your coat collar, that wouldn't be bad.
Oh? Like this?
Yeah. Now, if you could pull in your stomach a little, even Farnsworth Flint wouldn't know you.
Well, I don't expect to run into Farnsworth Flint, so I'm not pulling in what stomach?
You look fine, Unky. Where are you going?
He's going to shadow Miss Del Rey, I bet.
I'm not going near her. I'm just going to try to find out what she's up to, children. But first, I think I'll drop in at Peavy's drugstore and test my disguise.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, nuts. Peavy, I'm supposed to be in disguise. Didn't you have any trouble recognizing me?
Well, no, I can't say that I did, but if I'd known you were playing some game...
This is no game. Has Judge Hooker been in here, Peavy? Did he say anything about a lawsuit?
Are you being sued, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I'm not sure yet. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Not wishing to intrude, Mr. Gildersleeve, but might I ask the nature of your legal difficulty?
Well, it's personal, Peavy.
Oh, woman trouble.
They're not the same. Just happens that in my case, you're right.
Miss Del Rey?
Well, yes. She'll probably have Judge Hooker represent her. My friend.
I'm afraid I don't understand this. I thought you and the judge had quit squabbling over this lady.
We had, Peavy. Only I went over to see her to say goodbye. And somehow she got the wrong impression. I shouldn't have gone to see her. That's where I made my mistake.
Well, I've been kind of noticing her, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'd say you made a very natural mistake.
Well, what do you mean?
She's a Lulu.
Don't you be fooled by her appearance, Peavy. She's a dangerous woman.
She is?
You darn right she is.
Well, she may be, but if I were single and a year or so younger...
Don't even look at her, Peavy. She'll cast a spell on you.
You can't scare me, Mr. Gildersleeve. She comes in here, buys perfume and so on.
She comes in here?
She was in here today. No sale, just used the phone booth.
Aha. Did you hear anything she said, Peavy? You know who she was calling?
Mr. Gildersleeve. We pharmacists have our code of ethics, you know.
Oh, code be blowed. This is life and death, Peavy. She's an adventuress. She's going to try and disgrace me publicly. Ruin my career. Grab all my money. Thank goodness I haven't got any.
Well...
Any chance remark she dropped might help. Anything.
Well, let me see now. She said something was very important. Said she couldn't wait until tomorrow. Said she'd meet the party at 8 o'clock tonight. That's all I remember.
Oh, that's wonderful, Peavy. Who was she talking to, man or woman?
I couldn't say.
You're the worst detective I ever saw.
Well, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You're the one that's playing cops and robbers, not me. But if I was playing, I'll bet I could find out who she's going to meet tonight.
Oh, how?
I'd follow her. Heavens to Betsy, man. Even the movies have simpler problems than that.
Say, I saw a picture once. Peavy, you're a genius.
Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you off to?
I'm going to borrow a taxicab. Beep, beep.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Gill.
Come here a second, Floyd.
What's the matter?
Who's that you got in the chair?
Niles Burkhalter. I can take you in about 5 minutes.
I'll come back, Floyd.
Well, what's the matter with Niles? He won't bite you.
I'll be back. Oh, and Floyd.
Yeah?
Mum's the word.
Well,
Coast clear, Floyd?
Sure it's clear. Hey, what's going on anyway, Commissioner?
Floyd, didn't your cousin Edwin drive a taxicab here before he went in the Army?
Ed? Sure, yeah, he drove a hack.
Where is it now? Anybody driving it?
No, it's sitting up in my garage. Strictly a post-war cab, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why?
I want to borrow it for the evening, Floyd. Rent it. Will it run?
Well, I guess it will. That's how it got in my garage.
Can I have it, Floyd?
Sure. Yeah, what is this, a gag?
Far from it. It's very important. Ed had some kind of a cap he used to wear, too, didn't he?
You want the cap, too?
Well, it wouldn't be too much trouble.
How about the badge?
Great. You're doing me a big favor, Floyd. What time do you close up?
6.
I'll come by for you. I'll walk home with you and pick up the cab and everything.
Okay, Commissioner. Now, what's this all about?
I'm sorry, Floyd, but it's a confidential matter.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My lips are sealed, Floyd.
Well, I wouldn't want people to start telling it around that you were taking a dame out someplace and you didn't want people to recognize your car.
Huh?
Wouldn't do you any good to have that kind of a story get around. Better they should know the truth.
But the truth wouldn't do me any good either.
Now, if I knew the rights of it, I could prevent the wrong kind of story from spreading, Mr. Gildersleeve. A lot of people come in here, you know.
All right, put away the clippers. The fact is, Floyd, I'm borrowing the cab to do a little detective work.
Uh-huh.
I want to pick up a certain party and find out where he's going.
Well, well, well.
What are you welling about?
So the senorita's lowered the boom already.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. How much, Commissioner?
If you're referring to Miss Del Rey, she's taken no legal action against me. I doubt if she will.
Uh-huh. You just want my cousin's taxi for a joyride. Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve, have it your way.
Never mind, Floyd. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock. I got to be in front of her apartment by 7:30.
Okay. By the way, I'd let you have the cab for nothing if it was mine, you understand, but naturally I got to look out for my cousin's interests. And
how much, Floyd?
$10 for the works. Cap, cab, and badge.
$10?
Yeah, now, Commissioner, in a good night you can make that much easy, not counting tips.
Oh! Cold. Getting dark, too. Isn't she ever coming out?
Taxi! Oh, taxi! I've got to get down to the Union Depot in a hurry.
Can't take you. Can't take you. Sorry.
What do you mean you can't take me?
Well, I'm not a regular. I'm engaged.
Oh, well, which way are you going?
I don't know.
Well, I wonder if I could go along. I mean, as far as the depot.
There won't be any room, Bud. I'm picking up a family here. A family of 10, including 3 2-year-olds. Now, are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied. I hope the 2-year-olds ruin your upholstery.
Brother, what a taxi driver has to put up with. But I fooled him. Somebody coming out. Yeah, it's her. Well, here I go. Me. Taxi! Taxi, lady! Taxi!
Well, yes.
Where to, lady?
Oh, not far. Just to 840 State Street, please.
Yes, ma'am. I got her now. 840 State Street. Well, that's not Hooker's office anyway. I wonder... pretty cold tonight, ain't it, lady?
Yes, it's quite chilly.
Yes, sir. Going downtown on business?
Well, you could call it business.
Who do you think I had for a passenger this afternoon?
Who?
That fellow that's the water commissioner in this town. You know, a little on the stout side. What's his name?
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, Gildersleeve. Yeah, that's his name. Quite a fellow.
Is he?
Yes, quite a fellow. Seems very kind-hearted and good-natured.
Oh, I am sure he is.
Yeah. Ever meet him?
I've met him.
I guess Mr. Gildersleeve's not much of a ladies' man, huh? Quiet sort of fella. Got a mighty fine reputation around here.
Has he?
Yes, sir. Anybody try to make trouble for Gildersleeve in this town, they'd have a tough time.
Oh, here's where I'm going.
Oh? Well, Yvette's beauty parlor. You know, somehow, lady, I had the idea that you were going someplace else.
Yes? How much do I owe you?
Huh? Oh, 50 cents.
Here is $1.
Oh, just a second.
Oh, that's all right. Keep the change. By the way, do you think you could have your cab in front of my apartment tomorrow morning at 10?
Oh, yeah, sure, lady, sure. Going someplace?
To my lawyer's. See you tomorrow, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Dear. Yep. Who left the front door unlocked?
Oh, Leroy, I suppose. Did you find out anything today?
Yes. My worst fears have been confirmed.
Hey, Unc, where are you? What do you think? A man left a paper for you this afternoon.
A paper? Leroy, I told you not to let anybody in.
The evening paper.
Why? Leroy, sometimes I think you have the soul of a process server. Go tonight. Go to bed. Good night. Hello.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Now a wonderful help in Christmas-time menu planning. Treat your guests to Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. The cheese food that's so rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor, so useful in 100 appetizing ways. Pabstet spreads with such ease and slices so neatly, you can whip up a tempting tray of cheese appetizers in a jiffy. And say, while your guests are admiring the Christmas tree, toast Pabstet cheese sandwiches in the broiler. Toasted Pabstet sandwiches will be greeted with ohs and ahs of delight, too. And to keep the compliments coming thick and fast, serve Pabstet melted on apple pie. It's perfectly delicious, served for dessert with coffee. So for downright happy eating at Merry Christmas time gatherings, have a package or two of delicious, nourishing Pabstet on hand. Buy the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. Ask for Pabstet.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time. Written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore, music by Claude Sweeten. From the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. During the holidays, you'll be greeting many old-time friends and acquaintances, and a real way to show your hospitality is to serve the foods they like. So spread good cheer among your guests by serving fresh bread rolls and muffins with delicious Parquet margarine. This nutritious spread for America's bread, a favorite in millions of American homes, has a fresh, delicate flavor that's sure to satisfy. Parquet margarine is a spread you'll want to serve your family every day in the year, because Parquet is so high in food energy value, so dependable for vitamin A. In fact, Kraft guarantees every pound of Parquet to contain 9,000 units of vitamin A. So tomorrow, buy this nourishing spread that's so delicious and satisfying. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Kraft makes this nutritious spread for America's bread. Yes, Kraft makes Parquet. Now, how do we find the Great Gildersleeve at this merry Christmas tide? Well, not so merry. While all the rest of Summerfield is giddy with good feeling and holiday cheer, over the Gildersleeve household hangs a pall, the threat of a lawsuit, a suit for breach of promise by a lady he once admired, prosecuted by a friend he trusted. Oh, the infamy of woman, the ingratitude of man. So heavily do they weigh upon him that he's been unable to give a single thought to Christmas, which is only 2 days off. This seems to be a matter of some concern to Leroy.
What do you think he's planning to do, Marge? Just skip Christmas this year? He wouldn't do that.
I don't know. Eat your breakfast, Leroy.
Gosh, 2 days before Christmas and we haven't even got a tree. You don't think he's been buying a lot of stuff on the sly and hiding it someplace? Nah, I know all the hiding places.
Who wants Christmas anyway? It won't be any fun.
Gosh, you're as bad as he is, Miss Gloomy Puss.
Well, if you ever worried about anybody besides yourself, you'd be worried, too.
What good is it going to do to worry? She's going to sue him. She's going to sue him.
Leroy, here comes your uncle. Now, let's all see if we can't cheer him up.
Yes, let's. Don't do anything to annoy him, Leroy.
Me annoy him? Are you kidding? Yep, as I was saying, it's only 2 days till Christmas. Now, Marge, only 2 days till Christmas. Oh, hi, Unc.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Unky, darling.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what would you like for breakfast? I'll fix you anything you like. We're in a position to offer fried eggs, boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, poached eggs, shirred eggs. What would you like?
It better be eggs.
I also got oatmeal.
Well, it doesn't matter, Bertie, anything. Few prunes, maybe.
Prunes? Is it like that?
Yeah, prunes and a little tea and toast. Things aren't sitting too well with me these days, Bertie.
Poor Mr. Gildersleeve.
Unky, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't mind me. Hee.
Well, only 2 days till Christmas, hey, Unc?
Leroy.
Oh, I'm only trying to cheer him up.
2 days? Is that all it is?
Yep, 2 days. What do you know? I got all my Christmas shopping done, too. Great me. I got a present for everybody. I wonder what I'll be getting this year.
Christmas. Well, I suppose it's time I was doing something about it. Only somehow I can't seem to get up any enthusiasm.
Oh, don't let's bother about Christmas this year, Uncle Mort. We know how you feel.
Well, you're a very sweet girl, my dear, and very understanding.
Me, too. I'm not asking for anything special this year. Anything at all will be okay. Any little thing. Anything.
Front door.
I'll go. It might be a package.
You sit down. It might not.
I'm coming. Oh, good morning, Judge.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve in, Bertie?
Well, just a minute. I'll ask him.
Judge Hooker, how can he have the nerve to come over here?
Now, my dear.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's the judge out there. Shall I tell him you ain't in?
No, Bertie, I might as well face it. Well, children, I guess this is it. At least when this is over, we'll know the worst. Show the judge into my study, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
No, wait a minute.
Yes?
First, I think you children better run upstairs, out of the way.
I won't say anything, Unc.
Well, I will. If I see that Judge Hooker, I'll tell him exactly what I think of him.
I'll handle the judge, my dear. Think you better run along upstairs. You too, Leroy. This may be a little unpleasant. Now, Judge.
Gildy, I suppose you think it a little strange of me coming over here like this.
Nothing you could do would surprise me anymore, Judge. Nothing. And before you do it, I want to say this. You got me into all this.
I know.
You came over here and asked me to help you propose to that girl.
I know.
You gave me a lot of talk about how a friend should help a friend, how John Alden helped Miles Standish with Priscilla.
I know.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Priscilla turn around and sue John Alden? Did she? And did Standish help her?
Well, I'm afraid the sad fact is, Gildy, that our little friend Dolores is no Priscilla.
And you're no Miles Standish. Well, let her sue. Go ahead. Draw up the papers. Hire the witnesses. Bribe the jury. I don't care. She can't hang anything on me. Can she?
Gildy, believe me, this whole episode has been most distasteful to me.
Sure. This hurts you more than it does me. Baloney. You'd sue your own grandmother.
Oh, Gildy, I'm your friend, remember? All these years? Why, we played golf together.
Never mind the crocodile tears.
I mean it. Why, I cut off my right arm.
You're left-handed.
Well, I cut off both arms before I'd accept a case against my old friend.
Oh, sure. Say that again, Judge. You didn't take the case? You turned her down?
Well, Gildy, she has no case.
Oh, what do you know? No case. Woman's got no case. This isn't a trick, Judge. This isn't a booby trap.
Oh, Gildy, how can you say that?
You sure she's got no case?
You think I'd have turned it down if she had?
Horace, you're a friend. I want to take this opportunity of wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Throckmorton.
By George, it is a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Horace.
Merry Christmas, Gildy.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year.
Look, what's happened?
Merry Christmas, my boy.
Well, you woke up just in time.
What do you mean?
Christmas is only 2 days off, and the stores are closed on Sunday.
Oh, my goodness, and I haven't done a thing about it.
Uncle Mort, where are you going?
Leroy, me lad, bring me reindeer. Yeah.
Will there be anything else, sir?
Isn't that cute? A regular little train.
Will there be anything else?
Well, let me see. We got the magic set, the wood-burning set, and the bomb sight, and the... Careful with that pop gun, Sonny.
That will be all then?
Let me think. Have I got enough for Marjorie? That Marjorie's my niece. Say, I'd like to show you something I bought her. I'd like to get your opinion. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all. Oh, there's a lady calling you.
Huh? Who?
Martin, of all people.
Well, I was just showing this young lady here what I bought for Marjorie. This sweater.
Oh, it's adorable.
Pink. It's got buttons, too. You can wear them up the front or up the back, the girl said.
Oh, she'll love it. Well, I'll be right back with your parcel, sir.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again, Throckmorton. I could swear you've been hiding.
Well, I'm back in circulation again, Leela. And by George, Leela, I've never seen you looking better.
Why, thank you.
Yes, sir. Christmas has put color in your cheeks or something. And sparkle in your eyes.
Oh, I love Christmas, don't you?
It's the greatest day in the year, bar none. Say, how about coming over to my house tomorrow night, Christmas Eve? We'll celebrate. Just the family. You know, popcorn, candied apples and stuff. And I'm getting in a whole ton of mistletoe.
Why, Throckmorton, whatever for?
Yeah. By George, if there's any of it around here, I'd show you what for.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Here are your parcels, sir.
Oh, thanks, miss. Well, gotta be going. Million things to do. Don't forget tomorrow night, Leela. Come early. We'll have more fun and more down mistletoe. Greetings, Floyd. Greetings of the season.
Well, if it ain't Father Christmas. Hi, Commissioner. Come right in.
I can't stay, Floyd. I'm in the midst of my Christmas shopping.
Yeah, well, I ain't even got around to mine. Keep putting it off, you know what I mean? Got nobody to take care of but the wife, anyway.
Well, Christmas comes once a year, Floyd. I think we ought to make
not that I'm complaining, you understand. She's okay, Ruthie is. Just got her little ways, that's all. Now, you take like last year. I was sore about something. I forget what. So I wasn't going to get her nothing. Well, sir, the day before Christmas, didn't a Salvation Army band have to set up in front of the shop here and play hymns all afternoon? On the way home that night, I laid out $11 for an electric iron. Of course, the next day I could have kicked myself. That's the trouble with me. I'm soft-hearted.
Floyd, the only trouble with you is you're human. I wouldn't be ashamed of it. By the way, if you're not doing anything tomorrow night, I'd like to have you drop over to my house. You know, say Merry Christmas, just the family.
Well, thanks, Commissioner. I'd like to do that.
Glad to be on my way now. Don't forget your wife, Floyd. Get her something nice. You know, women are sentimental about Christmas.
Well, I guess I'm kind of sentimental myself. Like this morning now. She got up before I did and cooked me a nice big breakfast of kippered herrings. You know, on the way down to the shop, I had half a notion to stop in somewhere and buy her a bottle of perfume. I might do it yet.
Oh, I think she'd like that, Floyd.
Yeah, I might even buy one of them sets, you know, where they got the perfume and the bath powder and it... Oh, there I go again. Just a sucker for kippers. Well, so long, Commissioner.
So long, Floyd. Hey, Peavy, what are you doing Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve? Well, Mrs. Peavy and I usually just spend Christmas Eve together, you know. Sort of a family custom.
Well, I don't want to upset any family customs, Peavy. I just thought if you weren't doing anything.
Well, we don't do anything, really. We just sit there and listen to the radio. We like to hear the Christmas programs, and we usually go through our Christmas cards together. You know, all the friends who've been kind enough to remember us. People we haven't seen for a long time, a lot of them. And Mrs. Peavy has a little drink she makes. Mulled cider. It's very good. That's about all we do. Not very exciting, but it's kind of nice. And along about 10 o'clock, we just hang up our stockings and go to bed.
Peavy, you still hang up your stockings?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but who fills them?
Mr. Gildersleeve, who do you think fills them?
Peavy, you're not going to tell me you hear jingle bells in the night.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, no. No, I wait until after Mrs. Peavy's asleep, and then I sneak downstairs and fill her stocking myself. And she gets up before I'm awake in the morning and fills mine. It's just a little game we play.
By George, Peavy, I'll bet you have more fun than anybody.
Well, now, I don't know. Maybe I do.
Well, try to come round to the house if you can, Peavy. We'll be glad to see you.
Anybody pick you as the American Express?
There they go.
Oh, my goodness, all them packages.
Well, I got them home anyway.
I'll pick them up. Mr. Gildersleeve, it sure looks like Christmas around here all of a sudden.
Quiet, Bertie. I don't want the children to hear. That's why I came around to the kitchen door.
Yes, sir. I won't tell.
Well, I think I got everything. If I didn't, it's just too bad.
Sure looks like you got plenty.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, my goodness. Why didn't I remember? Of all things, why did I have to forget that?
Forget what?
Oh, that spoils everything. What good is Christmas without a turkey?
No turkey, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No turkey. I clean forgot it, Bertie. That was the last thing I said to myself. Get a turkey. Darn it.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, tell you what you do.
There's nothing we can do, Bertie. The stores are closed. It's too late.
You go look in the icebox.
What? In the icebox?
Uh-huh.
Bertie, how long has he been laying there?
Oh, for a couple of days. I had him sent over on approval. How's that for a turkey, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, that's not a turkey. That's a B-29. And when you get that Bombay stuffed with chestnut dressing, oh, brother, Merry Christmas.
Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If Christmas shopping has made a big dent in your family budget, you're probably thinking right now of ways to economize. Well, that economy can start right with your food budget. And here's a timely suggestion. Buy economical Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread that's made by Kraft. Parquet is a top-notch energy food, one of the very best. Parquet is fortified by Kraft with vitamin A, 9,000 units to every pound. And Parquet has a flavor that's truly delicious, a flavor that's fresh, delicate, satisfying. So for an economical spread that's both delicious and highly nourishing, buy and serve Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Remember to ask for the Kraft quality spread, and that's Parquet. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It's Christmas Eve at last in Summerfield, and it couldn't be a prettier one. There's a beautiful, clean blanket of snow covering the streets and sidewalks and yards and roofs, and a few flakes still drifting down in the twilight. And in Gildersleeve's house, the family has just finished decorating the Christmas tree, and they've hung their stockings by the fireplace. A neat black sock for Gildersleeve, a pale rayon stocking for Marjorie, and a huge laundry bag of a golf stocking that Leroy had borrowed for the occasion.
Well. Looks Christmassy, doesn't it?
Oh, it's sweet. The tree always smells so good, too.
Yeah. Could I eat one of the candy canes, Unc?
You know the rule, my boy. No nibbling on candy canes till after breakfast Christmas morning. Start eating them now, we'll have no decorations left.
Well, I could just take a little bite off one at the back. Who'd notice?
Let's stick to our rules, shall we?
Okay. We got gingerbread for supper anyway.
Great. By George, you can't beat Christmas. The old Christmas spirit. You can feel it in the air.
Oh, I felt it all afternoon. It does something to people.
Certainly does. Happy little family. Stockings all hung by the chimney with care. By George, let's read that. What do you say?
Oh, Unc, that's kid stuff.
That's right, and I feel like a kid on Christmas Eve. Is the book still over here with the fairy tale?
That's where it belongs.
Now, Lee. Be nice. If Uncle Mort wants to read it, let's not spoil it for him.
Oh, for corn's sake, he reads it every year.
Never mind. Shut up and be nice.
Okay, I can be just as nice as you.
Oh, here it is. Same old book, same old pictures. Fellow wearing a nightcap. That shows how old this book is. Now sit down, Leroy. Marjorie, just about got time to read this before supper. All settled?
I'm fine.
Leroy?
Shoot the bunk to me, Unc.
All right, my boy. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stocking...
Oh, excuse me, Unc. I just thought of something.
What is it, my boy?
If you couldn't get those skates at Hogan's, they're repaired down at Hoyt's. They're open till 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, I'll make a note of it. Let's see. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds. That's you and Marjorie, Leroy. While visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
Sugar plums.
Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap
That's the nightcap.
had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter.
Excuse me, Miss Gildersleeve.
What is it, Bertie?
I forgot to ask you, are you expecting anyone in this evening?
Oh, no, Bertie, just the family.
Yes, sir. I just thought I'd ask.
Now I think of it, I asked Mrs. Ransom to drop over after supper.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and I may have said something to Judge Hooker and Miss Goodwin.
Well, I'm glad I brung it up. I guess it'll be the usual Christmas Eve.
Well, Christmas comes but once a year, Bertie. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. Out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. By George, that's real poetry. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
That's Santa Claus, children.
Of course.
Who doesn't know that? Go ahead, Unc.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Dunder and Blitzen. To the top of the...
Oh, the phone. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, just a minute. It's Piggy, Leroy.
Tell him I can't talk to him now. I'm busy. Go ahead, Unc.
He'll call you back, Piggy. All right, Uncle Mort.
Let's see. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall.
Now dash away all.
Yeah, that's right. And then in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. There's a page been lost here.
Oh, that's okay. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
Well...
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow,
and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of his pipe...
That's the next page. The stump of his pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a droll face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
Just like you, Unc.
You think so?
Look, Marge, see its shape?
No more than anybody else's.
Yeah, thank you, my dear. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney, he rose. Be there in a second, Bertie. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team, gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him explain, ere he rode out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Well, by George, that's a great book. None better.
Oh, I love it.
What do you say, Leroy?
Well, great for kids.
Well, come on, kids. Let's eat.
Come. Shall I go to the door, Unc?
Let's all go, my boy. United we stand. Come on, Margie.
I'm coming.
How late can we stay up, Unc?
As long as you're good, Leroy. Or till 9 o'clock, whichever is sooner.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Come on in, Leela.
I'd better leave my galoshes here on the porch. They're pretty snowy.
You want me to hold those packages, Mrs. Ransom?
Well, now, that's very thoughtful of you, Leroy. But no peeking now, you hear? One of those is for you.
For me? Gee, thanks.
No shaking it either, Leroy.
Okay.
Come on in, Leela.
Thank you. Now, this package is for you, Marjorie.
Oh, thank you.
And this one's yours, Leroy.
That's what I figured.
And the other one is for you, Throckmorton.
Why, Leela, for me? Mm-hmm. Thank you. I got something for you, too, Leela. Come here.
Well, I can take it later.
Put these packages under the tree, children. I want to show Mrs. Ransom something.
Okay. Come on, Marge. Let's put them in piles. Be careful with mine.
Right here, Leela.
Where?
Look up.
Oh, you devil. You put it in a different place from last year.
Yeah. Leela, I've got it everywhere. There isn't a spot in the whole house where you'll be safe.
Throckmorton, you are simply terrible.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come over here and I'll show you, Leroy, dear.
Oh, no, you don't. You've got 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Shall I get the cider and donuts, Unc?
I think it's a little early. You just finished stuffing in that last piece of gingerbread not 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Here, take Mrs. Ransom's coat and hang it up.
Oh, my, you'll soon have a crowd.
The more, the merrier.
I'll answer it, Uncle Mort.
No, all of us. United we stand. Come on, Leela.
Come on, Leroy.
Here I come.
When I open the door, we'll all say Merry Christmas all together. Ready? Merry Christmas!
My goodness gracious.
Come on in, Peavy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I can't stay. Oh, good evening, Mr. Ransom.
Oh, do come in for a minute, Mr. Peavy. You ought to see the tree anyway.
Well, just for a moment. A little Christmas remembrance for your family, Mr. Gildersleeve. Box of chocolates, my best grade.
Well, that's fine, Peavy, but you shouldn't have told us. No surprise.
Yeah, pretty hard to fool anybody with chocolate.
Let's open them. What do you say, Unc? As long as we know what they are.
Leroy, you amaze me. You must be 90% stomach.
Look who's talking.
Leroy.
Well, how about the chocolates? They're not getting any better in the box, are they, Mr. Peavy?
I think I'll stay out of this, Leroy, if you don't mind.
Mr. Peavy's pretty cagey. Go ahead and open them, Leroy, but only one piece for you, understand?
Okay, Unc. Hey, Marge, we can each have one. Look here a minute, Mr. Peavy, won't you?
What is it, the tree?
Something even nicer. Look.
Well,
Merry Christmas.
Justin, Happy New Year.
Leela, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, brazenly kissing a married man.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'm quite able to defend myself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's the spirit, Peavy.
I noticed he offered very little resistance.
My gracious, I don't know what to say.
Here's somebody else, Unc.
Come on, Leroy. Marjorie, united we stand. Peavy, just like we did for you. Now, all together when I open the door. Merry Christmas!
Well.
We're doing that to everybody, Eve. Come on in.
Well, this is wonderful. Hello, Mrs. Ransom, Mr. Peavy.
It's awfully nice to see you, Miss Goodwin.
Compliments of the season, Miss Goodwin.
Thank you. Hello, Leroy, Marjorie.
Hi. Let me hang up your coat.
Thank you.
Now, into the parlor, everybody, and we'll have some fun.
Oh, really, Mr. Gildersleeve? I've got to be running
I know,
along.
Peavy, but you can at least see the tree. Go on, look at it. Come here a minute, Eve.
What is it? I haven't... Oh, Throckmorton, I might have known.
Yeah.
I thought the fun was going to be in here.
Oh, she sees everything.
Come on, Throckmorton, let's join the others. I've got little presents for the children, but I thought I could bring them over tomorrow.
Anytime.
Pretty nice having vacation for a change, isn't it, Miss Goodwin?
Are you enjoying it too, Leroy?
Are you kidding? It must be kind of nice to be a school teacher, though, sometimes. Just like having a lot of children.
It is nice.
You know, I wish Mrs. Peavy could have come over with me. This is the kind of Christmas we miss, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why don't you go get her, Peavy?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Maybe next year.
Oh, we'd love to have her. Maybe we... Hey, what's that?
Somebody's singing outside.
Oh, look, it's the Jolly Boys. Oh, they sure need us, Peavy. Oh, brother. Great Merry Christmas, Jolly Boys. Yeah, come on in, fellas. Hey, you're in great voice tonight, Judge. Well, Chief. Nice to have a friendly visit from the police.
Well, thanks, Commissioner.
Come on in, Floyd. Letting in the cold.
Come on, Floyd. Don't stand out there so long.
Hey, fellas. Hey, mistletoe. Huh? Oh, look, there's some more over there and in the corner. Commissioner, you got enough mistletoe here to start a first-class brawl.
Well, let me catch you kissing my girl now, Floyd.
Okay, which one is yours?
Whichever one I catch you kissing.
Fine, pal.
Well, who's going to play the piano for the next carol?
I'll play if you want me to.
Oh, that'll be fine, lady.
Chief, this is Miss Goodwin. Chief Gates of the Summerfield Police.
Pleased to meet
How
you,
do you
ma'am.
do?
Where's that cider you're talking about, Gildy?
It's in the dining room, but let's sing one carol first. Which will it be, folks?
How about Joy to the World?
Yeah.
Joy to the World's a pip, and besides, I can sing alto. Oh, I like that one. I'll just sing the air.
Good enough. Joy to the world, boys. You got it there, Eve?
Yes.
Come on, Marjorie. You get in on this too, Bertie. By George, there's nothing like Christmas.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare his room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
Second verse.
Now, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What is it?
Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone in the world could join in and sing with us?
What are you talking about, Commissioner?
Well, I know we can't really do it. Not tonight, anyway. But if you look and see how happy we all are here singing together, and then you think of all the people who can't get together this Christmas, well, the only excuse for the kind of suffering that's going on all over the world is if we can make sure it never happens again. What I'm trying to say is, let's all sing anyway. You people in Massachusetts, Virginia, Idaho, Iowa, Colorado, California, and everywhere in army camps and on ships at sea. Let's sing the way we used to when we were at home together. Let's hope that before so very long, all the peoples of the world will be able to join in with us.
Joy
night, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas, and God bless you.